Global announcement: the 100th player from Dragon Country has been confirmed to be devoured by desert army ants. Life signs have flatlined. Warning: all 100 players from Dragon Country have perished. National points set to 0. Hidden mechanism triggered, the final revival match. Initiating the compulsory extraction of the 101st reviver. If the 101st player dies, Dragon Country will execute the human eradication order within 24 hours. At this moment, the heart of this ancient nation with a 5,000-year civilization and 1.4 billion people simultaneously stopped beating for a moment. It's over. Completely over. From the tropical rainforests to the freezing tundras, from the desert wastelands to the endless islands, on this grand map covering all the terrains of the blue planet, nearly 20,000 players from various countries once thrived. However, after the brutal elimination process, only over 100 countries out of 197 remain barely alive, with fewer than 9,000 survivors. The 100 players from Dragon Country, special forces killed by venomous insects, a boxing champion crushed by a brown bear, survival experts frozen to death in the snowstorm night. With their deaths, countless natural disasters followed. Dragon Country is already in ruins. The Yangtze and Yellow rivers have run dry. Sandstorms have nearly consumed everything. Due to food shortages, countless people are starving, their faces pale and emaciated. Many people's eyes are already hollow and numb, their faces ashen. Is this the last time? Dirty tears streamed down the wrinkled face of an old man. Is it really the end of my great China, the inheritance of 5,000 years, today? Now, who can we choose? The moment the light in the live stream room disappeared, a slim figure appeared on the screen. Dragon Country's last player, Yifan, 21 years old, university student. When they saw his somewhat pale face, the live stream room of Dragon Country instantly crashed. A university student? God, are you trying to destroy my Dragon Country? Stop struggling. Instead of watching him be torn apart by beasts, it's better to end it now. Whoa, Mom, I'm scared. Despair spread like a plague. Meanwhile, overseas, the comments had already gone into celebration mode. Oh God, does Dragon Country have no one left? Did they send a Boy Scout to fill the hole? The Lighthouse Nation sends their congratulations, ready to divide Dragon Country's inheritance. I bet this guy won't last more than 3 days, no. 3 hours. The Sakura Country samurai have already gathered, waiting for Dragon Country to perish, then we'll take their land and women. The screen shifted. The intense sense of weightlessness disappeared, and just as Yifan felt his feet touch solid ground, a bone-chilling cold pierced through his thin clothes like a million steel needles. Cold. Cold to the bone. The moisture in his nostrils froze into ice shards the moment he inhaled, each breath feeling like swallowing shards of glass. His lungs ached with every breath. Even his blood seemed to freeze at this moment. There was a sensation of swelling. It felt like he was about to explode. Yifan instinctively tried to shiver but found his body so stiff that even this simple action was hard to make. The wind blowing on his face felt like being cut by knives. Breathing became incredibly difficult. Just then, that emotionless mechanical voice sounded again. National survival activated. You have successfully bound the Dragon Country's national luck. You have a chance to manifest unclaimed resources, ranging from 100 to 10,000 times in reality. Warning. Dragon Country's national luck has been reset to 0. After your death, all citizens of Dragon Country will be erased. Be cautious of competitors from other countries. Current number of survivors, 8,942. Warning, you are the only hope for Dragon Country, and the prey of all those who wish to plunder Dragon Country's inheritance. Teleportation complete. Current random landing location, extreme cold snowfield. Environmental scan, current temperature is minus 35 degrees Celsius, accompanied by a level 7 white frost wind. Warning. In this environment, ordinary humans will die from hypothermia within 15 minutes without proper insulation. Random initial supplies being extracted. 1. A rusty arc knife, 5 centimeters in length. 2. A roll of transparent fishing line. 3. A large black iron pot from the countryside, 80 centimeters in diameter, with a wooden lid. In the official Dragon Country live stream room. Listening to these various prompt sounds, survival expert Zhu Weiqian rolled his eyes and almost passed out on the spot. He grabbed his hair, his voice trembling. How is he supposed to survive this? How? The 3 essential elements for survival in the snowfield: fire, shelter, weapons, none of them are here. No thick clothes. In minus 35 degrees, 10 minutes would be enough to make him lose consciousness from hypothermia. That carving knife, to be honest, it's even smaller than my nail clipper. And that pot? It's made of cast iron, probably weighs dozens of pounds. It can't keep him warm, nor can it be used as a shield. If a wild animal comes, it can only be a dinner plate. This is a death sentence. Don't say he's just a university student. Even if I, or the world's top special forces, were to go out with this equipment, in this place, it would be a guaranteed death. Guaranteed death. Countless people from the Dragon Kingdom had faces as pale as death. Their lives and deaths were now tied to Yifan, but now. A carving knife that's hard to even sharpen a pencil with? A big black pot used to stew himself? This is not survival gear, this is a self-service restaurant tool. A leaking roof, and a rainstorm to make things worse. It was bad enough that the last person was a university student, but the delivery location was the terrifying snowfield, and the cold weather clothing was extremely average. And now the initial supplies are this bad. What kind of suffering is this? Is there any worse news? Roar. Before the audience's wails had even died down, a foul, low growl exploded next to Yifan's ear. Yifan stiffly turned his head. Less than 5 meters away, in the snowstorm, a gray wolf, its size comparable to a calf, was glaring at him intensely. Its left ear was missing a chunk, its fur was messy, and icicles hung from its mouth, frozen from drool. Its green eyes were filled with a thirst for blood and flesh. A lone wolf. It was probably starving mad. It's over. Shu Weiqiang closed his eyes in despair. He was sure this wolf was searching for the best spot to strike. This wolf wanted to kill with one blow. Encountering a wolf on the ground, unarmed, don't say this young man, even I, even if the king of soldiers were resurrected, would have no way out. The audience in front of the screen couldn't bear to watch. Foreign viewers, however, were wide-eyed with excitement. They were eagerly awaiting the complete disappearance of this ancient country, which had once been more advanced and civilized than theirs, right before their eyes. They were even more eager for the bloody and savage scene that was about to unfold, to vent the emotions they had bottled up. And the gray wolf did not disappoint them. Without any hesitation, it sprang into action. Its back legs were already tense, claws digging into the frozen ground. This was clearly an attack posture. It could charge at any moment. With that size, forget the wolf, even a husky could knock a person to the ground. Whoosh! A foul wind rushed towards him. The gray wolf pounced. By the time it was in midair, its bloody jaws were wide open, aiming straight for Yifan's throat. The distance to death had never been so close. At that moment, suddenly, Yifan heard a prompt sound in his ear. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully triggered the emotions of billions of people. God-level shock system, activated. Newbie gift package granted, expert-level hunting mastery. Boom! It was as if a current had struck through his skull. Yifan's brain, once sluggish from the cold, instantly became extremely clear. Countless pieces of knowledge poured into his mind. Close combat mastery, cold weapon mastery, biological anatomy mastery, crisis sensing, trace tracking. The next moment, the world in his eyes seemed to slow down. The trajectory of the snowstorm, the angle of the wolf's pounce, the contraction of its muscles, everything became calculable data. And in an instant, it could all be calculated. The fear that had once consumed him vanished without a trace, replaced by the excitement of a hunter seeing its prey. Yifan moved. He didn't need to think. It was pure muscle memory. In the eyes of billions of horrified onlookers, his right foot lightly flicked. The rusty carving knife, which was no longer even as long as his finger, instantly sprang into the air. A silver line cut across the sky. Yifan grabbed the knife handle with a reverse motion, firmly holding onto it. This beast is a bit skinny. He even had the presence of mind to give this comment in his head. Facing the bloodthirsty mouth coming at him, Yifan didn't retreat, but instead charged forward. He turned sideways. Ducked down. Slid his steps. The movement was fluid and swift. It was as if he had practiced it countless times. Perfectly precise. If that wolf had twisted just 1 or 2 centimeters, it would have bitten him. But it was just a hair's breadth away. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had already cut into the unguarded belly of the gray wolf. The carving knife in his hand, gripped upside down. Die! A cold gleam flashed. The rusted carving knife stabbed out with deadly accuracy. Breaths of billions of viewers worldwide completely stopped at that moment. Chapter 2, Counterattack. 10,000 times return. Splat. With a tearing sound, the huge body of the gray wolf slammed onto the snow behind Yifan, splashing a cloud of snow mist. At first, the gray wolf was still twitching, but soon, the blood began to melt the surrounding snow. Yifan stared at the scene, his pupils widening in disbelief. Did he do that? Was hunting mastery this fierce? Instantly killing a gray wolf? The next second, a massive mechanical voice rang out across Blue Star. Global announcement: Dragon Country contestant Yifan has successfully hunted a gray wolf, triggering a 10,000 times return reward. Reward: Dragon Country receives high-quality raw meat resources gray wolf, 70 kilograms, *10,000. Randomly distributed to major city warehouses and supply points. Within Dragon Country, the once lifeless cities suddenly erupted with exclamations. In the empty warehouses, piles of high-quality wolf corpses appeared out of nowhere. Long-awaited meat. It was the hope for survival. Countless emaciated Dragon Country citizens, looking at the mountains of wolves in the warehouse, knelt on the ground, crying out loud. We have meat. We can eat meat now. Yi Fan, he really did it. Who said he was going to his death? Who said he couldn't do it? He's a god. A god. Anyone who says Yi God can't do it again, I'll fight them. Dragon Country was boiling with excitement. Many foreigners looked grim. But Yi Fan didn't have time to think about these things. Because the real crisis was just beginning. Aoo. Aoo. The howls of wolves rang out, piercing and relentless. They came from all directions. Yi Fan could feel something quickly approaching through the dense forest around him. The intense smell of blood, carried by the snowstorm, was rapidly spreading. The wolf pack had been awakened. At least a dozen of them. Yi Fan's face darkened. Even with expert hunting mastery, facing a pack of gray wolves, and in this minus 35-degree extreme cold, fighting them head-on would lead only to death. I must retreat. Yi Fan tried to take a step, but he found the snow had already reached his knees. Every step required immense physical effort. In such conditions, escaping wasn't even possible, let alone finding a place to shield himself from the wind. And those wolves, with their 4 legs gliding through the snow, wouldn't be affected by the snow much. This was a death trap. Every angle seemed to scream that he was doomed. At that moment, the system's prompt sound rang out. Ding! Host has performed an instant kill, gaining 23,892 shock points. The situation is critical. Would you like to draw immediately? Draw? Drawl. Yi Fan didn't have time to think about what was going on with the system. As long as it could give him a boost, anything would do. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner's draw, gaining the passive talent, cold resistance, slows down body temperature loss by 50%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner's draw, gaining the special skill, mastery of driving, land/vehicles/non-vehicles. With the 2 prompt sounds, Yi Fan suddenly felt some sensation return to his stiff limbs. His mind seemed much sharper now. The wind didn't seem as harsh. The next second, some strange information appeared in his head. Mastery of driving? In this godforsaken primitive forest? What use is driving skill? Could I possibly conjure up a Ferrari out of thin air? Oh whoa! The first gray wolf burst out of the bushes, less than 50 meters away from Yi Fan. Then came the second, the third. Countless green eyes flickered in the wind and snow. In Dragon Country's livestream, the freshly ignited hope was instantly extinguished by cold water. Survival expert Zhu Weiqian shouted urgently, "You can't escape. The snow is too deep. How could a person's legs outrun a pack of wolves? Quick! Throw away that big iron pot. It's a burden. Carrying that 50-kilo iron on your back will severely drain your stamina and you'll die faster. Yi Fan! Quickly throw the pot." The barrage went wild with panic. Throw the pot to save your life. It's over, the wolves are closing in, this time you're really going to be torn apart. Can we hide under the pot? The wolves shouldn't be able to break it, right? No, it's too cold here, just a few minutes, and Yi Fan is done for. I shouldn't have hoped for this, boo-hoo, I don't want to die. Countless wails echoed once again. The foreigners who were just a little disappointed suddenly became excited. Especially the people from Sakura Country. Ha, I can't wait to see how you'll escape with more than a dozen wolves after you. Dragon Country is finished. However, Yi Fan in the video made a move that left all of humanity dumbfounded. He didn't throw away the heavy black pot, instead, he took it off and slammed it down hard onto the snow before him. Clang! The iron pot hit the snow with a dull sound. Yi Fan glanced at the steep snow slope in front of him, a wild grin spreading across his face. Who said you can't race without a car? Just before the wolves pounced, Yi Fan quickly sliced off a large chunk of wolf belly fat and smeared it all over the bottom of the black iron pot. After doing this, he stuffed the wolf carcass into the pot to cushion his butt, then leaped straight into the 80 centimeters diameter iron pot. He spread his feet apart, lowered his center of gravity, and gripped a dry wooden stick as a cane. Let's go! Then he suddenly pushed off the ground. The heavy iron pot, aided by gravity and the smoothness of the pot's bottom, instantly started moving, carrying Yi Fan down the steep snow slope at full speed. In the official livestream, Zhu Weiqian's mouth hung open, his eyes nearly popping out. This. Host Sabe Ning exclaimed aloud. Did he just turn the iron pot into a snowboard? Whoosh! The speed of the descent grew faster and faster. The black iron pot carved a straight path on the pristine snow. With the boost of master driving, the cumbersome iron pot seemed to come alive. Every bump and rise in the snow slope became the perfect ramp or turn in Yifan's eyes. By slightly tilting his body, he could easily use the wooden stick to steer, perfectly avoiding giant pine trees blocking his way. The wolf pack chased desperately, but how could their 4 legs digging through the snow possibly match the speed of the gravity-driven black pot? They could only watch as their prey grew farther and farther away, until they couldn't even see the tail light. Oh no, not even the bottom of the pot. Foreign viewers were completely dumbfounded. Oh my god. This is possible? Crazy. This is definitely suicidal. If he crashes into a tree at this speed, it'll be mush. What kind of maneuver is this? How did he come up with this? Look. That's skiing posture. It's the gliding technique recorded in our South Korean national's ancient book Arirang skiing chart. Yifan stole our culture. Oh my god, Dragon Country's contestant is so unrefined. Such reckless driving should get at least 3 years in the Fog City. Meanwhile, domestic viewers' barrages switched from panic to jubilation. Damn. Need for speed? No, this is the ultimate flying pot. Expert Zhu, this pot is a burden. Ye god, this pot is a Ferrari. So amazing. I want to kneel down to ye god. This driving skill, even Schumacher would have to call him master. The wolf pack, I might not be human, but you are definitely a dog. Who can outrun this? The wind howled, and Yifan could clearly feel that the howls of the wolves behind him were gradually fading away. But he didn't relax for a second. The snowstorm grew fiercer, and the visibility kept getting worse. Now, the visibility was probably no more than 10 meters. Countless snowflakes slapped against his face, and even though he had cold resistance, he could feel his body temperature quickly draining away. And I'm going too fast, I can't stop. Yifan furrowed his brow, trying to slow down with a stick, but the inertia was too great, and he couldn't stop. Even if he threw away the dead gray wolf now, the chance of stopping was still slim. Suddenly, the white snow mist ahead vanished. In its place was a vast emptiness. It was a cliff. Damn. Not good. Sabe Ning also reacted at the same time, standing up in panic. There's no road ahead. It's a cliff. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly became alert. Their attention quickly shifted back to the screen. It's over. At this moment, there was no time to slow down. Was it really impossible after all? Maybe, he did try his best. Countless people in Longwood couldn't help but sigh. Yifan, he really did his best. What a pity, the heavens. Wait. Before they could finish sighing, they saw Yifan suddenly leap into the air. Facing the cliff, Yifan didn't try to slow down, but instead, shifted his center of gravity backward, using a protruding ice rock on the cliff edge as a springboard. He took off. Together with the pot and the wolf, they traced a black parabolic curve through the heavy snow and plunged into the bottomless canyon. In midair, Yifan showed no panic, but instead used the momentum to adjust his posture sharply in the air. His eyes were locked on the point of landing below him. Ding! Host's flying pot in the air, gaining 10,086 shock points. Chapter 3, Who says you can't make a fire in this temperature? Boom! With a dull, terrifying sound, the black iron pot shot like a cannonball directly into the opposite mountain slope of the canyon. Thick snow instantly flew up, creating a storm of snow dust. In the distance, the howls of gray wolves echoed, indicating that these wolves hadn't been shaken off. However, many of them must have fallen off the cliff by now. A few seconds later, the snow pile moved. Yifan, along with the big iron pot, was carried by the snow on the mountain slope, changing direction and sliding down the slope. Although the snow provided some cushioning and they successfully leaped over the steepest area, the huge impact still jolted Yifan, making his bones ache. Fortunately, the pot was fine, and he was still alive. As he slid, he gradually regained his senses, quickly adjusting his direction and steering toward a gentler slope. After about a minute, the small avalanche finally stopped. Everyone in Longwa stared wide-eyed at the screen. They waited for the final verdict. Sakura, Lighthouse, and other countries' bullet screens exploded. Haha, finally, it's about to be decided. Longway is finished. What kind of person could survive in this environment? He's definitely done for. However, they quickly all had shocked expressions on their faces. They saw Yifan struggle to stand up from the snow. Even, the dead gray wolf was dragged out by him. The entire country of Longwa fell into a frenzy at that moment. No one knew how many tears of excitement were shed. Who? Yifan let out a long breath of white air. Once he regained his senses, he began to check his surroundings. This place was at the bottom of the canyon. With the wind at his back. The snow was thinner here than above. Things were looking up. But Yifan's expression showed no joy. He could clearly feel that his feet were nearly numb, and even worse, he had a bit of warmth, wanting to take off his clothes. It was clear he was suffering from severe hypothermia. Only when the body temperature drops to 35 degrees Celsius does one start to feel this way. The cold resistance effect was excellent. But after enduring such a harsh cold of minus 35 degrees for so long, even with cold resistance, it is still hard to resist. Feeling the stiffness in his fingers and noticing the frost already forming on his eyelashes and lips, Yifan knew that time was running out for him. 5 minutes. At most, 5 minutes. If he couldn't find a heat source by then, he would definitely lose consciousness and die in this cold wind. In the official live broadcast room, survival expert Zhu Weiqiang had already realized this, but he didn't say anything. He just quietly watched Yifan on the screen. He had really tried his best. He asked himself that if he were the one chosen, he probably couldn't even make it this far. Even if he failed, even if Dragon Country perished because of it, he wouldn't feel regret, because Yifan truly fought till the end. Only to blame the heavens for playing tricks on people. Yifan's eyes suddenly stopped at the corner of the cliff not far away. He noticed that there was a half-hidden hole covered by snow. A bear's den. A bear's hibernation cave. But it seemed to be abandoned, or maybe temporarily vacant this year. Could it be that the national fortune game really gave me a chance to survive? Yifan felt an indescribable excitement surge within him. Forcing himself to endure the cold and exhaustion, he struggled toward the cave. Each step felt like stepping on a blade, the pain piercing to the bone, but he knew he couldn't stop. If he stopped, he might never get up again. Finally, he reached the cave entrance. The entrance was covered by a thin layer of snow, and he carefully brushed it away, revealing a pitch-black cave inside. There's hope. Yifan hurriedly reached in to feel it. It was dry, windless, and didn't feel warm at all. It really is a bear's den, looks like it's been abandoned. Heaven has not closed all the doors for me. Muttering to himself, Yifan quickly threw the wolf's body in the pot inside, then crawled into the cave. Dang! A crisp sound. Yifan stood up the big iron pot that had been a great help, sealing the cave entrance tightly. He propped it up with stones on the side, leaving only a hole the size of a fist for ventilation. The world fell silent in an instant. But Yifan couldn't feel any relief at all. His body had become so numb from the cold that he could barely sense anything. A simple cave couldn't save him. Yifan fumbled through his clothes and pulled out everything he had. A rusty carving knife, a transparent fishing line. That was it. At most, he had grabbed some dried bark on his way over. Inside the Dragon Country live room, over 1 billion viewers were in celebration. He had escaped. He really had escaped. He had shaken off the enemies and found shelter. Haha, it seems the heavens haven't abandoned us. I believe countless friends are like me, feeling relieved that Yifan managed to escape death. The host, Binang, spoke excitedly. Teacher Zhu, what do you think Yifan will do next? What's his success rate? It looks like he's trying to start a fire. That is indeed the right choice. In the wild, fire is incredibly important for survival. Zhu Weiqiang stared intently at Yifan's hands, especially when he began to untangle the fishing line. His brows immediately furrowed in a tight knot. If I'm not mistaken, he's trying to use the bow drill method to start a fire. He's using the fishing line as the bowstring, the carving knife as the drill head. As he spoke, Zhu Weiqiang painfully shook his head, his voice full of despair. It's useless, completely useless. This is a minus 35 degrees Celsius frozen snowfield. In this environment, any dry firewood on the surface has already been frozen to the core. It's extremely hard to ignite. And in such extreme cold, trying to generate enough friction to reach the combustion point of the wood, the success rate is less than 1%. The host, Binang's, face instantly turned pale. Teacher Zhu, is there no chance at all? Maybe, if his hand speed is faster? Impossible. Zhu Weiqiang screamed almost to the point of breaking down. This is not a matter of speed. Even if it snaps, even if it creates light speed, all that will come out is warm steam, not sparks. He doesn't have a lighter, no magnesium rod, this is a deadlock. The previously excited bullet comments instantly turned into sorrow. I knew it, without a fire source, it's certain death. I've tried fire by bow drill, even in the summer it's hard, let alone in the snow. God Yi has done his best, this hellish start, even a god couldn't save. Foreign viewers had already started mocking. Is he making a rope? Is this Dragon Country's final struggle? What a laughable craft class. Is it finally about to end? In this cold weather, how could a bow drill work? Hypothermia death, that should match a super cold wave, everyone in Dragon Country is about to freeze to death. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan naturally didn't know any of this. At the moment when the whole world thought he was going to perform the doomed bow drill fire starting, he didn't tie the fishing line to the stick to make a bow. Instead, he wrapped the fishing line around his 2 index fingers, tightened it like a violin string. ZZ. Accompanied by the sound that made people's teeth ache, the rust on the blade was scraped off. Xu Weiqiang froze. Isn't he trying to start a fire? Why is he cleaning the knife? No, he's collecting iron shavings. Xu Weiqiang was dumbfounded as he watched Yi Fan collect those iron shavings and mix them into a small amount of dry bark. Then he added some pine resin and the subcutaneous fat of a gray wolf, smearing them all over the surface. After finishing all this, he stuffed it directly into his clothes. What is he doing? Is he crazy? Stuffing garbage into his clothes to keep warm? Could he think his body heat will ignite this? Does he think there's phosphorus in it? Foreign comments were still mocking. Domestic comments almost stopped completely. A dead silence. I understand now. He's making fire tinder. Xu Weiqiang suddenly exclaimed, his eyes becoming a little complicated. He wants to use his body heat to force out the last bit of moisture from the fire tinder. This is a textbook-level approach, only the top survivalists know this detail. But then, his brows furrowed again. But where's the fire source? Even if the fire tinder is handled perfectly, in this freezing cold, the chances of igniting the fat through friction are almost zero. He doesn't have a lighter, no magnesium rod. Does he expect to make fire out of thin air with this carving knife? Xu Weiqiang said this as he slumped back into his chair. At this moment, Yi Fan placed the fire tinder beside the iron pot. Then, under everyone's confused gaze, he raised the carving knife. Ding! A sharp metallic collision sound suddenly exploded in the cave. Cray a hack! Just when the whole world thought Yi Fan was doing useless work, a dazzling orange fire spark, like a shooting star in the dark night, precisely flew out from the knife blade and the iron pot. Yi Fan was quick with his hands, quickly adjusting the fire tinder's position. He made sure that the spark landed precisely on the birch bark mixed with grease, pine resin, and iron shavings. Yi Fan didn't rush, but carefully knelt down and slowly blew on it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In front of the screen, everyone stopped talking. Even holding their breath. Silently waiting for the result. What? Host Sabaining's expression suddenly became serious, but there seemed to be a hint of a smile, as if he was about to burst out laughing at any moment. Dear audience, we've just received the news that the contestant from Luzon country mistakenly judged the resources and materialized 100 tons of rotting swamp sludge to return home. As a result, a small-scale plague broke out in the capital of the Philippines, and the national score was directly deducted by 10 points. Xu Weiqiang, upon hearing this, also wanted to laugh. After all, they were already in such a miserable situation. A little bit of comfort could be found in his heart. Xu Weiqiang subconsciously glanced at the large screen in the studio, at the sword of Damocles hanging over all of humanity, the Blue Star National Monthly Rankings. The rules are cruel and simple. Golden Glory Zone, Top 10, next month, the country's players will randomly receive a toolkit. In addition, after acquiring resources, the probability of returning them to Earth will skyrocket. The higher the ranking, the higher the probability. Red Execution Zone, bottom 20, at the end of the month, random natural disasters will strike, and 10 years of life will be deducted from the citizens. And now, only 8 days remain until the month's end settlement. Xu Weiqiang took a deep breath, pointing at the leaderboard and analyzing, the situation is too urgent now. Look, the Philippines has already ranked second to last, just hovering on the edge of the cliff. They are desperate to escape the execution zone, desperate to break into the safety zone. It is this fear of their ranking that led them to lose rational judgment, touching resources indiscriminately, eventually causing a great disaster. As he spoke, suddenly, the fire starter in Yi Fan's hand began to turn black in the center, emitting smoke. A red glow lit up after about 10 seconds. The whole space seemed to brighten quite a bit. Fire! It's fire! In the studio, Sabaining excitedly jumped up from his chair, his voice trembling, it's lit! Yi Fan has successfully started the fire. Beside him, Xu Weiqiang's mouth dropped open, wide enough to fit an egg, his face flushed red as if he had been slapped hard. Watching the flame on the screen, Xu Weiqiang stammered, this is unscientific, how could it? How could it ignite like this? No, wait. Ha ha ha. It worked. It lit up. As long as there's fire, the survival probability here will increase exponentially. Ha ha, Yi Fan did it. He survived. The Dragon Country livestream instantly exploded. Zhu expert, does your face hurt? Do you want me to send you some Yunnan Baiyao? Yi Fan is not human, he's a god. A god. If only you spoke a little slower, I'd have already slashed my big knife at your neck. Ha ha ha, Yi God is amazing. What about those foreigners who said they'd eat the keyboard earlier? Come out and take a walk. I'm dying of laughter. Ye God is finally safe. In contrast to these comments from Dragon Country, the overseas comments were filled with wails. Damn. He didn't even die. Such a shame. Hearing the sound of the shock value skyrocketing in his mind, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, but he had no time to pay attention. Now that he had fire, he had to quickly raise it. Though he didn't bring much firewood, the bear left behind plenty of branches when it sealed the hole. They had been left for a year, so they were dry enough to use. The whole process went smoothly, and the campfire quickly ignited. His body temperature gradually started to recover. After a while, Yifan felt that his body had almost recovered, so he took down the large iron pot, which he had used as a door, and placed it on the fire. He grabbed several handfuls of pure white snow and tossed them into the pot, and with a sizzling sound, the snow started to melt. As expected of Ye God, just a few minutes, and he's already drinking hot water, while Sir William from the rotten country is about to break down. He's been rained on in the tropical rainforest for 3 hours and now he's crying, wanting a cup of hot tea. In terms of being badass, I only bow to Ivan from Bear Country. He ate snow before without fearing hypothermia, but I don't know how far he is from Ye God. Still, Ye God is the most comfortable. He's about to have some hot wolf meat soup. Just the way he slaughters is definitely a win. Taking advantage of the time while the water boiled, Yifan used branches, snow, and other materials to roughly seal the door. Then he sharpened his knife on a stone and began to butcher the wolf. After such a treatment, the wolf corpse had already frozen stiff, like a stone. Fortunately, with the help of his hunting skill, Yifan followed the lines of the muscles and the gaps in the bones, still progressing quite smoothly. SSSHHHH. As the sound rang out, the gray wolf's skin was peeled off, and even the layer of fat beneath the skin was kept intact. This fat is even more precious than the meat. Yifan looked at the fat, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Oil can do so many things. After peeling the skin, he then cut off large chunks of wolf leg meat. Just as everyone thought he was about to start cooking the meat or grilling it, they saw him grab some clean snow and start rubbing it repeatedly on the wolf meat. As time passed, the snow gradually turned pink, and the meat began to whiten. In the official Dragon Country livestream, Sabe Ning swallowed and curiously asked, "Teacher Zhu, do you know what Yifan is doing?" The muscle fibers in wolf meat contain a lot of acidic substances, so cooking it directly will make it sour and tough, hard to swallow. Xu Wei couldn't help but praise, Yifan truly has an incredibly rich knowledge base. Rubbing it with snow can use the ice crystals to break down the wolf's muscle fibers while removing the acidic blood, achieving a good acid removal effect. Listening to Xu Wei's explanation, countless people couldn't help but swallow. With the operation of the national luck game, resources in Dragon Country had become extremely scarce. Food was no exception. For many people, not only was it hard to eat meat, but even the simple question of whether they could fill their stomachs had become a problem. Too many people had become thin and emaciated from hunger, their bones sticking out. Seeing someone processing meat, and it being described as so delicious, how could they resist? Saliva overflowed. However, just as the Dragon Country audience was drooling, a large number of sarcastic comments suddenly flooded in from the South Bang Country. These barbarians. Using snow to wash meat? How unhygienic, Samita. This wolf meat must be full of bacteria. Dragon Country people only deserve to eat this trash. Look at our great Park Guk Chang Appa, although he hasn't found food yet, he's meditating to keep his spirit pure. Dragon Country people can only behave like beasts, eating raw meat and drinking blood. This meat must have parasites. Let him die. Take all the bad national luck back to Dragon Country. These comments from South Bang Country kept flooding the screen. But just as Yifan threw the processed meat into the pot and waited for it to cook, a cold, piercing mechanical voice suddenly exploded in the livestream. Global announcement, South Bang Country contestant Park Guk Chang, confirmed dead. Cause of death, extreme hunger, followed by low temperatures, leading to loss of judgment, accidental consumption of poisonous fruit, ultimately causing sudden cardiac arrest. Punishment imminent, all citizens of South Bang Country will have their lifespan reduced by 2 years. Freshwater resources within the country will be depleted by 30%. Random natural disasters, acid rain corrosion. The South Bang Country audience, who had just been mocking Dragon Country for seeming to have not eaten anything good in a long time, had their expressions instantly twisted. Before they could react, the sky over South Bang Country was suddenly covered by dark clouds. The next moment, acid rain poured down. The exterior walls of buildings started emitting white smoke, pedestrians on the streets screamed, and the outdoor creature's skin began to rapidly decay. The cabbages in the fields withered in an instant. Why? Why us? Help! My face. My eyes. Park Guk Chang. You killed us. Damn you. You damned bastard. This horrific scene spread worldwide through the livestream. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines in that instant. There was a brief vacuum in the comments section. At this moment, many people remembered the fear imposed by the National Luck game. And in the Dragon Country livestream, after a brief silence, emotions erupted. Although we shouldn't gloat, but this feels so good. Weren't they the ones who cursed us the most? The way of heaven is just. The heavens spare no one. Look at them, now look at our ye God. I want to cry. Almost no one paid attention to the man, Park Gukchang, who had stripped himself in the national competition livestream after succumbing to hypothermia. But even if anyone had noticed, it wouldn't have mattered, because a new South Korean player had already been chosen. How about some organs? As Yifan waited for the meat to cook, he began slicing into the wolf's liver with his knife. After confirming there were no visible parasites, he threw it onto the fire to roast. Without salt, in the wild, the blood and organs of carnivores are the best source of salt and trace minerals. You need to eat to gain strength. But at the same time, the blood and organs of carnivores are the places most likely to harbor parasites and bacteria. One wrong move, and your life could be over. So, you have to be extra careful. Outside the screen, global viewers watched the scene, their hearts utterly crushed. Lighthouse Country viewer, F***CK. The Koreans are getting acid rain, and this guy is grilling meat? Johnson. Can you do something? Sakura Country viewer, Baka. Our player Kamayama is still eating raw fish, and he's drinking hot soup? Dragon Country viewer, Slurp. This is the wild on the tip of the tongue. Ye God, leave me a bite. No wonder such reactions came from them. Lighthouse Country's seed player, Johnson, was lying on the ice, trying to dig out a small fish frozen in the ice layer. His lips were turning purple, and he only had half a block of compressed biscuit, as hard as stone, in his hand. Protein. I need protein. Johnson had originally been a muscular man, standing 2 meters tall. But after this time in the national competition, he had shrunk so much that it was hard to recognize him. It was almost impossible to make out his human form. My biceps are shrinking. I can feel it, that's the sound of muscle loss. Damn it, no protein powder. No steroids. No nitrogen pump. I'm done for. God, please let me bleed, but don't let me lose muscle. Sadly, his prayers went unheard, and the national competition didn't care. Perhaps it was because of differing positions. Anyway, catching that fish was incredibly difficult for him. On the other side, Yifan's piece of meat was already cooked. One bite of meat, and a warm sensation instantly exploded in his stomach, spreading like a current of warmth throughout his body. His whole body seemed to come back to life. Ha! After eating and drinking for a while, Yifan finally sighed contentedly, his eyes unconsciously squinting as he felt the long-lost feeling of being full. He was so happy he could fall asleep right there. But just then, an odd noise suddenly came from the cave entrance. Poo-so. Poo-so. Yifan immediately became alert. The sound was like something heavy pressing down on the snow. A large animal? Or something else? Yifan's gaze instantly became sharp, and the carving knife appeared in his hand. His ears carefully listened. When he confirmed the sound was still there, he peered out through the ventilation hole in the snow wall blocking the cave entrance. But what he saw made his heart race. The light from the opening had completely vanished, replaced by something huge, black, wet, and long. It was forcing its way through. Sniff, sniff. The thing was crazily twitching, accompanied by heavy breathing, and 2 streams of hot, wet whiteness sprayed through the ventilation hole, directly hitting Yifan's face. The hot air carried a nauseating, fishy smell that instantly overpowered the scent of cooked meat in the cave. It was a nose. A black nose, bigger than a human fist. This isn't a wolf's nose. Wolves don't have noses that big. Is this a bear? Or a wild boar? Chapter 5, you must take the initiative to strike. Roar. A roar sounded, and Yifan's pupils suddenly contracted. His body instantly tensed, hair standing on end. With his expert hunting skills, he immediately realized. What is this? A brown bear. An adult brown bear. The absolute ruler of this wilderness. Large individuals can weigh over 800 kilograms, and in extreme cases, can exceed 1,100 kilograms. Its claws are extremely sharp, and its paw strike can reach up to 1,600 kilograms. This power is enough to crush a bison's spine or a thick tree trunk. Its bite force is also incredibly strong. With a bite force over 500 kilograms, it can easily crush a reindeer's leg bone. In front of this creature, humans are nothing more than paper. In the livestream, Zhu Weiqiang had already turned pale with fear and slid off his chair. It's a brown bear. It's over. All over. Yifan is trapped in the cave, there's no way to escape. This is a deadlock. It's like catching a turtle in a jar. We're really done for. At that moment, with a crash sound, the door-like snow wall that Yifan hastily made with snow and branches collapsed easily when the brown bear rammed it, like a wafer biscuit. The cold wind instantly poured into the warm cave. But at this moment, no one thought about warmth. Everyone clearly saw, at the moment the snow wall collapsed, a huge, ferocious bear head brutally squeezed through. Without any flashy special effects, just the giant bear paw and its long fangs were enough to suffocate anyone. The live stream room immediately exploded. Holy crap! How is this bear so huge? Is the original owner of this cave back? It's over, it's over. Yifan took someone else's nest and now the real owner is blocking the door. Now he's done for. Trapped in a small cave, the bear's blocking the exit, and there's nowhere to run. As these panicked comments appeared on the screen, some unpleasant comments quickly followed. Ha ha ha, it's karma. Laughing at us South Koreans, seems like you guys are out of luck too, Simida. Couldn't last 3 hours, huh? I thought this guy could really make it. I'm already preparing to step into Dragon Country's territory. After the national game clears out all the Dragon Country people, we'll occupy Dragon Country as quickly as possible. When the brown bear appeared, everyone went wild. Is there really no way out? Sabinang looked at the brown bear on the screen and couldn't help but speak. It's extremely slim, extremely slim. Xu Weichang sighed, in this kind of environment, bears are usually hibernating, and for it to appear here, there's only one possibility, its hibernation spot was destroyed, or it was driven out. The low temperature will make the bear even more violent. Remember when our contestant encountered a brown bear in the autumn? Back then, the bear didn't have any survival crisis, but now, any food will make it desperate. What's more, there's a cave here that could make it hibernate again. Listening to Xu Weichang's words, many people even forgot to send comments. Everyone was staring at the screen tightly. They watched as the giant beast slowly crushed Yifan's last line of defense. Roar! As if to confirm Xu Weichang's words, the brown bear became even more furious. With this roar, it stopped testing the waters and charged directly inside. Want to eat? Then here you go. Yifan gritted his teeth and picked up the big iron pot, throwing it directly at the bear's giant face. Here's your soup. Splash! Yifan splashed forward. The entire pot of hot meat soup, mixed with grease, along with large chunks of wolf meat, poured straight onto the most sensitive parts of the bear's body. Its nose and eyes. Some even poured directly into its throat, which was roaring open. Howl! A scream so sharp and distorted echoed immediately. High temperatures are a deep-rooted fear for any animal. But that's not all. Yifan didn't hesitate at all. He quickly grabbed several burning pine branches from the fire. His movements were extremely fast. With his left hand, he grabbed the fishing line, and with his right, he swiftly cut a piece of wolf's subcutaneous fat. The whole process took no more than 2 seconds. He tightly wrapped the fat around the torch. The high temperature instantly melted the fat. The sizzling sound rang out as the flames shot high into the air. Taking advantage of the brown bear's blocked line of sight and its painful howls, Yifan held the torch and forcefully thrust it into the bear. The grease was sticky. The wolf's oil stuck to the bear's fur on its face. The flames roared to life with a loud whoosh. The once fierce brown bear instantly recoiled as if struck by electricity, its massive body frantically struggling backward. Animals are afraid of fire. With flames suddenly appearing on its face, how could the brown bear not be terrified? Soon, the creature backed out of the cave, even crashing its head into a nearby tree trunk in agony and panic, shaking off countless snowflakes. It desperately scratched its face with its claws, rolling madly on the snow, trying to ease the burning sensation with the cold. It even quickly ran toward the hillside. What a waste of that wolf meat. Humph, I'll get this bill back from your bear paws one day, Yifan couldn't help but snort coldly as he watched the scene. Many viewers in the livestream breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Host's desperate survival, extremely calm action shocked the world, shock value plus 10,060. Crisis averted? No. Yifan knew this was only temporary. It will come back, those attacks just now won't cause it much harm. I need to find a way to reinforce the cave entrance. With that thought, Yifan immediately began collecting any materials he could find: wolf bones, broken wolf pelts that were useless, birch tree fibers. Finishing it off? Yifan didn't even think about it. At this moment, the brown bear was simply panicking because it encountered an attack it had never experienced before. It hadn't suffered any real harm. With the carving knife in his hand, it couldn't even pierce the bear's neck. How could he possibly win? Right now, the most important thing was to reinforce the cave entrance, to prepare for the next sudden attack. Before that, he had to make sure his body temperature wouldn't drop too much. If possible, he would also think about how to kill the creature. Watching Yifan constantly collect snow, melting it, then mixing wolf bones, wolf pelts, birch tree fibers, and crushed stones to fill the entrance, then slowly pouring the melted snow water, the viewers in the livestream were a bit confused. Why was this method different from before? Using hot water to slowly build it up. Although the water splashed on the surface immediately turned into frost upon contact with the air, hardening at a visible speed. But how long would this take? Before the bear comes back, the door to block the cold wind still wouldn't be finished. Ice concrete. Zhu Weiqian's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "Don't think this is just ordinary ice." During World War II, scientists discovered that mixing water with sawdust, cotton, and other fibers, then freezing it, made it as hard as concrete, even able to stop bullets. Yifan is using wolf fur, bones, and birch tree fibers as the fibers, combined with the current extreme cold of over -30 degrees, rapidly forming an ice door. Once successful, its hardness will be dozens of times that of ordinary ice. Even a brown bear couldn't smash it. As the layers stacked up, the ice wall at the entrance became thicker. It looked like an incredibly strong defense. Just as people were starting to relax, the sound of heavy footsteps once again echoed. The brown bear had indeed not left. From the sound, it should be nearby. The livestream's chat became tense again. Oh my god, this bear really holds a grudge, huh? Can't get out now. We're really trapped. We're doomed. The wall we just built isn't even dry yet, right? Just then, an angry low growl came from outside the cave. Boom! The next second, a massive explosion shook the cave. The brown bear seemed to want to take revenge for the earlier arrow, charging with momentum and crashing violently into the new wall at the cave entrance. A scene that made the whole world stare in shock happened. That trash wall that looked messy and without order, under the hit of the giant beast, only shook off a few bits of ice, and actually, did not move at all. Instead, the brown bear outside let out a low painful groan. If it can block attacks, does that mean there is no problem? What if that thing stays outside forever? The feeling of despair appeared once again. But Yifan's face did not show much panic. He leaned against the rock wall, played with the carving knife in his hand. "Since you won't leave, then don't leave. This bear skin is just right for me to make a coat. But before that, I still need to properly improve myself." System, open the panel. Ever since he got this system, he had not had time to properly look at what functions it had. Chapter 6 Lottery. Lottery. It can even boost manhood? The moment the thought fell, a half-transparent blue panel that only Yifan could see floated in front of his eyes. Host, Yifan. Constitution, 7, long-term poor nutrition, slightly lower than the normal average of 10. Strength, 8, explosive power is okay, endurance is lacking. Agility, 11, fast reaction, excellent nerve reflex. Spirit, 14, live 2 lives, strong will. Skills, hunting mastery, driving mastery. Talent, cold resistance. Current shock points, 40,438 points. Over 40,000 points? Yifan raised his eyebrow slightly, a bit too little. Mid-level lottery needs 100,000. High-level needs 1 million. There is even a god-level shop not unlocked yet, which also needs shock points. Even though he already used 20,000 before, it still felt too little. He also did not know how these shock points were counted. Forget it. This is not the time to get stuck on this. Turning it into real strength as fast as possible is the most important thing. This body quality simply has a fatal flaw. Constitution 7, Strength 8. In this extreme cold environment, it is simply paper thin. Even with cold resistance, without that bowl of hot soup holding him up, he would probably have collapsed already from that high-intensity door blocking just now. System, basic lottery. All in, draw everything. There is a bear outside staring fiercely. With this body of his, forget killing a bear, even killing a wild boar would be hard. Yifan knew that what he lacked most right now was strength. This shock point thing, he could earn it again after using it up. It must be turned into strength as soon as possible. With the order given, 40,000 shock points instantly went to 0. Ding. Consumed 40,000 shock points, lottery completed. Congratulations to the host for completing a basic lottery, gained free attribute points +2. Congratulations to the host for completing a basic lottery, gained system plugin, animal and plant encyclopedia. Congratulations to the host for completing a basic lottery, gained strength attribute points +3. Congratulations to the host for completing a basic lottery, gained skill, trap making mastery. Just like the last emergency lottery, there was no sense of ceremony at all, no wheel, no boxes, nothing. After points were deducted, a pile of prompt sounds just popped out directly. Attribute points? Encyclopedia? Skill? Before Yifan could react, he felt that the soreness in his body seemed to fade a lot in this instant, and then there was nothing after that. His strength jumped from 8 to 11, he clearly felt his body become much lighter, but the biggest change was that a lot of trap-making knowledge instantly appeared in his mind. Not to mention anything else, just the roll of transparent fishing line in his hand now felt like it could turn into parts of countless death traps at any time. Noose traps, trip lines, elastic triggers, gravity traps. So this is what adding points feels like? With a thought, Yifan immediately added the 2 free points to Constitution. In extreme cold land, staying alive is the real rule. The better the Constitution, the higher the chance to live. The moment the points were added successfully, he felt his weakness fade a lot, and his breathing became long and strong. This round is really a huge win. Right now he got the skills he needed, his body was fully improved, and he also got an animal and plant encyclopedia, which simply means an identification system. Any animal or plant, just scan it once, and you can know if it can be eaten, and how to eat it. It's not like the South Korean contestant who ended up killing himself. The strength is here, the skills are here, now all that's left is the materials. Yifan didn't rush to act. Instead, he walked to the cave entrance and peered outside through a small hole in the ice wall. The snowstorm outside seemed to have lessened a bit, but the suffocating pressure still hung in the air. The brown bear, though retreating for now, would definitely not be going far. We can't just sit here and wait to die in the cave. Yifan's eyes narrowed, and he made a bold decision. He had to go outside. Only by setting traps outside could he truly turn the tables and take control of the situation. Otherwise, once the bear recovered, the seemingly solid ice wall wouldn't hold up for long. Carefully, he broke a corner of the ice wall and crawled out. The biting cold wind cut across his face like a knife. Yifan tightened his clothes and quickly began searching around the entrance of the cave. In addition to fishing line, he also needed heavy objects, sharp spikes, and suitable trigger points. The livestream viewers were growing anxious, not understanding why Yifan was heading outside. Before survival expert Zhu Weiqiang could finish analyzing, Yifan had already found a large pile of dry branches and loose stones on a wind-blocking rock face on the side of the cave entrance. He immediately ran over. There should be plenty of useful things to find here. Just as he was about to move a stone to use as a weight for a hammer, his action suddenly paused. In the cracks between the stones, near the traces of the pit the bear had dug, there was an unremarkable plant growing. The plant was thin and tough, with dark green leaves edged with tiny serrations, and the surface of the leaves was covered with a thin waxy coating. This is... A name suddenly flashed in Yifan's mind, but he quickly chose to trigger the botanical encyclopedia. These traditional herbs should not be touched lightly. The next second, information about the plant appeared before him. Name, kidney essence tea. Description, strengthens the waist and kidneys, clears heat and promotes water flow, treats snake bites, boils, and abscesses, premature ejaculation, impotence, improves the body's immunity. Sure enough, this is what the people from the northeast call howling. Yifan's eyes lit up. This plant had extremely harsh growing conditions and was relatively rare. It was a real, certified entry in the Chinese pharmacopoeia. Its main function was indeed to enhance male vitality. But the immune-boosting aspect couldn't be overlooked either. In this wilderness, a strong immune system was like having a revival token that refreshed constantly. It was truly a miraculous medicine. With that thought, Yifan hurriedly dug up the plant, roots and all. Global announcement, Dragon Country contestant Yifan has successfully collected kidney essence tea, triggering an 8848x return reward. Reward, Dragon Country gains high-quality herbal resource, kidney essence tea *8848. It has been randomly distributed to pharmacies and supply points in major cities. Dragon Country official livestream. Host Sabining turned curiously to the guest seat. Teacher Zhu, what is kidney essence tea? As a traditional Chinese herb, what benefits does it have? The camera shifted to survival expert Zhu Weiqiang. Zhu Weiqiang, who had been talking confidently earlier, suddenly looked at the screen, his face turning red. He even seemed a little restless. It was as if he had developed a rash. Ahem, well, little Sa, this herb actually has a local name, called howling. Zhu Weiqiang hesitated for a while before finally speaking. It's a very important herb for men, you know what I mean? For men? Doesn't it have any use for women? What kind of diseases can it treat? Could Yifan have eaten it by mistake, and could that cause any adverse effects? Sabining, with his professional spirit of asking all the tough questions, pressed on. Given our country's resource shortage, if this herb can cure illnesses and save lives, it would be a great contribution. Zhu Weiqiang awkwardly coughed twice, finally saying, well, its main function is to boost the body's immunity. To strengthen the body, so there won't be any major problems. Of course, it has a side effect, that is, it can make men, cough, revive their masculine strength. The effect is immediate. This thing is much stronger than Viagra. Oh no, it's way more powerful than ordinary tonics. Put. When Sabining heard the first half, just as he was about to say good luck, the second half came out and he sprayed it all. The entire chat room of Longway experienced a brief vacuum, then exploded instantly. Wow. Got it. I understand. I thought this name was quite inappropriate. Yishan is amazing. This is the strategic material we need. Forget about oil and minerals for now, this is what we really need. I have a friend who is terminally ill, and before he dies, he wants to get a hold of this grass. Hey upstairs, is that friend you mentioned yourself? Speaking of supplements, I couldn't help but laugh. The competitor from the neighboring clock country is on the island map, trying to make herring canned food. I can even smell it through the screen. The guy from the neighboring Asan country is staring at a giant lizards but looking quite strange. I suspect he's thinking of something blasphemous. Should we go block that possibility? The admirer of the bear grandpa in Lighthouse country is preparing to drink his own urine in the desert. Isn't this even more interesting? As long as I don't look at Asan, I think the world is still beautiful. Isn't the topic going off track? Shouldn't we thank Ishan now? My wife no longer has to worry about paying tribute. Not only in the chat room, but even in the originally serious Longwa senior meeting room, the atmosphere changed strangely upon hearing this. Ahem, although it's a bit unseemly, but this thing can strengthen the body, it's a good thing. A good thing. However, ahem, let's prioritize supplying it to those in need. While they were discussing this, the foreigners were overwhelmed. Years ago, for this, they could eat mummy powder, spider powder, frog juice, sparrow brains, and iguana, such ridiculous things. It had already proven how desperately they desired it. Yifan didn't know that the grass he casually dug up was making the entire planet's atmosphere become strange. After storing the grass well, he got busy. This thing is a great tonic. But the weak should not be supplemented. Eating it directly now might cause a nosebleed. The focus now is still to quickly set traps. With the skill of master trapmaker, he saw everything around him differently. He quickly built a gravity trigger area using a few giant stones and accumulated snow at the cave entrance. Then he pulled out the transparent fishing line and performed an extremely complex weave, increasing its strength. Then he dug a shallow pit and inserted several sharpened hardwoods at the bottom of the pit. Lastly, he used fishing lines to make snares, covering the shallow pit with a thin layer of snow. Everything was set, and he threw all the extra wolf intestines into this trap. This is a chain kill zone. As long as that bear dares to charge from the front, the snare will trip it first, its body will fall toward the sharp wooden stakes on the ground due to inertia, while the giant ice rock above will fall. Not dead, but it will at least lose some skin. Come on, beast, I want to see if your skin is tough, or if my brain is sharper. After finishing all this, Yifan quickly retreated back into the snow cave and sealed the entrance again, leaving only a small gap to observe. Time passed second by second. The sky grew darker, and the wind and snow became stronger. Rustle. Rustle. Lying next to the campfire to rest, Yifan suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing this sound. Chapter 7, This guy actually ate people. Huff, huff. The heavy footsteps were exceptionally clear. Accompanying it were bursts of heavy breathing. Yifan could be certain that he was definitely not hearing things. It's here. Quickly getting up, through the gap in the ice wall, Yifan saw a gigantic black shadow swaying down from the slope. Maybe it's true that experience brings wisdom. This guy didn't charge in recklessly like last time, but instead lowered his steps, inching closer. Yifan's reaction instantly jolted many people awake. In the official livestream room, Xu Wei Chang, who was just about to take a break, gripped the corner of the desk tightly, his knuckles turning white. This bear has learned to be smart, it's flanking from the side. It's trying to bypass the blind spot right in front and go straight for the sidewall. The bear's urge for revenge is very strong, it won't stop until it achieves its goal. Yifan is now in a more dangerous situation than before. Hearing his words, the audience in the livestream room became tense. But compared to them, Yifan remained remarkably calm. He stayed at the cave entrance, tilting his head slightly, his ears keenly catching the sounds. His mastery of hunting and traps made his hearing exceptionally sharp. He could hear the crunch of snow being deeply pressed and the sound of traps being triggered. 3, 2, 1. Yifan quietly counted down. Those who witnessed everything were baffled, unsure of what he was counting. Bang! At the moment he finished counting down, the broadcast suddenly cut to outside the cave. With a sharp sound like a bowstring snapping, the fishing line trap he set suddenly broke. However, this fishing line did not trip the bear. At the moment it snapped, the gravity pit trap was triggered. Roar! The brown bear, silently creeping closer, suddenly felt a tightness at its feet, followed by a violent wind above its head. 2 rocks, weighing over 100 pounds combined, came crashing down. Bang! With a dull thud, the rock struck the bear's spine. The ground seemed to tremble. Even though this bear was tough, the severe blow to its spine made it let out a terrifying scream. Its massive body stumbled and fell forward. However, this was just the beginning. It seemed Yifan had calculated this from the start. The spot where it fell was exactly over the spike pit. Splat! Splat! Several sharpened wooden stakes dug harshly into the bear's abdomen and chest. Blood instantly drenched the trap. The brown bear let out a deafening roar, but trying to struggle was incredibly challenging. Twisting its body to free itself from these deadly stakes only made them stab deeper. Now's the time. Inside the snow cave, Yifan had somehow tied the carving knife to a stick and dashed out of the cave. The live stream room erupted with terrified screams. Is he crazy? The trap has already caught the bear, why is he going out? That's a raging brown bear. It could crush his head with one slap. I can't imagine how terrifying a crazed bear can be. Unlike these ordinary viewers, Zhu Weichang suddenly stood up, his eyes excited. Yes. This is how it should be. Now is the best chance for a kill. The probability of this trap holding the bear is too low, he must strike while it's wounded. Not a moment to hesitate. Tying the carving knife to a stick is a brilliant choice. In the Northeast, there's a common weapon used by hunters called a spear knife, which is actually similar to an ancient blunt knife. In normal times, it can serve as a firewood cutter or a production tool, but when fighting beasts or people, it can be adapted like a shovel and turned into a big blade. Though Yifan's carving knife may not have this function, tying it on still works. This effectively extends attack range, enhances leverage, and reduces energy expenditure. While Zhu Weichang was still rambling, Yifan was already very close to the trap. Roar! As if sensing Yifan's approach, the bear in the trap let out a deafening roar. It seemed to want to scare Yifan away with this sound. Yifan knew this. Without any hesitation, he continued to approach. This brown bear, truly a beast of the dominant level. Even with its spine smashed and abdomen stabbed, it still had the strength to fight back. It swung its bare paws wildly, leaving deep, bottomless claw marks with each hit at the edge of the pit. If that claw hit a human, one would either die or be severely injured. Want to fight to the death? It's too late. Die. Yifan made a quick turn, coming directly to the side and back of the brown bear, suddenly striking in the blind spot of its vision. This strike went straight for the brown bear's eye. Puff! The carving knife instantly pierced into the brown bear's left eye, straight into its brain. Whoa! With a horrifying howl, the bear's life began to rapidly drain away. No matter how this guy struggled in its final moments, Yifan held the wooden stick tightly. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Until the bear was completely still, its wounds still spurting blood, Yifan finally pulled out his homemade spear. He fell weakly onto the snow, exhausted. He won. Finally, he had won. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream erupted in excitement. Damn! It worked! Amazing, this trap is incredible, and so is Yifan. One link after another, he made sure the bear had no chance. Expert Zhu's prediction was spot on. That knife with a stick is brilliant. So thrilling. This is what our Dragon Kingdom men are like. What special forces, what survival experts, all are younger brothers before Yifan. Meanwhile, a grand mechanical voice echoed once again. Global announcement, Dragon Kingdom contestant Yifan successfully collected a brown bear, triggering a 9,999 times return reward. Reward, Dragon Kingdom receives high-quality meat resource brown bear, 650 kilograms, *99.99. Randomly delivered to warehouses and supply points in major cities. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom gain +1 in physique. At the moment the announcement dropped, countless weak patients in the Dragon Kingdom suddenly felt a warm flow surge through their bodies, their pale faces becoming flushed. Some patients in hospitals receiving emergency treatment reacted most clearly. With the arrival of the national fortune punishment, countless people's bodies had been completely tense, on the brink of death. But in an instant, they regained health. Thank you, Yifan. I can eat meat now. My asthma seems to be cured? Thank you, Yifan. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. While they cheered, spectators from other countries were truly blown away. Seeing Yifan successfully deal with this brown bear, many people became completely speechless. In just one day, how could Yifan accomplish so much? Even Navy SEALs couldn't do this. They didn't know how many contestants from other countries had been surviving in the wilderness for so long without achieving these feats. How did Yifan accomplish this? They were so stunned that they didn't want to speak. But unexpectedly, this national fortune game was also cheating. It triggered returns 3 times in one day. This is just absurd. Why? Why had they not received any returns for so long? Countless people sent messages filled with resentment, which only made the people of the Dragon Kingdom even happier. After confirming that the bear was dead, Yifan did not recklessly approach. Who knows if the bear was just playing dead? Looking at the bleeding wound, he turned straight back into the cave, resting for a moment. After his body temperature and strength recovered, he began to think, this bear skin is the best coat, bear meat is the best food, bear oil is the best fuel, but the bear bile seems useless to me, what a pity. While Yifan said this, his smile grew even broader. With this bear, his chances of survival this winter would greatly increase. After a long while, he finally left the cave again, jumped directly into the trap, enduring the sharp smell of blood as he began to process the corpse. However, before he could do much, his movements suddenly froze. By the light of the torch, Yifan keenly noticed that there seemed to be something inside the blood-stained belly of the bear. That was neither a branch nor a stone. Yifan extended his hand and forcefully pulled out the strange object. It was a tooth. A broken human molar, still attached to the root. And in the gap of the tooth, there hung a small strand of broken, dark green fiber. Yifan recognized it at a glance. This was not a natural fiber. Nylon fabric. This is... Yifan's pupils constricted suddenly, a chill ran straight to the crown of his head. Why would a bear have human teeth and nylon fabric in its body? Moreover, judging by the fracture marks on the tooth, it was clearly left recently. Did this bear eat a person? It seemed this was the only possibility. Chapter 8, done. It must be in hand. He carefully examined it by the firelight. Yifan's expression gradually changed. This was indeed a molar. However, it was a molar with a root canal treatment, embedded with a high-strength zirconia porcelain crown. It was likely because of this that the crown was not digested, and he didn't know why it hadn't been expelled. Yifan didn't hesitate, not caring about the foul smell coming from the stomach, and quickly continued to search through the bear's stomach. Ha! Yifan soon found a slightly deformed metal tag. By the firelight, the stamped English letters were faintly discernible, seeming to be U.S. Navy SEALs, Smith. Holding this metal piece, Yifan curled the corner of his mouth into a playful cold smile. Looks like this beast had a good diet, eating someone wealthy. Just as he was pondering these thoughts, the camera in the live stream zoomed in, and the audience from Lighthouse Country, who originally wanted to see jokes from the Dragon Country, suddenly felt as if a hand had gripped their necks. Isn't that Mr. Smith's tag? No. Oh God. Did Smith really get eaten by a bear in the woods? Could it really be this bear? Damn. Smith had a super engineer shovel. A portable, foldable military design, military-grade steel, fiberglass handle, with serrated edges, a shovel, a pick, a saw, a bottle opener, and over a dozen functions. And he got eaten by this bear without even using it much. Looking at these comments from the audience of Lighthouse Country, the viewers from Dragon Country had their eyes light up. Smith. This guy had randomly gotten quite a few good things. If they could loot the bag, they would strike it rich. National Fortune Wilderness. After confirming the identity, Yifan did not show fear. Instead, the light in his eyes grew even hotter. If the dead was a poor man, that would just be bad luck. But if the dead was Smith, then this wasn't a corpse, it was a treasure being delivered. However, Yifan did not rush to act. The blizzard outside seemed to be intensifying. It was still broad daylight. The temperature was plummeting at a terrifying rate. Even with cold resistance, after staying away from the fire for too long, his hands and feet began to stiffen. Even with a torch nearby, he was starting to struggle. He needed to quickly deal with this bear. Sizzle. The carving knife was small, but under the mastery of hunting, its effectiveness was not bad. In no time, he had pulled out the organs. He simply tossed all the organs onto a nearby tree. The bear's organs were different from the wolf's. To be realistic, dogs wouldn't even eat bear organs. Not out of fear. It was because they were inedible. Especially the brown bears. Humans can't swallow them at all. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about attracting other ferocious beasts like wolves by throwing them away. The bear itself was a top predator, and most wild beasts did not dare to approach. Especially entities weaker than bears and other bears. Because adult bears have a habit of killing other bear cubs. Mother bears would never allow their cubs to come near. After discarding the organs a distance away, Yifan completely skinned the bear. Nothing was better than bear skin for warmth. With this, he could stay outside for a much longer time. Never again will it be just a few minutes before I can't hold on any longer and need to return to the shelter. Next comes the process of dividing the bear meat and collecting the bear fat. But as he dealt with the limbs, Yifan's movement suddenly slowed down. He picked up a huge bear paw but didn't rush to chop it off. Instead, he leaned closer to the firelight, closely examining the thick paw pad. Something feels off. Yifan furrowed his brow, pressing his finger hard against the thick, rough flesh of the bear paw. Although the paw pad is worn, the keratin layer is still intact, and there are no deep frost cracks or blisters that are unique to long-distance travel. The residues in the fingers are pretty much the same as this forest. In this deep snow environment, it has moved at most 30 to 40 kilometers. 30 kilometers. Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. At this distance, it seems worthwhile to take a trip and see what I can find. Smith was eaten when winter was almost here. This means that the place where Smith was eaten should not be far from this bear's den. When Yifan was on Earth, he had watched the footage of Smith before his death. If he could find it, then Smith's belongings would belong to him. Just thinking about Smith's gear made Yifan's heart race. His analysis was broadcast through the national live stream. In the official live room of the Dragon Country. Xu Weiqian listened to Yifan's analysis and couldn't help but nod heavily, picking up the conversation to explain. Yifan's judgment is very accurate. We must know that hibernating bears are extremely unwilling to wake up, their metabolism drops to the lowest, and once they wake up and start moving, the energy consumption is enormous. Usually, bears wake up during hibernation for 3 reasons. First, the cave collapses or floods. Second, they are driven away by stronger relatives. Third, they are seriously frightened, such as by an avalanche or explosion. No matter which situation, it shows that this bear was forced to be active. Xu Weiqian pointed at the bear corpse on the screen, speaking rapidly. As Yifan said, this bear's original den is located about 30 kilometers from here, in some low-altitude valley. Because red pine forests usually grow in low-altitude, sheltered areas. And we know that the area where Smith died is near this bear's den, so... Hearing this, host Sabinian gasped, does that mean Yifan really has a chance to find the supply Smith left behind? There is a chance. And a big one. Zhu Weiqiang's eyes flashed with excitement. Bears don't eat metal or nylon backpacks. Smith's luxurious individual equipment is likely scattered around the bear den or somewhere along the way. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage exploded. The viewers from Dragon Country initially worried that Yifan would run too far and not make it back, but now hearing it's only 30 kilometers, they suddenly got excited. 30 kilometers? If it's flat ground, I can go back and forth in a day. Don't forget Yi God can ride a pot. If he makes a sled, he'll fly. That might not work, not everywhere is suitable for sliding. Who cares, we have to go on foot. That's Smith's legacy. Smith, I am the transport chief of the Lighthouse Country, please receive your package. Meanwhile, the audience from the Lighthouse Country was completely anxious. That damn Dragon Country person will definitely freeze to death on the way. Put down our engineer shovel. That is the high-tech product of the Lighthouse Country. Damn it, that shovel can even be used as a frying pan. If he had that shovel, this damn Dragon Country person could definitely survive longer. In the scene. Yifan seemed to have thought of this point too. He desperately needed that shovel. In this severe cold land, to build a sturdier shelter and dig deeper traps, relying on what he had in hand was too inefficient. And Smith didn't just get a shovel. His initial equipment was a military shovel, a first aid kit, and a lighter. Although he didn't lack fire now, the other 2 were urgently needed. Not to mention, the bandages, hemostatic drugs, and antibiotics in the first aid kit were essential guarantees for survival in the wilderness. In this cursed place where even a cold can be deadly, a box of antibiotics is worth a life, let alone a first aid kit. Let's do it. Yifan made a quick decision. Fortune favors the bold. Though this 30-kilometer trek was difficult and uncertain, leading to possible disorientation or wrong places. Compared to doing nothing, or living with such pitiful equipment, there was no doubt that looting was the most cost-effective choice. Since Brother Smith is being so polite, bringing the equipment right to my doorstep, then I won't hold back. Chapter 9, Set Off. Loot. Hurry. 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 After going back and forth for over an hour, Yifan returned to the cave several times to warm up and recover, successfully collecting all valuable parts from the bear. By this time, it was already late at night. After confirming there was no danger, Yifan leaned directly against the campfire, feeling drowsy, almost falling asleep. But just then, suddenly, a cold voice sounded in every contestant's mind. Today's settlement time. Number of deaths today, 341 people. Remaining survivors, 8,601 people. Survivors, the night is the carnival of death, please try to survive tonight. Hearing this cold number, Yifan's breath clearly paused for a moment, but soon he adjusted his mindset and tightened his bear fur coat. He continued to try to sleep. But, over 300 contestants dying in one day. How could that not affect his mindset? The next morning. Yifan woke up early. The ice wall at the cave entrance grew even harder than iron after a night of freezing. The cold wind outside remained fierce. Perhaps because it was morning, the temperature was even slightly lower than the night before. He had already decided to loot. But before that, he needed to make adequate preparations. Traveling 30 to 40 kilometers across this extreme icy wasteland was extremely dangerous. System, start the primary lottery. Yesterday's precise slaughter of the brown bear, the autopsy analysis, and the deaths of contestants from the lighthouse country, combined with the subsequent shockwave, had significantly restored his shock value. Enough to complete 3 primary draws. Adhering to the principle of quickly realizing strength, Yifan decided to gamble again. Ding! Consume 30,000 shock value, lottery completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary draw, gained 1 free attribute point. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary draw, gained blueprint, wooden cabin construction blueprint. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary draw, gained skill, master tailoring. Master tailoring? Yifan's eyes lit up, a timely gift arriving when he was feeling drowsy. He had been worried that the raw bear skin wouldn't be properly handled and would become stiff and unwearable. But after the lottery was completed, countless tips about fur tanning and sewing flooded into his mind. With these techniques, he could easily utilize the bear skin perfectly. Although the blueprint for the wooden cabin was temporarily useless, Yifan was still very excited. The wooden cabin is a very common traditional building from the bear country. It was certainly suitable for dealing with the harsh cold here. But to build a wooden cabin, a large amount of wood was needed, not to mention whether Yifan's physical strength could handle it. Cutting down trees was a very difficult task. In any case, it was impossible to use it right now. But the tailoring skill could solve the most troublesome problem at hand. He casually added the free attribute point to his physical strength and then focused on the bear skin. Soon he spread the huge bear skin out on the snow. The knife in his hand began to move swiftly, carving. Sizzle. Sizzle. The blade scraped across the skin, removing the remaining fat and membrane, producing a rhythmic sound. In the official livestream of the Lighthouse Nation. Special guest, former Navy SEAL instructor and survival expert Jones, watched the scene with a cold smile on his face. Stupid. This Dragon Country person thinks that just skinning it will make it wearable? At minus 40 degrees Celsius, fresh skin with moisture will quickly freeze hard, becoming as brittle as a steel plate. Without professional tanning liquid and a constant temperature drying room, he won't be able to process this skin at all. This will only be a relatively thin and hard skin, which not only won't keep him warm but will also tear his skin like a blade at the edges. To rely on this to travel dozens of kilometers to find Mr. Smith's relics, that's impossible. His words instantly garnered the agreement of countless viewers from the Lighthouse Nation. Exactly. Hearing Mr. Jones's analysis, I feel much more at ease. Waiting for the Dragon Country person to ruin the skin and freeze to death on the road. I hope this guy never gets Mr. Smith's relics. However, the next second, they all froze. After simply processing the fur, Yifan surprisingly moved the bear's head out again. Then, in front of everyone, he directly smashed the huge bear head, extracting the white brain matter. Almost everyone watching was going crazy with question marks. They didn't know what Yifan was planning. Jones directly started to rant. What is this guy doing? Is he suddenly thinking of eating brain? In the official livestream of the Dragon Country, Xu Weichang suddenly slapped the table, excitedly flushed. As expected of Yishan, he even knows such a rare method. This is the legendary brain tanning method. It is a very, very ancient, even the oldest fur processing technique. From a scientific perspective, the brain matter contains natural emulsifying enzymes and fats that can perfectly soften the fibers. However, processing the fur requires a lot of strength and precise force, which is hard for ordinary people to achieve. That foreigner Jones, who only knows how to use chemical agents in the lab, understands nothing about traditional skills. The comments suddenly exploded. What the heck? There's such a method? Teacher Zhu is tough. Take that, American guy. Damn. I've never seen hands as fast as Yishan's. You wouldn't be able to come up with this technique without 20 years of practice. While the comments section was buzzing, Yifan had already mixed the bear's brain matter with bear oil, evenly spreading it on the clean skin, then began to rub and stretch madly. With each rub, large amounts of heat rose. His technique was exquisite. Many people couldn't understand at all. But even if they couldn't understand, they could see that the bear skin, which seemed so tough at first, was actually beginning to become soft and fluffy in his hands. Seeing this scene, Jones from the Lighthouse Nation furrowed his brows tightly, yet still insisted, he has no needle, no thread, no buttons, it's simply impossible to make. But anyone who had been listening to his livestream would have noticed that his tone was no longer as firm as it was at the beginning. In fact, Yifan also couldn't allow him to stay firm any longer. No needle or thread. Then split the bear tendons into thin fibers. No buttons? Then use some bones from wolf bones to make simple openings. Even in his spare time, Yifan used a few thick bear ribs and that big black pot to make a sled. Sliding directly with the black pot was very difficult to control and prone to tipping over. But using birch branches for the bottom, along with the bear ribs, the situation changed. Controlling it became quite easy. It could even be said that it had turned into a small sled. More than an hour later. When Yifan appeared in front of the live stream camera again, global viewers were stunned. He was covered entirely by a giant brown bear fur cloak. The fur was shiny. Even his head was covered, revealing only 2 eyes and a mouth. Dominant. Wild. Like a savage war god emerged from ancient myths. Wow. This is so cool. Is this even survival? This is like a fashion show. How much would this bear fur coat sell for outside? Ha ha ha, is this the value of Leaf God? Starting with a knife, all gear made by himself. With this gear, Leaf God doesn't have to worry about freezing while wandering outside in the daytime, even in minus 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, he should be fine. Unlike the excitement of these viewers from the Dragon Country, viewers from other countries were filled with jealousy. Especially the comments from Lighthouse Country. They initially thought that since survival experts said so, Yifan would definitely fail and wouldn't be able to handle the bear fur, but now look at him. How long has it been? And he's already running around in a bear fur coat. The key is, it looks like a double layer, fur inside and fur outside. Does this mean Yifan is warmer than the bear now? Plus that Sled, how are they supposed to compete? Endless comments poured in. Yifan, however, was leisurely sealing his entrance. The bear meat and wolf meat he hunted were all inside. If something went in while he wasn't there and ate his stuff, he'd have no place to cry. So it had to be sealed tightly. Not a single hole could be left. After finishing everything, Yifan finally pulled the drag rope, took the pot, and stepped along the bear's traces, walking up the mountain. In the wind and snow, his movements were a bit slow. Step, breathe out. Step, breathe in. Repeated over and over. Too slow. At this speed, he won't get far before dark. If it were our Sakura Empire warriors, they would definitely choose to march quickly. Are people from the Dragon Country not full? They walk like old ladies. I think it's because they're wearing too much, they can't move at all? Countless foreigners couldn't help but mock Yifan's movements. But Zhu Weiqiang sneered, outsiders see the excitement, but insiders see the details. The first rule of Arctic marching is, absolutely do not sweat. Sweat freezing will take away core body temperature. Once you sweat, in low temperatures, you're not far from death. Yifan's speed is the textbook walking method, keeping the body warm and dry. Just as he spoke, Yifan in the middle of the screen suddenly stopped. In the next second, he unexpectedly changed direction. What was he doing? Chapter 10, Surprise Attack? What is that? Has he gone mad? Why avoid the good path and go into the jungle? That direction has thick snow. It doesn't look like a place the bear walked through. Yifan's sudden turn caught many people's attention. Many foreigners began to question in the comments. But their doubts didn't last long. Yifan suddenly swept away the snow covering the ground, and a bright orange-red color instantly dazzled everyone's eyes. On a dry branch buried in the snow, there were actually clusters of crystal-clear little berries hanging. They looked just like agate. Perhaps because they were frozen, they sparkled. Snap! Before people could react, a sound of ice cracking appeared. Without a moment of hesitation, Yifan directly threw the orange-red berries into his mouth. At the moment of biting, the sweet and sour icy juice burst open in his mouth. The intense taste sensation made Yifan tremble. Ah, refreshing. Yifan said as he continued to eat. Name, sea buckthorn fruit. On Earth, he had lost track of how long it had been since he had eaten fruit. If it weren't for the country's distribution of vitamin medications, diseases like scurvy and beriberi might have already appeared. Suddenly seeing so many sea buckthorn berries, how could he possibly resist? Soon, those starving audiences on Earth, who had gone days without proper nutrition, would understand what this thing was. They immediately exploded with excitement. F******. He's eating fruit? Is that fresh fruit? Our Hans has had his head bloody just to catch a mouse, and here he is eating fruit? Damn it! This is unfair. Why is it that the contestant from Dragon Country has such good luck? This has to be cheating. Why haven't our newly sent players encountered any food? Hee hee, eat up, laugh, this is your last supper. And the dragon people are still foolishly smiling? Little do they know that death is standing right behind them. Let alone these foreigners, even the dragon people, while happy for Yifan, were also grumbling about the luck game, wondering why there was no return now. So many sea buckthorns, if only they could be returned. Countless people watched as Yifan ate one sea buckthorn after another, envious tears streaming from the corners of their mouths. Never mind that Earth's resources had almost vanished, even among contestants in the wilderness world, few could enjoy such treatment. In the official live stream room of Gaul Country, their contestant Pierre was currently being attacked by a cat-like creature the size of a German shepherd. But this blonde, blue-eyed Gaul man couldn't even fight back. He didn't even have a proper weapon right now. Holding a dry tree branch with his white underwear tied to it, he was running madly forward while waving it around. "Non! Don't bite me! I surrender! I protest! The survival environment here is too harsh. Why do I have to face such a monster?" But how could such a reaction make a leopard stop its attack? The bullet comments instantly filled with ellipses. Is he waving a white flag? His movements are so skilled it's painful to watch. No wonder they say this is a nation of lightspeed surrender talent. I really don't know how he has lasted this long. And almost at the same time. In the official livestream room of Italy. Their contestant Mario had finally dug out a hard piece of compressed biscuit from a dead contestant's bag, only to scream sharply after glancing at the packaging. Mamma mia! Pineapple? Why is the compressed biscuit Hawaiian pizza flavor? This is blasphemy. This is an insult to food. That being said, he had already brought this compressed biscuit to his mouth. He was just too hungry. He had gone too long without eating. If it weren't for finding this treasure in time, he might have already lost it. The Dragon Country audience watching these scenes was left speechless. Sure enough, Ye God is reliable. But they also didn't consider what they could do themselves. In this wilderness world, everyone was full of helplessness. Danger was everywhere. Yifan didn't stay long. After collecting all the sea buckthorns, he continued to move forward. One step, one breath. So stable it was frightening. The people from Cherry Blossom Country were already extremely jealous. Seeing the situation, there was immediately chatter. Baka! Is this the speed of Dragon Country? At this rate, it will take until next year. Look at our great Cherry Blossom Empire's warrior Yamamoto-kun. Now that is a real man. In the official livestream room of Cherry Blossom Country, the scene suddenly changed. There, the Cherry Blossom Country contestant Yamamoto Ichifu was currently running wildly across the snowy land. He was wearing a tactical jacket, filled with who knows what, with a cloth strip tied on his head that had victory written in charcoal. His mouth shouted the spirit of the samurai, kicking up a long cloud of dust in the snow. Did you see that? This is called momentum. Yamamoto must have already found an important resource point and is charging toward the destination. What was happening here quickly reached the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom. He is looking for death. Zhu Chang coldly said after seeing Yamamoto's performance, such intense movement will definitely lead to a lot of sweat. He feels hot now, but as soon as he stops for a while, he will surely lose body heat. Unless he can find a wind-sheltered place and start a fire in a short time. In comparison, Yifan's slow movements were much more shrewd. Following the tracks of a brown bear, Yifan pressed on. During the journey, he didn't just focus on moving, his eyes kept wandering around. About an hour later, he suddenly stopped in front of a dead red pine forest. Yifan knocked on the tree roots with a stick and heard a dull echo inside. His eyes lit up. Good stuff. He quickly peeled off the outer skin with a carving knife, taking out the deep amber-colored translucent wood core carefully. Zhu Chang immediately explained, this is the legendary torch wood, formed from the oil residue after the pine tree dies, a natural windproof fire starter, the best kindling. Such things had appeared countless times already. The black pot on Yifan's vehicle was now filled with meat, eggs, fruits, and fuel. It was almost like a treasure chest. After collecting a large amount of torch wood, Yifan, once again satisfied, got back into the vehicle. As the terrain changed, a long downhill slope appeared ahead. Whoosh whoosh. After confirming the bear's direction, Yifan immediately used the black pot as a ground-skimming flying treasure. Gravitational potential energy converted to kinetic energy, the black pot sled traced a perfect arc. So fast. Because he was wearing a bearskin coat, Yifan didn't feel cold at all. Seeing this situation, the comments in the livestream changed dramatically. Ye God is incredibly fast. Look at that poor guy in the swamp next door. Are you talking about the player Juan from the Monkey Country? He is almost drained by leeches. Now every step he takes, he has to shake off leeches. The student from Han's country is still there meticulously calculating how to make a boat, that little ditch, and he has been calculating for an hour. He hasn't crossed the river yet. I'm anxious for him. If you ask me, the contestant from Pharaoh Country is the classic tale, trying to tame an ostrich as a mount, and ended up kicked away, doing a 3.5 twist in the air, and landing with a score of 0. Finally. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun tilted to the west. Yifan suddenly stepped on the brakes, stopping the sled. Not far ahead appeared a huge pit. There was also a fallen tree nearby. He could be sure that the bear had left from this place. Yifan didn't rush to explore the surroundings but jumped into the pit first to carefully check the situation of the cave. Sure enough. At the bottom of the cave, there was a thick layer of yellow ice, with traces of frantic scratching on the rock walls, and even a few broken bear claws embedded in the stones. Indeed, this wasn't a natural awakening. Yifan felt the layer of yellow ice, furrowing his brows. I don't know what caused a large amount of water to flood into the bear's den. This bear was awakened by icy water during hibernation. Extreme cold and fear caused it to go mad, violently destroying the big tree of the den to escape. Bears generally have two types of hibernation places. One is the kind of cave like Yifan's shelter, called a ground den. The other is a tree hole, similar to the bears in Bear's Life or Sandy the Squirrel in SpongeBob SquarePants. In the tree, it is called the Heavenly Warehouse Child. This is obviously a Heavenly Warehouse Child, and it has been destroyed by that bear itself. Official live broadcast room. Xu Weiqiang nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration. So professional. Yishan's analysis is very accurate. It should be this situation. In this situation, bears are actually very dangerous. They will attack anything they encounter. He can solve it, and even now I still feel somewhat dazed. Having confirmed the bear's lair location, Yifan stood upright, his gaze looking towards a patch of birch forest to the east. This is the starting point, so based on the live broadcast replay I watched in my past life. If I remember correctly, Smith was attacked at the edge of the birch forest. He struggled to climb the tree, but it was no use. Though brown bears seldom climb trees, they can climb. With a general direction, it became much easier to search. Yifan directly pulled the sled and walked towards the east. I hope that when I see the actual location, I can remember more or find some traces of battle. Otherwise, searching only under the snow would be a ridiculously difficult task. The situation was somewhat beyond Yifan's expectations. He originally thought about strolling around and recalling memories. But unexpectedly, not far out, he saw, under a sturdy birch tree, about 2 meters high from the ground, several deep claw marks. The tree bark was even stripped clean. Isn't this the very tree they climbed before? Found it. Yifan was overjoyed. The first crime scene has been found. Just explore around and finish the job. He directly took a stick and began to poke around nearby. Accumulated snow, frozen soil, plants, backpack, shovel, bones, these things felt completely different when poked with the stick. Smith's legacy. Yifan excitedly searched, but suddenly he felt a rustling sound coming from afar. Something's not right. It seems something is approaching. Yifan hurriedly stopped his actions. He quickly tied a knife to the stick. A beast? Or something else? The audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room instantly snapped back from their excitement. This is the wilderness. A wild beast could pop up at any moment. No, a group could pop up at any moment. After 2 days together, they already knew that Yifan was extremely keen. If he was this alert, then something big must really be approaching, right? In fact, Yifan was even more nervous than they imagined. He could hear the sound of breathing and footsteps. Someone. Yifan suddenly felt something was off. He quickly dodged behind the tree. Almost at the moment he dodged, a sharp flash of a knife swept past the place where he had just stood, accompanied by a swish sound. The next second, snow flew everywhere. If it weren't for Yifan's quick reaction, perhaps his leg would have been cut off. At this moment, a figure in a state of utter disarray jumped out from the snow pile nearby. That person wore a tattered jacket, covered in mud and ice, with hair as messy as a bird's nest, with his face full of purple frostbite, and icicles of mucus hanging at the corner of his mouth. The whole person was somewhat hunched over. But this guy surprisingly held a long knife in his hand. Sinopig reacts pretty quickly. Give me your bearskin, food and supplies, all belong to me. Chapter 11, Counterattack. Without hesitation. Keep looting. Die. Sinopig. Give me your clothes, and meat, all of it. Yamamoto Kazuo's eyes were bloodshot, and he directly pulled out the long knife, using all his strength to charge towards Yifan. He was in a downright frenzied state. No wonder. He was too cold. The jacket on his body had soaked and frozen long ago. Every movement felt like cutting his own skin. Now, his eyes only had Yifan's bearskin coat and the food on that black sled. Tian Nuo black card on board. With a loud roar, Yamamoto raised his sword with both hands, his momentum becoming even more fierce. The audience from Sakurakuni in front of the screen went wild at this sight. Finally made it. It's really near AI. Using the monthly communication for this was definitely the right choice. Kill him. Yamamoto-kun. Let the people of Longwa know the power of the samurai sword. One cut in two. Take his bare skin. After entering the National Luck game, every 30 days, players could receive a communication from their respective countries. Limited to within 100 words. Yamamoto rushed here because he received the message. If he dies, Longwei is finished. Kill him, and everything will be mine. The great Sakurakuni Empire will get the dream territory it has always longed for. I can also get a lot of resources. Kill. A crazed light flickered in Yamamoto Ichifu's eyes. For the Empire. Thinking of this, Yamamoto's charging speed suddenly increased. Kill him, and Longwo will be done for. Kill him, and the bear skin coat will belong to me. Kill him, and the people of Longwo along with that Smith's inheritance will all be mine, greatly increasing my chances of survival. Die. Longwo's sick man. When he was about 3 meters away from Yifan, Yamamoto's expression became even more ferocious. Since you are so hungry. At that moment, Yifan suddenly exerted force with his wrist and threw out a crabapple fruit. Then please have some fruit. The crabapple was very juicy. In this below -30 to 40 degrees Celsius cold, it became incredibly hard. Even a brick might not compare to it. What? Yamamoto Ichifu instinctively wanted to dodge, but his stiff neck couldn't keep up with his brain's commands. Bang! A muffled sound. The crabapple smashed solidly onto Yamamoto's nose bridge. Blood spurted out instantly. The intense pain made Yamamoto let out a scream. His vision became blurred with tears and blood. His charging momentum abruptly stalled. Even though he couldn't see clearly in front of him, his long sword instinctively slashed wildly forward, blocking Yifan's approach. Die! 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 The blade cut through the air, making a series of sounds. Despicable. Using hidden weapons. The Sakurakuni live broadcast room instantly exploded. But the Longwa audience was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. This is called strategy. Soldiers do not disdain deception, you understand? Is it tasty? You can't be happy when I give you good food. Ye God, I see you are too hungry, I kindly offered you some fruit, why are you not grateful? On the screen. Yifan did not give Yamamoto a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of the opponent's blurred vision, he pulled out a torch. Taking out the fire stick process last night, he gently blew and then ignited the torch. The fire stick essentially keeps the spark in an airtight state, similar to how a bonfire seems to not have flames, but reignites when the wind blows. The torch, made from pine resin, is inherently easy to ignite. At the moment of ignition, he smashed it directly onto Yamamoto's head. Some landed directly on Yamamoto's body, others even landed on his hair. Yamamoto became utterly flustered and failed to cope. Just as the Longway audience anticipated Yifan to launch a fatal blow, they saw Yifan dash forward. Facing this impenetrable web of blades, Yifan did not retreat. Under the astonished gaze of millions of viewers, his body leaned back at an incredible angle, barely avoiding a sweeping slash. Then, with a push off the ground, he crashed into Yamamoto like a cannonball. However, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he suddenly bent down. The next second, a pitch-black handle was picked up by him. As Yamamoto Ichifu was wildly swinging his long sword, screaming die, die, Yifan grasped that handle and yanked it outward. Splash! Snow flew everywhere. Clang! A sound of bang. A multifunctional folding entrenching shovel, entirely pitch black with a glinting edge, was swept horizontally by Yifan. With a full swing, he was ready to fight. I originally wanted to poke you with a stick, but I didn't expect Smith to make it so easy for me. Yifan curled his lips into a cold sneer, then let me show you the power of the entrenching shovel. As Yamamoto stepped back, he accidentally exposed a corner of the shovel. It was precisely because of this that Yifan instantly changed his battle strategy. The edge of the shovel smashed heavily against the blade of the katana, sparks flying everywhere. The tremendous impact quickly transmitted along the blade, and Yamamoto felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, as if it were about to split. Before he could react, another swing of the shovel came. He was sent flying like a broken sack. After such a blow, his head buzzed, and he truly could not get back up. Only the weak rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still alive. Silence. At this moment, the live stream around the world fell into a deathly silence. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. From start to finish, Yifan didn't even catch his breath. Before they could react, before any comments could appear, Yifan stepped forward and struck at his neck again. Global announcement: Sakura Country contestant Yamamoto Kazu, confirmed dead. Cause of death: blunt force trauma causing intracranial bleeding, carotid artery rupture. Punishment imminent: all citizens of Sakura Country will shrink in height by 10 centimeters. Fujisan's volcanic activity increased by 20%. Random disaster: large hail. With the announcement ringing out, wails echoed throughout Sakura Country. Originally not very tall, they were now facing even more dire circumstances. And that symbol of destruction in Sakura Country's civilization, Fujisan, was now emitting thick black smoke, as if it were about to erupt. Baka! Why? Why did we provoke that demon? That was Smith's shovel. Cheating! This is cheating! It's over, it's all over. Damn it! Why did you let Yamamoto find this demon? As they sent these comments, hail the size of fists began to fall like rain. Such large hail, when it struck cars, immediately bent them out of shape. Some of poor quality were even punctured directly. Most wooden houses where Sakura country people lived could not withstand such a shock, with big holes smashed into them. Many office buildings and apartments also suffered serious damage to their windows and facades. Public transport came to a halt almost instantly. The pride of the country, the Shinkansen, also stopped urgently, unsure if it could hold up. Countless countries' live streams condemned Yifan. Oh God. He didn't even hesitate, that swing was too decisive. This kind of calmness, even our special forces couldn't do it. Dragon Country has picked a monster this time. Mom, I'm a bit scared of that Dragon Country person, his eyes are too cold. Is this really his first kill? Is he really just a student? Why do I feel he's a psychopathic killer? But the Dragon Country livestream felt like a festival. Awesome. With that swing, I feel completely refreshed. Thanks to the Lighthouse Country for sending the shovel, the quality is really good. Ye gods move here, he can really level up 2 packs, it feels amazing. Yamamoto, I'll curse your ancestors. So satisfying. I saw the news. The reason Yamamoto ran over is that Sakura country people used their once-a-month contact opportunity to notify him. It was clear to everyone what Sima Zhao was thinking. In fact, even without these messages, just looking at Yamamoto's reaction makes it clear he was aiming for Ye God's life from the beginning. Ding! The host instantly kills the enemy, shocking the world, shock value plus 9,527. Yifan did not pay attention to Yamamoto, who was already dead, confirming he heard the notification tone and realizing this guy was truly gone after that. Quickly rushed up to pick up the knife. For someone who wanted to kill him, Yifan felt no sympathy at all. In this wild and desolate world, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself, especially when each contestant carries the lives of countless people. Absolutely cannot let down one's guard. The blade is nice, but it's a bit small, it doesn't seem very practical. Yifan toyed with the knife in his hand, muttering softly, then quickly went to the spot where he had picked up the entrenching shovel to search. Smith's backpack was the real prize. Looting is the most important. Chapter 12, there's something like this? Definitely a bloodbath prophet. When he pulled out the entrenching shovel earlier, a corner of the pitch-black medical backpack was already exposed. Called a medical backpack, but Yifan preferred to call it a combat pack filled with medical resources. It could hold about 20 kilograms. Hope it doesn't let me down. Yifan took a deep breath and hoisted the heavy backpack up. Screech. As this sound echoed, Yifan felt his previously excited mood plummet to the depths. The side of the backpack had 3 huge tears. It looked like it had been torn by that brown bear. Inside, he could see some broken plastic pieces and spilled powder. It's over. If the medicine inside is broken, that's it. The audience in the livestream was too nervous to even breathe. Snap. As the zipper opened, Yifan focused his gaze and instantly relaxed, turning into wild joy. Such good luck. What the brown bear bit was just some outer stuff and a few saline bags. The core hardshell medical pack in the middle is completely unharmed. Full. Completely full. Wow. Even after all this time seeing it, still shocked. What a pity it was wasted by Smith earlier. I guess we won't lack for emergency medicine anymore? It's no wonder the live stream exploded. Inside the backpack, about 2/3 of the space was filled with various medical supplies. Hemostatic powder, painkillers, medical alcohol, sutures, gauze, and lots of antibiotics and other common disease medications. Amoxicillin? The moment Yifan saw the amoxicillin, his excitement was hard to hide. This wave is really hitting the jackpot. On Earth, anti-inflammatory drugs seem so ordinary. They can be bought anywhere. But in this wilderness, it's not the same. A small wound can easily become inflamed. If it becomes inflamed, it could cost one's life. At least 100 contestants have died from inflammation. With these antibiotics, there are at least a few more lives saved. The margin for survival was instantly maximized. After confirming these medical resources, Yifan continued to search. His obsession with Smith wasn't only because this guy had medicine, but also because this guy had incredible gear. By the time Yifan was transported to the country's fate wilderness, Smith was definitely one of the contestants with the richest initial resources. This guy had an entrenching shovel for offense, a first aid kit for defense, and besides that, there was one more thing. Yifan quickly felt around in the backpack's compartment and found a black hardshell box. It clearly read Individual Tactical Environmental Recorder. It looked a bit like a tablet, but thicker and sturdier. There were many buttons around it. The indicator light was glowing with a faint red light, clearly still operational. Smith, you can rest easy, I'll carry on your legacy. The function of this recorder was quite simple. It monitors the surrounding conditions and records the movement path of the person carrying the recorder. Then, by manually marking it, a complete map can be generated. As a professional soldier, Smith is very professional. In his adventure career, all the places he has been to and all the resources can be found on this map. In other words, everything Smith discovered is now his, as long as he is willing and able. Seeing this, the global live stream chat exploded completely. No. Oh my god. How can the treasure map of resources prepared by Smith for future companions fall into the hands of the Dragon Country people? Damn Smith, even in death he aids the enemy. These things are enough to nurture a terrifying foe. I remember Smith seemed to have explored many amazing places. Oh hell. Why is our contestant still gnawing on tree bark? This is unfair. We need to report Dragon Country for cheating. I have to say, the luck of this Dragon Country person is simply ridiculous. Is this the mysterious power of the East? Compared to these envious comments, on the Dragon Country side, the screen basically only had one sentence left. Thank you for nature's gifts. Thank you to our friends from Lighthouse Country for the delivery. Most of what Smith obtained in this world had mostly lost its value after 2 or 3 months of exposure. There was even a bit of a rotten smell in his backpack. However, having these rewards, Yifan was already very happy. After a simple count, Yifan turned to walk towards Yamamoto. Yamamoto, oh Yamamoto, I hope you won't disappoint me. If he remembered correctly, Yamamoto was chosen to come to this world about a month ago. To survive this long, he must have some things, right? Deep down, Yifan still had some expectations. Even though this guy made a bit of a fool of himself when he first showed up. Unfortunately, he did not have much impression of Yamamoto. He didn't even know what initial equipment he had. Yifan quickly walked to the corpse of Ichifu Yamamoto, holding a shovel. I have to say, this fellow from Sakura Country was indeed quite poor. Besides a broken but still sharp samurai sword, Yifan only found a finely crafted metal windproof lighter in his arms. Click. Yifan tried to press it, and a blue flame instantly leapt up. Full of fuel, nice, this is much more convenient than making fire manually or using a fire stick. After putting the lighter away, Yifan continued to search the corpse. Soon, he discovered a foreign object in Yamamoto's inner pocket. When he took it out, it was a very well-sealed small cloth bag. Opening the bag, it contained about a pound of white crystalline substance, looking like coarse salt, yet resembling some kind of icing sugar. Not salt, the graininess is wrong, it doesn't smell either. Yifan was not foolish and did not taste it directly. Who knows what this thing is? He would put it away and study it slowly later. Since Yamamoto kept it close to him, more treasured than food, and never left it until he died, it must be some special resource. Continuing to search the corpse. There was nothing good left. He stripped off the windbreaker and shoes. Although he wasn't sure if this guy had athlete's foot or anything, the windbreaker was quite messy and reeked, but taking it back to wash could still possibly be useful. He wasn't going to stay in this wilderness for a few days. Any resource is valuable. Looking at Yamamoto being emptied out, the viewers from Sakura Country were completely shattered. Baka. Put down Yamamoto-kun's belongings. That is the property of our great Sakura Empire. Unforgivable. Not only killing people but also stealing things, damn it. Even his clothes and shoes are taken, how shameless. If I'm not mistaken, the things in that bag seem to be potassium nitrate, right? If used well, it can turn the situation around. Doesn't the country have a training opportunity for contestants every month? Hurry and tell Yishin, what is this thing? In the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country. Seeing Yifan tidy up all the supplies. The host, Sabaining, couldn't help but turn around and ask, Teacher Zhu, what does this game mean for contestant Yifan? Can you analyze it specifically? Shu Weiqiang had calmed down from his excitement at this moment. His eyes sparkled, and in less than 36 hours, Yifan had completely reversed the situation, raising his survival probability by who knows how much. Xiaosa, if before, Yifan's survival chance was 10%, then now, it has at least increased to 70%, even 80%. Shu Weiqiang said very assuredly, I'm not joking, this is the number. Oh? So high? Sabaining exclaimed. Not exaggerated at all. Shu Weiqiang extended 3 fingers. First, and most importantly, medical guarantee. In the extremely cold wilderness, the highest mortality rate is not starvation, but injury and infection leading to sepsis or tetanus. That box of antibiotics and disinfectants directly cuts off this dead end. Second, the qualitative change in tool efficiency. That engineer shovel is a very versatile single-soldier tool, capable of digging shelters, chopping hardwood, serving as a frying pan, and is also a powerful weapon. With it, Yifan's efficiency in building shelters and gathering resources can increase by more than 5 times. Even more. Third, intelligence. The recorder has things recorded by that guy Smith before. It contains quite a few resource points, all within 100 kilometers, which means Yifan can rely on the map at any time to find the resources he needs. The area that originally needed exploration has instantly shrunk a lot. And it's very easy to find urgently needed items. At this point, Zhu Weiqiang took a deep breath and summarized. Besides that, what makes me even more pleased is that after killing the contestant from Sakura country, he showed no abnormal reaction and was able to rummage valuable things from this guy. We might not feel much watching through the screen, but friends who have killed know that the first time you kill someone is a very uncomfortable feeling. Feeling sick and such is also very normal. Actually, this can be considered an instinct that is engraved in human genes. But Yifan endured all of this, which already shows his determination to survive, not to mention, he managed to gather all the valuable things. He is a truly respectable person. I am very optimistic about him now. However, before Zhu Weiqiang finished speaking, the screen suddenly went dark. The snowy field that still had a glimmer of light suddenly darkened within minutes. It wasn't clouds blocking the sun. But, the night was about to fall. The night in the snowy field is very terrifying. The temperature would drop dramatically. And the surrounding beasts would become active. Staying outside at night means absolute death. Even if he were as fast as possible, the time left for Yifan was still limited. Chapter 13, Night Crisis, Inspiration. As the sky darkened, Yifan felt as if his airway was stuffed with shards of glass, every breath accompanied by a sharp pain. The white frost hanging on his eyelashes was also increasing. It was not until this moment that Yifan realized he had overlooked a very important issue, which was the timing of dawn. In winter on Earth, the farther north, the shorter the daylight hours, which means longer nights correspondingly. Yesterday was the first day arriving in the National Destiny Wilderness, and since he had faced various crises all day, he hadn't paid much attention to the changes in time. Now it seemed that the daytime here was quite short. Night. This night not only brought low temperatures but also animals that were active at dusk and just after dark. A whoa. Crack. Yifan felt as if something sinister was lurking in the dark at the very moment he thought about these things. A pair after pair of ghostly green lights seemed to emerge. Wolves? No. It seems there are really wolves nearby. It seems there are more than just wolves. Some of the sounds are not something wolves can make. And there are sounds from the bushes around. What is getting closer? The official live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Country. Ha 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 ha. The face of Navy SEAL Instructor Jones was filled with excitement, his whole demeanor showing a love for the drama. It's dark now, and the animals around have begun to stir. And it seems the wind is brewing. As the wind picks up, the snow on the ground will dance into the sky. At that time, visibility will be less than 2 meters, and trying to return to the original shelter will be impossible, over 30 kilometers away. And much of that path is uphill. Staying here means death, escaping also means death, it's a dead-end game. He's done for. The Dragon Kingdom is finished. He can only blame himself for being too greedy, thinking he could take something from our Mr. Smith. Now it's good, all 3 people's supplies have dropped here, and we don't even know who the next lucky one to get close will be. Jones's continuous chatter made those who had been envious turn their comments back into a flurry of malicious glee. God is fair. If he gave him supplies, he will take away his life. So many good things, and in the end, they'll just become toys for beasts, what a pity. I hope something bad happens to him. He truly has no sympathy or empathy, people like him should die. Even if Smith were revived, he wouldn't last 10 minutes in this situation. In contrast to them, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room was at an all-time low. Zhu Weiqiang had been getting slapped in the face these days, many of the things he said would come back to haunt him, the truth was always the opposite of what he claimed. But just now, he said Yifan's survival rate was skyrocketing. To be slapped in the face again. Just thinking about it made countless people shiver. However, in the eye of the storm, Yifan did not panic as they imagined. Realizing he couldn't return to the original shelter, Yifan quickly pulled out the individual combat tactical environmental recorder. Hope it starts normally, hope it's not too far. He murmured as he pressed the power button on the side. Beep. A faint electronic sound rang out. The next second, the screen lit up with a faint green glow. It lit up. Yifan's pupils narrowed, and his fingers swiftly swiped across the screen. The screen quickly displayed a simple topographic map, densely marked with various colored symbols. Right next to the cursor representing Yifan's position, less than 1,000 meters away, was a distinctive house icon. Beside it was a note left by Smith. Base Alpha, number 7 base, safe. I knew it. That Smith would never stray too far from his shelter. Yifan clenched his fist tightly. 1,000 meters. In normal circumstances, running would take 3 to 4 minutes to reach. Now the situation is special, but it is easier than going back over 30 kilometers to his own shelter. Recalling the route he took today, the safest approach should be to head to this guy's shelter. But wanting to reach this shelter in such an environment does present certain difficulties. Because, he could already tell something was surrounding him. Since the position is confirmed, let's play with you. Yifan quickly stowed the recorder back into his coat, found his direction, tightened his bearskin coat, and gripped the entrenching tool in his hand. Because of his proficiency in hunting, he could clearly feel where the beasts were around him. 3 on the left, 2 in front to the right, the gap is at 11 o'clock. They moved. The next second. Yifan suddenly jumped out, his whole body racing wildly like a cheetah towards the northwest. Roar! The beast in the darkness clearly did not expect its prey to dare to break out, pausing for a moment before unleashing a deafening roar. Oh whoa! Countless shadows rushed in from all directions. Get out of the way! A gray wolf responsible for reconnaissance charged in front of Yifan first, opening its bloody mouth to bite his throat. Yifan did not slow down at all, his feet still moving quickly. Using his forward momentum, he did not slice with the blade of the entrenching shovel, but instead swung it like a fly swatter, hitting hard with the wide shovel surface. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The gray wolf did not even have time to whine before being knocked away by this blow, tumbling twice in the air and crashing heavily into the snow, struggling to get back up. Ha ha ha! Indeed, the entrenching shovel is a close combat artifact. Much more useful than that Japanese katana. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Kingdom livestream instantly exploded with excitement. Wow! So fierce! What kind of movement is this? He's weaving through the pack like a breeze? Ye God can almost predict the movements of the beasts. I was just thinking, why not use that Japanese knife, but now it seems the shovel is way better. The bullet comments flooded in like fireworks. At this moment, Yifan was highly focused. 700 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. The wind around grew stronger. Yifan could feel the temperature dropping rapidly. The beast pack was also getting closer and closer. He could even smell the foul stench wafting towards him. No! No! The wolves are gone. This is not the sound of a wolf pack. What scared the wolves away? Yifan's mind was processing the complex information around him. Right ahead. Through the heavy falling snow, Yifan vaguely saw a huge collapsed rock layer ahead, forming a natural windbreak. And deep in the crevice, there were even traces of artificial stacking. That was a simple windbreak wall made of dead wood and stones. Although it looked worn down, it still stood tall. Smith's refuge. Roar! Just then, a violent rush of wind came from behind. It turned out to be a wild boar. Yifan's heart sank to the bottom. Dealing with wild boars might be even harder than with a wolf pack. In the next second, a gigantic wild boar charged forward like an out-of-control tank. Too close. There was no time to dodge. Yifan gritted his teeth and lunged to the side, rolling multiple times in the snow to narrowly avoid this deadly collision. Bang! The wild boar crashed violently into a nearby tree, the trunk shaking heavily. In this moment, Yifan used all force to roll and crawl towards the entrance behind the windbreak wall. 10 meters. 5 meters. It's here. Yifan pushed open the half-covered wooden door and slipped inside like a swimming fish. Roar! The wild boar, regaining its senses, was clearly enraged, digging its hooves into the frozen ground and charging again. Its massive body shot towards the entrance like a cannonball. As soon as Yifan entered the cave, he had no time to catch his breath before feeling the malicious wind behind him. Damn it! He turned the entrenching shovel around, using it like a shield to brace against the narrow entrance. Thud! A heart-stopping dull sound resonated. The wild boar's iron-hard snout slammed against the shovel face. The tremendous impact traveled through the shovel handle, sending shockwaves to Yifan's arms, making them feel numb and nearly causing his palms to crack. Creak! Fortunately, Yifan quickly reacted, slamming the wooden door against it. This directly trapped its exposed tusks. At the same time, the narrowness of the entrance prevented the beast's shoulders from closing in. Get out of my way! Yifan shouted, adrenaline surging. Using the reaction force from the cave wall, he exerted all his strength, pushing forward hard against the entrenching shovel. The wild boar let out a muffled grunt. The nose hurt, and he had to take a step back. Now is the time. Yifan seized this fleeting opportunity, quickly lifting a large stone in the cave that he didn't know the purpose of, and firmly blocked the entrance. Bang! 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 Outside, the wild boar frantically slammed against the rock wall, letting out angry roars. It even scraped its tusks on the stone, producing a piercing sound, but this creature simply could not get in. No wonder this place was chosen by the special forces of Lighthouse Country, it really is sturdy. Yifan couldn't help but marvel. The rock's angle was a natural barricade, and with some human modifications, no matter how crazily that wild boar attacked, other than shaking off some loose stones and dust, the cave remained steadfast. Gradually, the sound of the collisions diminished. In its place came heavy breathing and footsteps lingering at the entrance. Clearly, that creature could not enter, but it also didn't intend to leave easily. Who? Yifan leaned against the cold rock wall, panting heavily. His shirt was already soaked with sweat, and his heart was racing as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Only then did he sense something unusual in the cave. Aside from the cold, there seemed to be a strange smell lingering in the air. Click. Yifan took out Yamamoto's lighter. The blue flame flickered, illuminating the small space. However, just at the moment when the firelight sparked. Gah! A rough, hoarse scream unexpectedly exploded in Yifan's ears. Accompanying it was a shadow, bringing a fishy wind, charging straight at his face. Clang! The entrenching shovel blocked it. With a dull thud, the attacker was sent flying. Yifan gripped the entrenching shovel tightly, ready to give this sneak attacker a heavy blow, when suddenly, he heard an extremely hoarse, oddly accented voice from the darkness. Help! Help me! Yifan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he tightened his grip on the entrenching shovel even more. A voice? In this isolated, ghostly place with only the dead, where could a voice come from? And it was English? Could it be that other countries' contestants are here? That last blow didn't seem like it hit a person. What in the world is happening? Don't say Yifan was baffled. On Earth. Whether it was survival experts, national leaders, or those internet users, everyone wore the same expression. Could it be that the game's rules have changed? A single map refreshed so many people? What a joke. Also, where did that accent come from? Why is it so strange? The Commonwealth? Former colonies? Or is it just that they thought English was the most widely spread language, thinking others may understand? Crack! While countless people were discussing, Yifan reignited the lighter. At this moment, Yifan finally got a clear look at the attacker. This is ridiculous. Yifan's mind briefly short-circuited. Viewers in various countries' live streams shared similar expressions upon seeing this. Is this a raven? Can someone tell me, can ravens really talk? Is this a bug in the national luck world, or can this raven truly speak? It's too horrifying, right? Why is there a raven in Smith's shelter? It was simply too unexpected. In this cave, there was a raven that hadn't fully matured. Its feathers weren't fully grown. It looked a bit ruffled. Now it was huddled on a protruding rock at the cave ceiling, tilting its head, staring intently at Yifan with its pair of pitch-black eyes. That earlier help me actually came from the mouth of this feathery creature. Caw. Water. Water. The raven opened its mouth again. The sound it made was very sharp and hoarse. It was a bit like the sound a person makes when they are so thirsty it affects their voice. Damn. Is this bird possessed? It's speaking English? This is insane. Its mimicking ability is too terrifying. Have you heard the cry for help from Smith before he died? It chills me to the bone. Has this crow been mimicking the words of the dead? Now I finally understand why crows were considered auspicious beasts in ancient times, yet became seen as ominous in modern days. Yifan looked at the small creature cowering in the corner, the ferocity in his eyes slowly fading away. Poor little thing, you really take your job as a recorder seriously. Seeing its emaciated belly, Yifan felt a tug in his heart. In this lonely wilderness, having a partner that could warn and scout was better than anything else. But he wondered if there was a way to tame this creature. After a bit of thought, Yifan pulled out a small strip of bear meat he kept with him, tore it into shreds, and slowly offered it in his palm. Stop screaming, here, eat. The crow hesitated for a long time, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the meat, carefully hopped down, snatched the meat piece, and quickly jumped away. In the official live broadcast room of Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Yifan repeatedly feed the crow, host Sabinang was completely stunned, his eyes wide open, pointing at the screen, his tone filled with disbelief. Teacher Zhu. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Is the competitor Yifan feeding a bird? That's bear meat. Even though he has plenty of supplies, in this extreme cold below -30 degrees, every calorie counts as life, and he's choosing to feed a crow that just tried to attack him? Is he trying to keep a pet to fight off loneliness? But that's just too extravagant. The camera shifted to survival expert Zhu Weiqiang, who was also furrowing his brow. He was indeed a bit unsure. But faced with the host's question, he gritted his teeth and analyzed. Ahem, well, from the perspective of survival psychology, prolonged loneliness is indeed more terrifying than hunger. Seeking a mental anchor is understandable. But Yifan obviously isn't the type to act on emotions. As he spoke, Zhu Weiqiang seemed to think of something, his tone gradually becoming more confident. Do not underestimate the crow. This is a member of the corvid family, the ceiling for avian intelligence. Their intellectual level is even comparable to that of a 6 to 8-year-old human child. They have an excellent memory and even know how to use tools. What Yifan is doing may be an attempt to establish a symbiotic relationship. Taming a wild crow is almost impossible, it requires a long process. But if food is exchanged to let the crow become his wingman, that's a different matter. Crow's vision and alertness far exceed that of humans. If he can have it serve as a sentry around the shelter, even just alerting him with a couple of calls at the sound of movement, the value of this bear meat would be worth it. Zhu Weiqiang analyzed confidently at length, and finally added. Of course, this is just in theory. After all, this is a wild animal, it's hard to tame, and anything can happen. Yifan's action carries significant risks, and it could turn out to be just meat buns thrown to dogs, with no returns. Whether it was because he had been slapped in the face too many times before, Zhu Weiqiang also knew to hedge his bets at this point. Meanwhile, on site. After feeding multiple times, the creature seemed to realize that this large bipedal beast posed no threat. It boldly squatted on the dry grass by the fire pit and stopped emitting those terrifying cries for help. However, it would still occasionally tilt its head and mutter in that chilling tone. Go home, want to go home. You love to mimic human speech so much, I almost want to call you a translator, but it feels like the name doesn't quite fit your personality. Never mind, I'll think about it later. Yifan clapped his hands, no longer paying attention to the begging chick, and turned to begin inspecting the shelter. This place is very simple. Very simple. Besides that pile of pine and birch wood, there are some things left behind by Smith in the corner. A bowl made from animal skulls. Next to it are a few half-chipped flint arrowheads, a simple spear, and some little trinkets. Even top special forces would regress to the Stone Age in this environment. Yifan couldn't help but sigh. He quickly gathered some firewood and put it in the fire pit. Let's just call it a fire pit. It's located roughly in the middle of the room and has signs of having had a fire. As the flames burned, everything in the entire shelter came into view. Yifan finally understood how this raven could survive here. It turns out there was a dead elk thrown in one corner. It looked like it was hunted by Smith. There were signs of decay. But because of the cold winter, it had completely frozen. The raven must have been surviving by pecking at the frozen meat little by little. After all, ravens are scavengers. There's no problem eating this. But eating this really consumes a lot of energy. This guy's state is likely to be eat, sleep, wake up and eat quickly. He will never be full and won't starve to death. That's why it was so eager for my fresh meat just now. Murmuring to himself, Yifan threw the elk carcass out of the cave. Perhaps because it had just eaten its fill, the raven did not interfere. After finishing all this, Yifan cooked some meat for himself, and while waiting, took out the individual tactical environment recorder from his pocket. He had only glanced at it before, now he wanted to dig deeper into the information left by Smith. As he scrolled through the screen, Yifan skipped a bunch of audio clips of Smith complaining about the weather and directly locked onto the most recent log with geographical coordinates marked. In the video, although Smith's face was a bit purple from freezing, his eyes were extremely excited. He held the recorder and shouted at a dried-up riverbank covered in white frost, "God! I found the salt marsh!" In the video, Smith squatted down and stuck out his tongue to lick some of the white powder, and his expression instantly changed from tense to ecstatic. It's salt. Real salt. Although it has impurities, it's enough for me to eat. At this moment, the screen shook violently, followed by a deep roar. Smith quickly fled the scene. From the roar, it sounded like some kind of big cat. A place that might have feline predators and could yield salt? Yifan felt a surge of excitement. Eating the organs could indeed provide him with some salt and nutrients, preventing him from becoming weak from a salt deficiency too quickly. But this isn't a long-term solution. Unless he could find enough carnivore organs every day. Finding salt had become crucial. Besides, it's really unpalatable. Whether it's meat or organs, without salt for seasoning, it's just too hard to eat. If it weren't for the need for energy and nutrients to stay alive, Yifan probably wouldn't last much longer. If he could get some salt, it would be totally different. He immediately checked the map marker. In the direction of my shelter? 12 kilometers? Am I so lucky? After seeing it clearly, Yifan couldn't help but show a look of surprise, and at the same time, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva. At that moment, a grand mechanical voice sounded. Global announcement: the player from Bear Country, Maxim, has successfully captured a supersized sturgeon, triggering a 1917 times return reward. Reward: Bear Country receives high-quality meat resources. Supersized sturgeon, 110 kilograms, * 1917. Has been randomly dropped to major city granaries and supply points. Chapter 15 Attention Indian player, please note the impact. The sudden mechanical sound immediately stirred a wave in the global live broadcast. In the past 2 days, except for Yifan, every announcement has been about death. It was not easy for someone to return, which naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many viewers from other countries were enviously red-eyed. That is a sturgeon. Just the caviar inside is worth a fortune. Not to mention the sturgeon itself. And it's so big. Many desperate contestants had similar expressions. However, when Yifan heard this announcement, he didn't even lift his head, still staring at the screen of the recording device. His finger glided over the map, finally stopping near the bear cave where he had first arrived. Smith's shelter, while hidden, is cramped, cold, and damp, and cannot be expanded. It is only suitable as a temporary safe house or a resting point. To live in this area for a long time, a better living space is needed. My bear cave has an open and flat terrain, sheltered from the wind and sunny. Surrounded by red pine forest, there's plenty of timber, and the foundation is also suitable. Building a semi-buried wooden house there may be a good option. Let's see if there are more suitable places on this map. If not, I'll just go back. In the Dragon Country livestream, viewers who were initially envious of the rewards from the Bear Country suddenly realized, after hearing Yifan's mumbling, that their vision seemed a bit lacking. Wow! Is this the difference in realm? Other contestants are still thinking about how to fill their stomachs, and Yi God is already planning how to live comfortably? The mountain collapses before him and he remains unchanged. This is called the demeanor of a general. This mindset is simply amazing. It's no wonder he has survived until now. It's true, a shelter is the most important thing. If there's a good shelter that is comfortable, not easily disturbed by wild beasts, unaffected by harsh natural conditions, and not prone to illness, what's the use of paying attention to others? The announcement of top resources made everyone around the world envious. While Yifan's reaction left the Dragon Country viewers unsure of how to react, suddenly, another announcement appeared, making everyone feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. Global announcement: player Amir from A3 country has successfully found a rotting venomous king cobra, triggering an 8,853-fold return reward. Reward: A3 country receives 10,000 rotting venomous snake corpses to the Ganges River region. A3 country's national luck points are deducted by 50 points. Citizens' immunity decreases by 10%. Crazy. Has the player from A3 country lost his mind? Sending back rotten snakes? This is called being desperate. Wanting meat has driven him mad, resulting in harm to the entire country. Sigh, compared to Dragon Country, A3 country is really hell. This stark contrast made the recording device in Yifan's hands feel heavier. Eating, studying the map. Studying the map. Boiling water. Just as Yifan was thinking about the next step in the plan, a commotion suddenly broke out in the livestream. It turns out that a few minutes ago, A3 country's livestream was suddenly covered with thick mosaics, even going black screen for a time. But in the last second before the black screen, countless viewers saw a jaw-dropping scene. A3 country's player Amir, in a warm underground humid cave, not paying attention to the dangerous poisonous insects, had all his attention on the king cobra's corpse. When a normal person sees such a cold-blooded animal, the first reaction would either be to run or to kill. But Amir was different. His deep-set eyes revealed a strange gaze, even reaching out with his dirty hands to tenderly stroke the cobra's body. Immediately, Amir's hand ended up on his pants. The worldview of global viewers exploded at that moment. Wow! Is this the legendary lizard knight? I've heard that A3 brother doesn't care about species, as long as it's alive, it's fine. I didn't expect it to mean as long as there's a hole, whether it's alive or dead works. What did the cobra do wrong? It just died, a bit rotten. Is this hardcore survival? It's too twisted. Just when they were frantically complaining, the notification sound came. The cobra was summoned to the country of Asan. Yifan was unaware of all this. Almost all his energy was focused on determining the next course of action. Once he figured out the plan, Yifan took out today's seized items to study. The small bag of items from Yamamoto still left him puzzled. Forget it, I'll understand it sooner or later. If it's really important, the country will tell me when the cooldown is over. Yifan mumbled to himself and lay down. The raven also flew a short distance away. Little did he know, he had summoned the system interface. Though today's journey had no significant gains, killing Yamamoto and licking the divine equipment should have earned him some shock value. Current shock value, 58,580 points. Almost 60,000 points. There was still a distance to the intermediate lottery. Yifan took a deep breath. Right now was the critical time to transform his strength. No saving. No being greedy. System, start the beginner lottery. 5 consecutive draws. Ding. Consuming 50,000 shock value, lottery starts. Congratulations, host has completed the beginner lottery, obtained agility attribute point +4. Congratulations, host has completed the beginner lottery, obtained talent, danger perception. Congratulations, host has completed the beginner lottery, obtained free attribute point +1. Congratulations, host has completed the beginner lottery, obtained talent, beast affinity. Congratulations, host has completed the beginner lottery, obtained blueprint, bow and arrow making. Agility 4 points? Danger perception. Beast affinity? Before Yifan could react, countless methods for making bows and arrows suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, it was gone. That's it? Yifan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Upon closer inspection. Goodness. 2 talents. 2 attributes. 1 blueprint. Was this a jackpot or a loss? Quickly, he opened the attribute panel. Host, Yifan. Physique, 7-9. Strength, 8-1-1. Agility, 1-1-1-5. Spirit, 14. Free attribute points, 1. Skills, mastery of hunting, mastery of driving, mastery of trap-making, mastery of tailoring. Talents, cold resistance, danger perception, a vague premonition of impending deadly threats, beast affinity, slightly increases understanding of non-hostile wildlife, allowing for more accurate interpretation of animal behavior, can induce hesitation in high-intelligence hostile beasts before they ambush. Current shock value, 8,580 points. Yifan looked at his attribute panel, excitement written all over his eyes. Wow, this wave is not a loss, it's a bloodbath. Though there weren't any flashy operations like other systems that directly exploded divine equipment, constantly being live-streamed by the national fortune means that it's hard to explain exploding divine equipment. Though there's no need to explain. Being awesome is all that matters. All these rewards are soft skills that can increase survival probability. Danger perception, this is simply a divine skill. Yifan almost couldn't help but exclaim. In low visibility of the white-haired wind, or in a dense forest with obstructed view, the eyes can often deceive. With this, it's like having a passive radar, no longer fearing being attacked from behind by those sneaky top predators. And sensing threats allows for early escape. As for beast affinity, Yifan instinctively glanced at the raven nearby, who was burying its head in its wings while sleeping, pondering. Although I can't directly tame beasts, understanding this guy's behavior can make taming much easier. In a confrontation, making those fierce beasts hesitate might just be the key to turning the tide. The 2 talents truly boosted his survival rate to the max. He even suspected that the system was customizing talents for him. Agility shot straight up to 15 points. After being excited for a while, Yifan's gaze fell on the attribute points. The average value for ordinary people is only 10. My reaction speed and nerve reflex speed are already 1.5 times that of ordinary people. In this snow, whether dodging beast attacks or maintaining balance. These extra 5 points are probably the difference between life and death. It's just that my physical condition is still too weak. Without any hesitation, Yifan focused his mind and allocated his last free attribute point to his physical condition. A warm current surged. That feeling of long-term malnutrition faded a bit more. With 10 points in physical condition, I've finally reached the average level of a normal adult male. Combined with my cold resistance, as long as I don't act recklessly, the risks should be greatly reduced. As for the last bow and arrow crafting blueprint, a large amount of bow and arrow information flooded into his mind. For a moment, Yifan was a bit unable to react. Forget it, I'll sleep first and digest this information. Though the engineering shovel was fierce, it was still a melee weapon. Melee comes with risks. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. The bow and arrow can provide long-range output capabilities. Agility and mental attributes can support him in achieving more precise shots. Combined with hunting mastery, it couldn't be more perfect. But the variety of bows and arrows is truly overwhelming, and for a moment, he couldn't quite process it all. He must rest and recover his health. Watching Yifan fall asleep. The number of people in the live broadcast room also declined. However, some were still worried about encountering last night's situation and dared not log off. At midnight, as another day passed, the settlements sounded in everyone's minds. Today's death toll, 108 people. Remaining survivors, 8,493 people. Survivors, congratulations, you've survived another day, but the curtain of slaughter has already been drawn, the weak will ultimately be eliminated. Struggle on. The next morning. After confirming that there was no movement outside, Yifan removed the stones blocking the door. Suddenly, a clear and chilly wind swept in. The long-lost sunlight shone on the snowy plains, making it hard for one to open their eyes. Let's go. Confirming that today's weather was suitable for travel, Yifan prepared some food for himself and used it to lure the raven. Then he loaded all the supplies he could use onto the sled and set off. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh and cry at this scene. Just like that, he bought it? Can't this raven have a bit of backbone? Having such a carnivorous animal by your side is really not a problem? Raven, I can tell the difference between a feast and a full meal. Amidst their sarcasm, Yifan maintained a pace similar to yesterday, moving steadily forward. Over the 12-kilometer journey, with the assistance of driving mastery, the black sled, and the engineering shovel, Yifan didn't take too long. It took about 2 to 3 hours. Yifan stopped at a low-lying, dried-up river valley. We're here. Just as Yifan was about to check the situation in the valley, suddenly, the raven perched on his shoulder became alarmed and flew into the air. Caw! 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 Accompanied by frantic screeches. Almost simultaneously, Yifan felt a tingling on his scalp, as if something terrifying was watching him. Danger perception triggered for the first time. Chapter 16, Run? Or Stay? Screw him. Yifan clenched the engineering shovel tightly, lowered his body, and looked back. He saw a mutilated body lying behind a boulder several dozen meters away. A wild musk deer? So strong? Yifan cautiously approached and confirmed at a glance. This was a wild musk deer. Its body was robust. But its throat had already been cut open, its organs had been gutted, and its body was still emitting heat. Clearly, it had not died long ago. This is... Yifan cautiously got closer, crouching down to inspect. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, Zhu Weichang saw the scene and instantly furrowed his brows. Not right. The wound is wrong. If it were a wolf pack hunting, the wounds would definitely be very chaotic. If it were a bear hunting, there would be many claw marks left. But this wild musk deer was killed with a precise lock on the throat, cutting the windpipe with extraordinary accuracy, no unnecessary movements. And look at the snowy ground around you, there are no chaotic footprints, just a few huge paw prints. Zhu Weichang gasped. The width of the paw seems to be around 5 centimeters. When walking, the claws retract, but when attacking, they extend. This is a typical trait of felines. At this size, it should be a Far Eastern leopard, also known as a snow leopard or an oversized lynx. No, we also need to consider that the snow shrinks towards the center when stepped on, meaning the actual paw width should be greater than 5 centimeters. So, there's only one possibility, the Siberian tiger. At the same time, in the official live stream of the Bear Country, their special guest, a Siberian old hunter named Ivanovich who once fought gray wolves barehanded, dropped his wineglass to the ground the moment he saw the paw print. Yura! It's an Amur tiger. And it's definitely an adult. The Dragon Country kid is finished. In Siberia, even a fully armed hunting team would choose to take a detour when faced with such a monster. He seems to only have a shovel and a Japanese knife in his hand. God bless, may he die without too much pain. On the screen, Yifan reached the same conclusion. He extended his hand and compared it next to the giant paw print, his expression becoming extremely serious. It's a circle bigger than my palm. This is an adult top predator. It just fed here. Did it leave because it sensed my presence? Or, is it hiding somewhere watching me? Yifan felt a chill run down his back. The joy of just acquiring so many skills and discovering the joy of the salt alkali land was suddenly dampened significantly. This place could be a hunting ground for large carnivores. If I want to gather salt, it's like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Yifan made a quick decision, abandoning his intention to collect more, swiftly cutting off the hind legs, tearing off the musk pouch, and then sprinting to shovel some salted frozen ground, hurrying away. Throughout the process, he kept sensing his surroundings. If anything felt off, he would instantly choose to abandon everything and flee. Thus, after running 2 to 3 kilometers and confirming there was no danger around, he finally slowed down. However, at that moment, not many people were paying attention to him, except for a few like Zhu Weichang. Because everyone else was occupied by the sudden announcement that filled their minds. The instant Yifan's finger touched the musk pouch and the meat from the hind legs, the national fortune announcement exploded. It directly exploded twice. Meat. It's fresh red meat. Oh my gosh, this is wild musk meat, it's so nutritious. Quick, check the news. The Central Hospital has just reported that the naturally manifested musk has saved many elderly people with sudden cardiovascular diseases. It's a life-saving miracle drug. Yifan snatching from the tiger's mouth is practically risking his life for resources. This is a real man. While the neighboring cherry blossom country contestant is still picking up trash to eat, our Yifan is directly snatching meat from the tiger's jaws. As expected of Yifan, he spares no chance for reclamation. Watching these bullet comments, countless people felt their teeth itch with envy. There are still many contestants from our country. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yifan finally returned to his familiar bear cave shelter. Looking at the unchanging ice walls and the familiar red pine forest at the entrance, he let out a long sigh. Finally home. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as my own doghouse. Yifan was just about to take off his heavy backpack and prepare to open the ice door, but suddenly he froze. What is that? Yifan seemed to have discovered something and quickly walked towards the nearby red pine. The viewers in the live stream instantly became alert. What could make Yifan so nervous? Hiss. In the next second, everyone couldn't help but gasp. At about 2 meters high on that red pine, there were 3 shocking scratch marks. The bark was deeply rolled back, revealing a light yellow core, with a few drops of resin that had not yet completely frozen. And in the gaps of the scratches, there hung a few strands of coarse yellowish hair. At the roots of the tree, there was also a puddle of urine that smelled distinctly strong. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He reached out his hand and gently touched the scratch mark, feeling a chill and tremor at his fingertips. New. It must have been left in the last 2 days. It might have been left right after the blizzard stopped. It has been here. Yifan frowned, his fingers gripping the shovel were turning a bit white. That big guy, damn it, its range is so large. Yifan's voice was a bit tight in the wind. He suddenly turned around and looked deep into the dark forest. Run? The thought flashed through Yifan's mind in an instant. If he packed up and took his belongings now, it would mean going back to that narrow rock crevice at Smith's first and then looking for an opportunity. After all, who would be foolish enough to go fight a 600-pound Siberian tiger with a shovel? But there might be other ways and opportunities. In the live stream, the comments were divided into 2 factions. Ye God, run quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about a lack of firewood. Yeah, it's just a Siberian tiger, it's not a joke. A single paw swipe and it's over. Run? Why run? If you run now, how will you survive later? Shall you forever be a stray dog? Are you an external force pretending to be one of us from Dragon Country? Life is the priority. This is a big tiger. The strongest predator. This scene stirred not only the viewers from Dragon Country, but the global audience erupted, especially those who wished for mishaps to befall Dragon Country. Lighthouse Country, oh. This is a scene I've only seen in horror movies. When you think you're safe at home, but the killer has already arrived. Cherry Blossom Country, screw this. This is retribution. May Yamamoto's spirit bless this tiger to bite off the head of the Dragon Country people. Kangaroo Country, now it truly has become a turtle in a jar, nowhere to run. This tiger has already treated this place as its private pantry. Yifan stood still, the cold wind rustling his heavy bear fur coat. After a while, he suddenly laughed. Run? Why would I run? Yifan reached out his hand and slapped the red pine that had been marked by the tiger heavily, making a deep scratch on it, leaving his own mark. Here has the best terrain, the richest wood, and most importantly, on my bed, how can I allow others to sleep peacefully? The tiger's range of movement is too vast, even if it goes elsewhere, so what? Can it really keep hiding forever? You want to make this place your dining hall, then I'll make you my rug. Since the conflict is irreconcilable, let's see who ends up eating whom. Making his decision, Yifan no longer felt nervous. He quickly pushed aside the boulder blocking the door and began to unpack the supplies from his backpack one by one. The raven also seemed to sense that something was off and quietly followed him inside, no longer making noise. Even though a fight is inescapable, I absolutely cannot act rashly. Yifan lit a bonfire, sat by the fire, and, with the light of the flames, began to count the cards he held. In close combat, there is an engineer's shovel, but it can only be used as a last resort. Playing close to a tiger is courting death. I have a sense of danger, able to detect it in advance. I have a beast affinity, able to increase my chances of survival at critical moments. Not enough, not enough. He mumbled to himself, I must quickly craft a bow and arrow. If I had a spear, that would be even better. I can get some red pine wood. Now I have bear sinew and tools, it shouldn't be a problem to make a hunting bow. Watching Yifan not only not run away but also wanting to counterattack, the survival expert from Lighthouse Country, Jones, burst into laughter. He exaggeratedly slammed his hand on the table in the live stream. Crazy. This Dragon Country person has been driven crazy by fear. Who does he think he is? Rambo? Or a superhero? He thinks he can kill a 600-pound northeastern tiger with a handcrafted bow? This is an insult to biology and physics. I'll say this, as long as that tiger appears, no matter what he crafts, he will surely die. Moreover, I don't think he can even make a powerful bow. Chapter 17, watch me show off my skills. First solve the issue of the 5 Viscera Temple, then I'll get started. Yifan quickly planned out the things to do next. Although there was a fierce tiger lurking outside and a material pressure inside, he knew that in times like this, one must remain calm. Solving one problem at a time is the way to survive longer in this wilderness. Thinking of this, Yifan turned his gaze to the salt-rich frozen soil he had brought back. Salt. It is incredibly important. Recently, the elimination rate of competitors from various countries is so high largely because, as the salt in their bodies decreases, their physical condition continues to decline. After a brief rest, Yifan started to move. He cleared the big iron pot. Restoring it to its original state, he placed it over the fire pit and put some snow on top to melt. Once he had enough water, he took some for drinking, and the rest was poured into the fruit, dumping the frozen soil all at once and stirring constantly with a shovel. While boiling, Yifan took the gauze from the first aid kit and layered it over a funnel made from birch bark. He even smashed some charcoal to put between the layers of gauze for better filtration. Once everything was ready, he slowly poured the murky muddy water through the gauze, and after several layers of filtration, the liquid that flowed out was still slightly yellow but much clearer. The final step, boil over high heat to evaporate and crystallize. Watching Yifan's smooth and flowing actions, the foreign livestream was filled with skepticism. Are you kidding? Boiling dirt to get salt? Is this alchemy? So unhygienic. That's dirt. There might even be animal waste in it. Ugh. Gross. Is the Dragon Country person completely out of their mind? Eating this could kill someone. Such voices of doubt left many viewers from the Dragon Country in a daze. Was it really impossible? Many people started to lose confidence. Moreover, there were ongoing rumors online that mineral salt was toxic, so people usually consumed sea salt. More and more people gathered in the official live stream. Upon noticing this, Sabinang immediately focused on Zhu Weicheng. Teacher Zhu, can the salt extracted by contestant Yifan's method really be eaten? Is it safe for human consumption? Of course. Although the soil looks dirty, with the right method, you can extract good salt. Zhu Weicheng said confidently, especially with the activated carbon filtration method, which can absorb most impurities and odors. This salt may just have a bit of a bitter or off taste, but it's the same salt our ancestors have been eating for generations. If it was toxic, how could we be here? Zhu Weicheng's words made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Good news. This is really good news. It seems like those foreigners don't understand anything and are just talking nonsense. A fierce argument quickly broke out in various international live streams. Both sides held their ground. More and more people gathered in the Dragon Country livestream. Time passed second by second. As the water in the pot continued to evaporate, a layer of fine white crystals gradually formed at the bottom of the pot. Yifan dipped his finger in a little and put it in his mouth. Although there was still a bit of bitterness, the strong salty flavor instantly stimulated his taste buds. It worked! The light in Yifan's eyes shone brightly. He immediately cut a large piece of fatty meat, threaded it onto a branch, and placed it over the fire to sizzle. When the fat began to drip and the aroma of the meat filled the air, he carefully pinched a handful of the freshly extracted coarse salt and evenly sprinkled it on the meat. Sizzle! The salt crystals quickly melted under the high temperature of the fat, seeping into the meat's fibers. Yifan couldn't wait to take a big bite. That bite completely awakened the meat's fresh aroma. The fat burst in his mouth, suppressing all the bitterness and fishy smell. Yifan closed his eyes, a look of extreme ecstasy on his face. The corners of his eyes even glistened with a hint of tears. This is the flavor. This is what it means to be alive. Since the start of the National Fortune game, it had become extremely difficult to eat meat on Earth. After coming to this world, although he had eaten quite a bit of meat, these meats had no seasoning. Clearly lacking something. But now, even just a bit of coarse salt felt different. Did those high-end restaurants on Earth not also love to use so-called Himalayan pink salt, alpine rose salt, and so on? Isn't this the same principle? Maybe this is even cleaner than that. At this moment, in the Dragon Country livestream, regardless of which country the audience was from, they couldn't help but drool. Wow! That's real salt. Looks so delicious. Poison. Reported. I'm so hungry just watching. Ye God's expression is amazing, it reminds me of my lost youth. Ha, looking at Ye God like this, and then at Sir William over in the never-setting sun, I can't help but laugh. Just as Yifan was still savoring the salty flavor on his tongue, the raven that had been squatting beside him finally couldn't hold back. It smelled the aroma of the meat and flapped its wings, hopping to Yifan's knee, its black bean-like eyes fixed intently on the small piece of meat left in Yifan's hand. I'm dying. Mommy. The enjoying Yifan stiffened, irritably flicking the raven's head. Pa. Bad luck. If you follow me, forget about all those depressing words from before. Yifan cut off a small strip of greasy cooked meat and waved it in front of the raven, seriously correcting, come, repeat after me. Delicious. The raven tilted its head, staring at the meat, a cooing sound coming from its throat. Delicious. G-G-S-H. Schwan? Ka. Haha, that's it. Yifan happily gave the meat strip to this fellow. Seeing the scene, the audience from the Never Setting Sun completely broke their defenses. In the Never Setting Sun live stream, Sir William was slumped under a large tree in the rainforest. His lips were white and cracked from severe salt deficiency, his whole body twitching slightly. He held a piece of bark in his hands, painfully gnawing at the bitter fibers inside, his eyes hollow and hopeless. God. I need salt, please. He could hardly muster any strength anymore. In tropical regions, the rate of salt loss in humans is much faster than in other places. Plus, there are no carnivorous mammals here, making it extremely difficult to obtain essential elements from internal organs. He was nearly on the brink of death. In their live stream, the audience was still praying for something originally. After all, the sun never sets on the people who have tied their fate to his. But when the first person spread the news about Yifan from the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the atmosphere in the live room changed dramatically. Why? Why can that person from the Dragon Kingdom eat salted meat? Is this the mysterious power of the East? Even the soil can turn into salt? Our poor Sir William, is there really no way out? If this continues, he will die. The key is that the birds over there have food, but our Sir William has no hope at all. Even the crows raised in the Tower of London eat better than I do. A desperate atmosphere filled the entire Sun Never Sets live room. And after eating and drinking his fill, Yifan felt that his body condition seemed to improve significantly. Not wasting time, he immediately began to prepare weapons to deal with the tiger. Yifan quickly immersed himself in a sea of information about bows and arrows in his mind, instinctively choosing the most suitable red pine wood and bear tendons for making arrows. However, at this moment, most viewers in the live room were focused on the small cloth bag he had tossed into the corner. Many viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, watching this, were anxious and scratching their heads. Oh no! Ye God! You should check that out. That's a treasure. I'm so anxious. That's saltpeter. 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, 3 charcoal. That's gunpowder. If we can find sulfur, we can make explosives right away. Ye God, wake up. Just when everyone wished they could jump through the screen to remind Yifan, a bold red message floated by. Brothers, don't panic. Don't forget the country has a communication opportunity once a month. There are only 2 days left until the cooldown ends. Right. The country must be monitoring everything, and when the time comes, they will definitely tell him immediately. 2 days. As long as Ye God can hold on for these 2 days, this bag of potassium nitrate will be a game changer. If we can get gunpowder out of it, forget about the tiger, not even, cough cough, any wild animal would work. Yifan never imagined that bag of things he didn't recognize would attract everyone's attention. At this moment, he was only focused on the materials in hand, then pulled out his tools. Shaping the body, polishing, baking and setting. Every step was done very skillfully. Even tearing the bear tendons into extremely thin strands, layering them on the back of the bow with the prepared bone glue. Each layer was carefully compressed to ensure there were no air bubbles. When Shu Weichang saw this step, he understood that this was a composite bow made from tendons, a simplified version of it. It would be more appropriate to call it a tendonwood composite bow. But in any case, this thing would be useful. Its power was definitely not an issue. However, unlike him, survival expert Jones from the Light Tower Country couldn't sit still watching Yifan's operations and sarcastically mocked in the official live room of Light Tower Country. What is he doing? Embroidering? Without modern composite materials, without pulley systems to reduce force, this bow made of wood and torn tendons could only have a draw weight of at most 40 pounds. This toy bow couldn't even pierce rabbit skin, let alone shoot a tiger. It's simply a waste of time. The Dragon Kingdom people just love this kind of flashy stuff, with zero practicality. Unknowingly, the sky outside the cave had completely darkened, and it seemed that the wind and snow were coming again. A powerful black hunting bow was gradually taking shape in Yifan's hands. Its ends were slightly curved, and the back of the bow was covered with a thick layer of tendons. Anyone knowledgeable could see at a glance that this thing was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Finally done. Yifan wiped the sweat from his forehead, gently stroked the bow, and said, I'll call you Dragon Spine, hope you won't disappoint me. As Yifan admired his masterpiece, the translator, who had been dozing next to the fire, suddenly flapped its wings and flew over. It tilted its head, its dark eyes fixed on the black bow in Yifan's hand, curious yet slightly afraid. Caw! Dangerous! The raven abruptly uttered a choppy word, then fluttered to the deepest part of the cave, hiding behind a pile of pine wood, only half its head showing as it watched secretly. Yifan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, You little guy, if even you sense danger, then this bow must be useless. It's a reward for you, don't mess it up. Yifan casually tossed a piece of meat over and turned his gaze back to the bow and arrow. I need to test its power. Muttering to himself, Yifan pulled out the arrowhead Smith had previously crafted, then quickly processed it, combining it with the red pine wood arrow. He stood up and walked to the cave entrance. Through the entrance, he began to observe. Chapter 18, Wow! Look what I've discovered. The wind and snow outside are too strong, and it's completely dark now. At any moment, a nocturnal animal could sneak out. The difference between going out to test and walking into death is actually not big. Yifan shook his head, dismissing the thought of going outside. He began to search inside the cave, quickly setting his eyes on the pine wood placed at the entrance. This is for blocking the door when necessary. Bang! I'll use you to try the knife. Making up his mind, Yifan quickly moved back a certain distance, called the translator over, took a deep breath, held the bow with his left hand, pulled the string with his right hand, split his feet apart, and steadied himself. The power of 11 o'clock burst forth fully at that moment. The muscles in his arms instantly bulged. Release. Accompanied by a creaking sound, Yifan pulled the strong bow to its full moon. Hunting skills activated. Locking onto the target. Letting go. Boom. The sound of the bowstring vibrating was like a thunderclap. Even the people watching the live broadcast from the lighthouse country felt a momentary explosive sound. Wham! In the next second, that red pine wood arrow turned into a blur and slammed hard into the frozen red pine wood, penetrating 3 inches deep. The tail of the arrow was still vibrating violently, making a buzzing sound. Yifan walked over to take a look, his pupils slightly contracting. The arrowhead was completely embedded, even the shaft had sunk in an inch deep. This is frozen hard red pine. If it were shot into flesh and blood. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. In the livestream room of the lighthouse country, Jones stared at the still trembling arrow tail, his eyes nearly popping out. This is cheating. How could wood and sinew produce such great kinetic energy? This power has already surpassed that of an ordinary modern recurve bow. This isn't scientific. Forget about 40 pounds, even a 100-pound bow might not achieve such an effect. In the livestream room, those who had just echoed Jones quickly stopped their comments. Many people could already imagine that those, like Jones, must have turned beet red. It felt like being slapped hard in the face. The comments from the Dragon Country exploded in an instant. Wow! This power? Is this a bow and arrow? Invincible. I really don't know what can challenge God Yi. Where's Jones? Come out and take a walk. Is this what you call a toy? This could shoot you through. With this strong bow, I wonder if that tiger would still dare to be arrogant. At this moment, Yifan also revealed a wide smile. The power is decent. With this, I've got a much bigger chance. Satisfied, he put away the dragon spine hunting bow, shook his arms, which had felt a bit sore from drawing the bow, feeling much better. Time to rest, have some kidney essence tea, and recover some energy. He put the hunting bow aside to boil water for tea. At that moment, the translator dared to approach. While waiting, Yifan habitually summoned the system interface. Current shock value, 15,050 points. I remember it was just over 8,000 yesterday, right? Today, I've earned about 7,000 points? Yifan couldn't help but frown. System, activate the beginner's lottery. Give me a soul-stirring chance. Mosquito meat is still meat. If it can improve a little, that's something. What if I get a good talent or skill? Ding. Consume 10,000 shock points, lottery begins. Congratulations, host has gained, strength attribute points +3. Attribute points? That's fine, wait, it's just right. Yifan instinctively felt a bit disappointed. But feeling the sudden comfort in his body, his disappointment was swept away. With 11 points of strength, he escaped the weakling level, but it only meant he had about 10% more strength than a healthy adult man. At most, he could be considered a slightly stronger person. In the class, he might not even stand out. Many times he could clearly feel it was difficult. But with these 3 points of strength, the originally sore muscle fibers felt like they were rewoven, becoming firmer and tougher, and his power was obviously much greater, probably increased by dozens of pounds. If he still thought there was a problem, that would be too much. Feeling the changes in his body, Yifan's smile grew richer. So comfortable. But in the eyes of many people, this was just Yifan's expression after drinking the essence of the kidney's tea. Many revealed knowing smiles. Some were also worried that Yifan would have nowhere to vent and would have a nosebleed. In the warm flames, Yifan's eyelids began to droop. Midnight 12 o'clock. The cold mechanical voice echoed in every survivor's mind on time. Today's settlement moment. Number of deaths today, 58 people. Remaining survivors, 8,543 people. Clearly a welfare bureau, yet so many people were eliminated? Survivors, don't think surviving today means you're safe. The real hunt often starts when you're most relaxed. Enjoy this last moment of peace, heh? The next morning. Wake up. Maggot. A loud voice like a duck's quack exploded in his ears. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes to see the translator standing on his chest, flapping its wings in an arrogant manner. Yifan twitched his mouth, swatting this bird that had learned badly from Smith away. Looks like I need to teach you some Chinese soon. He got up, made a fire, and cooked. Still roast bear meat, but this time, Yifan specially sprinkled a little of the pure white fine salt he had extracted yesterday. The fat mixed with the salt melted on his tongue. The salty and fresh satisfaction made Yifan unable to help but squint his eyes. In the Dragon Country's official live broadcast room, viewers watched the scene, and the barrage started another round of Versailles discussion. Look at Yishan's little life, waking up to bird calls, having roasted meat for breakfast, and even sprinkled with salt. This isn't survival, it's a vacation. Don't say that, the player Inoue from Sakura Country isn't doing badly either, he's eating braised leather belts. Huh? Leather belts? Yeah, that guy was starving mad, cut the cowhide belt into pieces to boil, and while boiling he shouted, Yoshi, this is top-notch Wagyu flavor, making me want to vomit. And that Pierre from Gaul, he's struggling with a few ants, saying he wants to supplement high protein. Compared to Yishan, they really look like they're in hell. Be grateful, at least they're still alive, that non-elite brother from last night got stolen by a hyena while going to the toilet. Hiss. Many couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hyena. Isn't that the one that likes to attack from the back door? Of course, Yifan couldn't see these bullet screens. After eating and drinking enough, he took his entrenching tool and left the cave. Today's task is heavy. He needs to build some defensive works nearby, so whether facing a tiger or something else, he has some room to maneuver. The tiger's jumping ability is extremely strong, ordinary fences are useless. I want to build a barrier wall. Yifan began to dig a trench 5 meters outside the cave and build an ice wall. 14 points of strength demonstrated terrifying efficiency at this moment. Bang! Bang! The hard, iron-like frozen ground shattered under the shovel of the engineer. In the live broadcast room, invited survival experts from various countries began their analysis. Though Jones, the expert from the Lighthouse country, was not fond of Yifan, he had to frown and say at this moment. This Dragon Country person's physical ability is very abnormal. In such a low temperature, low oxygen environment, to dig with such high intensity, how can his breathing remain steady? But what is he doing? Is he trying to build a house? Uncle Ivan from Bear Country took a swig of liquor and marveled, he's a real worker. This digging force is something only our veteran lumberjacks with 20 years of experience in Siberia would have. He knows how to use the strength of his waist and abdomen, rather than just using his arms with all his might. But I wonder what he is trying to achieve by digging in such an area. Does he think this will block the tiger? Personally, I think this is impossible. The tiger's explosive power is truly too strong. It can jump several meters in one leap. Compared to these foreigners, Zhu Weichang, as the Dragon Country's expert, reacted quite swiftly. Everyone look, he is digging a curved trench, which in military engineering is called a reverse slope. It can maximally limit the sprint speed of wild beasts. Listening to Zhu Weichang's analysis, many people couldn't help but retort. Oh my ancestors! With nitrite and charcoal already available, isn't such work supposed to be easy? Just collect materials and blow it up. Watching Yigad sweat profusely while struggling to move stones, I really feel terrible. Is this what they call begging with a golden rice bowl? It's driving me mad. Even if we know that thing is nitrite, finding sulfur doesn't seem easy. You just watch how Yigad performs. Trust Yigad. He must have a good idea. After a busy half-day, the prototype of the Barbican was basically completed. But Yifan stopped his work. We also need to make an ice wall. Melting snow water little by little is really too time-consuming. There seems to be a flowing water source nearby, I wonder if it's frozen now. To cast the ice wall, a large amount of water is needed. Relying solely on melting snow with an iron pot is too inefficient. Besides, collecting firewood is also troublesome. If they can find a flowing water source nearby, it would solve their drinking problem for a while. Always melting snow would become increasingly inconvenient. Yifan suddenly remembered that he had seen a spring nearby on the recorder. The creek was definitely frozen now. But the spring might not be. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately returned to the cave, took out the recorder to confirm. It's about 2 kilometers from here, right in a nearby hollow. I have to say, this recorder is truly great. It can even charge through solar power. There's no need to worry that it will fail and become unusable while in use. Translator, let's go, time to work. Yifan called out, strapped on his shovel and hunting bow, and headed towards the mountain hollow with the raven. He did not encounter any beasts. Perhaps it was because the snowstorm had just passed, or perhaps due to the territorial intimidation of the tiger, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Yifan hadn't even seen any signs of beasts moving around. After walking for about 15 or 16 minutes, A valley filled with chaotic stones appeared ahead. Yi Fan suddenly stopped his steps. Because he noticed that the scenery around seemed a bit unusual. The snow cover here seemed much thinner than in other places. And there seemed to be a faint strange smell in the air. Caw! The raven seemed to sense something too, excitedly flapping its wings and flying straight into the depths of the chaotic stone pile. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he quickly followed. When he rounded a large screen-like rock, the scene before his eyes made him widen his eyes, frozen in place. This is? Chapter 19, Danger. What is this? Yi Fan pushed aside the white mist in front of him, in disbelief as he looked ahead. In this extremely cold area, with temperatures between -30 to 40 degrees, there actually existed such a piece of pure land. What is this, an underground spring? This is clearly a hot spring. In the center of these stones, there was a small pool, not big, around 10 square meters, with mist swirling above it, and he could see bubbles continuously rising from the bottom. He could clearly feel a moist and warm breath rushing towards him, instantly relaxing his face muscles that had stiffened in the cold wind. Yi Fan quickly took off his gloves and plunged his hand into the water. It was a bit hot. Looks like around 40 degrees, probably not over 45 degrees. Yi Fan murmured excitedly, it's flowing water, and it's a sulfur hot spring. It can kill germs and clear parasites to some extent. In this freezing place, having a hot water source that wouldn't freeze, even if it's a non-drinkable sulfur hot spring, is still a wonderful thing. In fact, this means, the frozen soil around is soft, it can be cultivated. Caw! The translator, who flew in first, clearly enjoyed this warmth. Following the sound, he saw the guy landing on a willow branch, grooming its feathers. At that moment, suddenly, a dark brown shadow silently slid down from a higher tree. This guy moved astonishingly fast. On the trunk it was as easy as walking on flat ground, directly reaching out its poisonous hand towards the translator. Be careful. With the enhancement of his hunter skills, Yi Fan instinctively drew the hunting bow from his back, not even aiming, relying purely on feeling and muscle memory. Draw the bow, notch the arrow, release. His movements were so fast they became an afterimage. Snap. A crisp sound of the bowstring rang out. As the gray shadow just rebounded from the branch, its claws were less than 5 centimeters from the translator's head. In the next second, a black flash raced in faster than it. Thud. The arrow accurately pierced through its skull. The immense energy directly disrupted its attacking trajectory, sending its body tumbling backward. It then heavily crashed to the ground beside them. Caw! Only then did the translator react, startled with all its feathers fluffed up, flying back to Yi Fan's shoulder in panic, shivering. Yi Fan coldly glanced at the twitching corpse. One shot, one kill. You little brat, can't you keep an eye on your surroundings? Luckily this time it was a minx bear. If it had been a cat family animal, you'd be finished. The voice scolded the translator. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream finally reacted, instantly erupting. What the hell? What kind of godly reaction speed is this? I didn't even see clearly. How did the battle end? Yi God's archery skills are simply like using an aimbot. By the way, what kind of thing is this? It looks a bit like a badger, but the tail is more like a minx. Look at these claws, these are clearly bear claws. Are there animals in the national luck world that don't exist in reality? If so, doesn't that increase the difficulty? Watching the barrage in the livestream, Sabinang also looked bewildered. Teacher Zhu, do you know this kind of animal? Now everyone is guessing whether there are some animals in the national luck world that don't exist in our reality. After all, this really is a bit like nothing we have seen before. You're right, this is indeed a sort of unique creature. Xu Weiqiang smiled and said, many people in the greater Xing'an range call this thing the meat-eating unique creature. This animal is scientifically named the minx bear. It belongs to the weasel family, and is a relative of minks, badgers, and otters, quick and fierce, with keen vision, good at running, can go into the water and climb trees. It is a very powerful carnivorous animal. Of course, facing our Yi Fan contestant, it's like just stepping out of boot camp. Speaking of which, the minx bear's fur is not at all inferior to minx fur, and precisely because of this, it has become a protected animal. Yi Fan has really hit the jackpot this time. Hearing Zhu Weiqiang's words, the audience in the livestream exclaimed in amazement. So fast? Good at ambush? Feasting on enemies? Yet he was easily dealt with by Yi God? Compared to the viewers from Dragon Country, many viewers from other countries looked as if they'd seen a government building drowning in filth. Damn it! How has this guy become stronger? He can kill so quickly? Time passed second by second. Confirming that the marten bear had ceased all movement, Yi Fan quickly stepped forward, pulled the arrow out, and dragged the corpse to the hot spring. While there's a hot spring, let's deal with it now to avoid the bloody smell attracting unnecessary trouble. Slice with a sound, the carving knife easily cut open the abdomen of the marten bear. Removing the organs, skinning, the whole process was smooth and fluid, done in one go. Then he rinsed the blood off his hands and fur with the hot spring water. So refreshing. While cleaning the fur, Yifan couldn't help but sigh, having this hot spring is so convenient. The hot spring water can sterilize and keep the fur soft, way better than the previous tanning method. As he continuously rinsed with pot after pot of hot spring water, the original smell of the fur kept diminishing. Is that sulfur? As another pot of hot spring water was poured down, Yifan clearly saw some pale yellow crystals appearing in the soil by the hot spring. Quickly scooping up a piece, he held it to his nose and sniffed. It really is. The purity looks pretty good too. This is a good thing, a natural disinfectant and pesticide. The joy on Yifan's face grew stronger. Even though there aren't many bugs in this cold winter, grinding this into powder and sprinkling it at the entrance can prevent snakes and rats, and it can disinfect, avoiding skin diseases. Just a second ago, the barrage was bursting with admiration for Yifan's wide knowledge. Suddenly it exploded again. Wow! Sulfur! It's sulfur! Ye God, are you confused? What skin disease treatment? Left hand saltpeter, right hand sulfur, and a pile of charcoal at his feet. 1 sulfur, 2 saltpeter, 3 charcoal. It's complete. All set. This is going to mix Big Ivan. I'm dying of anxiety. He actually doesn't know that's saltpeter. He treated these 3 things as garbage together. How long until national communication cools down? As these people discussed, many others also began to realize, anxious to the point of wanting to jump into the screen to help Yifan make gunpowder. But Yifan didn't realize any of this at all. After confirming it was sulfur, he directly used his entrenching shovel to knock off several pieces of sulfur and put them in his backpack. Watching this scene, many audience members felt a tightness in their chests. Danger! But they had no way to communicate with Yifan. Just as he released his grip, Yifan's expression suddenly changed. Buzz! The danger perception abruptly stung without warning. The hairs all over Yifan's body stood on end in an instant. He flipped forward and quickly took cover behind a large rock, the entrenching shovel instantly raised in front of his chest. Who? His gaze fixed on the only entrance, his breath held in an instant. That old tiger? Or something else? Yifan's heart raced wildly. The audience in the live stream tensed up, one by one. But minutes passed, and apart from the sound of wind passing through the stone crevices, there was no other movement around. Yifan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but the feeling of palpitations did not disappear. No, I must go back first, nothing can enter my cave. The feeling of danger had yet to dissipate, but he couldn't dare to linger. After confirming nothing ambushed him, he quickly packed up the items he brought in the Martin Bear and filled up a pot with hot spring water, and returned at full speed. All the way, a vague sense of crisis lingered in his mind, making him rush back to the cave at almost a forced march pace. But even upon returning to the shelter, that feeling had not disappeared. Had that thing chased after him? Yifan couldn't help but frown tightly. A strong sense of crisis made him restless. He subconsciously began to organize the things in his hands. He wanted to enhance his sense of safety through organizing his supplies. But just after he categorized his belongings, the prickling sense of crisis disappeared. Strange, did it leave? Yifan let out a long sigh of relief but scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 20, is this even human talk? Forget it, let's get to work. Yifan glanced at the defensive works outside through a peephole and made a decision. Only the final step of pouring was left. As long as this ice wall took shape, that big guy would want to come in, it wouldn't escape without paying a price. Yifan cautiously tested again, confirmed that the prickling sense of crisis had not reappeared, and immediately took action. He unhesitatingly poured the pot of hot spring water onto the wall made of crushed stones and wooden stakes. Sizzle! White steam rose, and the warm water instantly turned into ice crystals. Watching this operation unfold, netizens from all over the world were left bewildered. Is this Dragon Kingdom person's brain frozen? Pouring hot water on ice? Isn't that going to melt it? Is this the wisdom of the Dragon Kingdom? It's laughable. Does he want to build a sauna for himself? What about common sense? Where's physics common sense? Hot water will melt his foundation. A barrage of ridicule instantly filled the official livestream of the Dragon Kingdom. Facing these mockeries, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom hadn't even had time to retort when the host, Sabaining, couldn't help but chuckle. He raised an eyebrow at the camera and joked with a caring look. Hey, did some foreign friends take physics lessons from a gym teacher? Even if it's the gym teacher, you should know what the great Aristotle said, previously heated water helps it freeze faster. Do you know the Mpemba effect? Hot water freezes faster in low temperatures. Plus, hot water can seep into the gaps of crushed stones, solidifying like welding. This is called thermal casting, got it? Stop exposing your IQ while spamming the comments. The unique sarcastic tone of Fortifying shifted the atmosphere of the comments. 666. Little Saw is awesome. I've learned something new. So hot water can be used this way. Foreigners, although we don't understand, it sounds impressive. Ye God, I just want to finish my work quickly, you guys really love the drama. In fact, the situation was indeed as Fortifying had described. As the heat dissipated, the previously somewhat loose horseblock wall froze rapidly under the effects of extreme cold and hot water. Just looking at it with the naked eye, it had become much sturdier. Eating. Then repeatedly shuttling back and forth between the hot spring and the cave, over time, large areas emerged around that couldn't be touched by the size of the tigers. Only by this time did many realize what Yifan was trying to do. He wanted to stand in places that the tigers couldn't reach and launch his attacks. It was actually similar to how many players play online games. A few players stand at a junction, completely blocking it, while launching remote attacks on players standing outside the junction. This boss couldn't get through the junction at all and could only be worn down slowly. As the sky darkened, Yifan looked at the fierce ice spikes and nodded in satisfaction. This was basically how he wanted it to be. And as time went on, these defensive works would become harder and harder. After a long day's work, Yifan returned to the cave but did not rush to rest. Instead, he stared at the big black pot used for cooking, sighing in frustration. Ah, if only I had a bigger wooden basin. In this horrible weather, how great it would be to soak my feet in hot spring water after working. He looked regretfully at the pot. This was for eating, it couldn't be used to wash feet, right? That's too extreme. Forget it, let's eat first. Yifan helplessly shook his head and cut down the top-grade original musk meat. Under the roasting flames, it began to sizzle and ooze oil. As for that marten bear? He simply threw it into the corner. Weasel meat is both fishy and tough, even dogs won't eat it, unless they're starving, I absolutely won't touch it. Yifan said disdainfully while sprinkling fine salt. This Versailles daily scene completely broke the defenses of the viewers in the live stream. The screen was filled with ellipses and comments mocking the Versailles style. Listen. Brothers, listen. Is this even human talk? We're worrying about him getting snatched by a tiger, and this guy is tangled up over not having a foot basin to soak his feet? At this moment, I suddenly don't feel sorry for Yishin anymore, I feel sorry for those poor guys next door. Yeah, I just went next door, a mayor from the A3 country is drinking muddy soup that tastes like the Ganges. South Korean athlete Jin Sho-hyun is huddling in a snow pit, nibbling his fingers, shivering, mumbling long live the great cold country, just looking pitiful. In my opinion, the worst off is the guy in the desert. He's been in self-circulation for several days, constantly drinking the water he produces, but sweating still causes some loss. I wonder how long he can hold on. Looking at Yifan's meat chop, evenly marbled and sizzling, then seeing him sip his kidney essence tea slowly. Many people instinctively smacked their lips. The gap is just too big, right? Watching the meat chop cook took some time. Yifan's thoughts gradually drifted away, the threat of the tiger still unresolved. Who knows what he just encountered in the hot spring? This wilderness is really dangerous. Oh right, the lottery. He opened the system panel. Current shock value, 21,050 points. Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly, only over 20,000? Sigh, even mosquito legs are meat, a little gain is still a gain. System, double draw. Ding. Consumed 20,000 shock value, lottery completed. Congratulations, host, you've completed the primary lottery and obtained the blueprint, complete wall collection. Congratulations, host, you've completed the primary lottery and obtained the skill, novice demolitions. Complete wall collection? What the heck? Novice demolitions? Yifan's mouth twitched. System, are you kidding me? In this remote wilderness, besides stones and wood, what good is a demolition skill? Am I supposed to use love to power explosions to deal with tigers? What the heck? Before Yifan could complain, a surge of demolition-related information flooded his mind. Different types of explosive mixes, effects of various explosives, which type of gunpowder to use for different terrains and needs, what kinds of weapons can be formed from gunpowder. Even though Novice is not expert, the sheer amount of information left Yifan momentarily dazed. And at this moment. In the highest strategic command center of the Dragon Country. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense to the extreme, heavy with the smell of tobacco. These top politicians and experts of the Dragon Country had already split into two factions. I oppose a conservative strategy. A radical intelligence officer pointed at the big screen showing a bright red National Luck monthly ranking, his voice hoarse. Look at the ranking now. We are in third to last. Third to last. Less than 80 hours remain until the end of the month. If we can't sprint out of the adjudication zone within the last few days, we will face a top-tier natural disaster. We must use this only opportunity to communicate and share more resource information with him. Let him explore those areas and raise the score. Ridiculous. It's simply gambling with the national fortune. On the other side, a conservative old professor, enraged, stood up with his beard trembling, retorting. Comrade Yifan is being targeted by tigers, right at the gate of hell. You want him to run dozens or hundreds of kilometers through wind and snow to explore? Or to the areas we've simulated from other competitors, which may not even have anything? You would be sending him to his death. Even if a natural disaster comes, we can still resist. But if Yifan dies, the dragon country is utterly finished. That is a complete annihilation order. The urgent matter is to tell him how to use what's at hand to survive. Send him that black powder formula. This is the safest way. Safe? Can safety be eaten? If the ranking is too low and disaster strikes, our score will drop even further. Next month, it will be even harder to raise the ranking, that is slow death. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Once dead, everything is over. Both sides remained deadlocked, and the entire conference room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Global announcement, Nicholas, the contestant from the All-in country, confirmed dead. Cause of death, adventuring into the deep sea to hunt, encountered a giant squid, suffocated from lack of oxygen. Punishment, a small-scale tsunami occurred in the All-in nation's Aegean region. Freshwater resources across the region depleted by 30%. Deathly silence. The previously flushed and heated radical advisor, upon seeing the tragic death replay on the screen, turned pale instantly and slumped back into his chair. That was just his bad luck. Bad luck? The conservative old professor spat almost in the other's face. Open your eyes and see Allen's ranking. He clearly went to the deep sea just to chase the ranking. And the result? He died. A tsunami is coming. The whole country will suffer. Do you want Yifan to explore unknown areas? What's the difference from forcing him to his death? Enough. Before he could finish, the old general in the front seat stubbed out his cigarette. You argue fiercely, one wanting him to charge, the other wanting him to survive. But have you forgotten one thing? What right do we have to teach him what to do? What right do we have to point fingers at him? The old general looked around, his voice suddenly raised. Don't forget. Right now, he is protecting us, not us commanding him. The lives of our 1.4 billion people are in his hands. Whether radical or conservative, it should be his judgment on the battlefield. What we can do is provide him with the information we have. No more saying what the best advice is. And on the other side, Yifan finally digested all the information in his mind. He instinctively shifted his gaze to the bag containing the white crystal. This can't be. Faintly, Yifan seemed to realize something. Chapter 21. That guy has arrived. Midnight, 12 o'clock. The wind and snow howled outside the cave, and the newly poured ice wall shone with a cold hard light under the moon. Yifan sat beside the fire, holding that piece of pale yellow stone he had brought back from the hot spring, his brow tightly knitted. He always felt that the bag left by Yamamoto contained nitrate. Should he try it? But there was only about 1 pound. What if he wasted it? It seemed that tomorrow was the time for the country's monthly communication cooldown to end. Should he wait for news? Better to have news than none, then he would experiment. If he could obtain gunpowder, then the tiger was not a concern at all. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, 2 different alert sounds exploded in his mind almost simultaneously. Today's settlement moment. Today's death toll, 32 people. Remaining survivors, 8,461 people. Novices. There are only 72 hours left until this month's national luck ranking stops being counted. The bottom 20 countries in this ranking will randomly face catastrophic disasters, including but not limited to level 10 earthquakes, 50-meter tsunamis, 1-kilometer diameter meteorites. Survivors, if you don't want to be eradicated due to your country's demise, then fight for your lives. The last 3 days will determine heaven or hell, it's up to you. The horrifying announcement flashed by, and before Yifan could recover, a dazzling golden light appeared before him. Dragon Country National Communication. 1. Yamamoto's white frost is for nitrate. 2. Earth mine method, thick birch bark tube, tightly packed with mixed black powder, drill a hole at the top with a fuse, seal the tube opening with wet clay. Sun-dried is ready. To the west, 18 miles of salt and alkali land, to the east, more than 80 miles of iron ore, to the south, 5 miles of white clay. The enemy is close. The Lighthouse Cherry Blossom team is united, location unknown, be cautious. Looking at these 4 lines of golden text, Yifan felt as if he had been electrocuted and suddenly jumped up from the ground. Pooh ha ha. Yifan looked at the bag of white powder and couldn't help but laugh. Just as expected, it really is saltpeter. No wonder earlier by the hot spring, when I stuffed sulfur into my backpack, my danger sense almost pierced through my brain. After all this time, he was playing snow parkour while carrying a bomb. If I fall, the whole village will have to come with me to eat at the bottom. Understanding all this, Yifan felt a chill down his back. This was truly a narrow escape. But soon, his gaze fell on the warning from the Lighthouse Cherry Blossom team. Want to take advantage of the fire to rob? Humph, your calculations are quite good. Yifan's brain worked swiftly, instantly sorting out the current situation. 3 days' time, I must find a way to push up the ranking. Once a super disaster strikes, the risk is too great. First, let's get the gunpowder out, quickly take down that tiger, and see if we can push up the ranking. Once the tiger is dealt with, who is the hunter and who is the prey, it's not certain yet. With all this on his mind, Yifan felt energized. Without any hesitation, he immediately took action. With the demolition rookie skill, Yifan's thoughts were incredibly clear. No play seal means no high-pressure bomb? No worries, thick birch bark tube for the shell, use black soil to hold it, that'll do. Yifan quickly moved the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in front of him, found 2 flat stones, and rubbed them dry without a trace of moisture. Grinding, sifting, mixing. His movements were gentle, like caressing a lover's skin, even his breathing deliberately slowed down. This was really playing with his life. 1 sulfur, 2 saltpeter, 3 charcoal. As the 3 powders mixed together in a specific ratio, the originally different colored materials gradually turned into a heart-pounding deep gray granule. Meanwhile, above Blue Star. As the 72-hour countdown blood-red numbers hung at the top of various countries' live streams, the whole Blue Star fell into a frenzy. In the countries at the bottom of the ranking, countless people knelt before the screens and prayed. Some even went mad, starting to smash and vandalize. And in the leading countries, people were like watching a gladiator arena, with a sense of superiority and tension, moving back and forth in various live streams. 3 days left. Amir, can you stop drinking mud soup? Go kill some monsters. It's over, our cherry blossom country dropped to 11th place, 1 rank away from the reward zone, damn it. All because of that dragon country guy. Why hasn't that guy died yet? In the official live stream of Lighthouse Country. The scene just switched to the broadcast perspective of Dragon Country. Colonel Stephen, chief advisor of the U.S. Explosives Disposal Team, was shocked to the point of losing his voice. A madman. A complete madman. What is he doing? He's grinding high-purity sulfur and saltpeter with 2 rough stones? The host hadn't reacted yet. Colonel, is there a problem with this? He's just mixing powders. What's the problem? Colonel Stephen tore at his hair and roared, that's black powder. It's a highly unstable primitive explosive. In modern factories, this process requires a constant temperature, constant humidity, and anti-static clean room, completed slowly by precision machines. And this dragon country guy is in a dry cave, right next to an open flame, wearing fur that easily generates static electricity, holding 2 stones that can spark. He's dancing on the Grim Reaper's side. Just watch. As long as even 1 granule overheats from friction, bang! That cave will turn into a massive pressure cooker, and he'll be instantly evaporated into a painting on the wall. Accompanied by the expert's roar, the foreign audience's comments surged instantly. Oh my god, I can't watch. This is the price of ignorance. Chemistry is not magic, it can kill people. Is the Dragon Kingdom finally going to perish? I've already prepared champagne, countdown 3 seconds, witness the fireworks. On the screen. Yifan did not blow himself up. He skillfully cut birch bark, rolled it into a tight cylinder, sealing the bottom with black soil, then carefully filled in the mixed black gunpowder, constantly compressing it with a stick. During this time, he even dug out some glass shards and small rocks left by Smith and stuffed them in. Finally, he inserted a fuse soaked in pine resin and sealed the opening. A somewhat rough homemade grenade was born. The Dragon Kingdom audience suddenly perked up. Stop shouting. Don't you know that gunpowder was invented by our ancestors? This is bloodline awakening. Look at Ye God's hands, so steady. This mental quality is simply amazing. Lighthouse Country expert, this is not scientific. Ye God, this is art. Art is Patrick Star. Huh, 1 done. Yifan looked at the finished grenade and sighed with relief, wiped his sweat, and was about to continue making the second one when his action suddenly froze. The translator, who had been curled up in the corner playing dead, suddenly lifted its head. Its feathers instantly fluffed up, staring intently at the cave entrance sealed by the boulder. A sound of extreme fear came from its throat. Shoo! Almost simultaneously, Yifan's danger perception was triggered, and his whole body felt a prickling pain. Danger! This time it was definitely not a false alarm. The sense of oppression came from outside the cave. He could even vaguely smell a strong stench through the vent. It's coming! That guy is coming. Chapter 22 Tiger. Look at how sharp my arrow is. Hoo. Hoo. Heavy breathing came through the cracks of the ice wall, accompanied by a nauseating smell of blood. It seemed to be enraged by the quiet moment just now, no longer testing, no longer wandering. Boom. A loud noise. The sturdy ice wall that had just been poured trembled violently, countless ice shards falling. Although the ice wall blocked this blow, the terrifying impact shook the ground beneath Yifan's feet. Quite powerful. Yifan looked at the immovable main wall, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. But you want to break open my fortress? That's not enough. He casually tucked the freshly made earth bomb into his coat, moving leisurely. Since the defense works perfectly, there is no need to waste this trump card. It might be kept for the lighthouse people and Sakura people for a big bang. Let's play. Yifan's eyes sharpened, and he picked up the Dragon Ridge hunting bow beside him, drawing out a red pine bone arrow. He strode to the ice wall, peering through the fist-sized vent, quickly scanning the outside. Using the dim light of the snow, he quickly locked onto that huge shadow. This guy seemed to be anxiously prowling outside the ice wall, trying to find a breakthrough. Roar! After a long while, that guy seemed to lose patience, suddenly kicking its hind legs, attempting to leap over the 2-meter-high barricade. Looking for death. Yifan was waiting for this moment. The power of 14 points exploded instantly, the strong bow pulled taut like a full moon. Talent Beast Affinity, released. A strange wave radiated from Yifan's body. The tiger in midair suddenly froze for a moment, its fierce eyes actually flashing with a moment of hesitation. As if it wasn't facing prey, but a kind of fear that made it feel fear. In a showdown of masters, this moment of hesitation could mean life or death. Bang! The bowstring trembled. The sharp arrow broke through the air. Puff! This arrow shot accurately into the tiger's unguarded left shoulder pit, the tremendous momentum directly penetrating its muscle. Stuck in the bone crevice. A chilling scream rang out. The tiger lost its balance in the air and crashed heavily against the barricade. The ice spikes carefully set by Yifan played their role in that moment. Puff! Puff! 2 huge ice spikes violently pierced into the creature's abdomen and hind leg, blood instantly staining the crystal-clear ice wall. It was trapped. It's over. Yifan dropped his hunting bow, grabbed the simple spear that had been prepared nearby, and charged out through the stone gate. However, he didn't rush directly in, instead, he chose to use the ice wall as cover and circle to the tiger's lower flank. Die. The next second, he stabbed fiercely. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Puff. The spear pierced sharply into the tiger's throat, blood gushing out and splattering Yifan's face. The tiger struggled wildly, its claws scraping deep marks in the ice wall, but the wall was too hard and too slick, it had no leverage to escape. Minutes later. The struggling gradually weakened, and the massive body fell completely limp. Yifan let out a long breath, wiped the hot blood from his face, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He killed it solo. Using only cold weapons and fortifications to take down a northeast tiger. In the live broadcast room, global viewers were dumbfounded. Wow! This is like Wusong in the flesh. This isn't scientific. That's a Siberian tiger. Not a house cat. How can he be so calm? Yura. This is a true warrior. Utilizing the terrain for a deadly strike, a textbook-level hunt. In the studio, Zhu Weiqiang was so excited he slammed the table. Did everyone see that? This is confidence. This is strength. Yifan fully trusted his built defenses, he didn't even use the dangerous explosive. What does this show? It shows that this tiger didn't pose a threat to him at all. Zhu Weiqiang's excited voice echoed throughout the broadcast room. After a while, Zhu Weiqiang suddenly frowned, but... He hesitated for a few seconds before continuing, but did anyone notice that this tiger seems a bit off? It's too thin, and it seems to have old wounds on its back? At this moment. Yifan also noticed this issue. He didn't rush out immediately but stood behind the cover, carefully observing the corpse. This was a female northeast tiger. It was less than 2.5 meters long. Its weight was estimated to be just over 300 pounds. A standard female northeast tiger's size. More importantly, on its back and hindquarters, there were deep tear wounds visible to the bone, the injuries already suppurating, clearly not inflicted just now. It was wounded? It looks like it was bitten by another fierce beast? A sense of doubt rose in Yifan's heart. What could threaten it? Even if this creature was smaller among northeast tigers, it was still a top predator. Animals weighing less than 500 pounds couldn't possibly be its match. If it was hurt, why did it charge my camp like a mad thing? This is completely not characteristic of a top predator. Unless it was forced to, or... A bold idea suddenly popped into Yifan's mind. Suddenly. He realized that the danger sense had not disappeared with the tiger's death, instead, it had become even more intense. Adrenaline began to surge. The alarm level was 10 times higher than before. There's something else? Yifan tightly gripped the spear in his hand. He quickly locked onto a specific area. Not far away, a small black shadow trembled and emerged from the bushes. It was two half-grown cubs. They looked at their dead mother hanging on the ice wall, letting out a pitiful and soft wail, "Awu." As expected, it was for the children, then. Yifan's heart grew increasingly uneasy. The mother tiger was so frantic, it could even be said it was crazily desperate, the only possibility being. Roar! A deep, muffled roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the darkness. This sound was many times more powerful than that of the mother tiger just now, shaking the snow on the ground. Even Yifan's heart began to be affected, beating wildly. Accompanying it was a series of muffled footsteps. Thump! 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 Each step felt like it was pressing down on Yifan's heart. A massive shadow, as large as a small mountain, slowly walked out from the forest. Its body was nearly 4 meters long, with a shoulder height of over 1 meter too. Its muscles were bulging. It looked truly terrifying. It didn't even glance at Yifan, directly heading for the two tiger cubs. That was a male tiger. A tiger king weighing absolutely over 800 pounds. Yifan's unease was confirmed. The mother tiger was not here to hunt. It was fleeing for its life, cornered by this male tiger. Or rather, the male tiger wanted to kill its cubs, forcing the mother tiger to escape here. And now, the true ruler had arrived. The live stream screen seemed to be filled with this massive body. The Dragon Country audience, who had just been cheering, now had their throats choked by an invisible hand, unable to make a sound. What kind of monster is this? Is this a tiger? You could tell me this is a tank and I'd believe it. That arm is 3 times thicker than Yishin's thigh. It's over, this time it's really over. The previous tiger looked like a toy in front of it. Run! Yishin, run! This is not a creature humans can fight against. Don't even talk about bows and arrows, even with guns, this muscle could probably stop the bullets, right? Even the usually calm Zhu Wei Chang looked ashen, slumping in his chair, muttering to himself, the limit of the Siberian tiger, this is definitely the limit individual, this is simply a killing machine of nature. Yifan's palms were sweaty, but he showed no signs of backing down. An 800-pound giant. He decisively put down the spear and pulled out the bomb still warm from his chest. Since I'm here, let's give it to you. Chapter 23, The Explosion is Patrick Star. Hey! Big guy! Look here! Yifan suddenly shouted, his voice echoing in the closed ice walls, instantly attracting the attention of the Tiger King that was about to devour the cubs. The old tiger turned to look, only to see a smoking cylindrical object hurtling toward its face, tracing a perfect parabola in the air. The Tiger King instinctively wanted to swipe its paw to hit it. But the next second, Yifan revealed a smile. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted on the snowy field. The homemade grenade exploded in the air less than 30 centimeters from the Tiger King's face. Black powder instantly expanded in the birch bark tube, shattering the outer black earth seal. The entire sky was instantly illuminated. A massive shockwave carried countless sharp glass shards and small rocks, crashing down on the Tiger King's face like snowflakes. Immediately after, the bear oil soaked in the outer layer ignited in high temperature. A dazzling orange-red fireball instantly expanded. The burning fat clung tightly to the Tiger King's already wounded head, which had been slashed and torn by fragments. Aru! The tiger's roar that was once majestic turned completely mournful in an instant. Even through the screen, the audience could feel the piercing pain. Glass shards blinded its eyes, ripped its nose apart, while the burning bear oil drilled into the wounds, searing its fur and flesh. That over 800-pound ruler, once able to roam freely in any situation, was now like a mad fireball, painfully rolling and crashing in the snow. Its proud sensory system, vision, smell, hearing, was utterly destroyed in that moment. In its pain, it seemed to have gone mad, blindly crashing, even breaking a red pine tree as thick as a bowl. But what does it matter? Even without Yifan's finishing blow, this guy's voice grew smaller and smaller, movements lighter and lighter, until finally its limbs convulsed violently and it fell to the ground. That homemade grenade may not have shattered its skull directly, but this was more painful than killing it. In the streaming room, the global audience was stunned. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have been pressed on mute. Whether it was the foreign viewers who had been shouting earlier or the people of Lone Country who were so nervous their palms were sweating, everyone now gaped with their mouths open, their brains blank. Everyone's breath seemed to be stolen away by this terrifying explosion in that instant. Immediately followed by boom! The suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano, the comments section completely exploded. Ye God is awesome! Ye God is awesome! Ye God is awesome! Billions of bullet comments flooded the entire screen, dense and overwhelming, even completely covering the live broadcast footage. Thud. The demolition expert Colonel Stephen from the United States dropped his coffee cup with a loud sound. He stared at the screen, his voice trembling. What the hell is that thing? How can such a simple bark tube achieve such an effect? How could those glass and gravel really have been blown away? How can that animal fat ignite a tiger? Why does such a simple thing create a directional explosion? This isn't scientific. This is simply a dirty bomb designed for killing. If it's really that easy to make such a terrifying bomb in real life, then our country would probably have someone blown up or burned to death every second. If I want to blow up a school, it might not just be an empty threat anymore. Stephen really couldn't accept the scene before him. And in the wilderness. Seeing that the tiger seemed to have fallen silent, Yifan did not rashly approach. After hesitating for a moment, he returned to the cave, took out his dragon spine-hunting bow, and shot an arrow at the beast that was now completely motionless. This giant beast has an incredibly strong vitality. If he got too close, it might make a last-ditch effort. Absolutely no risks could be taken. The bowstring trembled. The sharp arrow sliced through the air. Put. This arrow, perfectly and precisely, shot deep into the brain through the already exploded eye socket. There was not even a convulsion. It was really dead. Yifan let out a long sigh, put down the bow, feeling his arm tremble slightly. Just as Yifan was about to step forward to collect and see if he could get a 10,000-fold return and boost his ranking, suddenly, the danger perception stabbed at him again. What's going on? Still? Or is this guy not completely dead? How is that possible? Yifan's pupils shrank, his grip on the entrenching tool tightened. An arrow in the brain. How could it still not be dead? Just then, a shadow rushed toward him. Bang! Yifan didn't hesitate at all. In the moment the shadow drew close, he used the strength of his waist and abdomen to smash the entrenching tool out. A dull sound of bone cracking rang out. The shadow was sent flying, crashing violently against the ice wall 2 meters away, its limbs convulsing, yet it was not dead. At this moment, people finally saw clearly that it was the previous young tiger. This guy somehow dodged the explosion. And wasn't crushed by the chaotic Tiger King. Since you've come, let's make it a complete family. Yifan didn't hesitate at all, quickly walking up and bringing the entrenching tool down with force on the tiger's head 2 more times. In this wilderness, any pity could bring about fatal consequences. Yifan was very clear on this point. The next second, a grand mechanical voice sounded. Global notification: Long Country contestant Yifan successfully hunted the Tiger King, 847 pounds, the mother tiger, 318 pounds, and the young tiger, 69 pounds, triggering the 10,000-fold return reward. Reward: all citizens of Long Country gain +2 in physique. Long Country receives rare medicinal meat resources 30,000 Northeast tigers. Boom! The moment the announcement fell, a strange wave of energy instantly crossed the limits of dimensions and descended upon every citizen of Longwa. In the wilderness, Yifan was the first to bear the impact. His arms, which had been sore and trembling from the battle, instantly regained their steadiness. The stinging sensation in his lungs from inhaling the cold air vanished without a trace. A warm current quickly flowed through his limbs and bones. That feeling was like a dry riverbed suddenly being filled with fresh spring water, and every cell was cheering and dancing. Is this the effect of body constitution +2? Yifan clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Not only did the fatigue vanish, but he even felt his body stronger than ever before. To be honest, it wasn't the first time he had added points, but this change still made him feel incredibly refreshed. Blue Star. Within the borders of Longwa, the energy caused even more intense tremors. In the intensive care unit of a hospital, the once faint beeping of the heart rate monitor suddenly became strong and steady. Countless dying patients' faces turned rosy. Some even miraculously opened their eyes. Workers, who had been carrying heavy loads, suddenly felt the burden on their shoulders as light as a feather, and their backs straightened instantly. Countless students wearing glasses found their vision becoming clearer, and many elderly people who had trouble walking threw away their crutches. A miracle. This is a miracle. My old cold legs, they don't hurt anymore? Really don't hurt. Thank you, ye God. This isn't just body constitution +2, it's practically giving us a second life. I feel better than ever. The whole country erupted in joy, the sound waves shaking the sky. At the same time, in the official livestream room, Sabinang suddenly leaped up from his chair, pointing at the blood-red leaderboard in the upper right corner of the screen, his voice hoarse from extreme excitement. It changed. The ranking has changed. Audience friends. Look. That's our ranking. Everyone's attention instantly focused. On the National Luck Monthly ranking, Longwa's name seemed to have climbed a rocket, and the numbers were jumping wildly. Whoosh. It's moving. It's moving. The points are skyrocketing. This is like riding a rocket. In the Longwa official livestream, Salbinang tightly gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white from the force. His face, usually calm and composed, was now as red as a tomato, veins bulging on his neck, and his eyes were wide open as if trying to see through the screen. Salbinang's voice became hoarse from lack of oxygen, but he didn't care to take a breath, just staring intensely at the red ranking numbers. Rank 105. Rank 98. Rank 91. We've passed it. That's the line between life and death. That's the fate of our 1.4 billion people. When the number jumped over 89, the red death threshold, Salbinang suddenly leaped out of his chair. His script was blown to the ground by the wind, but he didn't care. He was no longer the suave host everyone remembered, but a survivor who had just escaped death. He let out a heart-wrenching roar into the camera. We've made it out. We've escaped the red execution zone. Buzz. With a sound like the clash of metal, the glaring blood-red alert on the screen instantly faded, replaced by a comforting pale golden light. Rank 76. They had surged nearly 30 places in one breath. Although there was still a gap to the top tier, this not only meant safety, it also meant Longwa had survived. Woo! After that scream, Salbinang slumped onto the table as if all his strength had been drained. This man, who could talk and laugh in countless big moments, was now covering his face with both hands, his shoulders trembling violently, crying uncontrollably. We are safe, really safe. We don't have to draw lots to die anymore, the children won't face natural disasters anymore. At this moment, the bullet screen in the livestream room was no longer text. It is the resonance of billions of hearts. Countless bullet comments instantly covered all the screens, leaving only a flood of emotions. Tears in my eyes. Teacher Sa, don't cry, we won. We really won. Who said there are no people in Huaxia? Who said we are the sick men of East Asia? Open your eyes and look. This is the speed of the dragon country. Ye God is amazing. I've cried like a dog too. Just now my mom was holding me and shaking, now she's finally smiling. Ye God pulled each of us back from the gates of hell. 76th place. I've never felt this number sound so sweet in my life. On international forums, netizens from various countries reacted brilliantly to the Dragon Country's incredible comeback curve. Good job, brothers from the Dragon Country. Just now I was so nervous for you, this counterattack is so beautiful. This is the Eastern miracle. Cheating. This is definitely a calculation mistake. How can killing one tiger add so many points? R. Johnson caught so many fish and only ranked 5th. This is not scientific. Baka. Baka. They actually escaped from the natural disaster? This is unfair. Our Yamamoto-kun died too unjustly. Why did our ranking drop to 11th? 76th place is nothing. Although we drank some dirty water, we are still in the 60s, the Dragon Country people should not be too proud. At the highest strategic command center of the Dragon Country. Compared to the celebrations in the public, the atmosphere here is much more practical and solemn. However, compared to the previous tense atmosphere, it has been greatly relieved. Every person's face is filled with a bright smile. They didn't expect that their biggest worry would be resolved by Yifan in just a few hours. Master Chen, Master Zhao, Master Mi, you are all giants in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. I think you should know better than us how to utilize these 30,000 complete Siberian tigers to maximize resources, right? The old general at the front looked at the traditional Chinese medicine experts brought in by the general staff. From his tone, it is not hard to see his excitement. Chief, tiger bones can strengthen muscles and bones, dispel wind and relieve pain. Tiger hearts treat palpitations and epilepsy. A few masters exchanged glances, and one of them stood up and said, these 30,000 tiger bones, if made into medicine, would be enough for those tens of thousands of people paralyzed in bed due to rheumatism to stand up again. The tiger heart made into pills can save tens of thousands of children with epilepsy. In addition, tiger blood, tiger whip. This has not happened for decades, collecting medicinal materials from tigers. Suddenly, with 30,000 tigers arriving, these few people were dizzy with happiness. They felt that countless formulas could be created. A few people's mouths were like machine guns, constantly chattering. Anyway, if they make good use of these 30,000 tigers, they could definitely save millions of various injured and sick patients. Including the old general, everyone listened with eyes shining with excitement. Transmit my orders. After hearing this, the old general immediately made a decision. All the tangible resources of tiger bones, tiger hearts, tiger whips, etc., will be uniformly allocated by the state and classified as special strategic materials. Priority supplies go to injured soldiers, frontline doctors, and scientists in research. Special medicines for children will be distributed to various main bases, ensuring that every pill is used effectively. We need to maximize the value of what Yifan fought hard to bring back. Since the game of national fortune started, natural disasters have been constant, with hundreds of occurrences causing countless workers on the front lines of disaster relief in the Dragon Country to become sick or disabled. This time, the physical enhancement +2, combined with the medicinal materials from the tigers, is like a timely rain after a long drought. It filled everyone with hope for the future. Unlike the noise and celebrations from the outside world. After the adrenaline fades, endless exhaustion overwhelmed Yifan like a tidal wave. Even though his physique has been strengthened, he had spent a whole day before, and then a night of competition. He was almost exhausted of all his energy. No way. I really can't do this anymore. Looking at the Tiger King's corpse blocked at the door like a small mountain, Yifan truly couldn't go on. Translator, help me keep an eye on things. Anyway, normal creatures wouldn't dare to approach this tiger in a short time. Yifan mumbled, then returned to the cave, wrapped tighter in his bearskin coat, and collapsed onto the haystack. He almost fell asleep in an instant. Meanwhile, about 60 kilometers west of his refuge, in a cedar forest, 3 fully armed figures were sitting around a campfire. Their gear was obviously much more luxurious than Yifan's. One of them even had a compound crossbow in hand. At this moment, only one of the 3 was awake on night watch, while the other 2 were sleeping, recovering their strength. Suddenly, a light screen appeared before them. Guys, there's news from Earth. Tom from Kangaroo Nation looked at the screen, his face instantly brightening, hurriedly waking up the other 2. Dragon Nation's Yifan, suspected to be 50 to 100 kilometers to your east. Extremely dangerous. He has mastered the technology to make black powder and possesses homemade bombs. He just blew up 3 tigers. Be very careful when approaching, use your numerical advantage for a sneak attack. If possible, create black powder as soon as you can, just in case. The air instantly froze. Sato's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Nanny? Bombs? How does he have such things? Black powder. Jack narrowed his eyes, greed overpowering his fear. No wonder that guy from Dragon Nation could kill 3 tigers. He stood up, looking east, a cruel smile appearing on his face. 3 tigers are certainly not easy to deal with. He must have exhausted his trump cards and be in an extremely weakened state. This is the best opportunity. We have 3 people, he has only 1. As long as we spread out and don't give him a chance to throw bombs, those powders, and the resources from those tigers, will all belong to us. Jack waved his hand. Pack up gear, move out at full speed. Before the settlement, I want to send that Dragon Nation guy to hell. Chapter 25, Survival in the Wilderness. Is this Brokeback Mountain? The sun was high in the sky. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes wide. This was the latest he had ever gotten up since arriving in the Destiny world, but there was no helping it, he had only fallen asleep in the early hours. Stretching, Yifan felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. There was no soreness or fatigue that usually came with waking up. He instinctively clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked loudly. Is the effective +2 constitution really this good? Next time I get free attribute points, I need to add to constitution. Pushing open the stone door and stepping out, he even felt his vision had become clearer, with the distant tree branches and the patterns on the snowy ground all visible. This feels amazing. Yifan inhaled a deep breath of the cold air, turning to look at the pile of spoils at the cave entrance, corners of his mouth lifting. Get to work. Process the spoils. First, he focused on the enormous Tiger King. Although its head had been blown to pieces, there was still some fur below the neck that could be used. Yifan took his entrenching tool and carving knife, quickly starting to work. Half an hour later, 3 incredibly thick tiger skins were stripped off. As Yifan spread these skins out on the snow, the pressure of being the king of beasts seemed to still linger, a stunning visual impact. The audience and the live stream were stunned. Wow! These tiger skins! So domineering! If this is laid on a bed or hung on a wall, the prestige would be off the charts. Ancient mountain bandits were nothing compared to this, right? Stop wowing, brothers. Quickly go to the Kangaroo Nation livestream. Something big happened. What happened? Which unlucky guy died again? No. It's Jack from Lighthouse Nation, Sato from Cherry Blossom Nation, and Tom from Kangaroo Nation. These 3 guys actually gathered. And they're all on the snowfield. Wow. Is it true? How did they encounter them? Absolutely. The key is, I heard that the Five Eyes Alliance contacted them yesterday, informing them of Gadya's approximate location. Damn it, these 3 persistent guys. I'm dying of anxiety. Can someone send a barrage to Gadya? In the wilderness. Yifan's gaze was still on the tiger skin. This tiger skin can easily be made into a quilt, instantly raising the quality of life. In addition to the tiger skin, Yifan carefully extracted the tiger's teeth, pulled out the tendons, and removed the bones, meat, and internal organs. The bladder was also carefully kept. He even tied it up. Tiger urine is also a good resource, which can be used to drive away most carnivorous animals. The meat can be eaten, the bones can be saved for soup or tools, the big teeth can make a dagger, the small teeth can be arrowheads, and the tendons can be bowstrings, truly a treasure trove. After dealing with the tiger, Yifan looked at the cave, which was slightly cramped and filled with a bloody smell, and couldn't help but frown. This cave alone isn't enough, I must quickly build a shelter. Muttering, Yifan took out the recorder and began to check the surroundings. The best place to build a shelter is definitely near the hot spring, or should I build an underground wooden hut over there? However, Yifan stroked his chin. Before that, shouldn't I draw a prize? Building a house is a technical job. Although he previously obtained the wooden hut blueprints and wall manuals, he's still a novice. If only he could get a construction skill. Thinking of this, he had a sudden thought and summoned the system panel. Last night, killing the tiger, using explosives, and the country's fortune turning, the shock value should be quite high, right? Current shock value, 215,322 points. Holy crap? 215,000? Yifan almost exclaimed, and then a wave of joy surged over him. He had become rich overnight. Before, he had never managed to draw a single intermediate prize. But this time, the shock value he obtained could complete 2 intermediate draws with remaining points. This is too amazing. System. Give me an intermediate draw. Yifan said confidently. Ding. Consumed 100,000 shock value, intermediate draw completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate draw. Obtaining plant growth agent can accelerate plant growth speed by 300%, *10. Physical items? Yifan's heart jumped suddenly. He quickly activated the daily livestream shutdown period. If the ability to conjure items appeared before so many people, it would probably explode. Suddenly, the screen went black, and the Dragon Nation livestream exploded. Holy crap? God Yi ended the livestream? Something's not right. It's the first time since God Yi entered the National Fortune world? I suspect he's secretly enjoying some good food. Upstairs, is there a possibility that he's over that tiger skin? Cough cough. Don't say nonsense. God, you might just be changing clothes. After all, it was quite thrilling fighting that tiger last night. As the audience in the livestream let their imaginations run wild, 10 glass test tubes emitting a faint green glow appeared in front of Yifan. It was indeed a physical item. This was the first time. Previously, the draws had all been skills, talents, blueprints, new functions, and so on. Everything was virtual. But this time, he actually drew a physical item. Was there physical items in the intermediate draw pool? Could he draw other things too? Firearms? Seeds? Medicines? Thinking about this, Yifan's heart raced. System, come again. Ding. Consumed 100,000 shock value, intermediate draw completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate draw, obtaining the skill, Master Potter. What the heck? I wanted a construction skill, and you gave me a Master Potter. Before Yifan could finish complaining, a vast amount of knowledge surged into his mind. Yifan felt a roar in his brain as countless pieces of knowledge about clay ratios, kiln temperature control, and shaping methods flooded in. From the most primitive coil building to the complex wheel throwing, even the mixing of glazes was all included. Ha! Yifan shook his head, digesting this enormous amount of information. Wait. Although he didn't draw a direct building skill, he quickly discovered the skill of Master Pottery, which is no longer limited to pottery itself. Combined with the woodcutting blueprints, he could definitely create an excellent shelter. Now everything is ready, just lacking white clay. From previous communication with the country, it seems there's white clay just 5 kilometers south. He would head over to check it out soon. After making the decision, Yifan didn't rush to leave, but began a live broadcast, using the remaining saltpeter and sulfur to craft 2 homemade grenades. Not having a sword and having a sword is 2 different matters. If the people from the lighthouse country are coming, let them taste the truth. With 2 bombs for safety, he then dragged the sled, taking the translator and some necessary tools, and set off southwards. Speaking of which, this place is actually not far from the hot springs. The hot springs are about 2 kilometers directly south, and the white clay. Half an hour later, Yifan found it at a cliff about 4.5 kilometers away, eroded by wind and snow. It could even be said that it just appeared there, standing straight up. At first glance, one could see that the cliff is made up of grayish-white soil layers. Yifan grabbed a handful and squeezed it. The stickiness was remarkable. The texture was delicate. It even had a unique oily feel. A smile appeared immediately on his face. It must be Kalen, I didn't expect my luck to be this good. Let's get to work. Although the ground here was a bit frozen, under the military shovel, it quickly succumbed. Swinging the shovel, soil was continuously being dug out. Just as Yifan was digging vigorously, he suddenly felt a different texture from his shovel. Yifan paused, since the danger perception didn't alarm, it meant it wasn't something like a hibernating Arctic viper. After hesitating for a moment, he chose not to touch it directly but carefully used the military shovel to clear along the object's outline. Soon, several outer skin roots, a light brown color and wrinkled on the surface, were exposed to the air. There's a faint bean-like smell. Yifan sniffed the scent, his eyes instantly brightened. Could it be astragalus? He quickly opened the plant encyclopedia. Name, astragalus. Introduction: a plant of the legume family, it has effects such as boosting energy, stabilizing the exterior to stop sweating, promoting water discharge to reduce swelling, detoxifying and purging pus, regulating immunity, resisting fatigue, and protecting cardiovascular and cerebral blood vessels. Good heavens! It really is astragalus. This is a top-notch tonic. Not to mention, it can increase cold resistance and boost high-altitude endurance. This is absolutely fantastic. Thinking of this, Yifan directly pinched off a small root and put it in his mouth to chew. A hint of sweetness instantly spread across his tongue. This taste. Yifan's eyes lit up instantly, and surprise appeared on his face. The taste is really good. And at that moment, in the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Country. What the hell? Wild astragalus. Zhu Weichang excitedly slapped the table, his face filled with surprise. Look at the thickness and length, it's definitely a premium strand of astragalus that's been growing for over 10 years. This is the king of tonics. The king of tonics? A supplement? What benefits does it have for Yishan? Sa Beining was genuinely startled by Zhu Weichang's actions and hurriedly asked. In this freezing cold place, the human body's heat and energy are lost very quickly. This wild astragalus happens to replenish the deficits caused by his recent high-intensity labor. Zhu Weichang said with a smile, this is truly a treasure. Listening to their conversation, the live chat room erupted. This scene instantly sent the Dragon Country's live broadcast room's comments into a frenzy, especially among those viewers who understand health preservation. What the hell? 10-year wild astragalus? How much would one of these sell for in a pharmacy? Yishan's luck is incredible. First, it was the renal essence tea, and now old astragalus. Is he turning wilderness survival into traditional Chinese health preservation? The competitor from the neighboring country is still gnawing on tree bark, while Leaf God has already started brewing astragalus in his thermos. Watching the Dragon Country audience's celebration, the people from other countries were confused, not knowing what was happening. What does it mean to replenish energy? But no matter what, seeing these Dragon Country people so excited, they felt something bad was about to happen. Could it be that they've really found something good? That makes sense. Looking at Li Fan carefully turning everything around him and finding 3 similar plants, it was clear this was not simple. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away from Li Fan, on a snowy plain, Jack, Sato, and Tom were struggling against the cold wind, trudging through the snow. Frost hung from their eyebrows, their faces were blue and purple from the cold, and their lips were cracked and bleeding. Damn it, this cursed weather. Jack cursed, pulling out a piece of jerky from his pocket, biting into it with great difficulty, nearly breaking a tooth. How much longer do we have to walk? Sato asked, shivering. Almost there. Jack looked into the distance, greed and fierce light gleaming in his eyes. Once we find that Dragon Country guy, grab his gunpowder and food, we can survive. Though Jack's group spoke viciously, the comments in their live chat went off track. Brothers, go check the neighbor. It's killing me. What happened? Did someone die again? No. It's Pierre from Gull meeting Mario from Italy. What the hell? Are they fighting? Is it exciting? Fighting my ass. These two stared at each other for 3 seconds, then gazed into each other's eyes with deep affection, and then they hugged. You'd think they were from the land of the setting sun. What the hell? What's happening? Brokeback Mountain in survival of the fittest? This outing is really worth it. Leaf Fan gasped as he cleared 3 wild astragalus plants, unable to hide the joy on his face. After confirming there were no other astragalus plants around, he quickly filled the sled with white clay and lightened his steps back toward the hot spring. A few minutes later, a person and a bird returned to the hot spring. The ground here was soft, not frozen, and there was no better place than this to build a shelter and craft a clay kiln. It was midday. The sunlight spilled onto the snowy ground, reflecting a dazzling glow. The knowledge system of Ceramic Master activated instantly in his mind, and Leaf Fan's eyes scanned the surroundings, quickly fixing on a dry open space downwind from the hot spring. He didn't just dig a random hole like ordinary people, instead, he used the scattered rocks by the hot spring as a base, mixing ordinary soil with the white clay he had just dug up, starting to build it layer by layer. Combustion chamber, kiln room, flue, chimney. Before long, two connected oval-shaped clay mounds began to take shape. Seeing this strange structure, the official live room of Dragon Country, saw Biting turned with a puzzled face. Teacher Zhu, do you know what Leaf God is doing? If I'm not mistaken. Zhu Weiqiang, though wearing armor, spoke with certainty. Leaf Fan is building a downdraft kiln. This is specifically for firing high-quality pottery and bricks. I didn't expect he actually mastered such a professional ancient technique. Truly makes me admire him greatly. Zhu Weiqiang intended to say look at him in a new light, but felt that word was too dismissive of Leaf Fan's ability. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Invited guest, Professor James from Imperial College's Materials Engineering, looked at Leaf Fan's operation, initially somewhat dismissive. Outdoor pottery making? How could it possibly succeed in such low temperatures? But as time passed, observing that exquisite flue design, his expression gradually froze, finally turning into shock as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? James's voice was dry. He is building a downdraft kiln? This structure requires extremely high control over airflow. Without drawings, without measuring tools, how could he build it by hand? And the clay mixture he used, wasn't it specially prepared to prevent cracking from extreme temperature differences? This person from the Dragon Kingdom, could he come from a ceramics family? No. Even if he were from a ceramics family, without decades of experience, he couldn't be so effortless. Since he could do this, he must have mastered the ability to. James seemed to want to say Yifan must be confident, but before he could finish, the live broadcast suddenly flickered and his connection was forcefully cut off. Those foreign comments that were mocking Yifan for playing with mud instantly disappeared, replaced by a screen full of question marks and confusion. Oh my god, he's out in the wild trying to survive, and he actually wants to make ceramics? While our contestants are freezing to death on the snowfield, the Dragon Kingdom contestant is busy with industrial production? Are we really playing the same game? Wait. Why didn't they let Mr. James continue? Could that person from the Dragon Kingdom really succeed? But no matter how they called for him, James didn't return, and instead, someone else started mocking loudly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. A half-person high, intricately structured double-chambered earthen kiln stood beside the hot spring. Yifan happily clapped the clay dust off his hands. Next, he would start shaping the clay vessels. Kneading the clay, pulling the body, shaping it. 3 large belly pots for storing water and pickling meat. 5 bowls for eating and drinking soup, 2 plates, and 1 cooking pot. He even excitedly crafted an ancient-style teapot with a lid, specifically for brewing his kidney tonic tea and astragalus water. After finishing all this, Yifan looked at the large lump of clay left beside him, pondered for a few seconds, then took a deep breath with a serious expression. His fingers began to dance rapidly on the clay lump. As if he was about to create something important. Watching Yifan's actions, many began to guess what he was making. Soon, a uniquely shaped vessel with a wide mouth and round belly was born in his hands. What is that? Why does it look so strange? Oh my god. This shape is so wild and unrestrained, with smooth lines full of strength. Could it be a long-lost sacrificial vessel? I think it looks like a wine cup used by Dionysus from Greek mythology. Full of primitive vitality. Art. This is true art. Blooming the flower of civilization in the harshest environment. No wonder Yifan has the ability to turn the tide. The gods must protect someone like him. Just as everyone was praising Yifan's artistic flair, he held the vessel in front of him and gestured with it. This damn weather is too cold. Crawling out of a warm blanket at midnight to go to the bathroom can easily freeze the little brother. Having this night pot will be perfect. Puff. In the live room, regardless of whether they were domestic or international, all the audience's praises got stuck in their headphones, followed by an explosion of laughter that shook the heavens. I'm sorry, I apologize for my previous artistic appreciation. Night pot? I thought it was a holy grail. On the artistic and practical unity of the night pot author, Yifan. The live room erupted immediately. But Yifan moved again, only this time it was much simpler. He just made standard-sized solid brick molds from the clay. Let's put these here to dry using the geothermal heat. They can be fired in the kiln tomorrow morning. Looking at the neatly arranged molds in front of him, Yifan wiped the clay spots off his face, revealing a satisfied smile. The clay molds must be completely dried before firing. Otherwise, they could crack during firing due to rapid evaporation of internal moisture. Under normal circumstances, it often takes several days to dry naturally. In fact, ancient people would dry them for half a month to 3 months for stability. However, Yifan didn't have that many concerns. He directly placed them beside the hot spring. For about 15 or 16 hours, they would almost be able to start firing the kiln. After confirming there were no issues, Yifan stretched lazily, picked up his tools, and walked towards the nearby forest. Since I'm idle anyway, let's start gathering materials. The wooden walls and roof needed a lot of logs, and the kiln also required a lot of firewood, so it worked out perfectly. Yifan arrived by a willow tree as thick as a bowl, but instead of using a shovel, he pulled out the cherry blossom knife he had seized from Yamamoto Kazuo. Next, he took a piece of hardwood with a groove, inserted the handle of the cherry blossom knife into it, and tightly bound it with tree bark. The viewers in the livestream were dumbfounded. Yifan lifted this strange weapon and approached the tree. He gently tapped the tree bark a couple of times, seemingly searching for the best pressure point. Then, with power from his waist, he swung his arm in a wide arc and shouted loudly. 80. Crack. A crisp sound. With Yifan's swing, the extended samurai blade cleaved into the tree trunk using leverage. The blade cut into the soft wood, sending wood chips flying. 80. 80. 80. As Yifan shouted, he rhythmically swung the long knife. The raven nearby seemed to find his shouting amusing, hopping around on the branches and croaking, quack. Ba sure. Quack. Ba sure. The bizarre duet between the man and the bird echoed over the wide snowy field, and the scene gradually became absurd. The Dragon Country's livestream audience burst into laughter instantly. Ha ha. Zhao Benshan is still the best. The little Japanese knife isn't durable, 40 is enough. Oh my, if this tree could talk, it would definitely ask, Big brother, I'm not even sick, why are you renovating me? A few minutes later, with a crisp crack, the tall willow tree collapsed, creating a flurry of snowflakes. Yifan looked at the tool in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, this cherry blossom country steel is really good, sharpening it for cutting softwood is just right, lighter than an axe. However, this careless comment instantly ignited the viewers from the cherry blossom country. A wave of comments flooded the Dragon Country livestream like crazy dogs. Baka. Baka Yaru. Stop. Hurry, stop. That's Yamamoto-kun's saber. It's a symbol of the samurai spirit. A sacred weapon for dueling. You actually used it to chop a tree? This is blasphemy. This is the greatest insult to the great cherry blossom empire. That knife is crying. Bastard Dragon Country people. Seeing the frantic comments from the cherry blossom viewers, the Dragon Country audience was overjoyed and switched to group mocking mode. Oh, are you anxious? Did you break down? What's samurai spirit? In Yifan's hands, this is just a handy firewood knife. Worship? Worship who? That unlucky guy who tried to sneak attack and ended up being counter-killed? Yifan, this knife is good, I'll try it next time for unblocking the toilet. Thanks to my bro Yamamoto for the farming artifact, the progress of building the house can speed up again. The livestream was in chaos, while Yifan in the wilderness was full of enthusiasm. Chopping trees, trimming branches. The trunk was for building the house, and the branches were for firewood. Nothing is happier than stripping trees. If there is, it would be stripping another tree. After felling 7 or 8 large trees, Yifan was a bit tired, so he found a tree trunk to rest. But when he looked up, he saw the translator squatting on a nearby log, tilting its head, looking like a supervisor. As if saying, don't slack off, get back to work. Yifan suddenly got playful. He walked over to the earthen kiln, grabbed a scrap of mud. Translator, stop pretending, come down. I'll sculpt something that will make you famous for generations. In just a few movements, Yifan shaped a round, plump figure with short wings and a scrunched neck that resembled an angry little bird. Look, mighty and imposing, just like you, showing wealth. He held the mud figure up in front of the translator, shaking it triumphantly, and in an instant, the translator's black bean-like eyes were filled with disdain and anger. It flapped its wings and flew up. He just wanted to peck at Yifan's head, while crazily spitting out his unique accent. Ugly. Fat. No. Caw. Shit. Shet make. The live streaming room was immediately flooded with joyful comments. Even the birds dislike ye got skills. Translator, you're slandering me. Slander. I'm not fat. Just more fur. Ye god, take my advice, just honestly be a craftsman, the path of an artist won't work. Suddenly. Rustle. At that moment, a slight sound of footsteps came from the bushes behind. Yifan's movements suddenly stopped. The hunter's instinct made his muscles tense up, and his hand instinctively reached for the hunting bow on his back. But the danger sense in his mind was blank, without any alarm. No danger? Yifan frowned slightly, since it wasn't a fierce beast, then it was. He slowly turned around, looking toward the source of the sound. In the next second, he was stunned. Chapter 27, Divine Gear? Threat. It's over. What came into view was neither a gull holding a white flag nor a lurking beast, but a foolishly long face filled with innocence. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Less than 5 meters away from him, a sturdy and yellow-brown wild roe deer was tilting its head, its big watery eyes curiously examining him. It seemed completely unaware of how dangerous this bipedal creature was, and instead took a few steps closer, its nose twitching as if thinking, "What smell is this guy giving off? So nice." Yi Fan and the roe deer stared at each other, the air suddenly silent for 3 seconds. The audience in the livestream burst into laughter, the earlier tense atmosphere completely gone. Ha ha ha. A classic scene. The foolish roe deer finally made its appearance. "Roe deer, bro, are you signing up? How about a wash and haircut? Ye God, I've already drawn my knife, and you're showing me this?" The translator on Yi Fan's shoulder couldn't stand it anymore. It felt that its dignity as a guard was being provoked. "Caw. Stupid. Get out." The translator flapped its wings and flew over, circling above the roe deer's head, trying to drive it away. The roe deer was indeed startled, instinctively turning and hopping a couple of steps. But the next action directly made Yi Fan feel the gap in intelligence. That guy didn't run far before that damn curiosity struck again, stopping and burying its head in a snow pile, leaving a big white heart-shaped backside exposed, still shivering. As if saying, "You can't see me, you can't see me." So this is what is called beating roe deer and ladling fish? Yi Fan's mouth twitched wildly. He casually picked up a stone and tentatively held it above his head, intending to scare it away. But who knew, the roe deer heard the noise, pulled its head out, and upon seeing Yi Fan's action, its eyes grew even brighter. It even excitedly stomped its little feet in place, leaning its head closer. If one didn't know better, they would think this guy thought Yi Fan was going to feed it. Or maybe play a game of catch with it? That furry big face was less than half a meter away from Yi Fan's stone, its gaze full of expectation. Yi Fan's hand froze in midair, sighed, "Is this too much of treating me as family? How did this level of intelligence survive until now? Fine, then in the next life, I'll reincarnate as a smart pig." No longer hesitating. This meat served right to him, not eating it would be a sin against heaven. Moreover, the roe deer had plenty of treasures on it. Bang! Yi Fan released his hand, the stone accurately knocking it on the head. Taking advantage of the roe deer being stunned for a moment, he rushed up to deliver a fatal blow. Without any pain, it left peacefully. But when Yi Fan picked up the roe deer, he suddenly sensed something was off. Rounding the screen like rock, sure enough. He didn't know when, but the weather outside had changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind rose, swirling the snow on the ground into the sky. Just then, snow fell like goose feathers, and visibility had dropped to less than 5 meters. White hair wind? Yi Fan's expression changed. This kind of weather is the deadliest on the snowfield. Dragging prey against the wind and snow back to the cave 2 kilometers away would not only exhaust physical strength but also easily lead to losing direction. We can't go back. Yi Fan decisively looked at the steaming hot spring behind him. Here, there is geothermal heat and wind-blocking rocks, it's simply a natural refuge. Let's eat here. After eating, we'll talk. If it's really not possible, we can stay one night and then go back. In the live broadcast room, Zhu Weiqiang's face changed drastically, staring intensely at the screen. Not good. This is an extremely rare sudden blizzard. Wind speed may exceed 20 meters per second, and the temperature will plummet below -40 degrees in half an hour. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Yi Fan chose to stay by the hot spring. If he chose to return to the cave at this moment, even if it's only 2 kilometers, it's highly likely he would lose warmth and get lost in the storm. The audience couldn't help but sweat for Yi Fan. In the footage, after a brief moment of tension, Yi Fan looked at the roe deer in his hands, then glanced at the steaming hot spring around him, his eyes brightening. This roe deer didn't come here by chance. It came to escape the blizzard. Geothermal heat, plants, mineral salts, this place is a natural magnet. I can absolutely use this feature to turn this place into a self-service restaurant. Later, I will let the translator act as bait and alarm, set some traps to keep customers, and I'll handle the harvest, a perfect closed loop. This discovery excited Yi Fan even more than killing a roe deer. While dissecting the roe deer, he murmured. Half an hour later. Under a wind-blocking rock by the hot spring, a scene appeared that could make billions of people around the world jealous to tears. Outside, the howling wind and blizzard sounded like the end of the world. But here, it was warm as spring, with mist swirling. The pot was set over the fire, with the firewood burning hot below. Once the snow in the pot melted, a few segments of cut wild astragalus were tossed into the water. As the water temperature rose, a faint medicinal aroma spread. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a fur-covered stone, using his carving knife to slice the fresh roe deer hind leg meat into thin, almost translucent pieces. 7 up, 8 down. Yi Fan picked up a slice of meat and gently dipped it in the boiling astragalus water. The meat instantly changed color, curled up, with clear patterns visible. Dipping it in a bit of fine salt. In one bite. Mum. Yifan couldn't help but close his eyes. It felt as if every pore in his body exploded at that moment. Fresh. Tender. Smooth. The unique fresh sweetness of the roe deer meat burst on his tongue under the stimulation of the astragalus. That hot flow glided down his throat straight to his stomach, then flowed to his limbs like lava. Yifan couldn't help but loosen the collar of his bare fur coat, with wisps of white vapor even rising from his head. This is living. Quack. Quack. Meat. Meat. The translator beside him was already drooling, dancing anxiously on the stone, saliva almost flowing down. Yifan smiled and tossed a piece of cooked meat to it. The translator bit it, only to yelp in surprise from the heat, jumping around in the snow, its wings fanning wildly, but it wouldn't let go, looking so comical that Yifan burst into laughter. In the eyes of Northeast Siwenki Hunter, this roe deer is a treasure from head to toe. In the live broadcast room, Zhu Weichun looked at this scene and couldn't help but swallow, explaining. Aside from the delicious meat, the roe deer's skin is hollow and has excellent insulation. If one can completely peel off the roe deer head along with the antlers to make a roe deer head hat. Wearing it and lying in the snow, not to mention wild beasts, even humans from afar can't tell. That's top camouflage gear in extreme cold environments. And its thermal insulation performance is superb, it doesn't feel cold even when the head is buried in the snow. Yifan in this round not only filled his stomach, but it's time to upgrade the equipment. Just now, I actually hesitated for a moment. Just when the Dragon Country audience was immersed in the joy of food and equipment upgrades, a few panicked bullet screens suddenly floated by. Brothers! Stop eating. Something big has happened. Quick, go to the live room next door in Cherry Blossom Country. Those three guys, they found something incredible. It's over. This time, God Yi is really targeted. The scene changes. Dozens of kilometers away on the snowy plain, now presents a hellish sight. Jack, Sato, and Tom, the trio, are now facing this sudden, terrifying snowstorm. Fuck! How can it suddenly snow this heavily? Jack roars, but his voice is instantly swallowed by the howling wind. Their body temperature is rapidly fading, Sato's face has taken on a strange bluish-purple hue, staggering, eyes dull. Don't sleep. If you sleep, you're doomed. Jack slaps him hard. Just as the three are in despair. Look! Over there! The silent Tom suddenly points to a giant dead red pine tree not far ahead, shouting. At the base of that tree, unexpectedly, there is a huge tree hole. The three rush towards the tree hole, rolling and scrambling to squeeze inside. They don't even think that there might be a bear hibernating inside this tree hole. The tree hole is small, as soon as they enter, they feel a wave of rotting smell. We survived. Jack slumps to the ground, gasping without care. Just as he prepares to pull out his lighter to see the surroundings, his hand suddenly touches something cold and hard. That hand feel, metallic texture? Jack's heart jumps, quickly pulling out the lighter. A dim light illuminates the cramped tree hole. In the next second, they see a body frozen like an ice sculpture. This is a corpse dressed in a heavy black riot suit. It looks a bit like Special Forces gear. Not sure why it died here. But beside the corpse, there are two things quietly leaning against it that would drive any survivor crazy. The first is a half-human high heavy bulletproof explosion-proof shield. They don't know what material it's made of, but the scratches on it make them understand that even a bear couldn't damage this shield. Any cold weapon would surrender before this shield. The second is a military thermal imaging device hanging around the corpse's neck. Oh my god. Jack, trembling hands, picks up the thermal imaging device and tries pressing the power button. The screen flickers twice, and surprisingly, it lights up. Although there's only one bar of battery left, if they pick the right moment and scene, it could be God's eyes. Jack points the lens toward the pitch black outside the hole. In that raging snowstorm, nothing can be seen with the naked eye. But on the screen, under the snow layer dozens of meters away, a faint orange-red light is trembling. It should be a snow rabbit hiding from the storm. I see it. Ha 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 ha. Even hiding under the snow, even through the snowstorm. Jack's voice becomes hoarse and cracked with excitement. Life is like a torch in the night, so blaring. No disguise can fool it. He suddenly turns his head, staring fixedly at the explosion-proof shield. Sato, lift it up. Sato, afraid to disobey, quickly lifts the shield. Jack picks up a dagger and fiercely thrusts it against the shield surface. Bang! Sparks fly. The dagger is violently deflected, causing Jack's hand to go numb, but the transparent shield only bears a shallow white mark. A swipe of the finger, and one cannot even notice it. Ha 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 ha. Jack emits a frantic laugh from his throat, eyes malicious and fervent. Do Dragon Country people have bows and arrows? Have bombs? So what? In front of this shield, their bows and arrows are toothpicks. Their little shrapnel from homemade bombs can't harm us at all. With thermal imaging, he became a living target in the snowstorm, while we were invisible ghosts. What is this called? This is called dimensionality reduction strike. Jack raised his shield, his gaze cold as he looked toward the east. Once the blizzard stops, we set out. This time, I want to crush that Dragon Kingdom person like I would crush an ant. Damn guy, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be facing such danger. Chapter 28. Only the strong can survive. Who? The steaming astragalus mutton entered his stomach, and Yifan felt hot all over, even beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. In the midst of a blizzard that hit below -30 degrees, feeling so hot he wanted to take off his clothes was simply too pleasant. Having eaten and drunk enough, shouldn't we enjoy a bit? Yifan glanced at the overflowing hot spring water, his mind stirring. He picked up a spade and quickly dug a shallow drainage pit by the hot spring pool, surrounding it with a few stones to let the warm spring water flow in, forming a natural foot bath. He took off his heavy leather shoes and socks, dipping his feet in. Hiss, ha! The scorching spring water wrapped around his ankles, and a tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Yifan couldn't help but lean back onto the freshly cleaned rose skin, letting out a long sigh. Brothers, this is what life is. Yifan wiggled his toes, soaking my feet on a snowy night, I wouldn't trade it for a god. The livestream audience watched this scene, instantly losing their composure. I'm seriously losing my mind. I'm at home wrapped in a blanket shaking, and he's soaking his feet over there? What kind of survival is this? This is clearly a vacation resort. Ye god, although it's the apocalypse outside, I don't want to miss my wellness. Sigh, I'm really worried about those 3 guys coming over with Ye god state. The key is that they have gotten divine equipment. If Ye god doesn't guard against them, it could be a big problem. The Dragon Kingdom audience was bustling with discussion. There were many sighs and complaints. However, Yifan was comfortably starting to close his eyes and rest. At this moment, the translator was not happy. It looked at Yifan's blissful face, then glanced at the steaming water pit, tilting its head and observing for a while. Ga. It seemed to make a decision, flapping its wings and flying out directly. It jumped straight onto a rock by the footbath, showing no sign of regret whatsoever. This guy seemed to want to mimic Yifan, putting its claws inside. The live stream audience was stunned by this scene. Then, a wave of laughter followed. The Dragon Kingdom audience momentarily forgot about those 3 guys. The audiences from other countries also hid their feelings of envy or jealousy. They all focused on this guy's movements. Sometimes, humans seem to be like this. The translator tentatively stretched out a claw, touching the water's surface. Oh. The warm feeling made it comfortably squint its eyes. So, this guy got bolder, pushed with its feet, and jumped directly into the shallow water pit, even flapping its wings to splash water onto itself. Ga. Nice. Nice. It called out excitedly. But the next second, an accident happened. The stone under its feet was too slippery, and it lost its balance, half of its body directly falling into the water. Plop. Ga. Hot. The translator was startled, quickly flapping its wet wings, rolling and scrambling up the bank. But just as it left the range of the hot water. Whoo! A gust of cold wind blew by, and there was the sound of crackling. Visible to the naked eye, the translator's wet feathers were actually covered with a layer of white frost. Ga. The translator instantly went from enjoyment to panic. It tried to shake off the water on its body, but found its wings had become stiff and heavy, unable to open up at all. It wanted to run, but its 2 claws slipped madly on the icy stones, directly falling in a comical manner, sliding across the ground like a hard, icy lump. Gah! Cold! Mommy! What on earth is Smith talking about? He has never experienced winter. Yifan was soaking, feeling a bit dazed, but he couldn't help but mutter when he heard these words. Gradually, he began to feel that something was wrong. The temperature beneath his feet seemed to be dropping. This is a hot spring. Even if it pooled into a small pond, it shouldn't be like this, right? He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the translator was already encased in a layer of ice. What the heck? How did you turn into a popsicle? Did you go outside? Yifan was shocked as he pulled the translator into his warm embrace, bringing it close to the fire to help it thaw. However, just as Yifan was rubbing the ice off the feathers, his action suddenly froze. His gaze fell on the footbath pit from earlier. His brows furrowed instantly. Something's wrong. Yifan suddenly looked up towards the cave entrance. He had been too relaxed to notice before, but now that he was calm, he realized that the wind and snow outside seemed excessively violent. Woo woo woo. The wind was no longer howling, but sounded like countless ghosts screaming. Even scarier was the fact that the small water pit he had just dug, despite continuously receiving hot spring water, had started to form white icicles at its edges. The water temperature is over 40 degrees. Yifan reached out to test the water temperature, his expression changing slightly. It was cool. At most, it was only 37 or 38 degrees. Just half a meter away from the spring, the water temperature dropped so quickly? The range of steam from the hot spring seemed to be rapidly compressed. Originally there was no snow within 10 meters, but now it had shrunk to about 10 meters. The temperature is dropping too fast? The current temperature must have fallen below -40 degrees, maybe even heading towards -50. Yifan's heart raced with alarm, the previous comfort instantly vanished. This was no ordinary snowstorm? This was clearly the reaper that could freeze everything. If that's the case, without any shelter outside, even wearing bearskin won't last long. He had to build a shelter immediately. Originally, Yifan had planned to spend the night relying on the warmth of the hot spring and bonfire. That idea was now thrown out of his mind. If the temperature continued to drop, the warmth provided by these things wouldn't be enough to stop heat loss. If he didn't prepare, both he and the translator would perish here tonight. Yifan quickly got up, carefully moving the unbaked clay pieces to the most sheltered rocky crevices, covering them tightly with layers of thick dry grass and animal skins. These are treasures. If they freeze and crack, it would be all in vain. After doing this, Yifan looked at the surrounding branches and snow, his brain working rapidly. How to build? A regular wooden house was out of time, and there wasn't enough material for a windbreak. Right. The lottery. Yifan focused his mind and summoned the system panel. The shock points he had before were already spent, but after hunting deer, eating hot pot, and riding the wave of national fortune, he must have accumulated some more. Current shock points, 34528. More than 30,000. Yifan took a deep breath. Though it's not much, it's enough for 3 beginner draws. I hope I get something useful. System, beginner lottery, triple draw. Ding. Consumed 30,000 shock points, lottery completed. Congratulations, host, you have gained free attribute points +2. Congratulations, host, you have gained passive skill, mastery of physics. Congratulations, host, you have gained blueprint, Inuit igloo construction diagram. Attribute points? Physics? Igloo blueprint? Yifan was stunned, then overjoyed. This was like a pillow coming when he was sleepy. The Inuit people live in the Arctic. Mastering their house-building techniques to create a temporary shelter was definitely a good idea. Even if igloos have certain limitations. But what is this physics thing? He wasn't into academia. Without hesitation, he directly added 2 points to his constitution. Warmth surged, and his cold resistance seemed to have improved once more, allowing him to stand more firmly against the biting cold wind. Immediately, a vast amount of knowledge about mechanics, thermodynamics, and fluid dynamics flooded into his mind. A flood of information left his brain feeling a bit blank, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. Having gained so many skills, this was definitely the most information he had encountered at once. As the livestream audience just noticed something was off and began to discuss, Yifan regained his focus. With the icehouse blueprint in mind, Yifan's world transformed. When he looked again at the surrounding snow, stones, and hot spring water, an image of a stress analysis diagram automatically emerged in his mind. The wind is northwest, wind speed 28 meters/second. Fluid dynamics tells me that a regular straight wall will bear the greatest wind pressure, so I must use a dome structure to disperse the force. Thermodynamics. By mixing hot spring water with snow at -50 degrees, I can create the picrete effect, making ice concrete that has strength comparable to cement and excellent sealing. In just an instant, so much information appeared in Yifan's mind that even the simple shelter scheme popped up next. Indeed, knowledge changes destiny. With that thought, Yifan immediately placed the translator by the fire and got to work. He walked to the outer area, using the engineer spade to cut neat snow bricks, then gradually brought pots of hot spring water to pour over the connections of the snow bricks. In fact, it was very similar to the previous operation of building a defensive structure. Sizzle. The water instantly froze, firmly bonding the snow bricks together. Instead of building a regular wall, he relied on a large wind-blocking stone to construct a hemispherical ice and snow dome. The streamlined shell allowed the strong wind to merely glide over the surface, unable to cause any damage. In just an hour. Before it was fully dark, a sturdy, warm icehouse appeared at the edge of the hot spring area. Yifan crawled into the icehouse and lit a small pile of smokeless charcoal. In the cramped space, the temperature instantly locked in. Comfortable. The translator noticed Yifan hadn't come out for a while and bounced in excitedly. Then it saw Yifan had already laid the half-finished roe deer skin inside the icehouse. Moreover, with the charcoal burning, the temperature inside had already risen. It was even a bit more comfortable than sitting in the greenhouse. The translator mumbled quickly while rubbing against the roe deer skin, as if it understood that this would keep it warmer. Oh wow! It knows comfort? That is truly comfortable. The livestream audience, watching Yifan's series of actions, were left dumbfounded. Is this a big shot? Just a second ago they were worried something might go wrong, and the next second, an icehouse appeared. In contrast, those three who wanted to harm him, being frozen like that, the gap seems a bit big. If it weren't for their impressive gear and sheer numbers, perhaps they should have been the ones to worry first. As the temperature rose, Yifan felt his hands gradually returning to normal. Since I'm idle, I might as well skin it. In this weather, a hat would be just right for tomorrow's outing. Thinking of this, Yifan went out of the icehouse, intending to drag that foolish roe deer over. But as soon as he stepped outside, he couldn't help but shiver. The temperature of the hot spring had now dropped to around 37 or 38 degrees. Although it still had warmth. The affected area had shrunk to a radius of about 5 or 6 meters, and even white mist floated above the surface of the hot spring water. Time passed. Midnight, 12 o'clock. The cold mechanical sound rang on time. Today's settlement moment. Today's death count, 218 people. Remaining survivors, 8,243 people. The death toll surged. When Yifan heard this sound, he couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows. He was ready to continue sleeping. As the rankings were about to be announced, whether at the front or the back, everyone had already begun to exert their utmost effort. This is normal. But in the next second, he felt the system's voice begin to take on a playful tone, even tinged with a hint of cruel mockery. Survivors, do you feel that the environment around you has suddenly become much harsher? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. In the next 48 hours, the environment around you will become increasingly extreme, and the competition for the national fortune rankings will only end when the exam does. Whether you can survive until you receive your rewards depends on whether you can hold on through the storm. Remember, only true strong ones deserve to live. The moment the voice fell, Yifan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Looking at the increasingly violent wind and snow outside the cave, a cold smile crept onto his face. So that's it, you want to stimulate us? All right. Bring it on. I want to see whether your wind and snow are tougher, or if my bones are tougher. Chapter 29. Is this nightmarish level? Who? The next morning. Yifan woke up feeling suffocated. He bolted upright, feeling a tightness in his chest and difficulty breathing. Looking up, he was shocked to see that the fist-sized ventilation hole he had left open yesterday was now completely blocked by thick white frost. What the heck, how big is this humidity and temperature difference? Yifan quickly picked up his entrenching tool and poked at the ventilation hole. If he had woken up any later, he might not have woken up at all. The carbon monoxide level in the air was extremely high. Crack! As the frost shattered, a piercing cold wind rushed in. Although the charcoal had burned all night to keep the icehouse warm, the temperature had dropped several degrees in an instant. Gah! The translator sleeping next to him was startled by the cold wind and quickly tucked his head into his wings, trembling like a black fur ball. Yifan pushed aside the ice blocking the door and crawled out. The sight before him made his pupils shrink. The geothermal steam from the hot spring, which had barely maintained a range of 5 to 6 meters last night, was now compressed to its limit. Only a small area of less than 2 or 3 meters around the spring was still warm. Moreover, a thin layer of ice had formed on the surface of the hot spring, with the rising steam turning into icy mist in the air. This temperature must have dropped below -50 degrees. Yifan exhaled, and white mist instantly crystallized on his eyelashes. Even his urine turned into ice sticks the moment it left him. He instinctively glanced at the survival count on the national fortune panel. Current contestants, 8,012 people. Over 200 people had died overnight because of this cursed weather. If this temperature continues to drop, just relying on this thin icehouse and this bit of charcoal, tonight I might directly lose body heat in my sleep. Even if I don't freeze to death, my ears and fingers could fall off due to frostbite. A strong sense of crisis hit him immediately, causing Yifan to shiver uncontrollably. He instinctively turned to look north. His bear cave was in that direction. It was about 2 kilometers away. I must go there. Those 3 tiger skins, the tiger bones, and some tools all must be brought back, only then do I have a chance. Yifan glanced at the hot spring still emitting steam beneath him, his eyes flashing with determination. That bear cave probably can't withstand this level of low temperature. Although the bear cave is windproof, it relies on soil and rock for insulation. Once the external temperature drops below the critical value, the frozen ground layer will quickly extend, and even if a fire is lit inside the cave, it won't be long before it becomes a natural cold storage no better than outside. By that time, the meat inside will freeze solid, the fur will become hard and brittle, and I myself. The only way to survive now is this geothermal hot spring. I must quickly bring over the tools to build a house. If possible, I should bring over more things. I can't let them freeze solid. Frozen meat can still be eaten. But whether other things can still be used after freezing is uncertain. As for here, relying solely on the icehouse won't be enough. Only by building a wooden structure can we withstand this wave. After all, no one knows if the temperature will continue to drop. But how do we get back? The visibility outside is less than 5 meters, and the wind cuts like a knife. GA? While Yifan was thinking of a solution, the translator seemed to have recovered, and poked its head out from the icehouse. It seemed to have forgotten the lesson from last night, or perhaps it was hungry, as it flapped its wings and tried to fly out. Result. Just as its head was poking out from the protective range of the icehouse. GA. A miserable scream rang out. The translator quickly pulled back, as if it had been burned, retreating like lightning. Yifan quickly walked inside. Before he could check, the creature dived into Yifan's arms, grabbing tightly onto Yifan's collar with its claws, refusing to stick its head out again. Outside, die. It trembled as it spat out a few words. Clearly, it was terrified by the horrific cold outside. Now you're scared? Yifan rubbed its head with a bitter smile and said, if even you can't handle it, I have to be even more careful. He turned around and looked at the roe deer hide, complete with antlers and ears, that he had peeled off last night. The old hunter from the Oracan didn't deceive me. This time, it's all about this roe deer skin hat. Yifan placed the roe deer hide next to the fire to soften it slightly, then activated his sewing skills. The carving knife in his hand seemed to come to life, moving along the fur's pattern with precision. Curing, tanning, trimming. 20 minutes later. A uniquely styled leather hat appeared in Yifan's hands. It perfectly preserved the shape of the roe deer's head, with the softest fur from the deer's abdomen as the lining. Give it a try. Yifan took a deep breath and put the roe deer head hat on his head. Buzz. An indescribable warmth instantly enveloped his entire head. The scalp, which had been tight from the cold, now felt as if it had slipped into a warm bed, incredibly comfortable. And the hat was made so well that it even covered the neck and ears. This is like a physical cheat. Yifan smiled, feeling the warmth on his head. No wonder they say they wouldn't trade it for a mink coat. It's perfect. With the bare fur hood, I shouldn't have to worry about my head getting cold. The viewers in the livestream went wild as soon as they saw this, with the comments flooding in, although the vibe was a bit off. Holy crap. Yishin's outfit, it's too damn down to earth. This isn't a hunter. This is clearly a silly roe deer that has become a spirit. He looks handsome, but his expression makes him seem not too bright, a little too easy to trick. Possessed by a silly roe deer? Yishin, your eyes are so innocent now. Meanwhile, in the domestic studio, Shu Weiqian nodded repeatedly as he watched Yifan's gear. Everyone, stop laughing. Yifan's move is absolutely master level. Look at the contestants from the Sun Never Sets country next door. Although they have modern equipment, head warmth is still a major problem. The roe deer's fur is hollow, and it has excellent insulation. This hat is the confidence Yifan needs to walk through the blizzard. With it, the heat loss from his head is reduced by at least 80%. Shu Weiqian confidently explained. At this moment, the translator also noticed something unusual, poking its head out from Yifan's arms and seeing the pair of swaying antlers on his head. GA? It froze, its black bean-like eyes filled with confusion. It seemed to be thinking, where's my master? Why did he become a roe deer? It cautiously hopped onto Yifan's shoulder and gently pecked at the antlers. Clink. Hard. GA. Monster. The translator was so scared that its feathers fluffed up, flapping its wings as if to escape, but Yifan grabbed it. Stop fooling around, let's get to work. With the new hat and the bare fur coat, Yifan felt much more confident. Fully geared up, he stepped out of the icehouse. Quickly heat the earth kiln, carefully take out the clay pieces that were dried using the geothermal heat from last night from yesterday's earth kiln. Seal the fire. Leave a vent. After doing all this, Yifan felt his physical condition, there were no problems. His physical condition was good. The low temperature did not have much impact. Yifan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Let's fire it, I'll study if I can open it when I get back. The process of firing ceramics is very slow. Yifan was very clear about this. He was not in a hurry. Saying this, Yifan hung the engineer shovel at his waist, slung the dragon spine hunting bow on his back, took the handmade grenade, pulled up the newly made wooden sled, took a deep breath, and looked at the swirling white storm. Translator, keep watch. Target, Bear Cave. Let's go. With a low shout, Yifan cheered himself on and then charged into the wind and snow. However, as soon as he left the hot spring range, that terrifying cold hit Yifan like a heavy hammer. The howling wind mixed with ice pellets stung against his face. Visibility was less than 5 meters. The snow underfoot was knee-deep, each step consuming massive energy. Damn, this is harder to walk than I imagined. Yifan gritted his teeth, leaned forward, and relied on his enhanced physical toughness to force a path through the snowfield. Is this the extreme weather of the national luck system? It truly packs a punch. Gathering all his strength, he continued to move forward. Yifan understood very well that if he did not complete this journey, it would be very difficult to survive the night. Chapter 30: A necessary decision, no choices. The fierce wind was like a knife, and the snow tortured fiercely. Yifan's figure appeared incredibly small in the white world. Every step required enormous energy to fight against the knee-deep snow and the howling wind. If it weren't for the sharp judgment of the terrain brought by driving proficiency and his enhanced body, even with good equipment, in this white-haired wind with visibility less than 5 meters, he would likely get lost after walking 500 meters. In the end, he would freeze into an ice sculpture. In the official live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, the special guest Jones looked at the small figure on the screen, shaking his head directly, a cold smile on his lips. Unbelievable. This Dragon Nation person is committing suicide. The wind chill effect of this white-haired wind can instantly take away the core heat of the human body, without any navigation equipment, leaving the heat source as a dead end. His broken hat and animal skin look okay, but they are too primitive to block the wrath of God. I bet, in less than 500 meters, he will lose his way and turn into a landmark. His words caused countless foreign viewers to echo. The Dragon Nation people are too greedy, they won't even spare their lives for a bit of resources. Waiting to feast. Even in the Dragon Nation live broadcast room, Zhu Weichang was sweating profusely, gripping the table tightly. Too risky, this is a taboo in polar survival, but I believe in Yifan. He never does anything without confidence. Who? Heavy breathing echoed beneath the mask, the exhaled warm air instantly froze into white frost on the fur of the deer hat. 2 kilometers of distance, usually completed in a dozen minutes, today Yifan took a full hour and a half to traverse. Finally, that familiar bear cave faintly appeared in view. However, at this moment, the entrance had been completely buried by wind and snow, only a black rock corner showed. Even the defensive works he built 2 days ago had been buried more than half. If he encountered a tiger now, it would be impossible to use the defense to sneak attack. Fortunately, I found it. Yifan was delighted in his heart, he swung the engineer's shovel and began to dig with all his might. Fortunately, he only needed to clear away the freshly fallen snow. Compared to the 2 kilometers of distance, this was much easier. In no time, a hole was cleared. The moment he dived into the cave, Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly. The temperature inside the cave had fallen drastically, and the thick smell of blood had already dissipated by more than half. Or rather, it had been suppressed by more than half. This scene was transmitted back to Earth through high-definition cameras. The once clamoring Jones instantly fell silent like a duck that had its neck grabbed. And Zhu Weichang suddenly slapped his thigh, excitedly shouting. Did you all see that? Look at the white frost on the cave walls. The frozen soil layer has penetrated the rock. The temperature in this cave is at least minus 30 degrees. Without a heat source, no one can survive in this cave. Even if you're a bear, facing such temperatures will feel hopeless. If contestant Yifan had chosen to run back here, he would have frozen to death last night. What foresight this is. What judgment this is. The barrage exploded immediately. Damn. Thinking about it is terrifying. Ye God, predicting your prediction. What happened to that expert from the Lighthouse country who said it was suicide? Does it hurt to have your face slapped? This is called strategic retreat. This is called top-level understanding. The old house has collapsed, not moving means death. Hurry up. Yifan didn't rest and quickly started packing supplies. 3 complete tiger skins were rolled into tight cylinders. These were the most important warm-keeping supplies. Tiger bones, tiger tails, and bear bile, these precious medicinal materials were carefully packed into the innermost layer of the backpack. All kinds of tools were taken away. Bear meat and tiger meat, Yifan selected some prime cuts, leaving the rest behind. Charcoal and sulfur were left behind without a second thought. But even so, after sealing the cave door and trying to pull it, Yifan found it wouldn't budge an inch. Rash, too heavy, can't pull. Yifan's mind lagged for less than a second, and suddenly the knowledge from his proficiency in physics made him think of a solution. Adjusting the sled's center of gravity, he applied a layer of animal fat at the bottom. He exerted force once more. Lift. With a low shout, the heavy sled slowly started moving. Once it got going, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Not only that. All these things helped block a lot of the wind, although it took more effort. The wind, which felt like blades, was reduced a bit. Watching Yifan carry a load like a small mountain and brave the wind and snow on the way back, the viewers in the live stream erupted once again. Holy crap! He can actually pull this? Amazing! This stamina is unbelievable. I struggle to walk in the snow, he can pull hundreds of pounds of stuff? This is the difference. Yi God is stocking up in a snowstorm while so many people wait for death in the storm. Look at the live stream of the neighboring cherry blossom country. Those 3 guys also crawled out from their tree hole, but they made their clothes out of birch bark. I wonder how effective that is. I hope they get into trouble. Hope they get into trouble. Many foreign viewers, clueless about the truth, were momentarily stunned upon seeing such comments. As Yi Fan trudged forward, he suddenly halted. Although the wind and snow would soon cover the tracks, in some sheltered snow hollows, he could still clearly see footprints. Dense, messy footprints. There were paw prints of a cat-like animal resembling plum blossoms, paw prints of wolves in a straight line, and hoof prints resembling those of ungulates. Not just one kind of animal, there were even both carnivores and herbivores. How can there be so many wild beasts? Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. Looking at these footprints all leading to the south, a bad premonition suddenly struck him. Damn. Could it be that the sudden drop in temperature has severely affected the animals, and they've all run towards the hot springs? The hot springs are a good heat source and have water. For the wild beasts shivering in this extreme cold storm, this is simply a lifeline. No way, we must hurry back. I hope I'm wrong. They have other destinations. Yet, despite saying this, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. If this group of starving and freezing beasts rushed into the hot spring area, his belongings would probably be torn to shreds in an instant. And building the wooden shelter would become impossible. Recalling the scene when he had just returned to that cave, it was truly terrifying. No. I have to hurry. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, exerting himself once more, pulling the heavy sled as he accelerated across the snowy field. 18 minutes later. When Yi Fan breathlessly returned to the hot spring's edge, the sight before him relieved him, but he also felt more vigilant. The area around the hot spring was not occupied by beasts. Perhaps it was due to the defenses he had set up before, or maybe the large amount of tiger urine he had spilled nearby had a deterring effect. For now, nothing had happened here. However, this was only temporary. As the temperature continued to drop, survival instincts would eventually overwhelm fear. I must build the house quickly. Only a sturdy wooden shelter can withstand such a scale of beast tide and cold. Yi Fan set down his supplies, glanced at the still-burning kiln, and after confirming nothing was wrong, immediately picked up his cherry blossom knife and dashed towards the forest where he had chopped trees yesterday. There were a dozen thick logs he had felled yesterday that he hadn't had time to transport back yet. However, when he reached the edge of the forest, his whole body stiffened. A night of blizzard had increased the snow depth here by more than double. The logs that had been lying on the ground were now buried deep in the snow, with only a few branches sticking out. Yi Fan tried to drag one. It wouldn't budge. The resistance of the snow, the weight of the wood itself, plus the freezing due to low temperatures made each log feel as heavy as a small mountain. What am I going to do? Yi Fan wiped the ice flakes off his face, his brow furrowed. Rely on brute force to drag it? Even with his current physique, dragging one back would probably exhaust him, not to mention so many logs. By the time he finished dragging, it would likely be dark, and he would be frozen stiff. No, I need to think of a way. Yi Fan stood in the wind and snow, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the terrain and the frozen logs. Watching this desperate scene, Jones, just slapped in the face, seemed to find his confidence again, immediately pulling out his phone to input the problem Yi Fan faced, then showing the result. Ha, useless, this is a physical rule. Each of these logs weighs at least 300 kilograms, and with the friction coefficient of snow and the resistance from freezing, the initial pulling force needed is at least over 500 kilograms. Unless he has a bulldozer or is the reincarnation of Hercules, this is an unsolvable deadlock. People from Dragon Country, corruption comes with a price, give up, or freeze to death in the snow. As these words came out, mocking voices arose again. Yo, it seems like the Dragon Country contestants' luck has run out. Such a weight is simply not something the human body can withstand. I think our 3 countries' contestants don't need to rush over, he's doomed. Chapter 31, The Dragon Country Person Can't Hold On. Since brute force won't work, let's let Newton lend a hand. Yi Fan's mind quickly came up with an idea. He turned and ran back to the hot spring, filled a large black pot with steaming hot spring water, and grabbed a roll of rope, then quickly ran back. What followed left Jones, who had just been shouting in the Lighthouse Country's official live broadcast, with a frozen expression on his face. Yi Fan did not try to dig out the logs with brute force, instead, he first stomped his feet in the snow, creating a shallow trench from the forest straight to the hot spring camp. Then he lifted the pot of boiling hot spring water and evenly poured it along this shallow trench. Sizzle. White steam rose. The warm spring water touched the snow and frozen ground at -50 degrees, almost instantly freezing into a hard, smooth layer of ice. Before long, a mirror-like ice slide appeared on the snowfield. But that wasn't the end. Yi Fan used a rope and a nearby big tree to create a simple wooden pulley system. Archimedes once said, give him a fulcrum, and he can lift the earth. I don't need to lift the earth, I just need to lift a piece of wood, that shouldn't be hard. Muttering to himself, Yifan tied one end of the rope to a huge log and held the other end in his hand, standing next to the ice path. Taking a deep breath. Exerting strength. Lift. The once heavy log, deeply stuck in the snow pit, was slowly dragged by the pulley system. Once on the ice path, the friction was reduced to almost nothing. Whoosh! Weighing hundreds of pounds, the log swiftly slid down the ice path like a child on a slide, making a soft whistling sound as it rushed toward the hot spring camp. Yifan didn't even need to exert much force, he just lightly pulled and guided the direction. 1, 2, 3. In just over 10 minutes, all those once despairing logs were piled up by the hot springs. The live stream chat exploded in an instant. Whoa! Is this even possible? Newton, I can solve this problem. Physics holy sword? Ye God is playing wilderness survival like it's Minecraft. Where's that expert who said he wanted to eat the feast? Come out and take a few steps. Is your face hurting? In the live stream of the Lighthouse Country, Jones watched the scene, mouth agape, completely unaware that he had spilled coffee all over his pants. This is not scientific. Isn't he a university student? This requires extremely high engineering skills and precise control of the environment. How did he do it? However, by this time, no one cared what he said. It was all nonsense anyway. In the wilderness. Yifan clapped his hands, looking at the mountain of wood, and didn't rush to start working. The materials are about ready, but before that, I still need to prepare some gifts for those unexpected guests. Yifan glanced at the dense beast tracks in the distant snow. The heat source here was a deadly temptation for the beasts in the storm. Since it was possible that one might run in at any moment, let's invite them in. Yifan, using his trap-making skill, picked up a military shovel and beast sinew rope and began to work around the hot spring on the main paths. Digging pits, setting traps, and laying snares. In addition, he also set up some springboard traps at several key locations. Once stepped on, not only would one be lifted up, but it would also trigger nearby wooden spikes to shoot out. Meanwhile, more than 20 kilometers away in the snowstorm, 3 fully armed figures were slowly marching against the cold wind. Although the snowstorm was severe, their original clothing had good cold resistance, plus they had made a windbreak-like outfit from birch bark, only exposing their eyes. Except for their movements becoming slow, it didn't seem to affect them much. Awoo! Suddenly, a low howling came from behind a snow hill ahead. Immediately after, 5 pairs of glowing green eyes lit up in the wind and snow. Wolf pack? The leader, Jack, stopped and looked at the pack of Siberian wolves forced to desperation by the storm, a look of excitement on his face, perfect for some practice. These wolves were skin and bones, eyes glinting with malice, clearly starving to the extreme. Seeing these 3 upright beings, they showed no signs of retreat and charged directly. A cold smile crept onto Jack's lips. Tom. Received. The burly Tom took a big step forward, slamming that heavy bomb-proof shield down into the snow. Boom! Almost simultaneously, 3 hungry wolves crashed into the shield like cannonballs. Screech! The sharp claws of the wolves scratched wildly on the shield surface. A sound that made one's teeth ache scraped through the air, yet not a single white mark was left behind. This shield, capable of withstanding bullets, was truly an invincible presence in this wilderness. Hee, a bunch of beasts. Jack stood behind Tom, raising his military crossbow. The thermal imager allowed him to still lock onto those 5 clusters of red heat sources in the wind and snow. At the center of each heat source was a glaring red area, wildly pulsating. Goodbye. Jack gently squeezed the trigger. PFF. A very slight muffled sound was heard. The head wolf, crazily biting the shield, suddenly froze in its tracks. An alloy crossbow bolt precisely pierced its neck, the tip protruding from the back of its head. PFF. 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 Jack's hands were steady as a rock, loading, aiming, and shooting, his movements quick as a machine. Each soft sound was accompanied by the fall of a wolf. In less than 10 seconds. 5 fierce Siberian wolves lay dead in pools of blood, not a single scream could be heard. And looking at the trio, not a hair was harmed. Not even a breath was out of place. Sato from the Cherry Blossom Country stepped forward, pulled out the crossbow bolt, wiped off the blood on the wolf's corpse, and handed it to Jack with a fawning expression. Captain Jack's shooting skills, oh no, crossbow skills are simply divine. Jack took the bolt, reloaded it, and stared into the vast snowy field, his eyes as cold as a corpse. With this set of gear, whether beast or human, they are just lambs to the slaughter. As he spoke, he had already reached the wolf's side, pulled out a dagger, and began to extract its heart, gulping down the warm blood, his eyes revealing a hint of bloodlust. That Dragon Kingdom person will die as silently as these wolves. As Jack spoke these bloody words with a face full of blood, the livestream chat room of the Dragon Kingdom erupted. 1 second, they were amazed by Yifan's brilliant operation. The next second, all the comments were from viewers who returned from the Kangaroo Country livestream. Insane. Completely insane. These guys are simply killing machines. So hopeless. Brothers, can you believe it? Initially, Yishan risked his life to kill a lone wolf, using slides and backstabs. It was a life or death situation. But these few people killed 5 wolves as easily as stepping on 5 ants. That's a dimension reduction attack. In front of that shield and thermal imaging, the wolf pack didn't even have a chance to fight back. They died without even knowing where the enemy was. It's over, this isn't even a fight on the same level. Yishan only has a bow and arrows and a shovel. Though there are a few homemade bombs, in the face of that shield, I'm afraid it won't help at all. Run, Yishan. Stop building houses and run quick. These 3 monsters are about to come. I can't bear to watch. If he runs into them, Yishan will really be tortured to death. Damn. Running is death, not running is also death. Endless fear and frustration flooded the screen. In an instant, a heavy gloom shrouded the hearts of every Dragon Kingdom viewer. At the hot spring camp, Yifan was unaware of the slaughter happening not far away. After setting up the trap, he picked up the cherry blossom knife and began to skin and groove the logs, preparing to build sturdy wooden structures. When he finished the grooving, he started to lay the first layer of foundation for the wooden structure. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon, perhaps. This work is really tiring. Yifan wiped his sweat, just about to take a breather. Suddenly. Eek! A sharp and shrill scream suddenly came from the nearby bushes, followed by a violent flapping sound and the crisp sound of breaking branches. The dozing translator was so startled that he almost fell into the fire. Yifan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is it here? Finally couldn't hold back. Chapter 32, Tonight, Destined to be Sleepless. Eek! Eek! Yifan approached the trap with his entrenching shovel. Seeing the prey inside, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It turned out to be a marten. This little creature is usually very alert, moving effortlessly in the trees. Even a tiger cannot catch it. Today, it actually panicked and ran blindly into such a simple snare? Look at it in such a sorry state, fur all messy. It must have been chased by something and scrambled in here in panic. Yifan glanced at the silent forest around him, pondering. Something that can force a marten into such a state must not be a lone wolf or a tiger. It seems more like an organized group hunt. Whatever, fresh meat delivered to my door, I won't pass it up, especially since it's good fur. The more fur, the better. With a swift motion, Yifan took action, quickly ending the marten's life. He quickly skinned it. To save time, he didn't set up a fire. Instead, he wrapped the processed marten meat in wet mud, forming a large mud ball. Walking over to the burning earthen kiln, Yifan directly threw the mud ball into the area of residual heat at the kiln's mouth. I'll make a baked marten using the heat from the kiln. It saves time and effort, and I'll have it ready to eat after finishing my work. Muttering to himself, he simply rinsed the fur with spring water and went back to building the log cabin. The log cabin is directly related to whether he can survive the night. He could feel the temperature seemingly dropping even further. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly. The building of the log cabin was progressing faster than he had expected. With the support of physics and his strong physical strength, dozens of logs were stacked like building blocks in Yifan's hands. After a busy few hours, a square little house with a primitive, rugged beauty had begun to take shape. In the official live stream room of Bear Country, special guest Ivanovich, an old Siberian hunter, shook his head at this scene inside. What a pity, this young man from Dragon Country has good skills, but he overlooked the most important thing: moss. In our Siberia, when building a log cabin, we must use dry moss to fill the gaps for warmth and wind protection, otherwise, the wind entering through the crevices will severely affect the temperature. But now, with heavy snow blocking the mountains outside, where can we find so much moss? Without moss, this house is just a leaky sieve, hardly livable. If it were me, I would choose to give up the wooden house and continue living in an ice house. At least the ice house has a chance of survival. Ivan's words drew a flurry of agreement in the live stream chat. However, Yifan on the screen was not panicking. He had known from the beginning that he would definitely not find moss. But was there really no way without moss? Once the house was somewhat built, he dug out a large amount of clay, mixed it with wood ash, and then added a lot of leftover fur and trimmings from the animal hides he had processed before. Finally, he poured spring water into it and stirred it vigorously. What is this operation? Ivan was stunned. Clay? Charcoal ash? Leftover fur? What was he doing putting these things together? Just as he was lost in confusion, Yifan began to stir frantically. Once he mixed the specially made slurry of fur and wood ash evenly, he started forcefully smearing it into the gaps between the logs. In the official live stream room of Dragon Country, Sabining looked at the black muddy mixture on the screen and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Zhu, does adding these leftover fur and wood ash have any significance? It looks a bit like mixing mud? Zhu Weiqian's eyes were filled with amazement. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Everyone, don't underestimate this lump of mud. From the perspective of materials science, this is simply the most primitive fiber-reinforced concrete. The clay provides adhesion, the wood ash increases alkalinity to prevent freezing and insect damage, and those leftover fur act like rebar or fiberglass in modern construction, providing tremendous tensile strength to prevent the mud walls from cracking. Plus, with the principle of thermal expansion and contraction during quenching, this move. Without decades of wilderness survival experience, without work experience or relevant knowledge in the construction industry, one wouldn't even think of it. I really don't know how much Yifan understands. As Yifan moved, the originally drafty walls quickly became airtight. Ivan in front of the screen gaped, and after a moment, managed to squeeze out, succubly at, this is simply genius. This is simply an improved version of concrete. The sky grew darker. Yifan finally completed the work before darkness fell. Although there was no brick for a heated bed and almost nothing inside, Yifan still dug a deep fire pit in the middle of the room and laid some stones, creating a warm area. After everything was ready, Yifan lit a huge tree root. As the fierce flames roared to life, the temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. With the temperature increasing, the translator, who had been huddled in Yifan's arms playing dead, finally came to life. Comfortable. The translator peeked out to feel the warmth, then dove out, jumped onto the piled dry grass, and shouted happily as he felt the warm wave hit him. The next second, this guy actually lay back on the newly laid tiger skin like a king, his two paws occasionally kicking, looking utterly content as if he had just ascended the throne and was basking in his glory after suffering hardship. This scene made the foreign viewers in the live broadcast, still shivering from the cold, break down, exclaiming, living worse than a bird series. Seeing that the time was about right, Yifan finally walked towards the earth kiln. Open the kiln. Yifan rubbed his hands, filled with anticipation, and knocked open the kiln door. One by one, the pottery was taken out. Perhaps it was because of the special white clay used, or perhaps due to the reduction firing, these potteries did not present earthy yellow but rather a deep black gray. Moreover, the surface had a faint metallic luster. Beautiful. Perfect. Yifan picked up a ceramic bowl and gently tapped it, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. As one pottery after another was taken out, Yifan grew more and more satisfied. Finally, he pulled out the most uniquely shaped piece, one with a wide mouth and a round belly. Looking at this smooth-lined, ancient-toned vessel, some viewers who had come to hear about the competitors from the Lighthouse Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Kangaroo Country preparing to surround and beat up the Dragon Country contestant couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Oh my gosh! What is this? Is this the Eastern black pottery? So beautiful. Look at that rounded belly, is it to gather the aroma of wine? Look at that tightened mouth, it must be to prevent the fragrance from escaping. This is definitely a holy object of tea ceremony. If we can drink tea from this, we can definitely comprehend Zen. This Dragon Country contestant, although quite bad, still has great taste. I want to collect it. They say we Italians enjoy ourselves on the battlefield, and the dragon people are no worse. Looking at these comments, some who knew Yifan was making a night pot couldn't help but twitch their mouths, nearly losing control. After a brief inspection of this holy grail, Yifan walked over to the hot spring, testing it with hot spring water. Confirming that there was no leakage, he aimed the spout at his key part, gesturing, then nodded with satisfaction. The opening is wide enough, the height is just right, and this part is waterproof, so I don't have to worry about spilling it. After saying that, he casually poured the water out. Good pot. Truly a great night pot. This made the viewers in the live broadcast who had been holding back suddenly burst out laughing. Laughter echoed, unable to stop. After simple validation, confirming these black pottery were all okay, Yifan quickly moved them all into the log cabin. Half an hour later. Inside the log cabin, it felt as warm as spring. The ground was covered with thick dry grass. 3 luxurious layers of tiger skin were laid down, soft and warm. Yifan sat cross-legged on the tiger skin, holding a freshly made black clay bowl filled with steaming meat soup. Beside him, the flower-spotted marten had already been opened, and an aroma filled the air. The translator was deeply focused on the marten meat, eating with grease dripping from his mouth. Outside, the blizzard continued to rage violently. Countless contestants from other countries were struggling on the edge of life and death. This landlord-like life made global viewers envious to the core. Is this survival? This is clearly being a mountain king. I wish I could be that bird, really. Yifan took a sip of hot soup and sighed with comfort. However, just as he was about to lie down and rest, suddenly, a loud and intense roar faintly came through the wind and snow. Squeak, squeak. Roar. The sounds were chaotic, with the cries of beasts, angry roars, but more were like monkey-like screeches? And judging by the noise, it seemed a group was attacking something. Ha! The translator suddenly raised his head, the meat in his mouth falling out, looking alertly at the door. Yifan also frowned, putting down his clay bowl and gripping the cherry blossom knife beside him. Monkeys? In this ice and snow, where did a monkey troop come from? And from the sound, they seemed to be fighting? Yifan mumbled, suddenly feeling a warning of danger triggered. It wasn't as crazy as the alarm of encountering a tiger, but an unsettling sense of agitation spread in the air. Looks like tonight is a sleepless night. Chapter 33. Truly a mid-level lottery. Perfect. Squeak, squeak. Roar. The roars in the wind and snow grew louder, even through the thick wooden walls. The fierce atmosphere of battle made people's hearts race. Yifan gripped his bow tightly, pressing against the observation hole left in the wooden door to look outside. However, the snowstorm outside was too strong, visibility was extremely low. In the pitch-black night, he could only faintly see countless shadows swiftly moving between the treetops and on the snow. Vague outlines, unable to distinguish what exactly they were. There was no way to determine the exact numbers. But one thing was certain, they were very many. And they were less than 50 meters from his wooden house. This feeling of the enemy being hidden while I'm exposed is really unpleasant. Yifan frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. System, open the panel. With a thought, the system panel appeared. As soon as he saw the numbers on the screen, Yifan's pupils slightly shrank. Current shock value, 122,833 points. 120,000? Yifan's heart shook. Is this the miraculous effect of physics, or from building the house and crafting pottery? Or did my daily performance seem too effortless, making people envious and shocked? Or perhaps the aftermath of battling the tiger and the national luck reversal is still continuing? Information flickered in Yifan's mind. If it's this rich, then don't save it, I hope it gives me a way to break through. Yifan glanced outside the observation hole and immediately made a decision. Close the live broadcast. A mid-level lottery might draw actual items. If something suddenly appeared in front of billions of viewers, it would really be hard to explain. Bam! Not even a word of explanation. Suddenly, the screen went black. Billions of global viewers were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Why did the broadcast suddenly cut? Weren't they watching the situation outside? This sudden move directly left the anxious viewers stunned, and the next second, it was a complete explosion. What the hell? It's blacked out? What happened? Why did the connection drop suddenly? Outside are all monster cries, and now it's blacked out. Ye God can't have gotten into trouble? Don't scare me. Did he get rushed in by the monsters? Damn it. At the crucial moment, failing us. What's going on? It shouldn't be. If something happened, wouldn't our dragon nation be done for? A wave of panic quickly spread throughout the live broadcast. Countless people frantically refreshed the page, praying for the screen to light up again. Cao Baining also sat on the sofa with a pale face, his eyes nervously turning to Zhu Weiqiang. However, Zhu Weiqiang didn't know what was happening either. He could only try to reassure everyone, don't worry. Since we haven't heard any announcements, it can't be a serious problem. Perhaps player Yifan just wants to use his clay pot. On a normal day, hearing such words would probably make many people lose control. But now, this concerns the life of every Dragon Country citizen. What is happening? On the other side. After confirming that the live broadcast had ended, Yifan wasted no time and went all in. System, activate the intermediate lottery. Ding. Consuming 100,000 shock points, intermediate lottery activated. Congratulations, host. You have gained a special talent, heat vision. Heat vision? Yifan was stunned, then he felt a warm current instantly surge into his eyes. The tingling sensation lasted only a brief moment before disappearing. His eyes didn't turn into golden vertical pupils like in mythological stories, and there was no change in appearance. But when he opened his eyes again, the world before him had drastically changed. The originally dim wooden cabin transformed into a patchwork of vibrant colors in his eyes. The fire pit was a blinding bright white, the nearby stones were a warm orange, and the cold wind blowing in through the door was deep blue. But in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Heat vision gives the host infrared sensing ability similar to that of a viper, allowing the host to capture heat radiation through visual nerves, ignoring darkness, fog, and snow. Yifan's heart was filled with ecstasy. This is simply like having a personal thermal imaging device. And it has no blind spots. What he had originally hoped for was just to get something like a night vision infrared device, so he could understand the situation outside. No longer would he be blind at night. But unexpectedly, he had evolved. Awakening a talent. No matter what this thing is, as long as it comes to him and can be used, it's invincible. It's truly an intermediate lottery. After a dozen seconds of joy, Yifan forced himself to suppress his excitement. Since it was a talent, there was no need to hide it. He directly resumed the live broadcast. Swish! The screen lit up again. Seeing Yifan standing safe and sound at the observation point, the viewers who were nearly going crazy finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought Ye God was gone. What happened just now? Signal failure? Ye God, why are you smiling? It's so dangerous outside and you can still smile? Was that just to play with us? What is going on outside? Yifan didn't know the reactions of these people. After the big win in the intermediate lottery, without hesitation, he went for 2 more small ones. Going all in is a form of wisdom. Facing potential crises at any moment, going all in can increase survival chances. With only 20 hours left, who knows what will happen? Ding! Consuming 20,000 shock points, basic lottery activated. Congratulations, host. You have gained skill, mastery of potion making. Congratulations, host. You have gained free attribute points +3. Potion making? Attribute points? Yifan nodded slightly. This round was not a loss. Especially these 3 free attribute points, in the current environment, were like a timely help. Without any hesitation, Yifan directly added all 3 points to strength. His physique and agility had reached 15 points, and he didn't understand what spirit was for, so there was no need to get tangled up. Adding these 3 points to the 14 strength was the most suitable. In this damned wilderness, strength is the absolute truth. Whether it's pulling a tougher bow, smashing an enemy's head in close combat with a combat shovel, or transporting heavier supplies and building something, strength is the foundation of everything. In the past few days of work, he truly felt the pain of not having enough power. Boom! As the skill points were allocated, Yifan instantly felt as if every muscle fiber in his body was electrified. Tense, reorganized. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking. The power seemed to have increased a lot. Right now, with a single shovel strike, I could probably flip that tiger's skull right off. Yifan didn't know if it was just an illusion, but he had this feeling anyway. As for the flood of information in his mind, it was buried in the back in a matter of moments, and his gaze turned towards the observation hole. Let me see, which god is making a ruckus outside? Buzz. The heat gaze activated. Through the gaps in the wooden wall, the wind and snow outside were instantly filtered out. The originally dark world was now crystal clear in his eyes. He saw dozens of small, agile red heat sources darting crazily on the trees and snow below, near the barbed wall several dozen meters away. And in their midst was a slightly larger heat source, already on the verge of collapse. It looks monkey-like. But can monkeys survive in such an environment? And the one being attacked is a big cat? No, that short tail must belong to a lynx. Yifan clearly saw that the heat source representing the lynx was darting left and right, and ultimately, in a panic, crashed into his trap area and got pierced by a sharp stick, its color starting to fade quickly. That group of monkeys seemed very interested in the high heat source coming from the wooden house. But they felt the lingering scent of the Tiger King and didn't dare get close, only lingering on the big trees outside, screeching. So it's a group of monkeys hunting the lynx. Seeing the situation clearly, Yifan's tense nerves instantly relaxed. No matter how fierce the monkeys were, they couldn't destroy his wooden house. At most, they would damage some cobblestones in the gaps, and wherever it was broken, he could just block it back up from the inside. Feeling good, Yifan stretched lazily and walked towards his bed. If these monkeys weren't interested in eating the lynx, he could just go collect it tomorrow. If they were interested, he wouldn't be able to snatch it anyway. In the late night, he really didn't want to take the risk of going out. Besides, he couldn't compete against these monkeys. There were just too many of them. He could only wait for them to leave on their own. The viewers in the live stream were all confused, not knowing how Yifan confirmed this. In a moment, even some experts began to discuss intensely. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. Today's settlement time. Today's death count, 642 people. Remaining survivors, 7,601 people. Evaluation, TSK, over 600 little cuties gone again, another 600 disasters hitting your land. Are you feeling scared? No need to panic, the extreme weather continues after all, hope tomorrow's weather brings you a little surprise. The system's voice became increasingly malicious. Yifan just snorted coldly, not paying it any mind. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, the noise outside finally disappeared completely. The monkey group withdrew, not getting close to the wooden house. But Yifan, lying in his warm blanket, didn't fall asleep immediately. He was replaying his earlier observations. Although the monkeys are not strong individually, their numbers are great. Once they go crazy, it's a huge problem. And those few rats. If they have any powerful defensive equipment. Yifan looked at the dragon spine bow hanging on the wall and the homemade grenade not far away, his brow slightly furrowed. Bows and arrows are single-target kills with limited firing rates. If faced with a group of wild beasts or humans hiding behind cover, the efficiency of bows and arrows is too low, easily getting surrounded and attacked by the other side's numerical advantage. Grenades were also very limited. No, relying solely on physical attacks won't work, it's too easy to be targeted. I need more area damage weapons. Especially for this large group of animals, I might not need it, but I can't be without it. The knowledge of mastery of pharmacy that just surged in his brain suddenly sparked a crazy idea. Chapter 34, The Arrival of the Lighthouse Trio. Danger! 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 The next morning. Although the snowstorm was smaller than last night, the temperature was suffocatingly low. Even in the hot spring area, Yifan was very sure that the temperature was about -50 or 60 degrees. Based on yesterday's experience, outside, it must have already reached -70 degrees. On Earth, under normal circumstances, only a few cities in the Far East near the Arctic can reach such temperatures. Yifan pushed open the wooden door, and apart from the sting of ice and snow, it seemed he felt nothing else. Even looking at the chaos in the snow, with messy footprints and broken branches everywhere, there must be a bloody smell in the air, but Yifan couldn't smell a thing. It can be said that in the entire area, only the bramble wall near the wooden house was still somewhat clean. However, on that sharp wooden spike hung a frozen lynx corpse. The temperature difference of over 60 degrees between inside and outside the house took him a while to adapt, only then did his body return to a state he could control. When he finally came to, Yifan chuckled and mumbled, "Found a big cat for free, nice." After speaking, he quickly walked over to take down and process the lynx. Although this lynx was slightly smaller than a tiger, its fur was much warmer than tiger skin. The meat could also provide a lot of heat. How could Yifan let this go? Making clothes out of it would be great, right? After processing the prey, Yifan didn't roast it or cook, but instead turned his attention to a pile of materials in the corner. Sulfur, pine resin, animal fat, charcoal. However, there are quite a few things I need. A broad smile appeared on Yifan's face. No matter if it's wild beasts or anything else, I want to see how you will fare in my situation. The knowledge from mastery of pharmacy surged rapidly. Soon, a complete plan had emerged. At first, he didn't expect that pharmacy would teach this too. But soon he tossed that worry aside. Who cares what skill it is? As long as what it teaches is useful, that's no problem. He first used a cherry blossom knife to chop the pine resin, mixing it with high-purity tiger oil and bear oil, slowly heating it by the fire pit to melt. Then, he added a large amount of sulfur powder into it. Once this mixture burns, it not only reaches a very high temperature but is also hard to extinguish, and it produces deadly sulfur dioxide smoke. Isn't that better than the effect of a bomb? Animals are naturally afraid of flames, let alone toxic smoke. It's simply perfect. This could be considered a primitive version of a Molotov cocktail, right? Yifan poured this thick mixture into small clay pots, added a bundle of oil-soaked hemp rope as a fuse, and sealed it with wet mud. He made a total of 5. But that's not all. He also ground some dried herbs collected earlier that were used for pest control into powder, mixed it with a small amount of black powder and a large amount of sulfur powder, and packed it into other clay pots. This scene left the military fans in the live broadcast room in shock. Many of them had just arrived, hearing that bombs were being made here. What is this? Wow, can this really work? Ye God truly doesn't treat us as outsiders, he dares to stream the process of making such banned items? Don't worry, everyone, this is called wilderness survival skills, it's just that Ye God's skill tree is a bit off. The discussions online were lively. But Yifan was burying himself in hard work. This type of clay pot isn't very powerful, but as long as it's ignited, it can instantly release a large amount of strong and intensely irritating smoke. These smokes are enough to make a herd of beasts leave. The specially made smoke bomb shall be called the Invincible Tear Gas Bomb. Looking at the row of neatly arranged ceramic jars before him, Yifan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Talking without action is just a tease, I need to test one out. Yifan picked up the smallest smoke bomb and walked out of the wooden house, placing it in the snow 20 meters away. He lit the fuse. Zzz. A few seconds later. Bang! A muffled explosion followed. In an instant, a thick yellow-green smoke erupted, resembling a tiny mushroom cloud. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of over 10 meters. The smoke was so dense it was unfading, lingering even in the wind and snow. Cough, cough, cough. The translator, watching the spectacle at the door, inhaled just a bit of the drifting smoke and was instantly choked to tears, rolling on the ground, coughing like a broken bellows. Ah! Poison! Poison! It screamed in terror, scrambling back to the deepest part of the wooden house. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this survival? This is clearly a live teaching session from a deadly poison master. The amount of smoke is absurd, right? If it were thrown in a closed space, wouldn't it suffocate people in minutes? And that burning bottle, tiger oil mixed with sulfur, who can withstand that? One touch and you'll lose a layer of skin. In the official live broadcast room of the Long Country, because everything that happened exceeded Zhu Weiqiang's understanding, they urgently invited a biochemical expert. Professor Li adjusted his glasses, his expression serious with a hint of admiration. Although the materials chosen by player Yifan are simple, the proportions are very scientific. This burning agent made from animal fat mixed with rosin has extremely high adhesion, comparable to military napalm. And that smoke bomb, the sulfur burns to produce sulfur dioxide, which is an irritating gas, combined with plant powder like capsaicin. This is like a simple version of chemical weapons. In wilderness combat, this thing is more effective than guns. Listening to the expert's ceaseless analysis, the audience from the Long Country felt their blood boiling. Ha ha! It's stable now. This is it. Who cares about bomb shields? Who cares about thermal imaging? I just want to ask if you can defend against tear gas. Can you defend against fire? If those three unfortunate guys dare to come, ye God will turn them into smoked bacon. Hurry, go check the Lighthouse Country's live broadcast room. They've switched back to those three guys. Their background looks like it's not far from the protagonist. Feels very familiar. These three countries still had many contestants, so the National Fortune game randomly selected a contestant to broadcast live. Only a unique talent like Yifan could have 24-hour uninterrupted streaming, others couldn't even dream of such treatment. Perhaps because of this, many people specifically went to watch them. As long as they appeared, they would come to interact in the Long Country's live broadcast room. As soon as the audience arrived at the official live broadcast room of the United States, they saw that these three guys had indeed appeared in the place where Yifan had once been. Even, when they neared noon, they discovered the bear cave where Yifan had initially taken shelter. Found it. Someone must have lived here. Jack excitedly cleared the snow at the cave entrance, holding his bomb shield as he rushed inside. However, minutes later, the three of them crawled out filthy, holding only a few blocks of meat frozen as hard as stone. Damn! There's nothing inside. Just a few rotten pieces of meat and a pile of garbage. Jack angrily threw a piece of frozen meat to the ground. The meat hit the ground with a crisp sound, even creating a pit in the snow, too hard to eat. That guy ran away? Sato stuttered, it's too cold here, where could he go? Damn! That cunning Long Country person. Jack looked at the thermal imaging device in his hand, the screen cold and displaying no heat sources at all. He must have moved. Taking all the supplies and running away. Search. Keep searching. I don't believe he can fly to the sky. We have thermal imaging, locking onto him shouldn't be too hard. The three-man team helplessly nibbled on the dry food they brought along, braving the wind and snow, and once more set out on the journey to find Yifan like headless flies. Watching this scene, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom burst into laughter. I can't stop laughing, they traveled so far just to hit a dead end. If they knew Yishan was at the hot springs eating barbecue and making bombs, they would probably be so mad they'd collapse right there. This is the information gap. Yishan predicted that the bear cave would be abandoned and decisively moved. But we're not far from the hot spring base now, is this really okay? On the other side. Hot spring base. Yifan had no idea about the distant commotion. He was completely focused on cleaning the fur when suddenly, a shrill and urgent scream from the translator broke through the door. Ah! Thief! Thief! A robber! Yifan's hand shook, nearly destroying the fur. What's going on? He immediately grabbed his entrenching tool and hunting bow, kicked open the wooden door, and rushed out. Who dares to steal my things? However, when he saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. He saw a dozen monkeys with thick white fur bouncing around the still warm earth kiln, throwing the wood Yifan used for pottery everywhere. And the most eye-catching one was a gigantic monkey king. It was squatting on the highest rock, holding a black, round object, pointing it at its head. Yifan looked closely and nearly spat out blood in anger. That thing, isn't it his night pot? How could this thing attract monkeys? Squeak! The Monkey King seemed very pleased with this uniquely shaped hat, and directly put it on its head, with the spout facing forward, looking like a unicorn horn. Before Yifan could react, it made a face at him, even slapped its butt, making a series of provocative sounds, and turned to run. The comments in the live stream exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. A classic scene is born. Monkey bro. Don't. That's for that. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against the Holy Cup. I can't hold it in anymore. This scene feels familiar. Chapter 35 Goodness. Really goodness. Want to run? Yifan stared at the Monkey King wearing his night pot as a hat, completely speechless. What's worse is that this creature was acting like this. It made him so mad his nose twisted. He had no extra materials or time to make another one. This damned weather is below freezing. If you steal my night pot, I'll have to risk freezing my lower half off just to go out at night. I could tolerate that, but you dare to turn your butt at me? Provoking me? Give my night pot back. Yifan grabbed his entrenching tool and hunting bow, charging out. Although the snow was deep, Yifan's physique now far exceeded that of ordinary people, and in just a few leaps, he had closed the distance. Squeak! The Monkey King clearly didn't expect this two-legged beast to be so fast, letting out a frightened scream, scrambling up a red pine tree using its hands and feet. It perched on a branch, stabilizing itself, looking down at Yifan from a high position. The next second, it took off the night pot from its head and used it as a shield in front of itself. With its other hand, it grabbed a pine cone and began to throw it down at Yifan. Yifan easily dodged and then casually picked up 2 snowballs to counterattack. Ding! Ding! The monkey quickly adjusted its position, allowing the snowballs to hit the night pot precisely, making a crisp sound. The Monkey King excitedly slapped its thigh, seeming to think this was a fun game. The audience in the live stream was going wild with laughter. Ha ha ha! Is this the so-called Holy Cup defense? This monkey has become smart. It even knows how to use a shield. Yishin, it's so hard for me, I not only have to defend against people, but also against monkeys. However, Yifan's patience had already run out. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Yifan's eyes sharpened. The talent of Beast Affinity quietly activated, a sharp killing intent locked onto the figure in the tree. The Monkey King, who had been grinning, suddenly froze in place. It felt that the aura of the creature beneath the tree had changed. In that instant when the Monkey King was stunned, Yifan suddenly kicked off the ground, leaping high using a nearby giant stone, the shovel in his hand whooshing through the air as it smashed down onto the branch where the Monkey King sat. Get down here! Crack! That shovel didn't hit the monkey but struck the base of the branch as thick as a bowl. A terrifying force erupted instantly, and the branch snapped. Eek! The Monkey King let out a terrified scream, falling alongside the broken branch. Before it even touched the ground, Yifan had already taken a step forward, the back of the shovel striking out like lightning. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The shovel accurately struck the Monkey King's rear, sending it tumbling 3 times across the snow, dazed and unable to get up for a long time. The night pot also rolled away. The other monkeys in the trees saw this and bared their teeth, wanting to rush down to rescue their king, but hesitated, intimidated by the power of Yifan's previous blow. Everyone, be quiet! Yifan's low shout, his gaze like a knife, coldly surveyed the surroundings. The monkey group instantly fell silent. In the official live broadcast room of Lighthouse Country, the invited animal behavior expert Dr. Smith adjusted his glasses, looking incredulous. This is unscientific. This is not scientific. Snow Mountain macaques have a strong territorial awareness and revenge mentality. Even when attacked, they will band together to retaliate. This person from the Dragon Country relying solely on brute force to intimidate will only provoke more crazed revenge. He is playing with fire. However, Yifan's next actions harshly slapped the expert in the face. Yifan looked at the trembling Monkey King on the ground, and the killing intent on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a nearly coaxing smile. He suddenly had a bold idea. When you have an idea, you must put it into practice. He quickly pulled out a piece of salted roe deer meat from his pocket, waving it in front of the Monkey King's nose. Want to eat? The Monkey King, who had been pretending to be dead, instantly twitched its nose, staring eagerly at the piece of meat. In this freezing cold, the temptation of meat and salt was greater than anything else. It tentatively reached out its paw. Yifan did not dodge, directly handing the meat to it. The Monkey King snatched it away, devouring it hungrily, licking even the grease off Yifan's gloves clean. After finishing, the way it looked at Yifan completely changed. No longer was there hostility or fear, instead, it was a flattering gaze, as if looking at a long-term food source. Watching this scene, the Dragon Country audience flooded the screen with excited comments. Do you accept? Let me ask you, do you accept? Where are the experts from Lighthouse Country? Analyze that. Speaking of taming animals, I remember the contestant from Maple Leaf Country, was it Thompson? He tried to feed a passing Arctic fox and ended up getting his hand bitten. He's still infected and has a fever. And that Kangaroo Country contestant who tried to tame a wild kangaroo ended up with 3 broken ribs from a kick. He's withdrawn from the competition. Do you think God will be in danger? You're overthinking it. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between a person and a dog. Others are sending their heads. God is collecting little brothers. In the scene. Eek. The well-fed Monkey King excitedly ran over, picked up the black ceramic night pot, holding it with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Yifan, and even playfully brushed the snow off Yifan's pants. Is this it? Taking my stuff to present to me? Yifan took the night pot, disdainfully wiping off some snow with his hand, glaring at it unhappily. The Monkey King, extremely clever, seemed to instantaneously understand Yifan's disdainful glare. It scratched its head, let out a sound, and dashed up the nearby large red pine like a spirit monkey. In a little while, it returned with several items. He quickly jumped back, presenting the treasures to Yifan like a priceless offering. It was a few frozen, hard fruits, along with a piece of root that was covered in dirt, seemingly dug up from nowhere. This is a red pine cone? And wild ginseng? Yifan was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. Wow. Have these monkeys become wise? They even know how to dig for ginseng? Is this monkey asking him for a protection fee? He instinctively reached out to take it. At the instant his fingertips brushed against the fruits, a mighty mechanical sound echoed around the globe once more. Global announcement: Long Kingdom contestant Yifan has successfully tamed the Snow Mountain Monkey King and received tribute: wild red pine cones and forest ginseng, triggering an 8,888 times return reward. Reward: Long Kingdom has obtained high-quality strategic resource, wild red pine nuts 8,888 tons. Already placed in the National Grain and Oil Reserve. Reward: Long Kingdom has acquired rare medicinal materials, Changbai Mountain Forest ginseng 8,888 plants. Already delivered to major traditional Chinese medicine pharmacies. Boom! The Long Kingdom's live broadcast room instantly burst into excitement. Wow! This is possible? Gifting from monkeys can also trigger returns? Is Yi God exploiting a bug? Pine nuts. That's a good thing, haven't had a proper bite in years. And ginseng. Although not a 1,000-year wild mountain ginseng, forest ginseng is also great for nourishing. Let's make soup for the frontline soldiers. This Monkey King is impressive. It truly acts when needed. In the wilderness. Yifan looked at the items in his hands, contently patted the Monkey King's head. Not bad, you have good eyesight. From now on, follow me. Your job is to keep watching the trees, understand? If someone comes, just shout loudly. Although it couldn't understand human speech, the beast affinity allowed the Monkey King to grasp Yifan's meaning. It excitedly climbed to the treetop, chattering loudly to the monkey group. In an instant, over a dozen Snow Mountain macaques scattered across the surrounding tree canopies, forming a natural, all-seeing watch line. Done, living radar online. Yifan, holding the regained Holy Grail, turned around, satisfied. The audience in Long Kingdom was just about to marvel at this incredible gain when an unexpected change occurred. A deep rumble suddenly echoed from the sky. In the next second, a cold voice rang out, carrying undeniable authority. Global announcement: only 12 hours left until the ranking settlement. Countdown begins. This time, supplies containing weapons and survival resources capable of changing the battle situation will be dropped for the top 10 countries' contestants. Survivors, what are you waiting for? The top 10 countries will receive exclusive supplies. The bottom 20 countries will face devastating natural disasters in 12 hours. Don't want to die? Then go grab. Go kill. Use the elimination of your opponents to pave the way for your country's survival. A chilling atmosphere instantly spread across the entire world of national fortune. Chapter 36, Prey? Hunter. The hunt begins. The cold mechanical voice sounded like the death toll. The hearts of billions of global viewers were in their throats. The countdown had started again. However, just when everyone worried that Yifan might be overly tense, they looked at the live broadcast and were left with their jaws dropped. At the edge of the hot spring camp, Yifan was currently sitting by the hot spring, holding a pile of jerky in his hands. The once unruly Snow Mountain Monkey King was now nodding and bowing, standing in the snow. And behind the Monkey King, a dozen stout Snow Mountain macaques stood in a loose line like soldiers waiting for inspection. Eek eek. The Monkey King bared its teeth at the monkey group and occasionally kicked the little brothers that weren't standing straight, as if scolding. Stand up straight for me. Do you want to eat meat? Yifan casually placed a piece of meat in his mouth, chewed, and then pointed at the branches on the ground, shaking the engineer's shovel in his hand. Come on, all of you take something. In this place, it's not right to be empty-handed. Hold it well for rewards, if not, you won't have dinner tonight. Though they couldn't understand human speech, the beast affinity and the temptation of food made the monkey's execution instantly explosive. The Monkey King immediately understood and picked up a thick branch to carry on its shoulder. Standing tall and proud like Yifan, he learned to imitate him. Other monkeys followed suit, picking up dry wooden sticks and branches from the ground, even mimicking with their hands behind their backs, looking quite authentic. The comments in the livestream suddenly burst into laughter. What the heck? What is Yi God doing? A military parade in Flower and Fruit Mountain? Monkeys with sticks hitting the single guys? Why does this scene suddenly feel so magical? Honestly, at night like this, in the heavy wind and snow, if you look from afar, it really seems like something. If we ignore that furry face and the thunderous mouth, this definitely looks like a troop formation. Just as people were still shocked by the discipline of the monkey group, a bold red comment suddenly floated by. Brothers! Stop watching. Big trouble. The Jack trio has sneaked over. What? So fast? Countless viewers rushed into the Kangaroo Country's livestream. Sure enough, many people immediately recognized that the area these three guys were in was probably less than a kilometer from the hot spring base, on a leeward hillside. They were covered in frost, looking as messy as if they just crawled out of an ice cellar, yet their eyes were full of excitement. That place definitely has a hot spring. We Sakura people love hot springs. I've been to at least 100 of them since I was little. Sato pointed at the mist above the hot spring in the distance. I think that guy from Long Country is most likely staying there. Shoo! Lower your voice. Jack glared at him, then nervously raised the treasured handheld thermal imaging device. Damn, this cursed weather, the battery is already red. Jack looked at the blinking red battery icon in the top right corner of the screen, cursing in his heart. Not daring to delay, he quickly aimed the camera towards the direction of the hot spring camp. Let me see if that guy from Long Country is really here. If he is, we'll sneak over and take him out. Jack's mouth curled into a cruel smile, his eyes pressed to the eyepiece. However, in the next second, Jack's smile instantly froze, replaced by a ghastly terror. Oh! My! God! Jack's hand shook, nearly dropping the thermal imaging device into the snow. What's wrong? Jack! Did you see that guy? Sato asked eagerly. People, all people. Jack's voice became sharp and off-key with extreme fear, as if someone was squeezing his throat. That guy from Long Country is cheating. He's cheating. What? Sato and Tom exchanged looks and hurried over to see. The screen showed a massive heat source surrounded by countless orange-red humanoid heat sources. 1, 2, 5, there were at least 20. And these people were not resting, they stood neatly in a line, each holding long objects. What on earth was going on? Why were there so many people near this hot spring? This is an army. A fully armed squad. Tom's legs went weak, his teeth chattering. How could they have so many people? Did the contestants from other countries all pledge allegiance to him? But there's only him left from Long Country. How could people from other countries dare to do that? Sato turned pale. Baka. I said that guy from Long Country couldn't kill a tiger. It turns out he had long gathered a troop. This is a trap. He's waiting for us to jump in. In the camp. While distributing pine nuts to the monkeys, Yifan suddenly paused. Buzz. The sense of danger in his mind suddenly pricked without warning. Not the kind of violent killing intent faced when encountering a beast, but a cold feeling, as if being watched. The direction was that direction. Someone? Yifan's eyes instantly became sharp, gripping the engineer shovel tightly. He instinctively activated his heat vision talent. Hundreds to 1,000 meters away, behind the snow slope, he clearly saw 3 clusters of humanoid heat sources huddled together. 3? Yifan raised his brow. Could there be others joining the teams from the Lighthouse Country and Sakura Country? Or did they encounter someone else? At that moment, Yifan keenly noticed that the color of the 3 heat sources was changing. Their core body temperature had risen by at least 0.5 degrees in an extremely short time. His thermal vision talent came from snakes. He was extremely accurate with temperature control. In this situation, the only possibility is a physiological reaction caused by extreme tension and fear. Heart racing, blood flowing faster. Are they afraid? Yifan was taken aback, and then his gaze fell on the group of monkeys in front of him, armed with sticks and standing in neat rows. So that's it. Yifan instantly reacted, a playful cold smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Since they didn't rush over directly, they must be observing with instruments. Since they are observing, yet their body temperature has risen due to fear, it shows that they are intimidated by the Monkey Legion. They think this is a regular army. Want to see a show? Then I'll give you a performance. Yifan slowly stood up and walked to the most prominent giant rock in the camp. He faced the direction where the 3 were hiding and slowly raised his head. Although he couldn't see their faces through the wind and snow, he knew they must be watching him. Yifan extended his right hand and slowly made a gesture of cutting his throat on his neck. The action was slow, full of provocation and intent to kill. On the other side of the snow slope, Jack and the others, seeing this scene through the thermal imaging device, were terrified. From their perspective, that commander seemed to have locked onto them from hundreds of meters away. That throat-slicing gesture, even if pixelated, carried a breathtaking chill. He saw us. They discovered us. Damn. What is going on here? Could it be that there really is a survivor alliance here? Jack's face was written with fear and anger. Let's go. Run. Our firepower isn't enough right now. At this critical moment. ZZ. The thermal imaging screen flickered twice and then went completely black. Out of power. This sudden darkness became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ah. The unknown fear instantly swallowed the three of them. In the darkness, they seemed to have already heard the footsteps of over 20 elite soldiers rushing over. Retreat. Quick retreat. Wait for supplies. In 12 hours, the supplies will arrive. We'll come back with strong firepower. The trio came to an agreement, not even daring to look back, ignoring any tactical formations, and frantically fled in the opposite direction. The heavy bomb-proof shield dragged on the snow, creating a piercing scratching sound. In stark contrast to their previous stance against the wolf pack. In the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, the audience was in an uproar. Fuck. How could there be so many people? The Dragon Nation cheated. It must be thoroughly investigated. It's over, the thermal imaging is out of power, now they're really blind. Damn it, I went to watch the Dragon Nation's live broadcast, those guys are clearly monkeys. Damn, Jack that fool, actually got tricked by a bunch of monkeys. And in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the audience was already laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. What the hell is a regular army? Those are monkeys. Empty city plan. This is the Wild West version of the empty city plan. Yifan's performance in this wave gets full marks from me. That throat-slicing gesture was so cool. But how did he know the enemies were in that direction? Intuition? When someone is watching you, you really get a creepy feeling. Anyway, no need to do much. Jack and those three fools, scared to death by a group of monkeys, I'm laughing to death. In the camp. Yifan looked at the three fleeing heat sources, the red light in his eyes gradually receding. They run pretty fast. He patted the snow off his body, but his gaze became gradually profound. Wait, they are running so decisively, are they planning to wait until they get the airdrop supplies before coming back to fight me? Yifan instantly saw through their intention. Not daring to attack now is because their firepower is insufficient. In 12 hours, when the airdrop lands, what if they have some new weapons? That would be a different story. Dream on. Since you have delivered yourselves to me, your supplies are destined to be mine. Yifan knew very well that once these three got the supplies, the situation would instantly reverse. The best defense is offense. Take advantage of your sickness, and I will take your life. Translator. G.A. The translator, who had been watching the show from the rooftop, flew down and landed on Yifan's shoulder. Yifan tightened the bearskin coat on his body, adjusted the reindeer hat on his head, and strapped on a backpack full of bombs, Molotov cocktails, and toxic smoke cans. Finally, he picked up his dragon spine hunting bow and coldly sneered at the three fleeing figures. Let's go, we are going to collect our delivery. Chapter 37, Run? Can you escape? The howling wind roared, and the heavy snow poured down. In the relentlessly cold wasteland at 70 degrees below zero, visibility was less than 3 meters. In such weather, any living creature's scent would be instantly blown away, and any footprints would be covered by new snow within minutes. This was also the reason why Jack and his team thought that as long as they retreated, they wouldn't need to face direct conflict and could still earn supply rewards. They firmly believed that no one could track them in this hellish weather. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, the atmosphere was at an extreme low. On the screen, Jack, Sato, and Tom were supporting each other, struggling through snow up to their waists. Though their cold-resistant suits were professional and had birch bark to block the wind, they had already been soaked with sweat and frozen after several hours in extreme low temperatures and vigorous movement. Sato's eyelashes were covered with frost, and every blink was painfully unbearable. Tom, the strong man from Kangaroo Country, at this moment had lips turning purple and couldn't stop shivering. Even the strongest Jack occasionally looked back in fear, as if an army could burst out from the depths of the snowstorm at any moment. Special guest Jones coughed a couple of times and explained. Ahem. Although the situation is tough now, Captain Jack's decision is correct. They saw so many heat sources through infrared devices, if they rushed in, it would be like seeking their own death. Choosing to retreat and wait for the supply drop later is the best choice. And from their perspective, knowing there are so many enemies nearby, retreating is also the best decision. After all, no one would pursue them in this environment, would they? This is called a strategic withdrawal. As long as they create some distance and use these few hours to regain their strength, when the airdrop lands, it will be the moment to counterattack. The contestants from the Dragon Country are definitely huddled in their wooden cabin, which is essentially a prison, just like the most dangerous jail in Bear Country. They will be harvested sooner or later. However, before Jones could finish his words, The scene in the Dragon Country broadcast room slapped him hard in the face. Yifan had already set out fully armed. The heat vision was activated. The world before him instantly changed form. The originally bleak and despairing snowy world appeared to him as a colorful abstract painting. Against that deep blue background of ice and snow, a faint orange-red glowing footprint led straight into the distance. The residual body heat traces of Jack's team remained clear. The wind and snow could indeed cover the footprints, but the slight heat changes left by the snow being stepped on were as clear as fluorescence in the night under the peak perception of heat vision. Run? As long as you still have breath and your body is warm, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. Yifan's lips curled up slightly, tightening his thick bearskin coat, adjusting his warm reindeer hat, and casually following the trail. He was composed. He did not run at full speed, instead, he walked as if taking a stroll, occasionally stopping to chat with the raven on his shoulder. Translator, go, cheer up our friends ahead. Yifan grinned and pointed ahead. These guys' equipment is truly incredible. Charging forward, Yifan felt a bit uncertain. But well. This is his home ground now. G.A. The translator, though afraid of the cold, was full of energy after just having hot meat. It flapped its wings, caught the wind, and dove straight into the blizzard. A few minutes later. Above the struggling Jack and his team, a piercing, hoarse screech suddenly rang out. G.A. Die. Die. This sound was especially jarring against the howling wind. It felt like the whisper of death, immediately shattering the trio's tense nerves. What's that sound? Sato was so scared his legs went weak, almost collapsing into the snow. Jack suddenly raised his compound crossbow, fearfully scanning the surroundings. Damn it! Who's talking? They're closing in. That squad is right behind us. Run! Don't stop! Tom, who was already at his physical limit and wanted to stop for a breath, felt adrenaline surge when he heard this. The three of them crazily continued to run, stumbling and crawling, not daring to stop despite the burning pain in their lungs. Behind them. Through the heat vision, Yifan clearly saw the three heat sources ahead suddenly increase their speed, even one of them falling and getting back up in a sorry state, and he couldn't help but laugh. That's right, run more, work up a sweat. When you stop, your soaked clothes will freeze instantly, that feeling, TSK. I want to see how far your stamina can go. The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream went wild with laughter. What a steal. Ye God, you're really a dog. Jack, I thought I shook off the Grim Reaper. Ye God, no, I'm walking the dog. Laughing to death, what did the expert from the Lighthouse Country just say? Strategic retreat? This is clearly a temple escape. Love it, love it. Ye God's move is truly unbeatable. Time passed second by second. This cat and mouse game lasted a full 3 hours. Jack's team struggled to run more than 20 kilometers in waist-deep snow. Finally, they stopped at the base of a massive glacial cliff. This was a natural dead end. 3 sides were smooth as a mirror, with only a narrow entrance. Huff, huff. Jack collapsed on the ground, his throat full of the taste of blood. Can't run anymore. Tom slumped into the snow, tears and snot frozen together. They shouldn't have caught up, right? Sato trembled as he looked back, seeing only the vast wind and snow behind them. Jack struggled to swallow and glanced at his watch. Only 6 hours left until the drop and the evaluation. Right here. Jack gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint in his eyes. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Tom, put the blast shield at the entrance. Sato, block the gaps with snow. As long as we hold this place, even if those Dragon Country people come with a squad, they won't break in right away. We'll rest here and wait for the supplies to drop. If there's even a bit of powerful weapon in the box, I will take them all down. The 3 of them were now almost at their limit. They simply couldn't move forward anymore. They were very clear about this. Hearing Jack's words, the other 2 exchanged glances and immediately took action resolutely. They used the blast shield to seal the entrance, piled up a wall of snow behind, and then lit a small campfire in the corner. Though cold and hungry, looking at the thick shield, they finally felt a hint of safety in their hearts. In the Lighthouse Country livestream, Jones sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. See? This is the quality of special forces. A perfect defensive position. Using the terrain, one against many, no one can get through. Even if the Dragon Country players chase after us, they won't be able to do anything against this blast shield. A few hours later, the final victory will still belong to us. Although there are some twists and turns, the outcome is still good. Just when all the foreign viewers thought they were safe, the livestream picture suddenly zoomed out. The perspective changed from level 2, overhead. Above Jack's team, about 10 meters high, on an ice rock platform. A figure dressed in a bearskin coat and wearing a silly roe deer hat is silently approaching. Not far away, Yifan looks down at the three huddled, shivering warm sources, as if watching three silly birds trapped in their own cage. Good choice, truly a dead end. The wind can't reach, the snow can't hit, and there's nowhere to run. Yifan's footsteps grow faster, continuously moving toward that icy rock platform. When he reaches above these guys, he slowly pulls out the prepared ceramic pots from his backpack. Inside is a mix of black gunpowder with dried herbs. I was afraid you would scatter and it would be hard to catch you. Now it's good, a whole family together. Yifan takes out a lighter and ignites the fuse. Sizzle. The sound of the fuse burning is barely audible in the wind and snow. Yifan does not throw it down directly but waits until the fuse burns halfway before gently releasing his grip. The ceramic pot silently slides down the ice wall, accurately landing in the center of the group's warm, poorly ventilated safe house. Good night, my friends. Yifan whispers softly. The next second. This scene spreads around the world through a live broadcast. The Dragon Country audience stands up as one, flooding the screen with offering incense in advance. Audiences from Lighthouse Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Kangaroo Country turn green with fear. Chapter 38, Month-End Settlement, Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Pooh-cha. With a dull thud, the ceramic pot falls heavily onto the stone in the center of the camp, instantly shattering into pieces. There is no earth-shattering explosion, no fiery flames soaring to the sky. Only a thick, almost tangible yellow-green smoke erupts in an instant. The sulfur burns, producing sulfur dioxide, mixing with special herbal powder, creating a disaster-level chemical smoke in the small, wind-blocked icy rock dead end. In an open area, this smoke might disperse. But unfortunately, Jack blocked this place tightly to stay warm, even sealing the only exit with a blast shield. What was once absolute defense now instantly turns into a hopeless gas chamber. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is this? My eyes. Ah. I can't open my eyes. Cough, cough, puke, help me. The camp is thrown into chaos in an instant. Jack and the others feel as if their throats are stuffed with burning charcoal, their nostrils filled with a sharp, stinging taste, and tears flow uncontrollably, making their vision blurry. The strong feeling of suffocation drives them instinctively to flee, but due to lack of oxygen and severe coughing, their limbs feel weak, bumping around like headless flies. At this moment. Bang! Yifan slides directly down the snowy slope. At this moment, his face is covered with a wet cloth soaked in snow water, smeared with something to neutralize the smell, and his eyes are tightly closed, relying solely on keen senses to judge everything. Over there. Jack, who comes from a special forces background, although unable to open his eyes, instinctively raises his compound crossbow to attempt a blind shot upon hearing the sound of the wind. Looking for death. Yifan sneers coldly, his body suddenly shifts, and with the strength of his waist and abdomen, the entrenching shovel crashes down hard. Crack. Ah. A sound of bones cracking accompanies Jack's scream. That shovel accurately strikes Jack's wrist, the crossbow flies out of his hand, and his wrist twists grotesquely. Nearby, Tom hears the scream and instinctively wants to raise the heavy blast shield to block. But he forgets that the blast shield only protects the front, and cannot guard the lower body. Yifan does not even look, and fiercely kicks at Tom's knee. A tremendous force suddenly erupts. Thud. That hulking man from Kangaroo Country drops to both knees, letting out a muffled sound, his face twisted in pain, rolling on the ground while hugging his leg, wailing. The remaining contestant from Cherry Blossom Country, Sato, is now utterly terrified. He coughs and cries, wildly drawing his waist-mounted machete and swinging it around. Baka! Don't come near! Don't come near! Playing with a knife? Yifan sneers. He swiftly drew the seized Sakura knife from his waist. Clang! The blades clashed, sparks flying. Sato felt a violent shock in his grip, the mountain-cutting knife slipping from his hands. The recent explosion had left him unsteady, how could he possibly match Yifan? The next moment, a shovel came crashing down on his head. The fight ended too quickly. From Yifan's charge to the moment all three lost their strength, it was no more than 10 seconds. In the live broadcast room, global viewers were in an uproar. No! How despicable! Using gas! Damn it! This guy is a disgrace to my Cherry Blossom Country. Ha ha ha. This is what we call hitting a dog when it's down. Ye God's skills are amazing. What special forces? They are just kids in front of him. All's fair in war. Who told you to block your own door? On the screen. Yifan did not rush to deliver the killing blow. He skillfully took out several tough animal sinew ropes from his backpack, easily tying the three down to the ground like a butcher tying a pig, binding their hands and feet with professional precision. Then, under the astonished gaze of viewers worldwide, Yifan began to strip them of their gear. This cold-proof suit is nice, and quite new, taking it. These tactical boots are good too, though they smell strong, awash and they're usable, taking them. Oh, a blast shield? Good stuff, it's mine now. Compound crossbow, 15 arrows, mountain cutting knife, fire axe, dagger, lighter. Hand them over. In less than 2 minutes. The originally fully armed trio was stripped down to their underwear, trembling in the freezing wind below zero, like 3 pieces of pale frozen meat. No. Please. I beg you. Jack no longer held any semblance of a special forces soldier, his face smeared with snot and tears, desperately crawling on the ground towards the faint fire. Give me back my clothes. I will freeze to death. I really will freeze to death. Sato was even more frantic, bowing like crazy. Yi-san. Yi-san. I am a good citizen. A really good citizen. Don't kill me. I can work for you. From now on, I am your man. Yi-fan played with the compound crossbow in his hands, looking down at them with indifference. Don't want to die? Sure. Give me a reason not to kill you. For example, how did you all come together? Who else is nearby? In a bid to save their lives, the 3 scrambled to divulge information. I'll talk. I'll talk. Tom shouted, trembling. I met those 2 over 300 kilometers west of here. I thought, with 2 more people around, it would be safer, so I followed them. Shut up. Tom. Jack glared at Yi-fan, his face filled with anger. It doesn't matter if I tell you, I rushed nearly 600 kilometers. This snowy plain continues towards me, ending in a Gobian desert region. There, we established a base camp for a free alliance led by our lighthouse country. It occupies a huge oasis, with water sources and trees. More than 100 contestants have already gathered there, from over 20 countries. When winter ends, they will definitely develop the forest area to the fullest. If you kill me, you won't last long either. I came not only to take you but also to scout the area. An oasis? Over 600 kilometers? More than 100 people? Yi-fan's heart stirred, he noted this crucial piece of information. What else? As he spoke, Yi-fan's gaze fell on Sato. Sato trembled in fear and hurriedly said, in this direction, about 30 to 50 kilometers, we found an open coal mine when we passed by. Really? There are many black stones. Captain Jack confirmed it's high-quality anthracite. We originally planned to take care of you and then occupy that coal mine to survive the winter. A coal mine? This time, Yi-fan's eyes truly lit up. In this extreme cold, what does a coal mine mean? It means endless sources of heat. It means being able to fire kills, smelt iron, and even craft more advanced tools freely. Compared to wood, coal's burning efficiency is exponentially higher. Very good, what else? Yi-fan nodded with satisfaction. Time passed, second by second. But the information extracted by Yi-fan became less and less valuable. Watching Yi-fan grilling meat by the fire, these few people, even though they were next to the fire, already had large areas of red and purple on their bodies. Many couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Soon it was midnight, 12 o'clock. At the moment the clock struck 0, the cold mechanical voice rang in the minds of all survivors and billions of viewers on Earth. This month's national fortune rankings have been concluded. Congratulations to Lighthouse Country, Bear Country, and Gallon Country, competitors, you will receive national-level strategic airdrops. Warning! The following 20 countries ranked at the bottom will soon face disaster punishment. Last place, Windmill Kingdom, type of disaster, 100-meter tsunami. Second to last, Silver Country, type of disaster, 9.5 magnitude earthquake. Third to last, Thousand Buddha Country, type of disaster, super freezing rain. In the instant the voice fell, all the country live broadcasts were instantly split into dozens of small windows. In the broadcast of Windmill Kingdom, a terrifying black wall over 100 meters tall suddenly appeared on the originally peaceful coastline. Even the air raid alarm didn't have time to sound, the black seawater surged like a giant beast's mouth, instantly swallowing the entire city. High-rises collapsed like toys, countless vehicles and pedestrians vanished in the towering waves. The next second, the screen went black. This meant, the country was annihilated. At the same time, all competitors from that country had been wiped out. In just a few seconds, 2 countries were ruthlessly erased from the map. The remaining dozen countries were also in a terrible situation. Global viewers watched the scene, feeling a chill rushing up from their feet to their heads. This game will always remind people that this is a great ethnic elimination. Execution complete. Now, starting to drop the rewards for the top 10. It's here. Jack's eyes burst with intense desire, that was their last hope. As long as they could get the rewards, as long as they could get the weapons and supplies inside. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud crashes. 2 metal supply boxes of different sizes appeared beside them, stirring up a flurry of snow and fog. On the boxes, the flags of Lighthouse Country and Cherry Blossom Country were printed. Ha! No Kangaroo Country? Yi Fan raised his brow slightly. That's mine. Jack stretched out his frozen hand, desperately reaching into the void. However, the next second, he felt as if his throat had been slashed. Yi Fan said nothing, quickly performed a knife strike. Thank you for delivering the package from so far away, 5-star review. Love you. Chapter 39, What the hell is this? Global announcement, competitors from Lighthouse Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Kangaroo Country Jack Curtis, Sato 23, Tom Reed, confirmed dead. Punishment program initiated. Punishment execution, Lighthouse Country's California experiences a super tornado attack. Punishment execution, Cherry Blossom Country's Hokkaido region triggers a brown bear frenzy. Punishment execution, Kangaroo Country's New South Wales triggers hellish wildfires. As the cold mechanical voice fell, the Lighthouse Country livestream instantly switched screens. The Hollywood sign twisted and broke in the fierce wind. 3 black tornadoes connecting the heavens and the earth rampaged through the city, luxury homes and sports cars were swept into the air like toys, then heavily smashed down. The famous Santa Monica beach was inundated with seawater, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At the same time, in the official livestream of Cherry Blossom Country, the once peaceful streets of Sapporo saw thousands of massive brown bears with red eyes pouring into the city like a black tide from the forest. Screams, alarm sounds, and crashes of cars interwove into a symphony of hell. Yammeet! Save me! Why are there so many bears? Where's the self-defense force? The streets, known for their safety, turned into a bloody Shura field at this moment. Meanwhile, Kangaroo Country was different. The sky was painted red with flames, as koalas and kangaroos desperately fled from the raging fire, countless homes turned to ashes. Oh God! Is this hell? What did we do wrong? Why must we be punished like this? Jack! It's that bastard Jack's fault. Tom, that fool, why did he follow Jack? Audiences from 3 countries cried and cursed in the live stream, despair spreading through the internet like wildfire. However, the scene suddenly changed. In the Dragon Country's live stream, a different picture unfolded. Everyone wore joyful expressions. Especially when seeing Yi Fan decisively cut off the roots, they were even more excited. The joys and sorrows of people do not connect. After hearing the announcement, Yi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze falling on the 2 metal supply boxes. A murderer, one must always kill him. If it were him lying here today, the Dragon Country would be finished. Come on, let me see what good stuff you've brought in your packages. Crack. Yi Fan was the first to pry open the supply box from the Lighthouse Country, marked with the Star-Spangled Banner. As the lid opened, a wave of industrial grease smell hit him. Wow! This is solid. Yi Fan's eyes lit up as he reached in and pulled out a gleaming black pistol. M1911. A classic semi-automatic handgun. Next to it were 2 neatly stacked magazines, totaling 12 bullets. At 7 paces, the gun is fast. Within 7 paces, the gun is both fast and accurate. Although it was his first time handling a gun, hasn't he seen pigs run after not even having eaten pork? He tentatively pulled back the slide, listening to the crisp metallic click. A sense of safety washed over him. With this thing, whether it's beasts or enemies, safety was greatly increased. Luckily, I didn't let these 2 guys get the supplies, otherwise, it would have been dangerous for me. Muttering to himself, Yi Fan picked up the pistol, and below it was shockingly a stab-proof vest, and then a box full of high-calorie military rations. It seemed to contain around 24 packs. At the very bottom of the box, Yi Fan felt a palm-sized black device. Name, military hand-crank/solar dual-mode charger. Description, in the wild where there are no sockets, it is your mobile power station. What? Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim, if this thing were to fall into betas. No, Jack's hands, it would be dangerous, it can charge thermal imaging devices. The livestream audience couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this scene. Fortunately, Yi Fan chased them out. This wave was indeed somewhat dangerous. While they were lamenting, Yi Fan opened the box from the Cherry Blossom Country. Compared to the abundant martial prowess of the Lighthouse Country, the Cherry Blossom Country's box seemed more homely. A set of extremely well-crafted multifunctional folding tools. Upon opening, he saw a saw, pliers, screwdriver. Although there were no screws, many tools seemed utterly useless. But just the saw alone would be a tremendous help. It would greatly improve his work efficiency. In addition, there was a portable water purifier. With this, using water would be much more convenient, much safer, and very beautiful. A portable outdoor water filter straw, allowing safe drinking directly from the water source. Finally, there was a sealed little cloth bag, inside which were seeds the size of sesame. Seeds? When Yi Fan realized this, he couldn't help but exclaim. His botany knowledge instantly activated. Name, Polar Jade Cabbage Seed, Improved Version. Description, extremely cold resistant, can grow in environments around -30 degrees, short maturity period, sweet taste. What? -30 degrees? Short maturity period? The temperature around him must be much colder than -30 degrees. But near the hot springs, it was different. Previously, he had also obtained nutrient solution. It seemed he could grow cabbage to eat. Farming flow? Yifan smiled, the innate talent carved into the dragon nationality's genes awakened in an instant. In that moment, he was already calculating in his mind, once the shelter was built. It's time to prepare to plant cabbage. In this cursed weather, sitting around the fire, dipping cabbage and meat, just thinking about it makes me happy. And who knows, I might even be able to pickle some sauerkraut. Hiss. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream watched Yifan count the supplies, and the bullet comments exploded instantly, filled with exclamations. Wow! This haul is amazing. Truly amazing. Look quickly. Adding to the equipment stripped from Jack and his crew, there's a military compound crossbow with 15 arrows, an explosion-proof shield, a machete, a fire axe, a military dagger, plus the thermal imager that can resurrect you with a charger, and that M1911 pistol. My god, this is no longer a survivor, this is clearly a moving small arsenal. Yishan's current combat power, don't even mention facing a tiger. Even if a fully armed special forces team came, they'd probably kneel. Is this the legendary start with a pot, and all the equipment is found? Love it. The players in the neighboring country are still fighting over a moldy piece of bread, while our Yishan is already considering how to pickle sauerkraut. This is a real gap. With this, he's jumped straight from the Stone Age to the Industrial Age. Yifan happily packed all the supplies onto the sled, including the metal box for carrying supplies. When he finished all this, he suddenly thought of the lottery. He had done quite a bit today, and maybe he could win big. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the system panel. That long string of numbers made his heart race. Shock value, 275,428 points. 275,000. Yifan took a deep breath, he had never fought such a rich battle before. Brothers, I just worked up a sweat, I'll change my clothes, and the livestream will pause for a bit. Yifan casually found a reason in front of the camera. Even though the audience flooded the screen with, "And what are you gonna do?" Yifan decisively cut off the signal. The screen went black instantly. Yifan's eyes burned with excitement. System. Let's go all in. Give me something big. 2 intermediate draws. 7 beginner draws. Use them all up. Ding. Consumed 275000 shock value, the draw begins. Congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate draw, you got 750 milliliters of coffee. Congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate draw, you got Master Carpenter skill. Looking at the suddenly appeared pink thermos cup with a Hello Kitty design in his hand, Yifan's mouth twitched slightly. System, why give me such a pink thermos? Just a second ago, he wanted to complain about drawing coffee in the intermediate draw, and in the next second, a thermos cup appeared in his hand. Although in this environment, the significance of the thermos cup is quite small, but the design is just too hard to comment on. Before his voice could completely fade away, a flood of knowledge rushed into his mind. In that instant, his eyes became somewhat vacant. And the beginner draw prompts kept ringing in succession. Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner draw, you got blueprint for simple blast furnace. Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner draw, you got blueprint for efficient hydraulic spinning machine. Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner draw, you got talent, cold resistance. After stacking, the speed of body temperature loss is reduced by 80%. Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner draw, you got skill, blacksmith mastery. Congratulations to the host for gaining attribute points, spirit +4. Congratulations to the host for gaining free attribute points, +2. Congratulations to the host for gaining free attribute points, +1. The Master Carpenter skill had not yet been fully digested when the information for Blacksmith Mastery and the 3 blueprints appeared again. That delicious feeling, you can't imagine how great it is. About a minute passed, and Yifan gradually came back to his senses. With Blacksmith Mastery, paired with Simple Blast Furnace Blueprint, plus the information on coal mines obtained earlier, and the location information of iron ore provided by the country, Yifan's mind began to form scenes of forging steel. This is close to the Industrial Revolution. Weapons can be made. We can't take 2 big steps. Think about it carefully. Yifan shook his head, threw away the information in his mind, and then unhesitatingly added all 3 points of free attributes to strength. As the warm current flowed, his strength attribute directly broke through to 20 points. Now, he could almost easily lift something weighing 300 to 400 pounds. Ha! After digesting all the rewards, he poured himself a cup of coffee, finished it, and then Yifan reopened the livestream. As the screen lit up, the audience saw Yifan calmly organizing the sled, as if nothing had happened. But, what was that pink thermos in his hand? Was it from those guys he had captured? How come he didn't see it earlier? Let's go home. Yifan was in an excellent mood as he pulled the sled full of spoils. You might not know, the coldest time of the day is right when the sun comes up. It seems sheltered here, but it's really not of much use. We must return to the cabin before the coldest point. Even carrying over 100 pounds, under his now terrifying strength, it felt as light as a feather. He hurried along the way. The originally 3 to 4 hour journey, with his enhanced strength, was completed in under 2 hours, and Yifan returned to the hot spring camp. Looking at the sturdy wooden cabin and the monkeys standing guard at the entrance, taking turns to warm themselves by the hot spring, Yifan felt a sense of security fill his heart. Translator, go greet the Monkey King, extra meal tonight. Ha! Yifan stabilized the sled and was about to unload the cargo. But under his eager gaze, he discovered that beneath the vapor, the bottomless spring revealed a thick, dark red elongated source of heat, about 7 or 8 meters long, slowly writhing. It seemed attracted by the vibrations of the ground or some kind of aura, inching closer, towards the spring's mouth. Was it a living creature, or magma about to erupt due to geological activity? Chapter 40, Sato 23, Not Up to Good. Goo, goo. In Lin Fan's unique vision, that huge dark red glow expanding and rising deep under the hot spring water quickly approached the spring's mouth. Yifan stared at the water's surface, his M1911 pistol already unholstered, while his other hand was holding a homemade grenade, ready to throw it at any moment. In this frigid midnight, his palms began to sweat slightly. Sensing something was off, the translator and the surrounding monkeys also tensed up, staring at the hot spring with alertness. In the live stream, the viewers who had seen Yifan return relaxed, but some viewers who were about to rest suddenly tensed when they saw this scene. Come out, big fellow. Yifan held his breath, his body tense like a bow. Boom! With a dull roar, the surface of the spring violently exploded. A boiling water column over 10 meters long shot up into the sky like an angry white dragon, accompanied by a strong smell of sulfur and underground mud. In the next second, a thick mist of ice covered the sky. No monsters. No giant pythons. Just pure, violent, thermal energy erupting? A hot spring eruption? Scalding spring water splashed down, quickly melting the surrounding frozen areas, and white steam instantly enveloped the entire camp. Ha! Yifan watched the gradually receding geyser, feeling weakly relieved, then smiling wryly as he clicked the safety back on his gun. You scared me. It turns out this hot spring erupts intermittently. What a false alarm, what a false alarm, but, is this hot spring a bit unstable? Chirp chirp? The Monkey King peeked over, looking at the hot spring with a gaze full of caution. Eat up, extra meal for you tonight. Yifan looked at the Monkey King, a smile spreading across his face as he tossed the wolf meat he had captured from those 3 men to the monkey group. Looking at the monkey group devouring their food, Yifan also felt a wave of drowsiness hit him. After a day and night of turmoil, with fighting and maneuvering, even his iron body could no longer bear it. He crawled back into the warm wooden cabin, added a few logs to the fire pit, and, after confirming that the translator had also returned, fell asleep. At this moment, Blue Star. Although it was deep night, the major livestream rooms were still bustling with noise. Whether through the baptism of natural disasters or the joy of having passed safely, the vast majority of people remained excited. A new month had already begun. After the disaster, the living still had to continue. In the official livestream room of Dragon Country, the bureau chief, as a special guest, was deeply reviewing Yifan's resource list on the big screen. The current situation is already very clear. Although our Dragon Country has temporarily escaped the danger zone due to Yifan's extraordinary performance, his current position can be said to be that of an armed-to-the-teeth lone wolf. The bureau chief brought up an analysis chart of Yifan's equipment. Everyone, what is Yifan's biggest advantage right now? First, firepower. The M1911 pistol only has 12 bullets, but for most enemies, this is a lowering of dimensions. With the composite crossbow and homemade bombs added, his mid-range and close combat capabilities might not be at the top of the competitors, but they are still of a mid-high level. Second, shelter and intelligence. The hot spring is undoubtedly an excellent shelter area that can provide many advantages. He also possesses good survival skills. At the same time, the known intelligence he has includes salt alkali land, white clay, coal mine, iron ore. If he can develop these, his survival ability will definitely increase significantly in a short time. However, his shortcomings are very obvious. Is it because he is alone? Sa Baining asked with some concern. Beside him, Zhu Weiqiang nodded affirmatively. That's right, he is alone. Whether it's the safety of the shelter or resource gathering, doing it alone carries great risks, and the Free Alliance. The bureau chief nodded, displaying a map that wasn't very complete. Many areas were still gray. But if Yifan were here, he would definitely notice that this map was drawn with him at the center. The gray areas represent places visited by competitors from various countries. Since the game of National Fortune began, there have been dedicated people monitoring the livestream, continually expanding the map. The bureau chief pointed to a green area in the upper right corner. This place has over 20 countries and hundreds of competitors. Their individual soldier quality may not be as good as Yi Fan's, but they occupy an oasis, which is relatively safe, and resources can be complementary. Once spring comes, or if they resolve their cold-proof issues, they will surely expand outward. The forest area where Yi Fan is located is the most dangerous place. The bureau chief said solemnly, so, the next month is Yi Fan's most crucial development window. He must use his technological advantages to upgrade his survival camp into a war fortress before the enemies react. Also, I hope he realizes the importance of the coal mine. I believe he will, Zhu Weiqiang said confidently, let alone other aspects. He surely knows that wood has a low burning value and a short burning time, requiring frequent additions. If the wood burns out during sleep or a snowstorm, it's easy to lose heat. Charcoal has a high burning value and lasts longer, making it a better lifesaver. Listening to the bureau chief and Zhu Weiqiang's analysis, the people who were initially joyful because Yi Fan successfully killed those 3 guys, suddenly became a bit anxious. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The sun was high in the sky, and Yi Fan finally woke up. He pushed open the door, and a bone-chilling air rushed at him. Yi Fan couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Seems like the temperature has risen a bit? Or is it just that my constitution is too good? When his gaze fell on the hot spring, Yi Fan revealed a sudden expression. The temperature has really risen. It is estimated to be around -40 degrees. It's similar to when he was just sent to this world. So, is the extreme weather of the National Fortune game over with the end of the month? This is really good news. Yi Fan picked up the pink thermos cup, poured himself a steaming cup of coffee, and slowly took a sip. But relying on the weather is not a long-term plan. Geothermal energy is influenced too much. Should I go get some coal back just in case? Maybe I can also use it to make some things, and it can serve as a test too. Yi Fan looked at the hot spring, which had restored its water level and temperature, and couldn't help but murmur softly. Coal is the lifeblood of industry. If I can get some back, then the risks will significantly decrease. He could even consider going further to find iron ore. Of course, all of this relies on the premise that these guys are not deceiving him. After finishing his coffee, Yi Fan did not rush to go out. It's impossible to transport the coal back with that simple sled from before. I need a real big guy. Yi Fan looked at the giant logs brought back with the pulley system. The knowledge of the master carpenter flowed in his mind. He didn't have nails, but he could use the most traditional mortise and tenon structure. The saw and chisel from the multifunctional toolbox from the cherry blossom country would come in handy. Thinking of this, Yi Fan immediately took action. 1 hour later. A heavy transport sled, 3 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, wrapped at the bottom with metal iron sheets removed from the supply box of the lighthouse country as a sliding track, was impressively completed. This sled featured a sturdy frame, cleverly using mechanical principles to distribute weight. Even loaded with tons of coal, it could glide smoothly on the snow and could be easily pulled by him alone. This exquisite craftsmanship stunned Zhu Weiqiang in the official livestream of the Dragon Country. Mortise and tenon structure. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. Without a single nail, connecting using the wood's own tension, this structure is even more durable in extreme cold than metal nails. Yi God is really getting more and more impressive. The bullet comments were already flooded with astonishment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Luban was alive. The competitor from the neighboring bear country just got an AK-47 from the airdrop, celebrating by shooting wildly in the sky, resulting in a small-scale avalanche, and now is digging in the snow to escape. One is doing construction, and the other is causing destruction. The difference is clear. In the scene, Yi Fan grabbed the crow that was still dozing off and placed it on his shoulder. Translator. Don't sleep, get up and work. Then he whistled at the Monkey King, who was picking lice off its younger brother. Eek. The Monkey King understood, grabbed a stick, and rushed over, followed by 2 of the strongest male monkeys. The place we are going to is a bit far. I'll take you as radar and transporters. Yi Fan said this, but in reality, he just wanted some company. With the crossbow on his back and an M1911 and an engineer shovel at his waist, he was fully armed. Target, due west, 30 kilometers, open pit coal mine. Let's go. Yi Fan tugged on the heavy sled rope, a force of 20 points exploding, and the enormous sled felt weightless in his hands. 1 person, 1 bird, and 3 monkeys formed a unique expedition team, advancing powerfully towards the unknown west. For Yi Fan, whose strength had surged, the 30-kilometer distance was not difficult at all. Along the way, the translator circled in the air for reconnaissance, while the Monkey King jumped between the treetops, staying alert. Any beast attempting to approach, before Yi Fan could take action, was likely scared away by this bizarre combination. Foreign viewers who heard the news watched Yifan pull such a large sled, still able to run swiftly across the snow, their eyes almost popping out. F***K. This isn't scientific. That sled, plus the metal box, must weigh hundreds of pounds, right? Is he pulling it alone like a stroll? Do the people of Dragon Country all know martial arts? Their physical ability is simply monstrous. Sigh, look at our Pierre from Gaul. Even though he got red wine and foie gras from the airdrop, now he is curled up in his sleeping bag, shivering, and he doesn't dare take a step out of the camp. No comparison, no harm. Yifan is conquering the wilderness, while our competitors are being conquered by it. 3 hours later. As the terrain gradually lowered, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. The thick snow began to thin, revealing large patches of dark rock beneath. The air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur and coal ash. Vegetation was sparse, replaced by jagged, bizarre stones. Is it really here? Yifan stopped, excitement flashing in his eyes. In front of him was a huge valley, as if formed by a meteorite impact. In the center of the valley, against the bare rock walls, large patches of shiny black ore were directly exposed to the air. Under the sunlight, it sparkled with an enticing black gold sheen. An open-pit coal mine. And it's a shallow rich ore. Yifan swallowed. This was the energy treasure he had long dreamed of. With these, he could make bricks, smelt iron, and even building a temperature-controlled fortress would no longer be a dream. Squeak! Squeak! Just as Yifan was about to rush down to make a big haul, the usually bold Monkey King suddenly let out a terrified scream. It clung tightly to the rock beside it, refusing to take another step. Even the translator bird high above let out a strange cry and quickly shrank back into Yifan's roebuck hat, shivering with fear. A sense of danger kicked in. What's going on? Yifan's heart sank, and he immediately activated heat vision. There was nothing in the coal mine valley. Wait! On that black rock wall, there lurked more than a dozen huge orange-red heat sources. Moreover, the core temperature of these heat sources was extremely high, in a state of intense excitement before hunting. Whoosh! A giant bird with a wingspan of over 2.5 meters swooped out from the shadow of the rock wall. It was entirely black, only its head had a cluster of dazzling golden feathers, and its sharp eagle eyes locked onto Yifan and the group that intruded on its territory. It charged straight toward them. These raptors were extremely dangerous. Chapter 41, God Bless Dragon Country. This is too exhilarating. Caw! A piercing cry split the sky, as the golden eagle with a wingspan of over 2.5 meters dove straight toward Yifan. Its claws glistened in the sunlight, targeting Yifan's head. If this move really grabbed Yifan, the best outcome would be several bloody holes appearing on his head. Almost at the same time, several slightly smaller golden eagles followed closely behind. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Facing such an impenetrable aerial hunting net, the Monkey King was so scared it covered its head and dashed, directly burrowing under the sled. As for the translator bird, it buried itself in Yifan's arms, exposing only half of its trembling bottom. This was a primal fear. The other hand grabbed a combat shovel. Let me see how powerful this handgun is. Yifan murmured, already lifting the gun. Bang! As his physical and mental qualities improved, Yifan's shooting accuracy had become terrifyingly precise. With the first shot, the leading golden eagle didn't even have time to react. A burst of blood mist exploded from its chest. The huge impact force directly disrupted its diving trajectory. With a mournful scream, it fell to the rocky ground like a kite with a severed string. Then, 2 gunshots rang out. 2 golden eagles fell in response, one with a broken wing and the other shot in the head. The once fierce group of eagles instantly turned chaotic. They indeed were the rulers of this sky. In the face of their claws, no animal could escape death. Even large animals couldn't fight back. Accustomed to tearing flesh with sharp claws and dropping prey from the sky to its death, they had never seen such a fiery wand. Nor had they heard such loud noises. Chirp! Seeing their fellow golden eagles shot down, the remaining eagles let out terrified cries. In the next moment, they abandoned their hunt. Each one desperately flapped its wings, trying to gain altitude. Thinking of running? Yifan quickly grabbed the compound bow from his back and shot several times in quick succession. Unfortunately, the compound bow only hit one. You're lucky to run so fast. Yifan looked at the situation and snorted coldly. The effective range of the M1911 is 50 meters. Though this compound bow could shoot over 80 meters, that was its limit. When facing such sky overlords, it was still somewhat lacking. But even so, this scene spread around the world through live broadcast. The audience who had just been holding their breath for Yifan were now dumbfounded. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream erupted. Wow! American-style katana? God ye, I allow you to fly 39 meters first. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Golden Eagle, this high-level match, this person has no martial ethics. So cool. Suggesting it be included in a world-renowned painting. But many foreign viewers were incredibly envious, with a few even losing their composure. Fuck. That's our lighthouse country's M1911. That's Jack's gun. Not fair. So unfair. Other contestants are still fighting wild dogs with sticks, and he's already using a pistol to shoot birds? How can this game still be played? Is this wilderness survival or Terminator? Why do only a few people have firearms? Why can this nobody get a firearm? Laughing to death, didn't you guys also steal things from the sun never setting? Just didn't get any guns. While they were discussing wildly, Yi-Fan was already by the Golden Eagles, quickly killing them. I took down 4 Golden Eagles in a row and didn't trigger a return? Is my luck so bad today? Yi-Fan murmured, his gaze falling on the black soil on the ground. He squatted down, picked up a shiny black coal chunk, and gently squeezed it in his hand, causing it to crumble, revealing a dense, oily cross-section. No impurities, hard texture. Good coal. Yi-Fan's eyes sparkled with fervent light. This is definitely anthracite. It has a high burning value, not only can it provide warmth but is also the best fuel for iron smelting. Can't ask for too much, getting coal is already good, let's get to work. Thinking of this, Yi-Fan immediately swung his engineer shovel and began to dig madly. The enhanced strength was fully displayed at this moment. The hard frozen soil layer was broken open by him like cutting tofu, and large chunks of high-quality raw coal were shoveled up and tossed into the giant sled's trough. Clink. 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 The crisp sound of digging echoed through the valley. In the highest strategic command center of the Dragon Kingdom. The old general looked at the screen showing the gradually filling sled and couldn't help but sigh. This is the blood of industry. With this coal, Yi-Fan has the absolute capital to fight the extreme cold. He can even maintain a constant temperature in the wooden house for 24 hours, make stronger bricks, and... Saying this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in the old general's eyes. If he can find iron ore, then he will have the chance to forge iron tools himself and directly say goodbye to the Stone Age. Regardless of conservatives or radicals, at this moment, there were no disputes, everyone looked eagerly at the live broadcast. Yi-Fan had truly accomplished many things they found hard to imagine. Excavation continued for more than half an hour, and the sled was already half full. Just as Yi-Fan was about to change locations to dig again, the engineer shovel suddenly unearthed a cluster of dry, yellow plant roots. Yi-Fan paused in his actions. In this barren coal mine area, how could there be plants? He carefully cleared away the surrounding coal ash, initially thinking it might be some medicinal material. But at the moment of uncovering, he was stunned. Wild vegetables? It looked like wild spinach? Thinking of this, Yi-Fan immediately activated Botanical Encyclopedia. Name, wild spinach. Description, a special plant that grows in rich mineral areas, with extremely deep roots, rich in various vitamins and trace elements, with a sour and sweet taste, and excellent food for preventing scurvy. Great stuff. Yi-Fan's eyes brightened. Eating meat every day had improved his physical condition, but he always felt greasy in his mouth and lacking vitamins. This wild spinach came at just the right time. Without hesitation, he pulled the whole bunch of wild spinach out by its roots. In the next second, a pleasant system notification sound rang out. Global announcement, Dragon Country contestant Yi-Fan has successfully collected the rare plant resource wild spinach, triggering an 8,128-fold return reward. Reward, Dragon Country obtains high-quality leafy vegetable resource fresh spinach 8,128 tons. Randomly distributed to vegetable points in major cities. Within the territory of Dragon Country, a wave of cheers erupted instantly. Whoa! There's green leafy food to eat. Finally, we see a return again. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot what spinach tastes like. Thank you, Leaf God. Tonight, let's have spinach and pig liver soup. Leaf God is turning wilderness survival into happy farming, digging wherever he goes. To find vegetables in this freezing world is just amazing. However, the surprise was far from over. As Yi-Fan continued to explore around the wild spinach, he found that the shovel seemed to hit an extremely hard object. This was definitely not the feeling of coal. Thinking of this, he immediately applied more force. When a muffled, heavy sound of metal impact echoed. Yi-Fan's heart stirred, and he forcefully cleared away the layers of coal and dirt covering it. A heavy stone the size of a football, with a dark red surface and a hint of metallic sheen, was exposed to the sunlight. This is... Yi-Fan's heart raced instantly. He picked up the stone, incredibly heavy, far surpassing the weight of ordinary rock. The knowledge he had about metallurgy surged in his mind. Hematite. Yi-Fan's voice trembled with excitement, and it's a high-grade iron ore. Coal and iron coexist. The ancients did not deceive me. In the highest strategic command center of Dragon Country, all the experts held their breath. Just a second ago, they were still saying that they were just short of iron or, what is this? An excited geology professor stood up, pointing at the reddish-brown stone on the screen, his voice trembling. Heaven bless our Dragon Country. This is hematite. It contains at least 60% iron. With coal as fuel and iron ore as raw material, as long as Yifan can establish a blast furnace, then our contestant Yifan can personally open his Iron Age. In the official live broadcast room, Shu Weiqiang and Sa Bening also reacted with their shocking exclamations. The bullet comments instantly exploded. Wow! Iron smelting? Is this script a bit too advanced? The Free Alliance next door is still cracking nuts with stones, and Leaf God is already preparing to smelt steel? Dimensionality reduction strike. This is a complete dimensionality reduction strike. On the other side, after confirming it was hematite, Yifan hurriedly expanded the digging area. Sure enough, beneath the area where the wild spinach grows, there was a hidden exposed hematite vein. Although the scale might not be large, but for him at this moment, it was like boundless treasure. With coal and iron now available. What does this mean? It means that as long as he can transport these things back, he can set up a blast furnace at the hot spring camp. Forge real steel. By then, whatever explosion-proof shields or composite crossbows, he could craft them all by hand, even stronger. Dig. Must dig. Yifan, as if injected with adrenaline, swung the engineer shovel so fast it left after images. Before long, he had moved a dozen or so pieces of red iron ore, each the size of a basin, onto the sled. Whoosh! Just as he was working in high spirits, a bone-chilling cold wind suddenly rushed in from the valley entrance, sweeping up the coal dust on the ground. Yifan looked up at the sky. The once clear sky, he didn't know when, had already turned gloomy. On the western horizon, a pitch-black cloud was rolling in, pressing down. It was a new snowstorm. Damn! The weather's changing again. Yifan's face changed. If he couldn't transport these things back before the snowstorm arrived, he and this pile of treasure would be buried in this black valley. We must hurry back. Chapter 42, Be a Horse's Groom, Hold Tight, We're Taking Off. Ha! Yifan tugged, but the sled didn't move an inch. His brows furrowed slightly. Lift. This time, he gripped the sled's reins tightly with both hands, and all his strength exploded in that moment. However, the heavy sled, carrying about a ton of coal and iron ore, seemed like it had taken root on the ground, not budging at all. Stuck? Sank in? Or too heavy? The key thing was, this was the bottom of the valley, and the road back required climbing a big hill against the wind. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled, and the black clouds quickly swallowed the last of the daylight. The temperature was rapidly dropping. The prelude to the snowstorm had already sounded. In the live stream of Lighthouse Country, Jones watched the scene unfold. A cynical smile crept up his face. God is fair. Greed has a price. This so-called treasure has now become the burden that will drag him down. In the face of the coming snowstorm, no human can pull a ton of heavy objects uphill. Not even the world's strongest man champion. He will not only lose his supplies, but also bury himself. This is the law of physics. However, just as Jones confidently passed his judgment, the comments from Dragon Country's viewers took an extremely strange turn. It's stable. Brothers, steady. Thanks to Jones for the poison milk. As long as Jones says it can't be done, Ye God will definitely do it. Is this the so-called causal weapon? Love it, love it. These comments stood in stark contrast to the curses and expectations from Lighthouse Country itself. Some even thought that the Dragon Country viewers had given up hope. In the scene, Yifan seemed to loosen the reins, just as Jones had said. However, in the next second, Yifan pulled out a large complete tiger skin from the sled's compartment, then chopped down several highly flexible branches nearby. Headwind? Then, borrow the wind. Yifan glanced at the wind direction. Although it was a big uphill, the wind was a crosshead wind. As long as the angle was right, he could use the component forces from fluid dynamics to generate thrust. This sled was too overloaded, it sank in, and it would definitely be difficult to pull out just with his strength. Either use the low temperature and ice to make it more slippery underneath, or use external force. In just a few minutes, Yifan had created a massive tiger skin sail and securely fastened it to the front of the sled. With his mastery in physics and driving, he was confident he could control this wind-powered sled. In his eyes, it was no different from controlling a sailboat. Be a horse's groom, hold tight with your monkeys, we're taking off. Yifan shouted loudly, adjusted the sail's angle, and directly tugged on the reins. Whoosh! The fierce wind rushed into the tiger skin sail, instantly inflating it like a full moon. With a loud snap, a tremendous pulling force came from the sail. The once heavy as mountain sled, under Yifan's pull, slowly began to move. Then the speed began to increase. Woohoo! Taking off. The moment it started moving, Yifan jumped onto the front part of the sled. Use body weight and reins to control direction. The huge sled is like a warship breaking waves in a sea of snow, starting to speed furiously with the help of the wind. Even on a slope, it can move forward normally. The viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly stunned, and comments poured in like a waterfall. Wow! Is this really possible? The sort of physics has manifested? Even Newton would jump out of his coffin to give a thumbs up. The application of force here is simply textbook level. Wait, did you hear what Jishin called that Monkey King? By Ma 1? Ha, that name is so soulful. At the same time, countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom flooded into the Lighthouse Country's live broadcast room to show thanks. Thank you, High Priest Jones, for your bad luck charm. Your words of impossibility have directly given Yishin a wind-based buff. Jones looked at the screen where the tiger-striped warship was racing across the snowy plain, his face turned green, lips trembling as he struggled to say a word. The return journey is not an easy one. The sled bumped over the rolling snow hills, and Yifan had to jump down occasionally, using his shoulder to prop up the side to prevent it from tipping over, or pulling hard when the wind weakened with that terrifying strength. But no matter what, one person and one sail moved extremely quickly across the snow-covered wasteland. It even carved a long path. Uncertain how long they had run, the snow came falling down heavily. Yifan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Danger perception. What is it? He instinctively turned to look at the nearby white birch forest. No way? Is it going to come and bite me? At a glance, Yifan saw a leopard hiding from the wind and snow under a tree not far away, peering at him. He hurriedly took out the composite crossbow. But now it was out of effective range, and he didn't dare to make a move. Ah! The leopard looked at the massive black creature moving quickly, with 3 grinning monkeys on top, and a tiger skin, also dumbfounded. It had never seen such a situation. The sense of being at a dead end rose strongly. This fellow was so scared that it tucked its tail and burrowed into a snowbank, not daring to move. What kind of monster is this? Too scary for the leopard. All of this was perfectly showcased by the National Luck live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, many viewers were amused by the leopard's cowardly appearance. Leopard, I was so scared at the time, the thing was huge and black, and there were 4 furry monsters with big mouths sitting on it. And there are also 4 golden eagles on top. Laughing to death, this leopard is probably going to have a psychological shadow. Actually, it's not surprising, don't forget, that sail is made of tiger skin. Jones couldn't take it anymore watching this, people will always be punished for their greed. As he spoke, he directly switched to the official live broadcast screen of the Lighthouse Country. However, everyone froze when they saw this scene. This is a place similar to a tropical rainforest climate. Lighthouse Country's contestant, Michael, seemed to have accidentally fallen while crossing a narrow bridge, and at this moment, was gripping tightly onto the rock wall. From the state of his arms, it seemed he was using all his strength. Yet even so, he refused to part with his backpack. As long as I bring these things back, I can lie down for a week. Michael's eyes were wild with eagerness as he gritted his teeth upward. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. A piece of the cliff suddenly broke away. No! With a desperate scream, he fell together with the food in the backpack into the rushing river below, filled with crocodiles. The next second, a cold mechanical voice echoed globally. Global announcement, Lighthouse Country contestant Michael Stanford, confirmed dead. Punishment executed, the entire Lighthouse Country has been hit by small-scale acid rain. The air stiffened instantly. Jones's expression changed from smug to terrified. Dragon Kingdom viewers were laughing uncontrollably, it really worked. But it's your own unlucky guy who died. Jones, my friend, is your mouth blessed? Accurate strike against the Allies? Lighthouse Country contestant, thank you. The blizzard arrived as expected. The world turned pure white. The snow on the ground was also swept into the sky. The white snow whipped against the face, like a knife slicing. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 hours passed. When Yifan saw the hot spring campsite was peaceful and the hot spring showed no signs of shrinking, he breathed a sigh of relief. The sled quickly and steadily stopped beside the wooden cabin. Black coal and reddish-brown iron were piled up like mountains. Yifan brushed off the snow on his body, looking at the supplies on the sled, a broad smile appeared on his face, this wave is really coming back fully loaded. Returning to the warm wooden cabin, he took off his outer clothes and collapsed onto the tiger skin. After resting for a while, he picked up the pink thermos, poured a cup of hot coffee, and took out a pack of high-energy military rations. Here, sit in a row, share the fruit. Yifan was in a good mood, sipping his coffee while distributing some military rations to the Monkey King and the 2 male monkeys. Finally, he broke off a bit for the translator to eat. GAA. Delicious. Delicious. The translator happily squinted his eyes. The Monkey King was even more eager, massaging Yifan's legs, looking devoted. This warm scene made global viewers envious. I can't take it anymore. I'm here gnawing on black bread, and he's feeding the monkeys nutrition bars? The pink thermos has a unique style. Are you crazy? Precious food for monkeys? What can monkeys do other than eat and sleep? Exactly. Pure waste. I think he's gone mad from loneliness, treating animals like family. Ridiculous. However, what made them even more envious was that after Yifan recovered a bit, he directly began cooking spinach and golden eagle soup. He also shared quite a bit with the monkeys, including the monkeys outside. Many foreign viewers, who heard the news, were dying of envy. Various mocking comments flowed non-stop. Many thought Yifan was crazy for keeping so many monkeys. But after finishing the meal, Yifan shouted to Bai Ma Wan and directly left the house. Rest is enough, it's time to work. Whether you can eat hot teppanyaki depends on your performance. Yifan pointed at the pile of stones and soil for building the blast furnace, then pointed to the designated furnace location. Then, he made a gesture for transportation to Bai Ma Wan and indicated the bowls and chopsticks they had just used for soup and meat. Ji. Bai Ma Wan's eyes brightened, instantly understanding. It turned and called out urgently to the monkey group. The next second, a stunning scene unfolded before global viewers. The originally scattered monkey group immediately sprang into action. Under the Monkey King's command, they actually lined up like a dragon. Big monkeys lifted stones, small monkeys carried soil. Though their movements were a bit clumsy, they were orderly and efficient. Yifan only needed to stand aside to build walls and provide technical guidance, while the heaviest lifting work was surprisingly handled by this group of monkeys. What the hell? Is this actually possible? Monkey construction team? Didn't someone just say monkeys are useless? Come out and take a beating. Even capitalists would cry. A few pieces of meat hired a whole crew of monkeys. If those animal protectionists saw this, what would happen? In a safe house on the east coast of the lighthouse country, Dr. Smith, the animal behavior expert who previously mocked Yifan for being crazy, was now madly pulling at his hair, his face full of disbelief. No. This is absolutely impossible. The intelligence of snow mountain macaques is high, but how can they understand complex building instructions? They are lining up. They are even performing assembly line work. This is unscientific. It violates all iron rules of animal behavior. What on earth did this Dragon Nation person do to them? Does he know magic? If the renovation team that did work for me had this efficiency, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Fortunately, at this moment, he was not in the live room, otherwise, he would probably have been kicked out. With the help of the monkey group, Yifan worked alone on a project that could take an entire day, or even several days, and made rapid progress. In just one afternoon, he built quite a lot. A clay blast furnace, about 2 meters tall, with its own air intake, slag outlet, and observation hole, stood tall in the wind and snow. Its appearance was rough, but the cold hard lines of this industrial creation were particularly striking in the primitive wilderness. Done. Yifan wiped the mud from his hands and looked at the furnace with satisfaction, let it cool for a bit, and in no time, we can try smelting iron. Chapter 43, Wow. Is it really that hard? Time's up. Time's up. Yifan slapped off the remaining clay from his hands, looked at the 2-meter-high furnace in front of him, and let out a long sigh of relief. Good job, everyone. Yifan turned around and gave a thumbs up to the group of monkeys behind him, who were panting yet still sitting in an orderly fashion. Tonight, we feast. Half an hour later, the scent wafted throughout the hot spring camp. A huge ceramic pot sat over the fire, bubbling with thick meat broth. Wolf meat and golden eagle meat were cut into large chunks, mixed with freshly gathered wild spinach, and sprinkled with a handful of pure white salt. It looks like I should plan to go gather some salt from the saline alkali land in the next couple of days. We don't have much salt left. Yifan mumbled to himself, taking a sip of the soup. The mixed aroma of meat and the sweet freshness of vegetables exploded in his mouth in an instant. Squeak squeak. Don't worry, there's plenty for you. Squeak. The monkeys sat in a row around the fire, each stretching their necks, holding Yifan's black ceramic bowls, eagerly waiting for the meal. Even the usually aloof translator stood on Yifan's shoulder with a small ceramic bowl in its beak, anxiously stamping its feet. Gah! Soup! Soup! Ha, don't rush, everyone gets some. Yifan laughed as he filled each staff member's bowl with rich meat soup. Watching the monkeys devour their bowls, some winced from the heat yet refused to let go. The live stream audience suddenly lost their composure. This atmosphere is all wrong. Just now we were surviving in the wilderness, how did it suddenly turn into a team-building event at Flower Fruit Mountain? I admire Yafan's management skills. As long as the salary is in place, even monkeys can learn dining etiquette. Look at this furnace, though rustic, its lines and structure embody the beauty of industry. Meanwhile, competitors are still struggling over raw meat, and Yafan here is already building spiritual civilization? I just want to know when I can eat meat too, I'm so envious. I'm dying of hunger. As time passed, more and more people joined the live stream. Many foreigners heard the news and came to watch. Then they started complaining about waste. In this way, amidst the audience's lamentations in the live stream, Yafan and his little brothers feasted. The monkey troop dispersed to rest. However, Yafan's work was not finished yet. To ensure the smooth operation of the furnace for iron smelting tomorrow, he must prepare enough firewood and kindling tonight. Coal alone wouldn't be enough. Let's chop up these woods first. Yafan walked over to the pile of firewood, and this time he didn't take the cherry blossom knife, but instead picked up the fire axe. With such a great tool, there was naturally no need to use the cherry blossom knife, which was so inadequate. Over the past 2 days, chopping wood had basically dulled the edge of the cherry blossom knife. Ha! Yafan let out a low shout, flexing his arm muscles and swung the axe down hard. Crack! A crisp sound echoed piercingly in the silent night sky. The red pine would split apart upon impact. This is so useful. Indeed, for heavy work, this kind of professional tool is the way to go. Yafan weighed the fire axe in his hand, a hint of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. This axe is heavy and powerful, with a thick back, combined with my strength, it's simply a wood-splitting artifact. Unlike that cherry blossom knife, although it's sharp, it's too brittle, unable to withstand my current explosive power. However, this is just a fire axe, not a professional logging tool. He had to quickly create a batch of specialized tools, they would definitely be more useful. As he muttered, one piece of wood after another was split by him. However, just when he was about to carry the split firewood into the house. Buzz! A sudden warning of danger perception went off madly in his mind. Unlike the sharp pain he felt when facing the golden eagle, this time it was a dull, heavy suffocation, as if a heavy tank was crushing down. Creak, creak, creak. The Monkey King on lookout suddenly jumped down from the treetop, emitting an extremely shrill scream, scrambling and rolling behind Yifan. Something is coming. Yifan dropped the firewood in his hand, tightened his grip on the engineer shovel, and activated heat vision. As his sight pierced through the darkness and looked toward the camp's perimeter, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a huge, dark red heat source, seemingly wrapped in flames, charging forward with unstoppable momentum beyond the barbed wire. It was nearly 3 meters long, with a shoulder height of about 1.5 meters. It did not emit the normal heat of a living creature, instead, it was covered in a thick, low-temperature layer. Was it covered in frozen resin and mud? Wearing a natural heavy armor? Before Yifan could figure out what was going on with this creature. Oomph! A harsh, dull roar erupted. A giant wild boar directly ignored the wooden spike traps he had carefully set up. Crack! Crack! Those sharp wooden spikes, capable of piercing ordinary beasts, shattered like toothpicks upon hitting its muddy armor. Its target seemed to be the hot spring? Or was it me? This route is clearly heading straight for me. Hide? No. If I let it through this path, the furnace I built would be destroyed. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Weichang gasped upon seeing that layer of armor, his voice trembling. Not good. This is the legendary armored boar. Don't think that's just dirty mud. That's the wild boar rubbing against pine trees for years, getting covered in resin, then rolling in sandy ground, layer upon layer of resin and sand, compounded over time, plus freezing at sub-zero temperatures. The hardness of this composite armor is comparable to bulletproof ceramics. In the northeastern old woods, this thing can even deflect shotgun bullets. Yifan is afraid. The viewers in the live broadcast room listened to Zhu Weichang's words and couldn't help but gasp. Worried comments instantly filled the screen. It wants to touch my furnace. But Yifan felt the adrenaline surge. He had just been thinking about making more tools when this creature appeared, even planning to destroy his furnace. That's the lifeblood of me advancing to the industrial age. How much effort did I put in to build this furnace? How much monkey power did I use? If you, this beast, collapse it, how will I smelt iron? How will I make tools? I cannot let you pass. A cold light flashed in Yifan's eyes. He had no hesitation, directly abandoning the thought of hiding or circling around. He threw aside the fire axe and picked up the engineer shovel, leaping high into the air with a whoosh, swinging it fiercely toward the charging boar's head. Get down! If this shovel hit a tiger's head, it might even crack its skull. But this time, his opponent was a heavy armored tank. When? A thunderous clang rang out, shaking the surrounding trees and causing snow to tumble down. The engineer shovel struck solidly on the wild boar king's forehead. The expected sound of bones cracking did not occur. Instead, the shovel's blade let out a pained cry under the tremendous backlash. Crack! The blade broke. The terrifying recoil caused Yifan's hands to throb with pain, and he was flung 2 or 3 meters away, crashing heavily into the snow. While the wild boar king only shook its head, without even a scratch on its skin. That layer of frozen resin and mud armor was surprisingly more resilient than steel. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. The people who had just been immersed in the joy of team building on Flower Fruit Mountain now. In an instant, it was like falling into an ice cave. What the hell? The engineer shovel is broken? What the heck is this monster? An armored wild boar? It's over. The weapon is broken, how can we fight? Ye god, run! This thing can't be defeated. In the darkness, the wild boar king's red little eyes locked firmly on Yifan, who lay on the ground. Its front hooves were digging in the frozen soil, snorting 2 jets of white mist. In the next second, it lowered its head, aiming its curved tusks at Yifan, and charged again. Chapter 44, A Meat Bonanza, Countless Billions. Huff! The wild boar king let out a low growl, its red little eyes filled with cruelty and rage. It lowered its head, plowing 2 deep grooves in the snow with its curved tusks. Its massive body charged like a war chariot once more towards the fallen Yifan. You want to kill me? In your dreams. Despite the pain in his hands, Yifan rolled like a lazy donkey, narrowly avoiding the deadly charge. Crack! The thick red pine tree behind him was smashed in half by the wild boar king and crashed to the ground. This beast is too tough. Yifan quickly got up, looking at the half-broken engineer shovel left in his hand, feeling a heavy weight on his heart. Against such a monster wearing natural armor, ordinary cold weapons couldn't break its defense at all. This scene was broadcast back to Earth in high definition, making the hearts of billions stop suddenly. In the Dragon Country live stream room, despair quickly spread. It's over, this is really it. Even the engineer shovel is broken, is this wild boar made of iron? Ye god has fallen. Run. Don't fight it head on. Damn, is that powerful? Can the wooden house hold up? Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country's live stream room across the ocean, Jones, though not daring to mock loudly, couldn't suppress a smirk, speaking sarcastically. This is nature's selection mechanism. In the face of absolute power and defense, human cleverness is meaningless. It seems the legend of the Dragon Country contestant is about to. However, his words got stuck in his throat. Seeing the wild boar king change direction for a third charge, Yifan quickly drew his black M1911 handgun from his waist. If the shovel doesn't work, then try this. Bang! 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 The crisp gunshots exploded loudly. Yifan held the gun with both hands, and although the recoil numbed his wrists, the massive power steadied his arms like a rock. The bullets, carrying the sound of death, accurately struck the only weak point of the wild boar king's defense. Puff! Puff! The eyes and nostrils were hit. Awah! The wild boar king let out a heart-wrenching scream. Even though its skin was tough and its flesh thick, its eyes and nostrils were ultimately soft tissue. One bullet blinded its left eye, while another grazed its nostrils, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The intense pain drove the beast completely mad. It no longer charged in a straight line but began wildly thrashing its head, tusks flailing, turning the surrounding thickets and snow into a mess. It wanted to escape. The animal's instinct made it terrified of the fire-spewing thunder. But because of the eye injury, it couldn't judge its direction and kept knocking down small trees. Want to run? Did you ask me? Yifan would not let the tiger return to the mountain. This was a generous offering of dozens of pounds of high-quality fat, along with a pile of meat. Taking advantage of the wild boar king's erratic struggles and vision being obstructed, Yifan suddenly darted out as it crashed into a large tree. He grabbed the fire axe. Since you like to clash, let's see who is tougher. Yifan leapt into the air, putting all his strength behind him, the axe blade wielding the force of wind and thunder, heavily striking the wound left by the bullet on the wild boar king's left eye. There was no armor protection. That was the weak point itself. Puff! The dull thud of the axe entering flesh sounded. The fire axe embedded deep into the wild boar king's skull, piercing straight to the brain. Die! Yifan roared, gripping the axe handle with both hands, and using his downward momentum, he pulled violently. Boom! The wild boar king's massive body thrashed violently several times before crashing heavily onto the snow. Stirring up the snow and fog. Blood gushed from the wound, rapidly staining the pure white. Everything returned to silence. Only Yifan's heavy breathing remained. Chirp, chirp. From a distance, the monkey troop, already terrified, dared to peek out, trembling as they stared at the figure standing beside the giant beast's corpse. In their eyes, at this moment, Yifan was 100 times more terrifying than the wild boar king. In the live broadcast room, after a moment of dead silence, the audience suddenly erupted in a tsunami of comments. Damn! Real pig killing plate. So fierce. This reaction, this decision, is he got a reincarnated war god? This wild boar looks fiercer than a tiger, yet it was still taken down. M1911 played a big role. Truly, no matter how high your skill, you fear the sound of a gun. However, the Yifan on screen did not show a hint of joy. He looked at the magazine, his brow furrowing, used 3 bullets, still have 9 left. This life-saving trump card diminished with each use. Then, he struggled to pull the fire axe out from the pig's head. Click! With a crisp sound, the axe blade chipped a huge gap, and cracks appeared where the handle met the blade. Yifan casually threw the nearly broken fire axe on the ground, then picked up the half-bent, deformed entrenching shovel, his face full of helplessness. This is hard to sustain. Killing a pig has ruined 2 weapons. If a group of these things comes, with just a few bullets, I'd be gnawed down to bones. Yifan murmured to himself, his gaze turning towards the silent towering blast furnace not far away, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Although this battle was won, it completely exposed the current shortcomings. Insufficient defense capability, weapons durability too poor. Traps must be upgraded, weapons must be replaced. Once the iron is refined, I want to forge a real saber. One that can cut cleanly in 2. The urgent task was to deal with the spoils. This wild boar king weighed at least 500 to 600 pounds, and though its thick armor was hard, skinning it would yield the best kindling, with the fat inside being perfect for oil refining. By Ma 1. Stop hiding and come out to work. Yifan shouted up to the tree. The monkey king cautiously peered out, confirming that the terrifying creature was truly dead, and then jumped down with its monkey kin. Surrounding the wild boar king's corpse, they were a bit scared, but more excitedly chattering away. At this moment, their awe towards Yifan reached its peak. With the monkey's help, Yifan dragged the massive creature to the slaughtering area by the hot spring. Skinning, bleeding, splitting. Although the tools were not very handy, Yifan's skills were evident. In no time, big chunks of wild boar meat, lard, and pigskin were sorted and processed. Now, whether for food or iron refining oil, there's more than enough. Just as Yifan tossed the last piece of lard into the ceramic jar, a grand mechanical voice echoed across Blue Star once again. Global announcement: Dragon Country contestant Yifan has successfully hunted and decomposed the boss-level mutated wild boar king, 580 pounds, triggering a 7,777 times return reward. Reward: Dragon Country receives special mutated wild boar meat 4.51 million pounds. Distributed to major city supply points. Within Dragon Country, the cheers instantly shook the heavens. Over 4 million pounds of meat. Even in the pre-game era, that was already not a small amount. Let alone in the current situation. In an instant, the entire Dragon Country live broadcast room felt like it had been detonated. Yifan was momentarily stunned when he heard the announcement, but did not pay it much mind. Instead, he quickly washed the blood off his hands. However, he did not hurry back home. He took the broken entrenching shovel, the scrapped fire axe, and some defective knives he had seized from Jack's trio. Splash! He threw these old buddies directly next to the blast furnace, unable to help but sigh. Sigh, out with the old, in with the new. Tomorrow, let you be reborn in the fire, becoming the sword in my hand. Finally, after taking a last look at these weapons, Yifan returned to the wooden house, sat on the tiger skin, and summoned the system. Today, he had experienced too much. Discovering coal mines, killing a golden eagle, discovering iron mines, building a blast furnace, suffering from a wild boar attack, ruining weapons. I wonder how much shock value I can get, system. With his command, the system panel immediately appeared. And almost at the same time, the door of the highest strategic command center of Long Country was knocked on. Report, Chief. The ambassador from Yima Country is urgently requesting to see you, along with their survival expert. The guard reported quickly. Yima Country? The leading old general raised an eyebrow, glanced at the just updated material list on the big screen, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like they came sniffing for meat, let them in. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking anxious but with a humble posture, hurriedly walked into the conference room. In fact, as soon as they saw Long Country break away from the red list, they had already considered asking for help. But due to the bargaining chips, they had been hesitating. However, just after seeing the return of millions of pounds of meat, the leader immediately made a decision. Recalling the almost roaring highest order, at all costs, cooperation must be achieved, he couldn't help but break into a light sweat. Upon meeting, he spoke sincerely, almost pleadingly. Dear General, first of all, congratulations to Long Country for receiving the super return reward once again. I come on behalf of our country's leader, wanting to request from your country, can you spare a batch of mutant wild boar meat for us? We can exchange it for oil or mineral resources. Even if it's just 10,000 pounds, our citizens really need high-calorie food under the cold disaster. Hearing the word mineral field, the old general's eyebrows raised slightly. 3 months ago, Long Country had faced a terrifying natural disaster that directly led to the exhaustion of the country's largest rare earth vein. This had directly caused many medical devices and defense systems to be unable to maintain due to lack of materials, directly affecting the survival baseline of the citizens. Now, what Long Country needed most was this thing. In today's world, every bite of food is a lifesaver. Quickly calming himself, the old general sighed. Seeing the old general's ambiguous attitude, the ambassador from Yima country became anxious, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he finally spoke, "General, we are also willing to give up half of the mining rights to a high-purity associated rare earth mine. I know your country urgently needs this." The old general's fingers tapping on the table suddenly paused, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Rare earth. This could be a guaranteed profit. Besides this, we also have a decision. That is, our country's contestant, Aisha, she is a geology PhD and is now in the snowfield. Aisha? The old general raised his eyebrows again, a piece of information flashing through his mind. This name, she seems to have discovered quite a few resources in the snowfield, and several of them Yi Fan is in urgent need of. Meanwhile, in the hot spring wooden house, Yi Fan was staring hard at the system panel, his eyes filled with disbelief. Current shock value, 358,420 points. Chapter 45, are you kidding me? Are you serious? 35,000? 358,000? Yi Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes, almost shouting out. Last night, taking down those 3 guys only earned him around 278,000. But today it directly jumped to 358,000? It couldn't be just because the land boat was too handsome, right? That wild boar caused quite a bit of damage, but in the end, it felt a bit lacking. It seemed like it wasn't as much of a threat as the previous 3 guys. Could it be that the feedback was delayed? After all, he took down those 3 guys late at night. Maybe everyone woke up during the day and realized this? Forget it, who cares, just do the lottery. With so much shock value, no point in wasting it. A pile of equipment was discarded. I need to recover quickly. With that thought, Yi Fan turned off the livestream. System, give me an intermediate draw to test my luck. As the words fell, a familiar prompt sound instantly rang out. Ding. Consumed 100,000 shock points, drawing begins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the talent, Super Intuition. Super Intuition? An upgraded version of danger perception? Yi Fan was clearly stunned for a moment upon seeing the results of the draw. Everyone has intuition. But it's sometimes reliable and sometimes not. His danger perception is actually a type of intuition. But what exactly is this super intuition? As this thought arose, a sudden idea flashed through Yi Fan's mind. No matter if it's blacksmithing, woodworking, or hunting, in any scenario, it could provide highly accurate intuitive assistance. Wow! Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim, is it really that amazing? He only thought about it for a moment and such an intuition appeared. With this thing, wouldn't the survival rate explode? If he goes out and thinks about what resources to get, he could probably find them by following his intuition. He could also avoid all sorts of dangers. Yi Fan got excited, is my luck really this good? System, give me 2 more intermediate draws. Ding. Consumed 200,000 shock points, drawing begins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, high-intensity silicon carbide graphite crucible. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, Master Chef. Silicon carbide graphite crucible? This thing is amazing, but it seems I won't really need such a high-end item in the short term. As for Master Chef, there are only so many ingredients, and only so many seasonings, what delicious food can I make? Silicon carbide features high strength, high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, and wear resistance. It's good stuff for high temperature smelting and metallurgical casting. But this thing is too high-end. Yi Fan really doesn't need it in the short term. The materials he can get are limited. Just as Yi Fan couldn't help but complain about this loss, a massive amount of information suddenly surged in his mind. From knife skills to cooking methods, and all kinds of understanding of ingredients, and various cooking and seasoning methods. Endless information instantly bombarded his head. For a moment, his eyes almost rolled back. Wait, why do I feel like I can now butcher an ox like a chef? Once he digested all the information, the corners of Yi Fan's mouth almost reached his ears. It seems really possible. At most, it's just not that skilled. Before, his hunting skill only told him how to attack the weak points of animals. For example, when colliding with a wolf, he could attack the wolf's waist. But now, the hunting skill fused with Master Chef actually tells him exactly where to strike to instantly break the wolf's spine. Culinary skills, hunting skills, sewing skills, it seemed like a strange chemical reaction occurred, resulting in 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. Wow. My luck is really this good today? Yifan couldn't help but have bright eyes. Used the remaining 50,000 shot points, let's have 5 more draws. With his command, the draw instantly began. Congratulations, host, you have obtained strength attribute +2. Congratulations, host, you have obtained blueprints, improved animal trap manufacturing blueprint. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, basic meteorological observation. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 free attribute point. Congratulations, host, you have obtained mental attribute +2. Basic meteorological observation? Although I don't know what level it can reach, knowing a little can't hurt. Yifan looked at the draw results. After boosting my mental power, it seems my mind is clearer. And the animal trap. I think I can craft it, so if wild boars appear again, it shouldn't be that messy. This wave is not a loss. System, add the free attribute point to my physique. With this command, Yifan felt much more comfortable in his whole body. He couldn't help but stretch lazily, so comfortable. Shouldn't I work on improving my physique now? My strength is already at 22 points, but my physique is only 15 points. Taking a glance at his attribute panel, Yifan couldn't help but sigh, but right now, looking at the freshly harvested pork lard, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. I just went to the bathroom. Confirming that there was nothing unusual, he resumed the live broadcast. Since it's still not too late, let's do something exquisite. Facing the sudden black screen, then the abrupt return to streaming. The viewers from Dragon Country were already somewhat exhausted from complaining. Yishin has changed, he used to not do this to us. Exactly, anyway, the camera won't show us the front. What's the point of ending the stream just to go to the bathroom? It's making us anxious. What the heck? Is the exquisite stuff you're talking about cooking? Late night snacks? Didn't you just eat a meal? On Earth, due to the frequent natural disasters, life was tough for everyone. Eating only 2 meals a day. Relying mainly on carbohydrates to fill the stomach was about all they could do. Thanks to Yifan's appearance, they could occasionally eat a bit of meat or vegetables. How could they stand this? Watching Yifan set a clay pot over the fire, pulling out the whitest piece of pork lard and tossing it into the pot. As the temperature rose, the fat began to sizzle. Many people's expressions started to twist. I can't believe it. I think I'm seeing things. I feel like I can smell the fragrance. It's just too fragrant, this oil. I could eat several bowls with rice. What is Yishin trying to do? Deep frying pancakes? Pork crackling smells so good, oh my, I'm so envious. Damn, watching Yishin enjoy this makes me want to join the national fortune game too. Heh, just you? A Wallace from the Lighthouse Country is now eating fully matured beef entrails. If you went, you probably wouldn't be better than him. Beef entrails seem to be undigested grass in a cow's belly, right? The matured one is, in the Lighthouse Country's live room? I'm going to watch it right now. Yifan had no idea about the commotion in the live chat, he was just focused on the pork fat in the pot. As the temperature rose, he gently stirred with a sharpened wooden stick. Once the pork fat was nearly all melted, he took out the astragalus he found a few days ago and threw it straight in. Frying astragalus? What kind of dish is this? The viewers in the live room wanted to wait for Yifan's explanation, but unexpectedly, Yifan said, this step must not use iron utensils, any iron contamination will spoil our product. No iron utensils? Not even an iron pot or spatula? Before the viewers could react, Yifan tossed in a few pieces of pine resin. The atmosphere in the live room suddenly shifted to something strange. Wait, adding pine resin? What kind of dark cuisine is this? Pine resin seems inedible, right? Has Yishin's brain frozen? Is his memory failing? I believe Yishin has his reasons for doing this. Teacher Zhu, hurry up and explain, you're an expert, you must know what Yishin is doing. The viewers from Dragon Country were like this, and the foreign viewers were just as confused. But all of them couldn't come to any conclusion. Especially watching Yifan's increasingly strange expression, the viewers in the live room were even more puzzled. Almost done, just need to let it cool and it will be ready. Once the contents of the clay pot turned into a brownish-yellow thick substance, Yifan nodded in satisfaction, pouring this mixture into several birch bark bowls and placing them outside the wooden house. The cold air quickly solidified the contents in the bowls. In just about 2 minutes, it had completely transformed into a semi-transparent paste-like substance. Yishin can't eat it. Although this thing can't be called toxic, eating too much will definitely lead to uncontrollable diarrhea. Xu Weiqian watched the scene, and his heart immediately jumped to his throat. If it were still pure white, that wouldn't be a big deal. Eating some would be fine. But it's already become translucent. However, in the next second, Zhu Weiqiang froze. What the heck? Is this for applying on the face? Watching Yifan dip a scoop and smear it directly on his face, everyone was stunned. In the next second, Yifan continued to smear it all over his cheeks, forehead, hands, and many other places. So moisturizing. This feels great. Yifan felt the moisturizing sensation on his skin and comfortably squinted his eyes. This damn weather, as long as there's a bit of moisture, it will freeze immediately. My skin has already cracked. If this continues, it could really hurt me to death. This wild boar arrived just in time, now I don't have to worry about cracked skin. Listening to Yifan's casual remarks, the livestream chat suddenly fell into a dead silence. Then, the barrage exploded. What the hell? Skincare products? I took off my pants, ready to watch a food show, and you show me this? What a waste. Such fragrant lard, such good astragalus, with who knows how many calories, and you use it to smear your face? Ye God, even though I'm surviving in the wild, I still want to be a delicate pig boy. If I were a contestant and found out this was happening, I would probably be so jealous I'd want to hang myself. How can the gap between people be so big? Although he didn't know how the livestream audience reacted, Yifan still hummed a song happily, sealing up those bowls of lard paste and hiding them. He kept muttering, if only I had some honey, that would be even better, what a pity. Just as he was about to place the last birch bark lid on, his movements suddenly paused. Danger sense? No. There was no sharp pain, nor any palpitations. Just instinct. Super instinct. Something is approaching here? Did the blood scent of the wild boar attract something? Yifan quickly put away the lard paste, and his eyes gradually became sharp. The viewers in the livestream also instantly became tense. Chapter 46, what the heck is this? Too intense, right? After a slight hesitation, Yifan charged out directly. The sky was already pitch black. The wind outside was howling. He quickly grabbed the already dull fire axe and the chipped cherry blossom knife, then returned to the cabin. There were no melee weapons left. Aside from these broken or nearly broken tools, he only had a machete left. The remaining weapons, pistol, compound crossbow, hunting bow, were all ranged. Facing the unknown threat that could emerge at any moment, having more weapons nearby was better. Sitting by the fire pit, gripping the most intact machete, Yifan felt his shirt soaked with cold sweat. The risk warning from his super instinct made his neck feel chilly. Especially when he went outside. Thud, thud, thud. Yifan could even feel his heart racing wildly. An inexplicable anxiety constantly stimulated him. This feeling was like when he was a child walking at night, always feeling there were eyes watching him from behind, no matter how he shook it off. At first, the livestream viewers joked when they saw Yifan suddenly run out to retrieve these already determined broken weapons. But gradually, they were also infected by this emotion. Did something happen? Did you all hear any unusual sounds? Why does Ye God suddenly have this expression? Could it be that he wants to mess with us? After all, he was just pretending to cook, and it turned out he was making face oil. I hope that's the case, but I always feel something's off. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Why is there not a single sound? Wait, look at those monkeys, something's not right. At that moment, people suddenly noticed that the angle of the National Fortune livestream switched to the outdoors. The monkeys, which were originally monitoring from various positions or warming themselves by the high furnace and hot springs, suddenly disregarded the low temperature. Some jumped directly onto the roof of the wooden cabin, while others ran to the nearby big trees. Even more astonishingly, some dashed straight into the mountains. The lively environment that was buzzing just moments ago suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Even the Monkey King, Bai Maowen, stood upon the roof of the wooden cabin, gazing forward. It's here! Suddenly, Yifan felt a sharp pain in his head. Danger perception. A feeling more pronounced than super intuition surged in. There must be some massive creature. No, it's a group. Yifan abruptly stood up, his gaze fixated ahead. Heat vision. Swish. The darkness before his eyes vanished in an instant. A colorful world of heat suddenly unfolded. When he took in the surrounding scenery, Yifan's pupils noticeably contracted, and even his breath momentarily halted. About 70 to 80 meters from the wooden cabin, outside the camp, 8 enormous orange-red heat sources appeared. They were frighteningly large. The biggest one was estimated to be 2 meters long, with a shoulder height of 80 to 90 centimeters. Their size was roughly that of a female American lion. If forced to compare, they bore some resemblance to hyenas. But hyenas, those things were at most half their size. No, even half their size would be tough. And those obviously longer front legs and enormous heads. What kind of shape is this for a modern creature? Could it be a prehistoric creature? In this wild world, occasionally, some prehistoric creatures do appear. Up until now, there had only been 3 such occurrences. Each time it happened, it meant the death of a competitor. In the Dragon Country live stream room, it was utterly silent at this moment. Yi Fan could only see the heat imaging. What they saw was much more vivid. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene before them. 7 or 8 hyenas, larger than Tibetan mastiffs, with heads so large they were bizarre. Their massive fangs were covered in blood as they continued to approach. Their eyes seemed to glimmer with a bloodthirsty light. Just looking at them sent chills down people's spines. Huff, huff. Heavy breathing echoed from within the live stream room. A thick sense of oppression engulfed everyone's senses. Countless viewers couldn't help but tremble. What the hell is that thing? It looks like a hyena, but aren't those creatures found in Africa? They aren't this large. That big head, that mouth, I feel like it could crush a bone in one bite. This is the first time I've seen such a ferocious creature. Damn! How could such a thing suddenly appear here? In the command center of the highest strategic group in Dragon Country. Whether the radical faction or the conservative faction, at this moment, everyone's faces turned extremely grim. Academician Su, are you saying this is an ancient creature? A middle-aged general wore a face so dark it seemed to ooze water. Yes. Academician Su took a deep breath. I can assure you, this is a cave hyena. You all should have noticed that compared to modern hyenas, they have longer limbs and larger lower canines, which was evolved for perfect hunting during the Ice Age. They once roamed the entire Eurasian continent, with Przewalski's horses, woolly rhinoceroses, and ancient elephant species, all being their prey. Cave hyenas coexisted with cave lions and woolly mammoths and loved to take down cave lions to occupy their corpses in living space. Our paleontological community also refers to this thing as the prehistoric bone crusher. Even the bones of a woolly mammoth can be crushed in one bite. The more the people present listened, the more they felt a wave of dread. It was from the same era as the woolly mammoth. Food for ancient rhinoceroses and elephants. Liked to seize lions' caves. Could even crush the bones of woolly mammoths in one bite. What kind of monster is this? The key point is, a group appeared all at once. 8 heads. A full 8 heads. How do we deal with this? Crack. Just when the old general wanted to ask if the cave hyenas had any weaknesses, a sudden voice burst out in the live broadcast room. Everyone turned to look at the same time. They saw the leading cave hyena walk up to a red pine post used for creating a barrier. Perhaps because it saw the blood splattered there from the wild boar king, this guy opened its big mouth and bit that frozen log the thickness of a bull. Crash. A crisp sound echoed. That frozen red pine, as hard as iron, was actually crushed into pieces as easily as a human chewing a wafer. Wood chips flew everywhere. Holy crap! Yi Fan felt his scalp tingle. If that bit a person, even wearing a bulletproof vest, the bones would probably be crushed to dust. I don't know if that shield can withstand it. In the Dragon Kingdom's official live broadcast room, everyone had a similar reaction. The screen was filled with exclamations. Is this the bite force of a prehistoric bone crusher? When I heard it earlier, it felt exaggerated, but now it seems we might have been a bit conservative in our fossil studies. Damn it, how do we deal with this? Trust Yi God. Yi God has dealt with so many terrifying creatures, I believe he can turn this danger into safety this time too. The rare appearance of prehistoric creatures in the wilderness of national fortune made many countries' official live broadcast rooms also start sharing this situation. Lighthouse Kingdom, Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Bear Brotherhood, Gull Kingdom. Almost the eyes of the whole world were focused here. When they saw the terrifying bite force of the cave hyena, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. The Dragon Kingdom is finished. This civilization that has lasted for thousands of years, the only one to continue to this era, is about to end. No matter what stance, almost everyone reached the same conclusion. Who can stand against such prehistoric creatures? This is simply beyond human power to resist. The leader of Pegasus Kingdom watched the live broadcast and couldn't help but murmur softly, "Let me see your strength. If you can withstand this wave, then there will probably never be any opposing voices in the country. If you can't withstand it, then it can only be said that the Almighty still favors us." At this moment, that group of creatures had already crept into the camp. Their green, glistening eyes occasionally glanced toward the wooden house. There seemed to be no emotion in those eyes, only pure greed and ferocity. Yi Fan gripped the fire axe tightly, sweat pouring from his palms. Fight? How on earth do I fight? A chipped axe or a broken blade? What can a few bullets do? I don't know what kind of damage a crossbow can cause. If I rush out and get bitten by one, wouldn't that mean the end of my life? Don't come closer, don't come closer. Yi Fan silently chanted in his heart. He gripped his weapon even tighter. The handgun was already raised. Although the wooden house was reinforced with simple concrete and might not withstand monsters that chew frozen logs like snacks, he really had no confidence in it. Fortunately, it seemed that this group wasn't very interested in the wooden house. Watching the heat source gradually approach, then move away, and finally head straight for the wild boar entrails and offal that hadn't been buried yet, Yifan let out a slight sigh of relief. This is a scavenger? Crack. 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 The horrifying sound of chewing soon broke the silence, interrupting Yifan's thoughts. This group of beasts seemed like they were starving ghosts. They fought over, tore at, and crazily devoured the pile of entrails and bones. The sound of bones being crushed continued to echo. Each crisp sound. It felt like a knock on Yifan's heart. Fortunately, this torment did not last long. In just about 10 minutes, the remaining pieces of the wild boar king were chewed until not a shred was left. Even the blood and snow on the ground were licked clean. This group of guys finally lifted their heads reluctantly. The lead one glanced deeply in the direction of the wooden house and slowly walked over. It sniffed, as if trying hard to catch the scent coming through the door cracks. To Yifan, everything was painfully clear. He could even clearly feel his heart pounding wildly. But his hands were surprisingly steady. He locked onto the approximate position of this monster's eyes directly. The live stream fell into a brief silence. Ziz. A huge sound erupted. The lead beast bared its claws, scratching the door fiercely. Yet the door showed no signs of change. It merely left a few white marks. This layer of mixed fur, wood ash, and frozen soil armor, combined with wood, seemed to have considerable hardness. The claws were powerless. Its proud enormous mouth could not even bite through an entire piece of wood. The few hyenas struggled there for more than 10 minutes before letting out a low growl and turning away with their pack. Huff! Yifan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. At this moment, he realized his legs were unexpectedly weak. This was definitely not cowardice. It was a biological instinct. It was also the stimulation of super intuition. Compared to these top predators, humans are truly too weak. At this moment, countless earthlings were cheering, sighing, or secretly regretting. The sorrow and joy of people are not interconnected. Standpoints determine thoughts. Damn it, this is so frustrating. After calming down for a while, Yifan looked at the broken axe in his hand and smashed it hard on the ground. This is the result of not having a good weapon. I can only hide in the house like a coward, not daring to make a sound. No way. I must fire up the forge tomorrow. No matter what kind of monster it is, if it comes again, I will definitely kill it. I want to smelt iron. I want to make animal traps. Make iron spears. Make big knives. If these bastards dare to come again, I will definitely smash all their teeth. Chapter 47, Is there a surprise? What was discovered? Yifan cursed as he changed out of his damp underwear, quickly washed it, and placed it by the fire pit to dry, then went to rest. The monkeys hiding away did not dare to return to the camp for a long time. Discussions back on Earth were still ongoing. In fact, they were getting more intense. All the trending topics on various platforms were about this. No matter which country people were from, they were all discussing. The appearances of ancient creatures were simply too rare. I remember the last time an ancient creature appeared was on a grassland. It was a short-faced bear, right? It appeared for just a moment and ate the contestant from the auroral country. So far, there have been 4 ancient creatures that have appeared, and Ygod is the only one who survived. And Ygod faced a pack of cave hyenas. Do you know? The cave lion that killed the contestants from the Thunder Dragon country was from the same era as the cave hyena and would be eaten as food. Wow! So fierce? Ygod indeed made it through this time, but who knows if there will be a next time. Hey, didn't you see Ygod has already decided to forge powerful weapons tomorrow? Once he makes a batch of weapons, I don't believe he can't handle it. Ygod previously managed to take down several Siberian tigers in one go. Even those who were vociferously claiming Yifan would definitely solve the problem felt uneasy inside. The oppressive presence brought by ancient creatures was simply too great. Especially when recalling the scenes from the recent livestream. Frozen wood, as thick as a bowl, could be crushed in an instant. Even creatures like crocodiles, known for their incredible bite force, might not be able to do this, right? The impact of this event on them is truly immense. Even if they had confidence in Yifan's recent performance, seeing the situation today is simply. But when they heard that this matter was being discussed overseas, many believed that Yifan wouldn't survive the next few days, and immediately they all ran out to argue. Even though it was already late at night, the earth was still bustling with activity. In a blink, it was already midnight. The cold mechanical voice rang on time, breaking the silence of the night. Today's settlement moment. Today's death count, 412 people. Remaining survivors, 7,189 people. Evaluation, TSK. Look at this pitiful number, it's clearly a reward day, yet over 400 little cuties were taken away. Newbies, your time is running out. If you can't even withstand this, you might not even get a chance to cry at the upcoming surprises. Wish you have sweet dreams. Ha! Drowsy Yifan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Upcoming surprises? A large-scale appearance of ancient creatures? Have I taken the lead to serve? Or will there be some terrible weather? It seems that to guard against severe weather, some preparations are also needed. Cocooned in his tiger skin blanket, Yifan's mind was filled with these thoughts, and gradually he drifted off to sleep. The next day. Morning. Yifan got up early, full of energy. First, he poured out the last bit of coffee to drink and cleaned the thermos. Even though his super intuition and sense of danger didn't warn him, Yifan still carefully observed everything with his keen eyes. Confirming that all his little monkey brothers had returned to their posts and that no other creatures had appeared, Yifan finally felt relieved and walked out. But as soon as he stepped out the door, his pupils shrank sharply. Everywhere were densely packed plum blossom-shaped footprints. Each one was shockingly large. The marks left on the wooden door by the cave hyena were considered the lightest traces in the camp. By the barbed wire fence, everywhere were bitten-off pieces of wood. Those pieces of wood, which were originally harder than stone, had been bitten to pieces just like that. It felt to Yifan as if they had been forcibly crushed by a hydraulic press in real life. Damn, is their bite force really this terrifying? Looking at the broken ends, Yifan felt his scalp tingle. And when he looked at the remaining bones of the wild boar king on the ground, they had almost turned to powder. These guys could probably even chew through some raw iron. The contrast between what he saw through his keen eyes and what he saw with his naked eyes was simply unimaginable. Yifan was certain that if this thing bit him, whatever it bit would break off. Even if he wore a stab-proof vest or something, it wouldn't be able to stop it. I don't know if it's because they truly can't break through the defenses of my little wooden house, or if they have already eaten what they wanted, but what about next time? What if they get hungry in a frenzy? What if they stand guard at the door and don't leave? No way. I must quickly make a large number of harder and sharper items. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Yifan. His gaze swept towards the furnace. Fortunately, these monsters hadn't damaged the furnace yesterday. After a night of drying, it had basically taken shape. All preparations are complete, only the east wind is missing. Yifan thought of this and sighed a little helplessly. Unfortunately, I've used up all the white clay previously, or else I could have made a few shovels to start again. With this furnace, he could easily produce molten iron. But in order to turn molten iron into tools, molds are also needed. A mold made of ordinary soil wouldn't work at all. It has too much sand content. It's easy to explode. It must be made of materials that can withstand 1500 degrees Celsius. What is the best choice? Isn't it white clay? There's some 2 to 3 kilometers from here. Bai Ma1, come here. Yifan scanned the surrounding area and quickly focused his gaze on Bai Ma1, who was demanding 2 female monkeys to help him catch fleas. Squeak. Although Yifan did not fight those cave hyenas last night, the intimidation from the monkeys was not diminished at all. Hearing the boss call, Bai Ma1 immediately abandoned the 2 little female monkeys and rushed over. Yifan casually handed this guy a piece of meat. Bai Ma1, take your 2 little brothers, it's time to work. Squeak. Receiving the meat, Bai Ma1 didn't say a word and immediately jumped up with high spirits. It charged towards the monkey group. Before it could haul the monkeys over, the translator reacted quickly and flew directly to Yifan's shoulder. Quack. Let's go. Me. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Yifan said with a mix of laughter and tears, and then casually pulled out the sled from the corner. Originally, he intended to pull the sled himself again this time, leaving these few laborers to set off. But after seeing how strong those 2 monkeys brought over by Bai Ma1 were, Yifan's eyes turned, and he had a bold idea. Bai Ma1, let these 2 monkeys pull the sled. Squeak. Let them pull this sled, I want to see if they can move it. Squeak. Squeak. Under the guidance of Yifan's actions, tone, skills, and the lure of food, Bai Ma1 quickly understood. The audience in the livestream was dumbfounded when they saw those 2 monkeys actually pulling the sled. What the hell? Awesome. Ha, the Huskies probably never expected that one day, the ones stealing their jobs wouldn't be other sled dogs, but a bunch of monkeys. This workload is already comparable to the monkeys picking durians and coconuts in Southeast Asia. Even the famous commentator Sabinang, known for his professionalism, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this scene. Ahem. He coughed lightly, forcing back laughter, and said in a serious tone, "Dear viewers, this might be what they say about the capable working harder, and monkeys running more? It seems our contestant Yifan is not only a master of survival but also a monkey resource director well-versed in management. Hearing this, many people burst out laughing. Even Zhu Weiqiang, who usually doesn't like to joke, couldn't help but join in the conversation. While they were discussing, Yifan suddenly flipped over and jumped onto the sled. The sled sank slightly, but for those two monkeys, the pressure wasn't very great, and they immediately started pulling and ran off. This truly delighted Yifan. He just needed to sit there, staying alert for any threats around. This was much more enjoyable than any previous trips. Squeak! Bai Mawen proudly squeaked at Yifan, not sure if it was to take credit, but this action definitely stimulated the translator. This guy flew directly onto the heads of the two monkeys pulling the sled and shouted loudly. Quack! Go! Go! Lazy monkeys! Seeing this guy's authoritative appearance as a supervisor, many people's lips couldn't help but twitch. A group of people rushed forward toward the distant camp. Although their speed was not as fast as Yifan's running, it was definitely not slow at all. About halfway through the journey, Yifan suddenly shouted, Bai Mawen, let's stop. Squeak! Although Bai Mawen didn't know why, it still made the two monkeys slowly stop. Sigh, my entrenching tool is gone, I need to make some tools to collect white clay. With a sigh, Yifan walked toward the birch trees not far away. The audience in the live stream was confused. They didn't know what he was going to do? Cao Baineng reined in his laughter and turned to Zhu Weiqiang. Teacher Zhu, do you know what tool contestant Yifan is talking about? Everyone still remembered that the entrenching tool had broken yesterday. With this reminder, they finally realized, yeah, without tools. Zhu Weiqiang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on his forehead. How would he know what Yifan would use to make tools? Is it made of stone? Is it made of wood? It could be either. There are no hints at all. Fortunately, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Yifan had not gone far. He had only stepped down from the sled and walked 3 meters to stand by a birch tree, pulling out a carving knife. I understand. God Yu wants to make a shovel from birch bark. At the moment Yifan started to carve the birch tree, Zhu Weiqiang stood up excitedly. Ahem. I mean, everyone, look. Contestant Yifan has begun to operate. Birch is a very special type of tree. You just need to carve a U-shaped notch in the trunk, then gently pry it open, and you can peel off a complete piece of bark. Fold the edge of the birch bark up 2 inches, which is a little over 6 centimeters, and tie it with tree vines to make a simple shovel scoop. Finally, sharpen the edge of the shovel a bit, and it's done. This is a method I learned from the fishing and hunting tribes in the northeast. I never expected that God Yu would know such an obscure survival skill. It's truly amazing. While Zhu Weiqiang was bragging, Yifan was indeed just like he said, perfectly making a shovel. Just when he was about to make a second one, he suddenly noticed that the creature called Bai Mawen was digging furiously in the snow like a little excavator, its red bottom in the air, claws digging madly. It was chirping excitedly in its mouth. Don't dig around too much. Be careful of, Yifan was about to say that they might uncover a hibernating snake or something, when he saw Bai Mawen proudly presenting a few yellowish-brown fungus balls wrapped in crushed snow, offering them with a pleasing expression. A strong, rich mushroom aroma instantly filled Yifan's nostrils. This is lion's mane mushroom? Yifan brushed the snow off the mushroom balls, looking at their light beige flesh and the curled, drooping short spines. He couldn't help but focus his gaze on Bai Mawen. The translator seemed to notice this too, tilting its head and staring at the fuzzy mushroom ball in Yifan's hand for a long time, then suddenly blurted out. G.A. Brother? That shout nearly made Yifan laugh out loud. It turned out it wasn't just him who thought so. No wonder it had such a name. Bai Mawen seemed to understand. It grinned widely, grabbed a handful of snow, and was ready to throw it. Yifan casually pushed the translator off his shoulder and opened the wild plant encyclopedia. Name, wild lion's mane mushroom. Description, a rare fungus used for both food and medicine, named for its resemblance to a monkey's head. Rich in protein, polysaccharides, and various amino acids, it has a chewy and fragrant taste suitable for stewing, boiling, and frying. On the medicinal side, it also helps strengthen the spleen and stomach, soothes the mind, and boosts intelligence. Only harvested from decaying wood ensures continued harvesting the following year. It really is lion's mane mushroom. After making the final confirmation, Yifan couldn't help but laugh. Well done, Bai Mawen, this is for you. While speaking, Yifan pulled a piece of meat from his clothes and tossed it to Bai Mawen. You little rascal, find some more around here. Under normal circumstances, when lion's mane mushrooms are found, there should be 3 to 5 others nearby. Yifan's super intuition told him that it would bloom abundantly around here. The quantity definitely wouldn't be small. But with snow everywhere, it wouldn't be easy for a human to find them alone. This task had to be left to Bai Mawen to do. In the official livestream of Dragon Country. Sabaning looked at the scene on the screen and quickly asked Zhu Weiqiang beside him, "Teacher Zhu, do you think this is really lion's mane mushroom? Why does it feel different from the ones I've seen before?" "Of course it is." Zhu Weiqiang replied confidently, "This is lion's mane mushroom that has been dehydrated by the extreme cold. Just a little soaking in water, it can expand 2 or 3 times. If Yishan can find all the monkey head mushrooms around, he can at least cook a big pot." After hearing Zhu Weiqiang's confirmation, the barrage instantly burst into excitement. The previous oppression brought by prehistoric creatures seemed to quietly disappear. They actually found monkey head mushrooms. I don't understand, are these mushrooms expensive? I just saw something with monkey head mushrooms in a variety show before. I've never seen them in person. These things are really expensive. Before the national game started, the ordinary ones sold for over 50, and the premium ones for over 100 a pound. The key is that these are nutritious, you know? Super beneficial. Seeing the domestic audience so excited, some foreigners immediately threw cold water on them. It's just finding a mushroom? It's so small, not even enough for a meal. It's so dry and flat, it must not taste good. Compared to the mushrooms Arjun found, it's far behind. He even brought back over 3,000 times to Earth. However, gradually, the voices of these foreigners became quieter. As time went by, one monkey head mushroom after another was found by Mawan. The smallest was only about 5 or 6 centimeters, but weighed around 30 to 40 grams. The largest could measure around 10 centimeters. In the end, they could only say, "What are you so happy about? You can't eat them on Earth. With so many, I could probably eat 5 or 6 meals myself." However, just as Yifan took the 7th monkey head mushroom handed over by Mawan, a grand mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Global announcement, Dragon Country contestant Yifan discovered and collected top-quality ingredient wild monkey head mushroom, 497 grams, triggering a 9,527 times return reward. Reward, Dragon Country receives an extraordinary amount of dry wild monkey head mushrooms, 9,469 pounds. Already randomly released to major cold chain warehouses. What the? Nearly 10,000 pounds of monkey head mushrooms? So many dried monkey head mushrooms, after soaking, there would be at least 20 to 30,000 pounds. I was just thinking if I had exhausted my luck last night and wouldn't get a return, but it turns out I just hadn't finished finding them. Who just said there was no return to Earth? Are you envious or not? The happiness and sorrow of people are never mutual. As the domestic audience became excited, those who had just been shouting were all breaking down. Baka! Why can't our country's contestants find such good ingredients like mountain mushrooms? This isn't fair. Why do we have to return so much? The lion's mane mushroom is so scarce, yet we suddenly get nearly 10,000 pounds, so envious. Why are the mushrooms returned by our country's contestants just poisonous ones? Does the gap have to be this big? How can this guy be so lucky? No wonder they reacted this way. Monkey head mushrooms are very famous all over the world. In Sakura country, monkey head mushrooms are called mountain mushrooms, a premium ingredient since the Edo period, on par with matsutake. In the 2 core countries, they are called deer mushrooms, a delicacy that only appears at state banquets. In Lighthouse country, they call it lion's mane mushrooms, similar to how it's called hedgehog mushrooms or white puffballs in Europe, all promoted as top ingredients in recent years. In short, half of the world treats this as a delicacy. As a result, early in the morning, Yifan returned nearly 10,000 pounds to Dragon Country. How could their mentality not be off balance? Many people heard the news and rushed to Yifan's side. But when they arrived at the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, they saw that Yifan had already made several birch bark shovels. Accompanied by several monkeys, he had already come to the gray-white soil area. Let's get to work. Yifan didn't waste any time, directly handing the made birch bark shovels to the 3 monkeys, then started working on his own. These birch bark shovels looked simple, but they were actually very useful. The birch bark itself is flexible. The edges have been polished. Shoveling this sticky soil is actually not easy to adhere. It's easier than an iron shovel. Squeak! Mawan quickly understood how to operate, so he imitated and began to dig with his butt in the air. The 2 monkeys saw their leader doing this. How could they dare to slack off? They immediately sprang into action. In a short while, grayish-white sticky soil of different sizes was dug out and loaded onto the cart. Looking at the pile of white sticky soil that had formed into a small mountain, Yifan couldn't help but exclaim. Almost done, just a few more shovels and we can call it a day. Everything seems to be going smoothly today. Sometimes, people really shouldn't talk too much. Yifan never expected that just as he murmured he could soon finish, everything was very smooth. An unusual sound suddenly came from under the shovel. The feeling was clearly not right. It was not like shoveling white sticky soil. It wasn't like the yellow astragalus he had found before either. It certainly wasn't like hitting a rock. This feeling was like shoveling hard frozen cork. Yi Fan couldn't help but frown and began to carefully dig into the soil. This situation was definitely not right. As little by little of the sticky soil was moved away, Yi Fan suddenly froze. There was no wood, no rocks, and no herbs here, only a frozen hard corpse. It looked like it might be a deer or a roe deer. But that wasn't the key. It seemed that many animal bodies were buried here, because he saw what looked like a wild boar's paw in the lower right corner. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but start discussing when they saw this scene. Why are there animal corpses here? A gift from nature? Nonsense, what kind of natural gift is this? It must be someone who buried it here. What good person would bury meat like this? It must be from some wild beast. To be able to bury a wild boar sounds pretty fierce. Should Yi God retreat? Do you think this meat can still be eaten? Should Yi God take it back? For some reason, the word storage room suddenly appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Maybe he also thought his idea was strange. Yi Fan's movements became faster and faster. Soon, half of a wild boar's skull that had been gnawed beyond recognition, wild boar hooves, and several incomplete deer were all revealed a little. It even seemed that there was a wolf buried here too. Damn! Why do the bite marks look so much like those left by the group of monsters yesterday? At the moment he had this thought, Yi Fan's curiosity instantly vanished. That's enough, Bai Ma Wan, let's go. No wonder these guys could find the camp, they probably lived nearby. This place was clearly where those guys stored food. Good heavens! Who would have thought that what seemed to be a calm white sticky soil collection area was actually so terrifying? Squeak! Squeak! Under Yi Fan's command, the three monkeys quickly loaded the last bit of sticky soil onto the sled. Two of them actively came over and prepared to pull the sled. Yi Fan didn't care about them, occupying the central position, he took it and ran. With so much sticky soil loaded, relying solely on these two monkeys would take forever to get back. Even though his super intuition and sense of danger did not show any obvious reactions, Yi Fan still ran back with all his strength. After sprinting more than a kilometer, Yi Fan finally slowed his pace. But even so, there was no relaxation at all. He continued to move forward quickly. Even with his enhancements, without any real weapons, facing these terrifying wild beasts, he felt very passive. Damn it, how can those beasts treat my territory as a cafeteria? When I have the chance, I will definitely raid your old home. Rush back to the camp. Yi Fan had no intention of resting, directly calling out, Bai Ma Wan, take your monkeys and start moving coal for me. Just having suddenly discovered so many animal corpses filled Yi Fan with a sense of crisis. It was simply too close. If he didn't quickly set up some stronger traps and create some weapons, who knew when these creatures might attack him? The fear of insufficient firepower struck. He couldn't rest. Raise the furnace temperature. Eek! Eek! Seemingly sensing Yi Fan's urgency, Bai Ma Wan dared not be idle. He immediately jumped off the sled and ran towards the troop of monkeys. With a chaotic call, the monkey troop sprang into action. Having done this job before, they quickly got into the groove. A few slow-moving monkeys sped up after being kicked on the backside by Bai Ma Wan. Watching these monkeys move, Yi Fan wasted no time and directly picked up white clay, crushed and sifted it, mixed it with ash and water, and started kneading. A large lump of mud was thus kneaded and deformed in Yi Fan's hands, leaving the live stream viewers utterly astonished. Wow! This technique is quite interesting. This efficiency is just too fierce. If I hadn't experienced it in Jing Dejun before, I wouldn't be able to tell how impressive Yishin is. Whoa! This length, this amplitude, do you think it's the legendary Niao knife? Or a heavy knife? No way, why is Yishin making the edges serrated? Could it be making a saw? I remember that there were saws in the toolbox captured from Sakura country? Could it be like in anime, to make a weapon with sharp teeth? Or a wolf tooth club? The wolf tooth club seems quite suitable for fighting these big wild creatures. At first, most people were surprised by Yi Fan's technique. But soon, one after another, they were all baffled by the molds that Yi Fan was creating. Why were the molds so strange? Why were there so many serrated depressions? What kind of weapon needed such bizarre components? Not to mention the viewers in the live stream, even the experts in the official live stream were utterly perplexed. This matter quickly spread. Because ancient creatures had reappeared, Yi Fan was the only one who had not been killed by the ancient beings. Many people were paying attention to this situation. In no time, live streams from various countries began to speculate. The official live stream of Sakura country even directly connected to national treasure-level swordsmith, Yoshihara Masao. Yoshihara, without supervision, how do you view the actions of the Dragon Country contestant? I became the youngest knife maker in history at 22 and received the honor of a non-supervised knife maker at 39. In the past decades, I have never seen such a poor casting method. Master Yoshihara disdainfully glanced at the screen, his face filled with contempt. To put it bluntly, the actions of this contestant from Dragon Country simply insult the very word forging. From the looks of this mold, he seems to want to imitate an ancient serrated knife or some kind of heavy curved sword. But he doesn't understand that any weapon must undergo thousands of hammerings and folding to have both hardness and toughness. With his approach of directly pouring molten iron into the mold, all he's making is pig iron. Even if it's hardened, it remains extremely brittle. Just like glass, easily broken. What's even more ridiculous is that shape. Imagine, in a life and death fight, if the serrations get stuck in the bone, can it still be pulled out? Not being able to pull it out means. I don't need to say more, right? If he wants to use this to clash with prehistoric creatures, that only leads to a dead end. Instead of wasting time, he might as well research how to repair that Sakura knife. Master Yoshihara's ridicule nearly spilled out of the screen. As he explained, the entire Cherry Blossom Nation's live broadcast room became very lively. Searched to death. As expected of the master without inspection. A needle strikes to the heart. I'm dying of laughter. The Dragon Nation people really can only make shoddy things. Using casting to make a knife? This is an idea only elementary school students would have, right? It seems the Dragon Nation contestant has run out of tricks, just waiting for him to get torn apart by beasts with his broken knife. What happened in the Cherry Blossom Nation's live broadcast room quickly spread out. The assessment of this master blacksmith, who could sell a casually made weapon for millions, even billions of yen, instantly ignited the entire internet. Countless people rushed into the Dragon Nation's official live broadcast room to join in the excitement. For a moment, all kinds of mockery and expectations for Yifan's failure almost occupied the entire live broadcast room's barrage. At this moment, Yifan moved. Whether it was his blacksmithing skills or super intuition, they both told him that the temperature had reached the optimal level. He poured all the molten iron from the crucible into the mold for cooling. Watching his operation, Master Yoshihara displayed a strong sarcasm, as if in his eyes, Yifan had already failed. Cooling, demolding, forging. After a series of simple operations, Yifan produced the finished product. Everyone was stunned. This is a bear trap? It kind of looks like it. These two curved iron strips with serrated edges are somewhat similar to the huge bear traps from movies and TV shows. But what on earth is this three-edged steel tooth? Why is there a blood groove? But no matter what, it definitely isn't a close combat weapon. It turns out their thinking was skewed from the very beginning. Master Yoshihara's face shifted from green to red. He never expected to make such a low-level mistake. Even if it's creating a bear trap, there is also that problem I just mentioned, and also, who would make a bear trap with a three-edged design? Does a bear trap need a blood groove? I've never seen such an absurd bear trap. Can it really cause destruction? Master Yoshihara quickly found his focus, and the more he spoke, the more reasonable he felt. Besides, a bear trap requires a very strong spring as a trigger condition and energy source. But can he make a spring out of pig iron? That's impossible. The properties of pig iron are simply insufficient to make a spring. His bear trap can't be triggered at all. Hearing this, the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience seemed to find their backbone again, immediately mocking him once more. Even some Dragon Nation viewers began to worry due to this analysis, wondering if Yifan had overlooked this matter. However, soon, they saw Yifan calmly picking up the already ruined shovel handle. He quickly cut out a steel pipe with a diameter of 3 centimeters and a length of 5 centimeters, splitting it in half. Using charcoal fire, he heated and forged these two halves of the steel pipe. Master Yoshihara's disdainful expression began to change gradually. When he saw that the steel pipe was being shaped into a ball-like form, his frown had completely twisted into a knot. Just as Yifan put these two curved steel pieces back into the furnace to heat them, Master Yoshihara abruptly cut off the connection. This left the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience completely bewildered. What's happening? Where did Master Yoshihara go? The news quickly spread out. Dragon Nation's official live broadcast room. Put. Sa Bei-ning couldn't help but chuckle the moment he got the news. Teacher Zhu, just now the Cherry Blossom Nation's official live broadcast room's national treasure blacksmith Yoshihara no inspection suddenly cut off the connection. It said that before he left, his face looked extremely unpleasant. Do you know the reason? How would I know? I'm not him. Shu Weiqiang wore a big smile, but I do know. The beast trap of Leaf God is basically finished. He is now carrying out the final quenching, and shortly he just needs to quickly insert the steel plate into the snow water, and the steel plate will become a super elastic spring. Bend but not break, rebounding powerfully, this is what is meant. I really didn't expect that Leaf God actually masters such technology, it's truly amazing. Oh? So, the inspection from GUN might be furious because of his misjudgment again? Sabaning showed a look of realization. As a national treasure-level master of Sakura country, I think he should be more magnanimous. As soon as this was said, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Yeah, being a national treasure, how can he be affected by such a small matter? According to Sakura country's customs, isn't it just a bow and assume a mason to get over it? What's there to be angry about? So, does this mean Leaf God will soon produce a bunch of powerful beast traps? Awesome! With these, it should be much safer. As expected of Leaf God, I said just trust Leaf God, and that's it. By the way, Teacher Zhu, why do you think Leaf God needs to make 2 spring steels? Is it because he will make some more beast traps? After a while, seeing Leaf Fan has already started to quench 2 pieces of spring steel, Sabaning casually asked. It should be, it's impossible that one trap uses 2 springs, right? Shu Weiqiang nodded, but his words were clearly not as confident as before. Sabaning sensed something was amiss and immediately curiously asked, why wouldn't one trap use 2 spring steels? Using 2 spring steels for one trap makes it extremely difficult to manufacture, very dangerous, and without industrial instruments, it's almost impossible to make it. But what if it's made? Sabaning was startled by the bold thought that appeared in his mind. But upon thinking carefully, Leaf Fan seemed to really have such plans. That depends on how it's arranged. Theoretically, it should be possible. The closing speed could increase from seconds to milliseconds, and the force doubles, shattering the thigh of a wild bull in an instant. What the heck? Is he really planning to use 2? Before Zhu Weiqiang could finish speaking, Leaf Fan had already symmetrically fixed the 2 springs on the sides of the clamp arms. He even compressed one of the springs to about 60% of its original length before securing it. Zhu Weiqiang's eyelids twitched. This was even more extreme than his estimates of the limit. If anything goes wrong during the assembly process, he might end up injuring his own arm. What on earth is Leaf Fan trying to do? Click. With a crisp sound, the beast trap was completely formed. Double spring linkage, pre-compression enhancement, triangular steel teeth, blood channel addition, then locking it tight to the ground. Even the King of Heaven must leave a leg behind. Leaf Fan murmured as he looked at the beast trap in front of him. As expected of a system product. It is probably impossible to find such a top beast trap on Earth. Why not? Let's test its depth. Thinking of this, Leaf Fan's gaze started to wander around. Pine wood? A bit lacking. Should I use this? Leaf Fan suddenly had an idea and immediately dashed to one side to grab the explosion-proof shield. Just as the live room was filled with question marks, thinking Leaf Fan was going to use the explosion-proof shield for testing, they saw him placing the explosion-proof shield in front of him. Then he directly picked up a nearby cherry blossom knife. Then, under the astonished gaze of countless Sakura country viewers, he threw it directly onto the pedal of the beast trap. Boom bang! Crash! The beast trap instantly closed. With a deafening blast, the cherry blossom knife directly exploded. That knife, known for its balance of rigidity and softness, was shattered into several pieces like a crispy cookie, scattering everywhere. Many of the pieces embedded deeply into the surrounding frozen soil. As the dust settled, Leaf Fan walked forward and kicked the tightly clamped black iron lump. The animal trap was intact, not even shedding a piece of skin. But what about the Sakura blade? Only the lonely hilt and the half-broken blade remained. At this moment, the Sakura Koko live broadcast room completely exploded. Countless viewers looked at the broken samurai sword, their faith seemed shattered. Baka! That's Yamamoto-kun's sword. Unforgivable. He actually used our national treasure to feed the trap? How could it really break? Didn't Master Yoshiwara say that this trap was just for show? Why is this happening? Countless people from Sakura Koko were wailing, but Jifan's cheerful laughter came from the live broadcast. This is the effect I wanted. You monsters, didn't you think your words were very impressive? Can't you bite through anything? Then let me see, is it your mouth that's tough, or is my animal trap tough? In every live broadcast room showing Yifan's situation, the bullet screen was filled with wow, and no other information could be seen. It was simply too powerful. Not to mention the viewers from various countries in the live broadcast room, even Bai Mawan, standing not far away, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Last night when the hyenas came from the cave, it witnessed everything. It thought that was already the most terrifying thing in the world. But unexpectedly, this black lump created by Yifan turned out to be even more terrifying than those hyenas. For a moment, the eyes looking at that black lump were filled with vigilance. Chapter 50, A Solution Must Be Found. Who? Yifan blew away the remaining iron filings on the animal trap, satisfied as he tossed it aside. With the first successful model, the subsequent work became much faster. The blast furnace was fully powered, and the monkeys kept adding coal. Yifan seemed like an unwearied machine, the sound of hammering iron continuously echoed. 2 hours later, a dozen fierce animal traps were neatly piled up on the snow. Each one looked pretty much the same. The big meal is ready, but I still need a little appetizer. Yifan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes locking onto the Sakura blade fragments he had collected before. This Sakura blade was made from high-carbon steel. The edge was extremely sharp. The hardness was definitely not a problem. Since that's the case, let's make use of the waste. Yifan murmured, picking up a fragment the size of a fingernail, and a plan quickly formed in his mind. Just as the livestream viewers were curious about how he would recycle the waste, they saw Yifan making a very strange mold. It looked like a small marble. For a moment, various guesses emerged. However, this time, even the unfriendly foreigners learned their lesson and did not immediately question. Instead, they quietly waited for the next operation. Wasn't it said that the fragments of the Sakura blade would be used? Why is it cast iron now? It's spherical, does anyone know what this is for? Looking at this size, it's very different from the animal traps. Amidst various doubts, Yifan poured the cast iron into the spherical mold. When the molten iron entered a semi-solid state, he skillfully and swiftly used pliers to pick up 4 pieces of Sakura blade fragments and directly inserted them into the 4 corners of the mold. Clang! 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 Soon, the sound of heavy hammering appeared in people's ears. But this time, the sound was very crisp, with the feeling of big pearls and small pearls falling on a jade plate. I understand. In the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country, Zhu Weiqiang suddenly slammed his thigh. Oh? Teacher Zhu, do you know what Jishin is going to do? Can you explain it to us? Sabe Ning grimaced in pain, and can you stop hitting your own thigh next time? Hit the chair or table. My leg can't take it. Sorry, I got too excited. Zhu Weiqiang felt a little ashamed and scratched his head, and only then began to explain. Yi God is going to make iron caltrops. Of course, iron caltrops also have another name, called Jama nails. Just hearing this name this is a divine tool made specially to hold back cavalry charges. As long as you scatter this thing on the ground, no matter how you scatter it, there will always be one spike facing up. You all think, what flesh and blood mortal body can endure such sharp spikes? Hiss awesome, Yi God even understands ancient marching and war? Sabining heard this explanation and could not help but suck in a cold breath. As long as the hardness and sharpness of these iron caltrops have no problem, then doesn't that mean, no matter what animal, even if it is an ancient creature, it can still break defense? So, Yi God chose to use Sakura sword fragments. Zhu Weiqiang's face was full of admiration. Yi God used the Sakura sword to test the animal trap, and I still felt it was a bloody loss. Now it seems, my eyesight was short. Yi God already thought it through from the start. That Yoshihara master of Sakura country might have said other words wrong, but Sakura swords generally use Tama steel, that is, high-carbon steel, that has no problem. The hardness of high-carbon steel is extremely strong. This is also the reason Yi God chose cold forging, that is, using this way right now to make it. Cold forging will not destroy the steel material's own traits. Although it takes more effort, it can make the iron caltrop's sharpness and hardness both become extremely strong. Under the guidance of super intuition and blacksmith skill, Yifan's every hammer strike hit precisely on the right position. In no time at all, a strange-shaped iron lump appeared in Yifan's hand. Hiss! Zhu Weiqiang's eyes widened, and he could not help but suck in a cold breath. His expression was even more exaggerated than Sabinang's kind of expression from before. Sabinang quickly stood up, dodging Zhu Weiqiang's attack range. Teacher Zhu, what's wrong? Isn't this within your expectation? I expected it to be iron caltrops. I knew the craft, but I didn't know. Zhu Weiqiang took a deep breath, making himself calm down. I really never thought Yi God actually in this kind of environment, for such a small little thing, opened a blood groove. Even more outrageous, he even installed barbs on it. Let me put it this way, once it stabs into the sole of the foot, to pull it out, no matter what you do you will need to tear off a big chunk of meat. The key is, during that time it will also keep spraying blood. No matter what enemy, their moving ability will be ruined. Ruthless. Really too ruthless. While Zhu Weiqiang was sighing like this, Yifan's voice slowly and ghostly came out. It's okay, it's just that in my hand right now I don't have poisonous things, otherwise, I could also freeze some ice spikes and install them on the blood groove. But now like this is also fine, although it's a bit lacking, but letting blood can affect speed. Zhu Weiqiang listened to these words, and directly became dumbfounded. Damn. It can even be like this? In the Dragon Country official live broadcast room, countless viewers looked at Zhu Weiqiang's expression, and one by one could not help but burst out laughing. So Teacher Zhu still lost one move. Ye God, how is it? Didn't expect it, right? I still have a surprise. This can't blame Teacher Zhu, who could have thought, this blood groove can still have a second development. Not understanding so asking, are ice cones sharp enough? Can they break defense? If there is poison, using it really can add a bonus? Breaking defense is still metal. Sakura sword fragments, it's just that inside the blood groove there are ice cones, the ice cones will follow the metal into the other side's body, and then because there are barbs, in a short time it basically can't be pulled out, but body temperature definitely is higher than ice, very soon the poison will spread out. After people figured out Yifan's meaning, one by one they all became dumbfounded. It can even be played like this? This is way too ruthless, right? Making the animal trap an iron caltrops into an entrance, I'm afraid even if an immortal comes, they basically still can't get in. What animal can endure such an attack? Right when people were crazily discussing, Yifan went full firepower, taking those Sakura sword fragments and such. Use it all up. Then add some other materials. In no time, hundreds of iron caltrops were made. Almost done. Yifan straightened up, looking at the masterpieces all over the ground. First, set them up, and then it's time to forge melee weapons. However, as soon as he left the furnace area, Yifan's expression froze instantly. Whoosh! A brisk, yet very chilling cold wind rushed towards him. The situation seemed somewhat off. Yifan suddenly looked up at the distant sky. At some point, the sky had been covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. His basic meteorological observation skill told Yifan that these were not ordinary clouds. The lead gray cloud layer appeared to be like a giant grinding disc, constantly rolling. This was. Yifan's face turned solemn in an instant. The air pressure is dropping sharply. Humidity is rising. The wind direction has changed. This is almost exactly like the precursor to the Arctic vortex moving south. Although the wilderness world is somewhat different from Earth, weather phenomena couldn't change drastically. The meteorological observation skill wouldn't deceive him. His super intuition didn't tell him that this line of thought was wrong, thus, there was only one possibility. A snowstorm is coming. And it was not just any snowstorm. This was a type of storm that would engulf countless snowflakes, forming a terrifying snowstorm similar to a sandstorm. If he didn't prepare, even hiding in a wooden house could lead to being frozen to death. Even if he didn't freeze to death, he had to consider whether he might be buried for a long time. Trapped inside. By Ma 1. Stop playing around. Yifan shouted loudly, his voice laced with urgency. Tell the monkey folks to quickly move all the coal and wood inside. Also those dried meats. Hurry. Translator, keep a close watch on the north, report immediately if any creatures get close. Not far away, the Monkey King, who was curiously fiddling with the iron caltrops, was startled by Yifan's tone and immediately took action. Although he didn't understand anything about cold waves, the instinct of animals made him feel a deep unease upon leaving the furnace position. Squeak! The monkey group instantly fell into chaos, starting to frantically transport supplies. Yifan wasn't idle either. He had to set up all these traps before the snowstorm arrived. The terror of a snowstorm lies not only in the low temperatures and endless snow but also in the fact that many animals might be forced out. For survival, these creatures might very well flock towards the hot spring camp. The translator in the sky, feeling the suffocating low air pressure in the air, fluffed up all its feathers and let out sharp, brief calls. Seeing Yifan suddenly become nervous and listening to the continuous words coming out of his mouth, the official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom was also filled with tension at this moment. What's going on? Why is Yishan suddenly so anxious? Is it because of those clouds? They do look pretty oppressive, but it should be no different from the previous snowstorm, right? Is there a knowledgeable expert who knows what's happening? It seems the translator is reacting strongly too. It looks like flying is a struggle. The monkeys seem to be pretty shaken too. What is that Arctic vortex? Weather experts? There are so many people in our live chat, yet none are experts in this field? Teacher Sa, why not pull in an expert to ask? Chapter 51 Damn. Are these guys going crazy? Hurry. Move. Yifan's voice seemed to drift due to the environmental interference, but everyone could hear the urgency in his tone. By Ma 1. Don't be lazy. Move every single piece of coal inside. Yifan yelled while picking up firewood and heading towards the house. He had no sense of luck. The feedback from his meteorological observation skill made his scalp tingle. What snowstorm, what white wind? In the face of this snowstorm, it's all about the younger brother. Even the terrifying low temperature from before seems insignificant. If he can't make complete preparations, this wooden hut might just become his coffin. Damn national fortune game. Is it really necessary to play with people's lives like this? Is this what was mentioned in the notification last night? Yifan's mind was racing with thoughts, but his body dared not stop for a moment. The monkey troop seemed either to be infected by his emotions or was driven by their instinctive fear of natural disasters, as they all worked frantically. Even the laziest monkeys on usual days were running at top speed. In the official live broadcasting room of the Dragon Country. At this moment, an old man with white hair suddenly appeared on the screen. Academician Wu, as the chief engineer of the National Meteorological Administration, you should be one of the people who understands the various climates on our planet best. Do you know what challenge Yifan is about to face? What is this Arctic vortex he mentioned? Sled was extremely anxious inside. His speech sped up considerably. He briefly introduced the guests' identities and rushed to voice his questions. In simple terms, the Arctic vortex is a mass of cold air locked over the Arctic Circle. Academician Wu looked at the lead gray clouds on the screen, his voice somewhat dry. This is the coldest air mass on Earth. This air mass sometimes uncontrollably moves south. Its appearance primarily brings extreme cold. Core temperatures can easily drop below -70 degrees Celsius, or even lower, -80 or 90, it's all possible. Secondly, there are hurricanes above level 12. Such storms are powerful enough to tear apart houses and reduce any shelter to ashes. Moreover, extreme cold and hurricanes will be accompanied by countless flying snow. Each time the Arctic vortex moves south, it brings disaster, it creates a true death zone. Academician Wu's tone was heavy. In such an environment, the human survival limit will be compressed to just a few minutes, and the lungs may even be frozen and shattered by the cold air. Cough cough, Academician Wu, what you are describing should be the situation without protective clothing and shelters, right? Our Yifan has a wooden hut that can withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees. Listening to Academician Wu's increasingly terrifying words, Sled's face stiffened, but he quickly reacted. He hurriedly interrupted, in the past period, our Yifan has created countless miracles. I believe he can definitely endure this crisis too, don't you think so, Teacher Zhu? Xu Weiqiang also quickly agreed. But the stiff expressions of the two showed everything. Listening to the expert's analysis, the comments in the live broadcast room fell silent for a moment. Then, it was filled with prayers on the screen. He must hold on. I believe in Yi God. He has faced such dangerous situations before, and this time he discovered the problem early. There will definitely be no problem. Right. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Even though there was some restraint and gathering of hope, the situation in other countries' live broadcast rooms was easily imaginable. In the live broadcasts from countries like the Lighthouse Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, they had already begun to celebrate wildly. Even in the live broadcast room of the Bear Nation, there was only a moment of silence. No one understands the Arctic vortex better than we do. Once it appears, it absolutely means no one survives. Unless he can run faster than a level 12 hurricane and sprint thousands of kilometers to wait for the vortex to dissipate on its own. Yes. The area of the Arctic vortex is extremely vast. It can cover an area for hours, or even several tens of hours, and it's all possible. What kind of person can survive such an environment for so long? In the wilderness, Yifan had no idea about the reactions of these people. In just half an hour, they moved all the coal and firewood inside. But that was not enough. Yifan took out all his containers, even his thermos and black iron pot, filled them all with water, and brought them in. The black clay pots were sealed tightly with animal skins to prevent contamination of the water source. In this damned environment, any waste of heat is unacceptable, and, by then, we might not even be able to get snow. Hearing Yifan's mumbling, the live broadcast room fell silent. Not being able to get snow. That means the door might not even be able to open later. Is there too much snow outside? Will the snow rush in as soon as the door opens? Or will it simply be impossible to close the door again once it opens? On Earth, people from Dragon Country in the south had experienced typhoons but never had they faced blizzards. Those in the north had faced blizzards but never directly met a typhoon. Regardless of which condition they encountered, they deeply understood how dangerous it was. What if the two combined? Grief surged from the heart. Even the Strategic Command Center fell silent at this moment. Everyone's face turned ashen to the extreme. Did heaven bring them this surprise, Yifan, only to take it away like this? After moving everything they could into the wooden house, Yifan picked up a wooden bucket and began to splash the hot spring water on the outer wall and on the anti-wolf wall. Sizzle. Warm water met the air and would at minus dozens of degrees and froze instantly. Layer after layer. Before long, the entire wooden house started to become pure white. It seemed like every place was covered by ice armor. Damn. The temperature of the hot spring is starting to drop too. If this keeps up, we won't be able to manage for long. Yifan exhaled a puff of white breath, looking at the water he splashed out, his brow furrowed. As the temperature of the hot spring continued to drop, the freezing speed began to be affected. And, the sky was getting darker. It was clearly still noon. At most 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Yet it seemed like it was 7 or 8 at night outside. The wind was getting stronger. There was even a howling scream like a ghost crying. It's about all I can do now. Yifan looked at the hot spring at the edge, which was starting to freeze again, sighed, and then directly dived into the wooden house. He closed the wooden door behind him. Then he used 2 strong door bolts to secure it tightly. Inside the room, the fire pit was burning brightly. The temperature was definitely above zero. But the monkeys were huddled together, shivering. When the translator saw Yifan come in, it flew directly to his shoulder. But the low temperature on Yifan instantly gave it a start. Ga. Cold. Alright, go to the side. Yifan waved his hand, drove the translator away, and then sat down on the tiger skin, pouring out some astragalus tea from his thermos and drank it. Whew. I'm alive again. Feeling a warm current sliding down his throat, Yifan let out a long sigh. What a pity, I was originally thinking I could burn bricks to make a heated bed, but now it seems we can only wait for the snowstorm to pass. If there was a heated bed, the comfort level inside the wooden house and the utilization of heat would definitely reach a new height. Through the heat eye, he could clearly feel that the temperature outside was continuously dropping. -60. -62. -65. -70. Damn. Are these guys crazy? After about 2 hours, Yifan suddenly noticed countless orange-red heat sources appearing in the distance. It was like a tide, rushing over recklessly. All kinds of animals were getting crazier. Roe deer and sika deer charged ahead. Wolves ran in packs like lost dogs. The tough wild boars. At this moment, it was also running wildly. Even Yifan seemed to have seen a few leopards. They were all fleeing. Behind them, a dark storm loomed, like an invisible wall, constantly approaching. Since the emergence of the Arctic vortex, almost all people from the Dragon Kingdom had been staring tightly at the live broadcast. Yifan's changing expressions were naturally captured in their eyes. Damn! What's happening? Why does it seem like God's expression suddenly became serious? I didn't hear anything unusual, did you guys hear anything? Can we switch to the perspective outside the house? What happened? The audience in the live broadcast room felt a long-lost sense of panic. The barrage in the entire live broadcast room was exploding. I hope the temperature of the hot spring is low enough not to attract these guys. Yifan murmured, but the next second, a dull crashing sound echoed. Boom! 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 I don't know how many wild animals had already rushed at the barbed wire wall. Almost at the same time, the live broadcast switched to the outside of the wooden house. Chapter 52, What the hell? What's going on? What the hell? Almost everyone watching the live broadcast exclaimed in shock. Countless viewers jumped up, their eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my god! What the hell is going on? Some small animals were at the front, like mice, almost frozen stiff. It felt like they were about to die at any moment. Following closely were some roe deer, elk, and sika deer. They rushed towards the hot spring camp without any hesitation. Even with the barbed wire wall full of ice spikes and wooden spikes in front, they mostly ignored it, either rushing up or attempting to leap over. Boom! 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 The dull crashing sound continued. The barbed wire wall was already soaked in blood, but it could not stop these creatures. If it weren't for Yifan pouring a layer of ice armor on top, it might have collapsed already. But so what? Could things just end like this? As the number of charging animals kept increasing, the barbed wire wall became precarious. Crazy. Crazy. They are all crazy. What do these guys want to do? I always thought the beast tide was just a fantasy novel nonsense. Damn it, they must have been scared by that vortex, running out because they sensed the warmth of the hot spring. There are just too many, it feels like it will explode if this goes on. Damn. Don't they know that the temperature of the hot spring is also dropping? They can't possibly survive. However, no matter what the audience in the live broadcast said, these beasts pushed to the brink of madness by the extreme cold continued to crash against the barbed wire wall. Inside the wooden house, Yifan stared intensely at the shooting hole. The compound crossbow in his hand was already ready to attack the creatures outside. Under heated eyes, the outside was already a chaotic Red Sea. Everywhere was a heat source. But these heat sources were extremely unstable. It felt like they could disappear at any moment. Terrifying. Bang. Pust. Awah. With the breaking of the barbed wire wall, those wolf packs rushed in. Some stopped to eat the corpses left by the roe deer and elk, especially the hearts, while others rushed straight in. But the next second, the iron spikes on the ground revealed their ferocious fangs. The sharp barbs instantly pierced the wolf's paws. The pain penetrating to the bone made the leading wolf collapse to the ground. Endless screams immediately erupted. But such screams couldn't last. Within just a few seconds, more wolves rushed past. Many wolves that fell to the ground were directly trampled into mush. Under the trample of wild boars, these wolf packs were utterly helpless. But could they charge straight through? Snap. Boom. The harsh explosion of the animal trap has already explained everything. The proud double-spring heavy-duty animal trap of Yifan has, at this moment, demonstrated its true power. The enormous biting force erupted instantly, even a wild boar was easily crushed to bits. Accompanied by the crisp sound of crushed bones, 2 wild boars instantly knelt on the ground, howling in heart-wrenching pain. In a short time, a hot spring camp had turned into a hellish battlefield. Blood was gushing everywhere. And this blood would instantly freeze into red ice crystals, like a purgatory. The viewers in the live broadcast room were left speechless, shocked by the scene. Whether they were from Dragon Country or other nations, they all wore similar expressions, stunned. How is this possible? How did it happen? This world is too crazy. Forget about this terrifying display, even a tenth of it could probably take countless lives of the contestants. Even in defeat, there is honor. This is the thought in the minds of most people. Entering the wild world in such a short time, and achieving such results, even if he fails, so what? He deserves the respect of everyone. Even those who originally came just to watch the show were deeply impressed after witnessing this. Countless people were praying for Yifan. Damn it! How many more are there? How long will this last? Inside the wilderness cabin, Yifan clenched his fists tightly as he watched the scene. At this moment, he even hoped that the snowstorm would arrive sooner. There were only so many traps. Limited in number. Triggering one means one less. If this goes on, the defense line will soon be filled with corpses. When that happens, how will he fend off these animals? Only the approach of the snowstorm could rapidly lower the temperature of the hot springs, making these wild beasts feel fear and flee. No, I can't just sit here and wait. Yifan murmured, quickly going to grab his homemade grenades and smoke bombs. Once these creatures break through the traps, he would use the grenades and smoke bombs directly. Even if half of his camp is destroyed, he must do so. What is that? A monkey? Or a person? Just as Yifan was intently observing the situation of these animals, he suddenly noticed a faint primate heat source appearing 200 to 300 meters away. No tail? A human? Yifan's pupils slightly constricted. Amidst this herd of beasts, there was actually a person? It seemed this person was approaching. His condition seemed off. Were they affected by the low temperature? Or were they being chased by something? Buzz. 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 At the moment Yifan saw the humanoid heat source clearly, his head suddenly buzzed. It felt as if a phone was vibrating madly inside his brain. Danger warning? No. Not danger. Is it an opportunity? His super intuition was actually telling him that saving this human was a huge opportunity? What a joke. Yifan looked at the surging herd outside like a tidal wave and decisively shook his head. Unless he was crazy. Otherwise, he would never go out. Let's not even mention the outrageous temperature or the snowstorm that could come at any moment. Just thinking about those crazed animals crashing through could easily take his life. How could he possibly go out? No matter how great the opportunity, it wasn't worth risking his life like this. He was bearing the hopes of 1.4 billion people from Dragon Country, carrying the civilization and heritage of thousands of years. He could never take risks to save an unfamiliar foreigner. His gaze lingered on that humanoid heat source for only 2 seconds before Yifan returned his attention to the defense line. But at this moment, the live broadcast room exploded with excitement. Someone? There's still a person in this snowstorm? Yes. That's right, at this time, no matter who appears, there's nothing we can do to help. Whether friend or foe, it's hard to say. Don't even mention adventure, even if one has the ability, they cannot go out. Goodness. I know who it is now, it's Aisha, the contestant from the Winged Horse Kingdom, who was originally heading to join Lord Yi. She even brought a lot of gunpowder, what a shame. Life and death depend on fate, wealth and honor on heaven, there are things that cannot be helped. Indeed, having gunpowder can increase the odds of winning, but risking one's life for it isn't right. Exactly. Lord Yi needs to stay calm. No, wait, Lord Yi doesn't know, that's a relief. While they were discussing, Yifan had already confirmed that most of the traps outside had been played out. Damn it! Taking a deep breath, Yifan pulled out the handmade grenade, and the lighter was already lit. He was just waiting for some fool to come close, and then he would blow it up. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. A whoa! Hoof! A series of low rumbling sounds suddenly rang out. The beast pack, which had been crazily attacking the camp, even trampling over dead kin, suddenly began to retreat. They continued to charge southwards. Some of the ones lying on the ground seemed to want to leave but couldn't stand up. What's going on? In the previous second, the camp was filled with orange-red light, but now it seemed to have opened up a lot. Yifan looked at the situation, surprised in his heart. The beasts are retreating? Is a snowstorm coming? Or is something even more terrifying approaching? Buzz. Before Yi Fan could think clearly, the vibrations of super intuition struck again. This time, it was even more urgent than before. Buzz. If the earlier super intuition was like a phone vibrating, now it felt like an alarm clock had been tossed into his brain. The alarm was connected to a time bomb. For a moment, Yi Fan felt as though his head was about to explode. Moreover, the thoughts brought by super intuition had also changed. Previously, it merely told him to save this person, which would bring a wave of good fortune. But now, it turned into a message that saving this person was the only way to save himself. He was about to face a life and death crisis. If he couldn't obtain something from this person, he would very likely be finished. Damn! What is it? Yi Fan felt like his head was about to explode. What does this guy have on him? What crisis is he about to face? He truly had no clue. Damn it! Yi Fan quickly found the only humanoid figure among the remaining heat sources around him. It was about 100 meters away from the wooden shack. Normally, he could sprint the distance in just a dozen seconds. Even in such heavy snow, with his physical condition, it normally would take 1 to 2 minutes to complete. But in this extreme weather, that was the line between life and death. No one knew how long it would really take to run over there, let alone to bring someone back. And he had to pass through the area just attacked by that group of beasts. Were there still scattered traps? Were there any animals left with the power to retaliate? Damn! I'm going for it. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, and his eyes instantly became fierce. I'll trust you this time. He indeed did not want to take the risk to leave. But if saving that guy could reduce his survival crisis, then saving him seemed to become a must. Ever since he got super intuition, every premonition came true perfectly, never once making a mistake. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan quickly put on his coat and gear, slung the composite bow on his back, took his handgun and handmade grenade, grabbed the empty lightweight sled, and kicked the door open with a bang. Translator, watch the house. Baima 1, guard the door. No one is allowed in if I don't come back. After saying this, without a second thought, he charged out. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Nation, countless question marks instantly filled the entire screen. So many viewers were dumbfounded. What the heck? Why did Lord Yi go out? It looks like he's going to save that person? What the hell? Didn't we just say not to go save him? Going out now is just walking to death, right? What has Yi Shin experienced? Could it be carbon monoxide poisoning, causing some kind of hallucination? Oh my god. What is this? Where did all those wild monsters go? What is that thing over there? Before people could figure out what Yi Fan was really trying to do, the live stream camera angle switched to an overhead view. Everyone's expressions turned somewhat blank. In the north of the camp, at the junction of heaven and earth, a white line appeared. This thing stretched across east to west, connecting heaven and earth. It was like... In the previous second, people wanted to say it was like the dawn when the sun had just risen. But in the next second, they found that this white line was visibly thickening and rising. Soon, it became a very thick dividing line. As it pushed forward, the height of this thing kept increasing: steps, embankments, high walls. Everything was being rapidly swallowed by this white thing. Forests, hills, rivers. No matter what it was, it would be instantly erased. Holy crap! Snowstorm! The snowstorm is coming! Damn it, this is ridiculous! It's just like when a sandstorm comes. No, it's even scarier than a sandstorm. Yi Shin, hurry back! You can't stay outside. It's over. If this thing rolls over us, can we even survive? At that moment, countless people felt a tingling on their scalps, with cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, backs, and palms. Many felt their clothes were already wet. Some even found their pants were wet. But they had no mind to care about anything else, just wide-eyed and staring at the screen. In Yi Fan's mind, the warning signal of danger was intensifying. But he had no time to care. There was even less time to look at the distant sky. The cold wind sliced across his face like a knife, and even with a deer hat on, he felt his cheeks gradually losing sensation. Hurry! Go faster! Yi Fan almost unleashed all the potential in his body. He pushed his speed to the limit. His mind focused entirely on the path he was about to take. Quickly dodging everything he might encounter, he pulled the sled and sprinted through the snow. He didn't know how long it took him to cover 100 meters, only aware that he was giving it his all. At this moment, that human-shaped heat source was almost completely covered in snow, only a corner of the tattered cold-proof suit and fur was showing. Yi Fan rushed over and pulled the person out of the snow. This guy's body was frozen like a stone, the exposed parts covered in frostbite, only a faint breath proving that she was still alive. Did you get everything? Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to check on her condition and tossed her onto the sled like cargo. A thought crossed his mind. After receiving feedback from his super intuition, without saying a word, he turned around and dashed back. Buzz! But before he could run far, the danger sense in his mind suddenly exploded. That sharp pain intensified significantly. Yifan's adrenaline started to surge wildly in response to this pain. In his vision, everything seemed to slow down considerably. Damn! Could it be that the snowstorm has arrived? Yifan increased his pace, hoping to reach the snowhouse before the snowstorm hit. Huff! Huff! But he ultimately misunderstood. A foul-smelling odor approached, accompanied by some heavy panting sounds. Yifan turned his head to look and discovered that in the darkness, dozens of pairs of eerie green eyes had appeared without him noticing. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs. There were dozens of pairs. These guys had just blended in with the pack of wild beasts, and he hadn't detected them at all. Damn it! Yifan suddenly came to a halt. Every hair on his body stood on end. With the faint light of the snow, he finally saw what lay ahead. Hyenas. No. Not hyenas. They were even more ferocious. With bigger heads. These were ancient creatures, cave hyenas. It turned out that the monsters that had attacked him earlier were these guys. They were not like modern hyenas, which mainly live in Africa. Cave hyenas once roamed across the Eurasian continent during the Ice Age. Damn! I should have thought of that earlier. They look a lot like hyenas, live in this icy wilderness, and are so big, biting anything they see. What else could they be but cave hyenas? Damn it! How can I get back with these guys blocking the way? Yifan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. So those wild beasts had fled in fear, not from the snowstorm, but because these guys appeared. Damn! That remaining 30 to 40 meters home felt like a canyon now? Chapter 54, A Life Hanging by a Thread? Still a chance. Yifan felt his heart racing faster than ever. Cave hyenas. If it were just 1 or 2, or even 3 to 5 alone, he would have confidence with his gear to deal with them. But now, there were directly 20 to 30 of them. What could he do? Even if a mammoth stood here, it wouldn't be able to withstand this. Roar! The leading hyena king's throat rolled, letting out a dull roar. In the next second, these hyenas stood up and surrounded Yifan. Seeing this scene, the audience in Dragon Country felt a chill hit their hearts. It's over, this is the end. This is way too many, there's no way to kill them all. Ye God shouldn't have gone out to save that person. I'm doomed this time. Damn. How could there be so many cave hyenas? I didn't see any just now. Recalling the information about ancient creatures heard in these 2 days, looking at these cave hyenas, even those who had confidence in Yifan felt despair at this moment. One by one, their faces began to twist. Is there any way out? What else can be done? But many live stream rooms were filled with gloating comments. Ha ha! This is the fate of being a hero. Foolish dragon people, sacrificing themselves for a dying man. Pop the champagne. Waiting for Dragon Country to get knocked out. Finally, it's about to end. I've waited too long for his death. This is the fate of attacking our Sakura country, this is the fate of challenging the Lighthouse Dad. Normally, many Dragon Country viewers would have fought back against these guys, but now, there was almost no response. Hiss. At that moment, an impatient hyena suddenly launched a probe from the flank, faster than lightning, charging straight ahead. Get lost. Yifan's reflexes had already been tightened to the limit. His super intuition gave warning the moment it leaped. Bang! Bang! The M1911 spat fire. 2 bullets hit that hyena's shoulder with precision. Such an attack made that hyena tumble to the ground. But the next second, a shocking thing happened that made Yifan's scalp tingle. That guy actually just howled a couple of times before standing up. The injury was visible. But it didn't seem fatal. This guy's bones were too hard. Regular handgun bullets couldn't kill it. Not only that, but this shot not only failed to intimidate the pack, it seemed to have stimulated them instead. Aoo. With a roar from the Hyena King, shadows from all directions rushed forward at once. Damn it! Fight! A glimmer of madness flashed in Yifan's eyes. The next second, he pulled out 2 clay pots from his waist. One was a Molotov cocktail. The other was filled with poisonous smoke. Without hesitation, he ignited and threw them out. Bang! Bang! The 2 clay pots exploded right where the hyenas were most dense. The acrid yellow-green poison smoke mixed with the exploding flames shot up into the sky. Cough! Aoo! Several hyenas charging at the front were choked by the toxic smoke. Once again, flames scorched the fur, and it screamed in agony, rolling in the snow. A gap suddenly appeared in the encirclement. Now's the time. Yifan tightly gripped the sled rope with one hand and charged directly towards that gap. Roar! The hyena king seemed to notice the situation and directly let out a roar, charging towards Yifan. Buzz! The sense of danger exploded instantly. Yifan felt as if his head had been pierced by steel needles. Goosebumps instantly appeared all over his body. Can't escape? He knew there was absolutely no escape. But he couldn't just sit and wait for death. After a brief pause, Yifan directly used the compound crossbow as a shield and forcefully shoved it into the massive bloody mouth. Creak! With a loud bang, the military-grade compound crossbow made of fine steel was actually bitten and deformed by the hyena king. The arms of the crossbow snapped loudly. The enormous impact caused Yifan's palms to crack, blood gushing out. His whole body was knocked back, almost falling down. So close. Yifan broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been half a second slower, what would have broken would have been his arm, not the crossbow. At that point, he wouldn't just fail to save anyone, he would himself become a midnight snack for these beasts. But what to do next? The ranged weapon was gone. The toxic smoke would rapidly disperse in the furious wind. The encirclement tightened once more. These 20-plus hyenas were closing in step by step. Only one grenade left. Can it work? Can it blow a path open? If he throws it from this position, he might also be caught in the shrapnel. But now, there was no other choice. Thoughts turned rapidly. Just as Yifan was ready to fight for his life and throw the last grenade, suddenly, the hyena king let out a roar. Then, it started to flee into the distance. A few hyenas seemed visibly reluctant. Especially those that had just caught fire. But after a mere pause of a few seconds, they followed the hyena king and ran away. The deadly encirclement collapsed in an instant. What's happening? Yifan was taken aback. Then, he felt it. The ground was shaking. Rumble, rumble. A low-frequency rumble pressed down on him. He struggled to look up to the north. His pupils trembled instantly. That massive white wall was already hanging over his head. It blocked everything, swallowing light, and where it passed, the forests, hills, and rivers vanished in an instant. Run! Only one word remained in Yifan's mind. That white wall was no more than a few hundred meters away. The key was, this thing spread out dozens of meters every second. No way. He had to hurry back. Once covered by that white wall, he would undoubtedly die. Humans simply could not withstand such temperature. He almost squeezed out all the strength in his body, pulling the sled and making a final dash toward the door of the cabin. 30 meters, 20 meters. The wind pressure behind him had grown so strong that he felt he could hardly breathe. The bearskin coat was being pulled and whipped, as if it would rip apart at any moment. Open the door. By Ma One. Yifan screamed in fury. Fortunately, the monkeys had been guarding behind the door, and upon hearing the commotion, they immediately pulled the rope. Creak. The wooden door struggled to open a crack against the terrifying wind pressure. In. Yifan, along with the sled, practically rolled and crawled into the room. Boom. Just as his heels crossed the threshold, the white snowstorm violently crashed against the wooden cabin. The whole world seemed to plunge into a pale void instantly. Bang! Yifan used his last ounce of strength to slam the door shut, securing all the bolts and wedging it tightly shut with wooden stakes. Huff, huff. After doing all this, Yifan collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, his heart still pounding. He lived. Under the scorching heat, everything outside had turned black. The low temperature seemed to have swallowed everything. Not even the hot spring could be seen at any temperature. I survived. I survived. Ye God is invincible. Finally back, Ye God is amazing. After a brief silence, the Dragon Country live broadcast room was filled with cheers. Countless people were moved to tears with joy. Though unknown was what lay ahead, and how long Muku would endure under that Arctic vortex, they had returned. Ultimately, he had completed his tactical objective. Chapter 55, Suffocation? There must be a way. Huff, huff. Yifan slumped onto the ground, took a long time to sit up. He could feel a fiery pain in his lungs. Fortunately, his cold resistance was upgraded, otherwise, he would probably be lying there like that person now. Gradually, under the roasting of the fire pit, he finally began to recover some state. Thank goodness, at least I didn't hurt any bones. Muttering, Yifan gritted his teeth and took off his gloves. He glanced at the bloody and bruised flesh of his hand, quickly took out alcohol and gauze from the first aid kit for some simple treatment. Just wait, once this snowstorm passes, I will definitely kill you pack of hyenas. Twice now. These hyenas had nearly driven him to a dead end twice. It was impossible to say he didn't want to eliminate these hyenas. After treating his wound, Yifan finally turned his gaze to the person on the ground. It was a woman. With a high nose and deep-set eyes, her features were three-dimensional. She looked a bit like someone from the northwest, probably from one of those joyful countries in the Stan region. To be honest, she bore a resemblance to a star from there. Lucky you. Yifan leaned in to observe her. Her clothes were tattered, exposing skin in many places. She had many frostbites and abrasions. However, overall, it seemed she hadn't reached the stage of necrosis, and her body hadn't started to lose heat. After a while, once she recovers, she should be able to wake up. Thinking, Yifan took out a wolf tendon and began to tie her up. Though his instinct told him this person wouldn't pose any threat to him, he couldn't skip necessary precautions. Gag! Just as he finished binding the woman's hands and feet, one of the monkeys, curled up in a corner, suddenly retched violently and fell into a pile of hay. Next, several other monkeys began to show signs of abnormal behavior. Even those that seemed normal looked lethargic. Some even began to foam at the mouth. The woman's lips also started to turn bluish-purple. What's going on? Yifan's heart tightened, and he jumped up. A strong wave of dizziness crashed over him, making him stagger and almost fall. His head throbbed, he felt nauseous, and his limbs were weak. These symptoms. Yifan seemed to realize something and suddenly turned to look at the fire pit. The once vigorous orange flames had turned a dull red, weak and no longer upright. Instead, it seemed as if they were pressed down, flickering close to the ground. The smoke seemed to become denser. The smoke has backdraft? Yifan's face turned pale instantly. At almost the same moment, in the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country, the viewers who were cheering for Yifan's miraculous escape now held frozen expressions. They could hardly hear what Yifan was saying. But looking at the condition of Yifan and the monkeys, they knew the situation was serious. Sabinaing quickly focused on Academician Wu, still connected via the live link. Academician Wu, do you know what happened? It's the Bernoulli effect. Academician Wu's face had turned extremely grim. In simple terms, it's that the wind speed outside exceeds 25 meters per second, forming a strong negative pressure zone as the airflow passes through the chimney, trapping all the exhaust gases inside the house. You can simply understand it as the air pressure blocking the chimney. The smoke can't be expelled, and the oxygen inside the house decreases, then the charcoal can't burn fully, and carbon monoxide accumulates. If this continues, everyone will suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning. If we don't ventilate immediately, in less than 10 minutes, everyone will die. But now, I'm not sure if their wooden cabin can be opened, and even if it can be opened, it will probably be extremely dangerous. Hearing Academician Wu's words, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. He had explained very clearly. The pressure was above. The seal below was too good. Carbon monoxide poisoning was about to occur. Every year, people die from smoke inhalation. Everyone had heard about it to some extent, had seen some news, and could naturally understand the current situation very intuitively. Damn! Just when one wave settled, another rises. Damn! If I don't freeze to death without the thermal blanket, I'll die from carbon monoxide poisoning. What a damn mechanism! Academician Wu, is there any way to break this situation? I remember that when the carbon monoxide content around increases, people quickly become weak. Can Leaf God turn the tide this time? The impact of carbon monoxide poisoning on human bodily functions was truly enormous. Watching the monkeys collapse one by one, countless people fell into despair. Damn! Bodily functions were declining. And there were only a few minutes left. How to resolve this? Even those professionals couldn't think of any way out. In the wilderness, Yifan also realized the seriousness of the problem. Open the door? No way. Outside, it was a minus 80 degrees blizzard. Opening the door meant instant death. Extinguishing the fire? Also not possible. Without a heat source, losing temperature would be faster than dying from poisoning. Damn it, this is truly a desperate situation. Yifan felt his vision blur. Wait. Not right. A way to break the situation. Yifan's gaze locked onto the unconscious woman. Why did he want to go out to save her? The solution to a hopeless situation. A glimmer of hope. Is this the time to use it? Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly pounced, throwing aside all thoughts of gender boundaries. This guy probably had something that could break the situation. Watching Yifan's actions, the audience in the live broadcast was all stunned. Wait? What's going on? What time is it? Carbon monoxide poisoning. We're about to die. What are you doing? The live broadcast audience was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Leaf God, what are you doing? What time is it? You still have time to commit crimes? No. Leaf God is looking for something. Saltpeter. Before the audience could react, Yifan had already found a large pile of things on this guy. Among them was a bag of things, so familiar it couldn't be more familiar. He had captured a similar bag from that Yamamoto guy earlier. Ha ha ha. Indeed, a glimmer of hope. Yifan, fighting through dizziness, directly grabbed a wooden stick nearby. Open for me. He used almost all his strength to push aside the ashes that had already cooled on the surface, revealing the coals below that still glowed faintly red. Then he directly grabbed a handful of saltpeter. No weighing, just instinct. It was probably about 20 to 30 grams. Don't explode, don't explode. He chanted in his heart, evenly sprinkling the saltpeter onto the coals. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 7 seconds. Crack. With a loud bang, the dark red coals that seemed about to extinguish suddenly brightened. The blue flames suddenly appeared. The temperature around the fire pit began to rise sharply within a few seconds. That suffocating smell of smoke quickly started to thin out. Shu Weiqiang stood up excitedly, his eyes glued to the big screen. There's hope. Ah, this is truly Leaf God. Saltpeter decomposes rapidly at high temperatures, releasing oxygen. With oxygen, these incompletely burned coals will continue to burn, and the previous difficulty in breathing can be alleviated. Even if it can't solve the current predicament, it can still provide some relief and buy some time. Listening to Zhu Weiqiang's almost breaking voice analysis. At that moment, many spectators finally realized what was happening. So many people felt a wave of weakness, as if it was them who had been poisoned. Ha! I'm alive. Yifan gasped for the relatively fresh air near the fire pit, feeling his mind clear a bit. This wave of relying on niter could be considered a small extension of life. However, this was only a temporary solution. The time niter could buy was at most 10 minutes, and at the shortest, just 5 minutes. If they couldn't solve the problem of the chimney backdraft before then, they were still dead. Chapter 56, Lottery. Lottery. Big explosion. Cough cough. The fresh oxygen finally revived Yifan a bit. We must break the airflow. Yifan stared at the fire pit, his knowledge of physics whirling rapidly. As long as we can find a way to block the wind a little and disrupt that low-pressure area, the problem can be solved easily. Muttering to himself, Yifan's gaze quickly moved around the room. He soon locked onto a piece of pine wood. You're the one. Yifan had an idea and took out a saw from his toolbox, quickly starting to cut. The viewers in the live stream looked at this scene, their faces filled with confusion. What is Yi God doing? There's not much oxygen left, will this really not cause a problem? Shouldn't we be figuring out a way to solve the carbon monoxide issue? Does anyone know what Yi God is really doing? Everyone knew. The more intense the movement, the more oxygen it consumes. Watching this scene, many couldn't help but sweat nervously. And the foreigners who came to watch the live stream had very strange expressions. Why did it look like Yifan was building a cross? Is this right? Does he want to end it early? While these people were discussing, Yifan had already cut off the protruding part. In the end, a T-shaped wooden structure was made by Yifan. It was a bit like an old wooden utility pole, but this was a plank, not a post. Bai Ma Wen. Give me a hand. Yifan yelled. At this moment, Bai Ma Wen was still a bit dizzy, but upon hearing Yifan's call, he quickly ran over. And then, he hugged Yifan's leg. Not hugging me. Hold this. Yifan pointed to the end of the wooden structure. His physical state was not good, the factors of oxygen deficiency and muscle soreness from earlier explosions made him doubt his ability to handle the next operation. Bai Ma Wen, as the Monkey King, actually had quite a bit of strength. If necessary, he could call other monkeys to help, pushing a bit at the end should make things a lot easier. After confirming that Bai Ma Wen understood him, Yifan grabbed the middle of the plank and slowly pushed it up. Support it. The moment the plank touched the snow and the strong wind above the chimney, a huge recoil instantly came. The newly bandaged skin on Yifan's tiger mouth burst with blood. His entire palm felt a bit numb. Bai Ma Wen was even lifted off the ground. Break for me. Yifan's veins popped, and all his strength exploded. Puff. With a muffled sound, the barrier of snow and wind was instantly pierced by Yifan. Feeling the impact from the strong wind, he quickly adjusted the angle, wedging the plank at a diagonal against the windward side. Whoosh! The moment he adjusted it, the howling wind was instantly cut off and redirected by the plank. The force that had been pressing down on the smoke and waste suddenly disappeared. Boom! The flames in the fire pit shot up fiercely. The thick smoke in the room finally seemed to find an exit, beginning to roar and pour out. The air in the room began to circulate. The feeling of chest tightness seemed to ease quite a bit in that instant. It worked! Yifan's face lit up with joy, but he didn't dare to stop, quickly using various things to secure the T-shaped wood. If there is even a slight tilt, it might lead to facing the same situation again. After finishing all this, Yifan slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, a wide smile on his face. Physics, you truly do not deceive me. Squeak. 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 The nearby Bima one, though confused about what had happened, felt an undeniable comfort in his body and perked up quite a bit. In the official livestream of Longhua, Academician Wu watched everything and showed a relieved expression. This contestant Yifan seems to have a deep understanding of physics. Through such a simple structure, it can break the low-pressure environment, allowing the smoke to be expelled normally. As long as this wooden board doesn't have any issues, there's no need to worry about facing that kind of situation again. It's truly smart. To think of such a solution while suffering from slight carbon monoxide poisoning is even more terrifying. To be honest, even I, when faced with such a situation, couldn't make a judgment so quickly. Academician Wu seemed to be stunned by Yifan's actions. An 80-year-old elder, he couldn't stop praising endlessly. After hearing all of this, the audience in the livestream couldn't help but cheer. Ha ha ha. Awesome. I knew it, Yi God is absolutely capable. This round Yi God is invincible. Who just said Yi God couldn't hold on? Did he make it through now? Damn, those foreigners were about to pop champagne. Brothers, let's go spray it back. In the entire national fortune game, on the whole earth, who can compete with Yi God? No wonder they reacted this way. What just happened was truly thrilling. Especially when thinking about the terrifying snowstorm outside. Even in such a situation, Yifan was still able to make it through smoothly, resolving various crises. How could it not excite them? The surging emotions inside them could no longer be suppressed. There was an urgent need to vent them out. In the wilderness. Inside the wooden cabin. Feeling that everything had seemingly returned to calm. Though the wooden structure creaked constantly in the strong wind, there was no sign of danger detected. The super intuition was the same. This made Yifan breathe a little easier. The deadly threat seemed to have disappeared. It seemed that the ice armor he created was quite effective, especially in redirecting a lot of wind to other places. After drinking some hot water and roasting some meat, watching the sizzling, oily grilled meat, Yifan's thoughts suddenly drifted far away. In the next 24 hours, or even 48 hours, he might be trapped in the Arctic vortex. He must raise his combat power as much as possible to cope with any crisis that might arise at any time. Today has been a day of ups and downs. He's been through so much. He should have gained quite a bit of shock value, right? Thinking of this, Yifan directly opened the system panel. Each item was enough to make the global audience's heart stop. Current shock value, 512,300 points. 510,000? Even though he was prepared, Yifan was still startled by this number. I've hit the jackpot. This wave is truly a fortune. Yifan felt like his heart was about to burst out. Just as he was preparing to go all in, he suddenly realized that just closing the livestream by himself wasn't enough. There was still another person here. What to do? Silly. Just make a bed curtain and it's done. After thinking a bunch, Yifan suddenly slapped his thigh. Why complicate things? Isn't using the most primitive method enough? With this thought in mind, Yifan immediately got to work. With the skills of a master carpenter and a talented tailor, he easily built a structure similar to a mosquito net around the place where he usually lived. The audience in the livestream looked at this scene, and for a moment they were both amused and speechless. Before they could even complain, the screen suddenly went black. Yifan had already closed the livestream. System, first let's do 5 high-level draws. With the remaining shock value, do a low-level draw. I'm all in. Ding. Consuming 510,000 shock value, the draw begins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the blueprint, greenhouse construction blueprint. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, high precision caliper. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, antibiotic, penicillin, purification set. His previously good mood instantly collapsed. Yifan's expression darkened at once. Is the greenhouse useful? Are antibiotics useful? Of course they are useful. And they are quite useful. With the greenhouse, he could stabilize the cultivation of some crops, continuously harvest, and the chance of returning to Earth would be much higher. Antibiotics could increase the chances of survival. But the problem is, what use does this have for the current situation? What he needed most now was to quickly improve his chances of survival. Fortunately, the next reward made his expression relax a bit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the talent, Iron Lung, greatly increases lung capacity and hypoxia tolerance, immune to common toxic gas erosion. Immune to toxic gases, greatly increasing lung capacity and hypoxia tolerance. If he encounters a situation like just now, he could calmly resolve the issue. although this talent came a bit late. But it is indeed useful. Even if he enters different seasons or other maps, it will still be quite helpful. Also, in battles or while running away, it seems he won't have to worry much about his lungs. Feeling the changes in his body, Yifan's expression visibly relaxed a little. Congratulations, host, you have obtained attribute points, Constitution +6. Congratulations, host, you have obtained skill, Master of Combat. Ah, that feels good. Suddenly increasing 6 points in Constitution, making it reach 21 points, Yifan felt an unprecedented comfort. Unconsciously, drowsiness washed over him. In his dream, he fought countless people, boxing, mixed martial arts, jiu-jitsu, comprehensive combat, various fighting techniques flooded his mind. It even affected his muscle memory. It seemed to be cleverly merging with his hunting skills. An hour passed. The live stream finally resumed. The audience let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Yifan snoring. What the? He fell asleep? Don't tell me he closed the stream just to sleep? He didn't turn off the stream to sleep before. Besides, he could only close it for an hour. What a roller coaster for nothing. Ha, it's good it's all okay. Oh, look, the roasted meat has been eaten by Ma One and the others. Could it be that Yishan closed the stream to do something and accidentally fell asleep? It's no wonder, after going through so much, it's impressive he lasted this long. My heart aches for Yishan. Time passed quietly. Not knowing how long it had been. Ding! The midnight 12 o'clock announcement sounded on time. Time to settle for today. Number of deaths today, 292 people. Remaining survivors, 6,897 people. Evaluation, TSK, just a minor snowstorm, with a very limited attack range, yet so many deaths occurred, I really don't know what will happen when extreme weather hits other areas. The sound of this announcement instantly jolted Yifan awake. I didn't die? Before he could react, a mumbling sound came through in a dazed state. Did that woman also wake up? Chapter 57, what is that thing? Is this heaven? Aisha struggled to open her eyes, her consciousness still a bit hazy. Her memory stopped at that moment when the white hell swept toward her, surrounded by fleeing animals, and then there was nothing more. She instinctively tried to move her body but found her hands and feet firmly bound, unable to move at all. The real feeling brought her back to clarity. This is not heaven. She did not die. Had she been saved? Or was it falling into a greater crisis? At this thought, she fearfully twisted her neck to observe her surroundings. Then, she was completely stunned. What came into view was not a cold cave, nor a tree hole, but a spacious and dry wooden cabin. Inside the house was a hearth, with fuel, food, hay, animal skins everywhere, and monkeys? God! Don't tell me that monkeys can build wooden houses too, and brought me back to life. Praying to God here is useless, it's better to pray for the national luck game. And think with your brain, can monkeys really build houses? Not to mention face-to-face communication, under this national luck system, even sending bullet comments in various live stream rooms would be instantly translated into words everyone could understand. Communicating with this woman was naturally the same as with other country players encountered before. Suddenly hearing a man's voice, Aisha quickly adjusted the angle of her head. Soon she saw a man in a bear skin, wearing a roe deer hat, sitting at a table, playing with a handgun. He was staring at her intently. You, who are you? As Aisha recognized Yifan, her wariness instantly peaked, but she adjusted her mindset quickly. Did you save me? My name is Aisha, I am from the Winged Horse Nation. Winged Horse Nation? Upon hearing this, Yifan slightly raised an eyebrow. This was not far from Dragon Nation. It is a bordering country in Central Asia. There are also people from the Winged Horse Nation in Dragon Nation. It is said that the famous poet Li Bai was born in the city of Suaya in the Winged Horse Nation. I am Yifan. Various thoughts appeared in Yifan's mind for just a moment before he cast them aside. You fell not far from my shelter. Yifan? Before Yifan could explain, Aisha suddenly showed a look of surprise and exclaimed, the Yifan from Dragon Nation? Yifan raised his eyebrow. This reaction was not right? I came specifically to find you. I didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying natural disaster. Aisha seemed afraid Yifan would misunderstand and hurriedly said, our two countries have reached an agreement, and recently, I received communications from my country, urging me to come here and cooperate with you for survival. By the way, I also brought the thing you most need, right here. Aisha instinctively looked at her clothes but realized they were very messy, and what she had inside had already disappeared. Lost on the way? Or could it be that this man in front of her? What thing? Yifan still played with the handgun, asking the question. Nitro, high-purity nitro that has been refined. Aisha finally reacted, realizing that no matter the situation, she must clarify things quickly. I am originally a PhD in geology, very good at finding various veins. I also have a certain level of skill in mineral refining. The message I received was that you have a large amount of sulfur and charcoal here, so when I came over, I brought mineral refining equipment and some high-purity nitro. The equipment was hidden in a cave when I saw the blizzard and ran away. I'll dig it out after the storm passes. I had a bag of high-purity nitro, it might be lost on the way. Seeing Yifan still expressionless, she quickly added, by the way, within my communications from my country, there are some messages from Dragon Nation that I must bring to you. What? Yifan immediately became alert. Aisha took a deep breath, her expression serious. Dragon Nation asked me to remind you to be very careful of the Free Alliance. They have already sent an elite team into the snowy plains to explore resources. Because a person named Jack's brother is also in the team, it is likely they will secretly come to take revenge on you. This means you should strengthen your military equipment as much as possible and remain vigilant. Elite team? Did they say how many people? Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. She had already believed the words of the person in front of her. After all, someone who had been participating in the National Fortune game could hardly know her relationship with Jack, Tom and the others. Even less likely was knowing about the Free Alliance, unless she was one of them. Her super intuition and sense of danger did not detect anything wrong. I have received your sincerity. Yifan nodded, walked over to Aisha's side, and gently pulled, untying the wolf sinew that bound her. Dr. Aisha, tell me your thoughts, will you join, or leave after the snowstorm passes? Don't consider what those people on Earth have said to you, follow your heart. Before Yifan could finish, Aisha hurriedly said, I think this place is nice, I want to join. The audience from Long Country sighed in relief upon seeing this scene. Finally achieved a simple consensus. God, I was really worried that God would just solve this guy directly. Actually, I think God is doing the right thing. In this wilderness, you have to be so careful when meeting anyone, who knows if you're encountering an enemy or a friend. I think mainly because God has already taken Aisha's weapons away, otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be so easygoing. It doesn't matter, anyway, we have established a preliminary consensus, and the message has been sent. As the viewers in the live broadcast cheered, Yifan carefully examined Aisha and, after confirming she wasn't lying, extended his hand. Welcome aboard, Dr. Aisha. But let me say this up front, if you want to survive here, you need to work. No room for saintly hearts, you can voice your opinions, but the important things cannot go against my will. No problem. Aisha rubbed her sore wrist, repeatedly nodded, and extended her hand. That's only right. Check if your body has any problems. As Yifan spoke, he tossed a toothpaste-like ointment over. For treating frostbite, apply it yourself, I'll find some food. He had just discovered that the meat he roasted had already been eaten by that guy, by Ma One. But it didn't matter. If that guy hadn't eaten, it would probably have been charred by now. Tiger meat, pork, or roe deer meat, which one do you prefer? As Yifan took out the meat, he suddenly focused on Aisha, who was applying the ointment. He noticed she had removed her outer clothing and was putting ointment on the frostbite on her arms. He hadn't really noticed before, her physical condition seemed excellent, with a tall figure and well-toned muscles. Any is fine, you decide. Aisha quickly replied, I'm not Sunni, and, in an environment like this, survival is the most important thing. Even if I were, I wouldn't mind pork. Oh? Good. Yifan nodded in satisfaction and got to work. If one was still tangled up with their beliefs about not eating pork in the wilderness, they probably wouldn't have survived this long. Before long, about 2 pounds of roasted meat was ready. Beside it, a pot of meat soup was bubbling away. Looking at the steaming, oil-slick soup with green wild vegetables inside, tears flowed uncontrollably from Aisha's eyes. Since winter started, it had become increasingly difficult for her to obtain food. Who knew what she had eaten over the past month? Eat, don't starve yourself to death. Yifan said, casually handing over a skewer of roasted meat. Aisha hurriedly accepted it. Salty. When she felt the flavor hit her tongue, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and ate without any semblance of decorum. Wow, it's so delicious. Listening to Yifan, many people couldn't help but twitch their mouths slightly. Ye God's words, but judging by Aisha's reaction, he might indeed be telling the truth. After eating, Yifan gave Aisha some dry grass and furs before heading off to sleep. Aisha hesitated for a moment. Time rushed by in the howl of the wind and snow. In the blink of an eye, over 20 hours had passed. During this time, the two had more or less established trust and understood the basic situation. In their free time, Yifan also learned from Aisha about various minerals that might appear 100 kilometers to the north. However, peaceful days are always short. A snowstorm lasting over 30 hours made the surrounding environment increasingly harsh. Even with ice armor reinforcement, the wooden cabin began to creak under the burden. Is this house about to collapse? Aisha looked at the wall with concern. At this moment, buzz. Yifan's head suddenly throbbed. Danger perception. What's going on? Could it be that the house really can't hold on? No. It's not leaking wind yet. It should be able to last for a while longer. Then what could it be? Yifan quickly activated his thermal vision and began to observe. Soon, he was shocked to discover that outside the wooden cabin, a massive heat source had appeared at an unknown time. In the darkness, a bright orange-red heat source suddenly emerged. Even though it had faded a lot, it was still blinding. Chapter 58, you mean, good idea. Shoo. Yifan suddenly turned around and made a shushing gesture to Aisha, who was about to speak. He quickly retrieved the thermal imaging device from a corner of the cabin. He himself had thermal vision, so he didn't need it. But to communicate with others, this would be very convenient. So during their free time in the last 2 days, he had charged it with a hand-crank generator. At this moment, it had about half of its power left. ZZ. The screen lit up. Yifan directed the lens towards the origin of that heat source and handed it to Aisha. Hiss. The moment Aisha saw the orange-red light blob occupying a third of the screen, she couldn't help but inhale sharply. Is this a brown bear or a polar bear? Looking at its shape. Without a doubt. It was a bear. It should be over 2 meters high. No one knew where it had come from. Anyway, it was now pressing against the outer wall of the wooden cabin, wildly scratching at the wall with its claws. There was a crazed determination, like it would not stop until it got through. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's official livestream did not let their guard down because of this 20+ hours of calm. After all, they were in the midst of a terrifying natural disaster. When they saw Yifan's actions suddenly, they were a bit puzzled. But once they saw the thermal imaging device, one by one, they couldn't help but inhale sharply, their reactions mirroring Aisha's. How could there be a bear? This cursed weather actually has bears? It can't be some ancient creature? Don't jinx it, it might just be a polar bear. Even polar bears are dangerous. That thing is one of the most terrifying animals on Earth. Damn. Why does Yishan encounter everything? I knew it, there was no way we could get through such a terrifying natural disaster safely. Can this bear break through? With so much ice outside, it should be tough, right? I hope it can be scared away like those animals before. While they were discussing, the live stream suddenly showed a change. It appeared outside the wooden cabin. As soon as they saw the bear, many fell into silence. It should be a brown bear. Yifan, with a slightly grim expression, gave his judgment. This isn't right, is it? In this kind of temperature, shouldn't it be hibernating in a cave? Even if it were woken up, it wouldn't be likely to come out. Aisha's face turned pale, thinking of a possibility, unless. As a geology PhD, she often had to venture into the wild. In their Yima country, there were also some brown bears roaming about. She naturally knew a thing or two about them. She had also seen a grizzly bear in this forest, and it was truly a life-and-death experience. The snowstorm caused the snow to collapse or something else happened, crushing this guy's hibernation cave. Aisha's eyes widened with fear as she heard Yifan's words. When awakened, it realized it couldn't maintain its body temperature and fell into a semi-comatose, half-crazy state. To survive, it will instinctively seek out all heat sources to regain its temperature. Yifan's expression turned extremely grim. Under the snowstorm, we are the largest heat source. It can even be said that in extreme cold, it can no longer feel pain, its body is completely numb. It is now like a living corpse that only knows to seek warmth. So, if we don't kill it, it will tear apart our home and eat us to stay warm? Boom. Before Yifan could finish his words, a loud crash resonated through the air. The entire wooden cabin seemed to shake violently. Snow from the roof came tumbling down. Danger! Danger! The translator flapped his wings in panic, shouting. Ma One and the monkey group had already moved to a corner, trembling with fear. The grizzly bear outside had clearly lost its patience, no longer clawing wildly but instead began to ram its body forcefully against the wall. Damn it, this creature is incredibly strong. Yifan noticed a log in the wall nearby bulging inward. The mortise and tenon structure seemed to show signs of loosening. If it kept hitting like this, the wall would definitely collapse. No way, we must drive this thing away, or we'll freeze to death in this storm. Yifan tightened his grip on the pistol, but his brow couldn't help but furrow. The power of the pistol was simply too weak. It was impossible to penetrate the wall. Let alone penetrate the wall, then kill the bear through so much fat. As for a shooting hole, this bear wasn't playing by the rules. It wasn't even by the door's direction. This thing intended to tear down the wall. Shooting holes were completely useless. Could it be that I can only climb out through the chimney and attack from the roof? Yifan instinctively looked up. Unfortunately. This route wouldn't work either. The chimney was very narrow. It wasn't wide enough for an adult to pass through. Let alone for him, Aisha couldn't do it either. Crack. At that moment, a breaking sound came. The log that endured the heavy blows seemed to have reached its limit, suddenly cracking with a gap 2 fingers wide. Whoosh! The wild wind outside suddenly poured in like a high-pressure water gun had turned on, flooding in an instant. The temperature indoors plunged suddenly. Through the crack, Yifan could even see the grizzly bear's coarse fur covered in ice shards and that black claw desperately digging at the gap. The viewers in the livestream were going crazy. How did things suddenly worsen to this point? What's happening? Damn! Is this bear really that fierce? Come on! The wooden cabin is actually cracking like this? What will Yifan do about this? Before the weapon was even refined properly, a disaster struck, otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive. Does anyone know how to kill this bear in this situation, or at least scare it away? Yifan's incendiary bombs and poison smoke bombs seem to have all been used. What about grenades? With such a narrow gap, whether the grenade can be thrown out is one thing, but can it actually kill this bear? Is it possible to blow up the wall directly? It feels like a guaranteed death. Does Teacher Zhu have any ideas? The audience from Long Country watched the scene and erupted. Foreigners who had initially lost hope in this crisis, upon hearing the news, rushed into Long Country's official livestream. For a moment, the entire livestream was filled with prayers, chaos, and schadenfreude. A gap? Yifan's eyes lit up with joy. There is a gap. There's still a chance. As he spoke, Yifan had already pulled out his pistol. Wait. Aisha pressed his hand down, speaking rapidly. Attacking this angle with a pistol, it's impossible to kill the brown bear, it might just provoke it. Do you remember what I brought? You have sulfur here. We can definitely make something out of it. Maybe we can drive it away, even a little bit of chance. You mean, okay. I got it. Yifan quickly recalled what Aisha had brought and suddenly thought of something. You prepare the medicine, remember to add the chili powder. Yifan's mind raced. I'll find a way to block this guy and buy some time, is that okay? The brown bear's sense of smell is 2,100 times stronger than that of humans. This ability is crucial for their survival in the wild. But, if used wisely, it could become the best plan to deal with them. No problem. Aisha nodded immediately. Give me 3 minutes. As she spoke, she was already in action. Boom! Another loud bang erupted. The bear's paw clawed madly in the gap. Wood shavings fell like snowflakes. More and more wind rushed in. Yifan hesitated no longer and focused on the wood in the corner. Without a word, he directly poured a bucket of water over it. While the wood absorbed the water, he wrapped some thin fur around the ashes in the fire pit, and at the moment the bear's paw was about to withdraw, he suddenly tossed it out. Whoosh! The fluff and ash hit the bear's face. Taking advantage of its moment of confusion, he quickly stuffed the wet wood into the gap, trying to poke it out as much as possible. The wet wood would freeze quickly in this low temperature. It would bond with the upper and lower layers of wood. Then, he used some heavy objects to hold the wood in place, hoping to buy some time. Once everything was done, Yifan braced himself with one foot against the wood, then turned to look at Aisha not far away. At this moment, the audience in the livestream had already been left speechless. What? It can work like this? Using ashes to obstruct vision, then blocking the gap with soaked wood. Feels like this won't hold for long. A little time is better than none. Once they finish preparing what they need, it will be done. Wow, look behind Yifan, Miss Aisha is amazing. Her method of preparing black powder compares to Yifan's. What kind of trick is this? Wrapping gunpowder in bear oil, what effect will that have? It's bound to catch fire once it sticks, plus you don't need to worry about it being thrown away, it can be flattened. So smart. If it were me, I definitely couldn't handle it. Their teamwork is just incredible. But just when the audience in Dragon Country was marveling at their cooperation, amazed by their skills, and anticipating their next move, many untimely sounds rang out. TSK Tisk, it's all in vain. How can you possibly deal with a bear with such little stuff? Don't even mention the black powder mixed with those strange things. Even if it were a big grenade, could it solve the bear? Dragon Country will ultimately perish. You damned guys are finally going down. Let you experience the feeling of a bear disaster. In the past 20 hours, Yifan's little cabin had seen no movement. Many foreigners had already left for other livestreams. After hearing what was happening here, they suddenly popped back in. Boom! At that moment, Yifan suddenly stumbled. The entire cabin shook again. The heavy objects pressing down on the filled wood clearly shifted. A deep gash appeared in the ground. Have you finished? Yifan reacted and quickly pushed hard, watching the gap once again loosen. A hint of urgency crept into his voice. Almost there, just this last part. Aisha said as she poured out a large pile of red powder from a small cloth bag, then she dumped it all out and mixed it with the fat clump. Finally, she tore off a piece of cloth, soaked it in fat, tightly wrapped it up, and shaped a firehead filled with pure sulfur powder at the top. Yi Fan. Get ready, Aisha said, handing it over to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, receiving the oily bomb, finally breathed a sigh of relief, moved the item blocking the gap aside, and fixed his gaze on that spot. The lighter was also taken out. The next second, that wooden board was shoved out with a sudden force. A nauseating, fishy smell rushed in from outside. Light it. At the moment when the brown bear's paw struck out again, Yi Fan ignited the fuse. The blue flame shot up instantly. Without hesitation, he forcefully shoved the smoking bomb through the gap. Then he hurriedly used the damp wood to block the gap. Through the thermal imager, he could clearly see that the bundle was pushed out and landed on the ground. Boom! The next second, a dull explosion echoed from outside the wall. In that moment, all that remained in sight was red. The viewers in the live stream stared wide-eyed. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Through the live stream, they could see the situation outside. That tiny object, but at the moment of the explosion, the bright yellow flame shot up half a meter high. Burning sulfur produces pungent sulfur dioxide, combined with the smell of the burnt animal fat, plus the smoke formed by the chili powder. These three odors instantly stimulated the brown bear to let out a heartbreaking scream. But before it could react, countless small oily sparks with fire points appeared on the bear's body and paws, crackling with noise. Everyone was stunned into silence by this sudden change. Ow! A heart-wrenching howl erupted. Even through thick walls, Yi Fan and Aisha could feel the bear's pain. The frantic crashing abruptly stopped. In its place were violent coughs and the sound of thrashing in the snow. The intense chemical irritation made this half-mad creature instantly experience what it meant to suffer worse than death. Take advantage of its illness to take its life. Yi Fan's eyes sharpened, quickly removing the wood blocking the wall, pulling out his pistol, and adjusting the angle to pull the trigger through that tiny gap. Bang! 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 He didn't hesitate and directly fired multiple shots, essentially aiming to empty the magazine. At most, he made minor adjustments based on the thermal feedback. Ow! At first, the brown bear continued to scream in madness. But soon, the screams were cut off. Its massive body twitched a few times, then crashed heavily against the base of the wall. Ha! Ha! Yi Fan put away the gun, looked at the situation outside, and murmured, "It should be dead, but let's burn it once more." Bears can play dead. It takes time for body temperature to drop. Yi Fan really didn't have confidence. Now that this guy had collapsed at the wall's base, it was the best opportunity. As he spoke, Yi Fan wasted no time and directly combined gunpowder with bear oil to take a second shot. Watching the flames ignite on the bear's body, he finally felt a bit more at ease. Through the thermal imager, Aisha looked at the situation outside and also breathed a sigh of relief. It should be dead. But even so, she didn't put down the thermal imager and simply remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so strong, yet still so careful." "Aren't you the same? I learned this from you, right?" Aisha smiled and said, "Being cautious can always improve survival chances." The audience of Long Country listened to the words of the two, feeling both amused and bewildered for a moment. But upon careful thought, it actually made a lot of sense. In the wild, any animal that can survive certainly has its reasons. If one doesn't remain cautious at all times, even someone with extraordinary abilities could be destroyed at any moment. However, soon, all these thoughts were pushed aside. "Ha, who just said that Gadyi couldn't hold on?" "That foreigner who said if Gadyi could hold on, he would stand on his head to defecate. You've been successfully fooled. I told you, Gadyi would definitely make it. Weren't there a lot of foreigners just now? Why is it so silent now?" The entire live broadcast room suddenly became lively and cheerful. As time passed, the flames on the bear quickly extinguished. Yi Fan and the other person stared intently at the thermal imaging. Until they saw that even the area representing the heart began to dim gradually, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The temperature of the heart has also dropped. Yi Fan's voice was hoarse. This time, it must be completely dead. The adrenaline rush quickly faded, and the two finally relaxed their tense nerves. Hiss! A bone-chilling cold swept in, and both of them shivered almost simultaneously. It was only at this moment that they fearfully realized something was wrong. The temperature inside the wooden house had unknowingly dropped to a suffocating level. The animal skins hanging on the wall were even covered with a layer of white frost. Damn it! The current temperature has definitely dropped below zero. What's going on? Aisha turned in panic to look at the hole in the wall. Sure enough, The wet wood blocked most of the gap, but the cold air could still blow in from that loose area. We have to think of a way to seal the gap, otherwise we won't last long. Yifan's face was not looking good either, his mind racing as his eyes quickly scanned the wooden house. Chapter 60, Snowstorm for 72 Hours, Danger. Aisha's gaze was also searching inside the small wooden house, trying to find a way to break the deadlock, but what she saw were all the monkeys, including Baimawen, surrounding the fire pit, roasting their fronts and backs, constantly flipping themselves, trying to let both sides of their bodies get some warmth from the flames. Inside the official live room of Long Country, the audience's hearts were in their throats. They initially thought killing the bear meant safety. But unexpectedly, after the bear, there was actually more danger. How do we bet? It seems useless to stack more wooden planks inside. The key is that the gap is so big, without something to fill the void, the effect is really limited. I don't know how long this snowstorm will last. No wonder academician was said that in this snowstorm, it's literally 9 deaths out of 10, if anyone else were here, it would be 10 deaths without life. Ha, I told you, you Long Country people are too happy too early, right? So what if you escape the bear? In such a natural disaster, even the slightest change can be fatal. Before an audience, who had originally fallen silent, began to speak up again after seeing this scene. Sabaining looked at these discussions, instinctively wanting to ask Zhu Weiqiang beside him if he had any way to solve the current situation. But after seeing Zhu Weiqiang's expression, he held himself back. At that moment, Yifan made a move. He rushed straight to the corner, quickly dragging out the skin of the wild boar king. The wild boar king's skin was quite thick and hard, unsuitable for warmth, but it had too strong a stench to eat. Yifan had left it in the corner after obtaining it, but now it finally had a use. Aisha, come help. Yifan poured water on the wild boar skin and then pressed it hard against the hole. No matter how strong the wind is, we absolutely cannot let go. Aisha was momentarily stunned but reacted quickly. Quickly pressed it down. The two worked together, and the cold wind instantly lessened a lot. But looking at the wild boar skin being blown inward, it was clear that this thing's effect was quite average. Baimawen, stop roasting by the fire. Bring your monkeys over here and hold this. Otherwise, we will all be dead sooner or later. At Yifan's shout, Baimawen, no matter how unwilling, quickly took action. Whenever a monkey did not cooperate, it would kick it away. Normally, the translator would have flown over to mock him, but now, they were still shivering in a corner. It seemed they couldn't even say a joke. Once all the monkeys were in place, Yifan turned and walked away, finding a few sturdy logs and chopping them a few times. The carpenter master's skills were much stronger than those who were merely proficient. With the help of super intuition, there was no need to carefully consider the size issue at all. Soon, a wedge-shaped wooden block, slightly larger than the hole, was already made. When he saw the scene, in the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Weiqiang suddenly stood up. I understand. Ye God wants to use traditional craftsmanship to block this hole. Just create a stopper that is large on the inside and small on the outside, using the pressure difference and cold shrinkage principle to jam it in tight? As Zhu Weiqiang spoke, his confidence wavered a bit. He was certain Yifan meant it this way. But could such a structure really block it? Fortunately, he soon discovered that Yifan had soaked the clothes he had taken from competitors of the Lighthouse Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and several other countries in water, and then he realized, continuing confidently. Now what needs to be done is to make sure there's enough water on this wooden wedge. The low temperature will instantly bond it to the wall, and then we can move to the next step, thoroughly fixing it. You can think of these clothes as quick-drying cement. As he explained this, it was no surprise that Yifan was already wrapping the wet clothes around the wedge. Not only that, Yifan even lifted it up by himself. Every muscle in his body was tense. It seemed that his strength had been summoned to the utmost. Aisha. Baimawen. On my command. Remove the skin. Confirming they understood his order, Yifan began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Withdraw. Aisha abruptly pulled away the wild boar skin. A terrifying cold current rushed in instantly. But at the moment the cold current poured in, the wooden wedge in Yifan's hand slammed into the gap. Get in there. Bang. With a dull thud, the wooden wedge wrapped in wet cloth was forcefully smashed into the irregular hole. Smack. Without hesitation, Yifan kicked it all the way in. It fit snugly. The entire process was so fast that it seemed like a blur. As his motion ended, a sizzling sound came through. A magical scene occurred. The drenched clothes, upon contact with the terrifying cold air and frigid wall, suddenly froze instantly. In just a few seconds, the wooden wedge, wet cloth, and wall seemed to be stuck together by powerful glue. Huff. 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 Aisha immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that with no cold wind blowing in, she was somewhat spent, collapsing down and gasping, finally solved it. What are you doing? But soon she noticed that Yifan didn't stop, instead, he started digging. I still need to do a little more, add some insurance. Yifan's hands kept moving, quickly mixing the dugout soil with sawdust and some animal hairs, adding water to make a slurry. As he kept stirring, the resistance grew stronger and stronger. Until even stirring it required some effort, he finally stopped, applying the slurry to the seam between the wooden wedge and the wall. No matter if this fiber-mixed slurry froze. As the temperature inside the wooden house was slowly dried out, that immense toughness should serve as the last protection, trying its best to ensure the temperature here. Official live broadcast room of the Dragon Country. Xu Weiqiang watched a series of fluid operations and excitedly slapped the table in praise. So professional. It's really too professional. Sawdust and hair can provide resilience. In this situation, whether slowly dried or frozen into blocks of ice, this mud will become solid concrete. With this patch, this place might even be stronger than before. Ah, I knew it. God, you can definitely get through this crisis. I just knew it. If Xu Weiqiang was like this, how could the viewers in the live room not be amazed? For a moment, the whole live room was bustling with excitement. As time slowly passed, the temperature inside the wooden house gradually began to rise. The monkeys and the translator gradually recovered some energy. The comfort level inside the room was also continuously increasing. I don't know if it was because the bear's attack caused more snow to slide off the roof, but the shaking of the house seemed to be gradually reducing. In the blink of an eye, another 30 or more hours passed. Yifan and Aisha were trapped in this enclosed space, eating and sleeping, and communicating with each other. Gradually, the two became more familiar with each other. Yifan also learned a lot about the things in this forest. Rustle, rustle. Just as they were preparing to eat, suddenly, a slight scratching sound came. Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly. His heat vision activated. He quickly locked onto the position of the chimney. Shoo! Yifan raised his hand to signal Aisha to be quiet, then pointed at the chimney. Squeak! Suddenly, an urgent scream came from the chimney, followed by several small black creatures tumbling down the flue. Rats? Aisha was startled. Yifan nodded and then shook his head. Not rats, it's lemmings. He instinctively wanted to describe the characteristics of lemmings, but before he could say it, he realized something was wrong. In this snowstorm, can lemmings survive? Of course, they can. They can dig holes in the snow to ensure the temperature doesn't get too low. But why were they appearing at the chimney? Of course, it was because the temperature of the chimney was higher. But if that's the case, doesn't it mean that the snow has already reached higher than the small wooden house? Have they been buried alive? Chapter 61, What the heck? What is this? What's wrong? Aisha noticed Yifan's expression suddenly froze, and her heart sank, quickly asking. Yifan did not speak but pointed at the chimney. A few seconds later, he slowly said, lemmings usually only move in the tunnels beneath the snow. Them falling from the chimney means. It means the snow outside may have reached the roof, or even higher than the chimney. Aisha's face turned pale. You're saying, we've been buried alive? Official live broadcast room of the Dragon Country. The audience, who were once enjoying a warm moment, changed their expressions drastically one by one. What? What the heck? Are you kidding me? Is this a joke? Godye, don't joke around like this. If the snow is higher than the house, isn't that over? Let alone what will happen after going outside. If this is true, won't you be suffocated inside? Is it really that extreme? This house must be over 3 meters tall, right? Can snow really fall that much? Everyone thought that although they hadn't gained anything over the past few days and hadn't returned anything, at least they were safe, with plenty of food. They could hold on until the storm passed. Who would have thought they would encounter such a situation? The snow was higher than the house. Damn! No wonder they hadn't felt the house shaking these past few days. No wonder there hadn't been any disturbances like the bear in these days. They had all been buried alive. How can this harassment continue? The viewers in the live broadcast room were truly dumbfounded. It was even hard for them to accept for a moment. After surviving so many crises, to end up with such a suffocating death was simply too hard to accept. Amidst the frantic flood of bullet comments, Yifan had already walked to the door, trying to push against the heavy wooden door with his shoulder. Not a budge. As if it was sealed by cement. There are at least several tons of snow blocking the door, it can't be pushed open. Yifan's tone was calm, but his brows were furrowed tightly. If the snow outside is still falling, once it accumulates beyond the height of the chimney, the exhaust won't be able to escape, and we'll face a crisis similar to the gas chamber we encountered before, maybe even worse. So, what should we do? Aisha was really a bit panicked. Being buried deep under the snow felt more suffocating than facing a wild beast. She felt that going out to face the snowstorm might be easier to survive than being buried. First, let's confirm if the snow has stopped outside, Yifan said, his gaze starting to scan the room frantically. Aisha thought Yifan was looking for some tools, but she didn't expect him to quickly fix his gaze on the translator, who was curled up on the beam pretending to be dead. Stop pretending. Go out and take a look. As he spoke, he made a gesture as if to command. When the translator saw he had to squeeze into the still smoking chimney, he shook his head like a rattledrum, holding onto the beam tightly. No. No. Too hot. No. No. Stop talking. No meat tonight if you don't go. Yifan pulled out a piece of jerky from his pocket and waved it. The translator's black bean eyes instantly widened. But looking at Yifan's actions, he kept shaking his head. No. No. Too hot. If you don't go, there'll be no food for you today. Yifan remained unmoved. No. No. Aisha watched the scene, also dumbfounded. Although she had seen Yifan and the translator interact several times these past 2 days, they were all just daily matters, and she had thought of the translator as a rather special pet. Having a talking pet in the wilderness was actually quite good. With someone to talk to, at least a person wouldn't go mad so quickly. But she never expected the translator could actually reach this point. This is just ridiculous. If you don't go, you won't be able to eat anything for several days. It was until Yifan said this that Aisha finally reacted, quickly saying, how about I try reaching out to see? We just need to find something to step on. Before Aisha could finish her sentence, the translator suddenly cursed and flew out. See, wasn't it just that it went? Yifan said with a smile, I understand it, I know how to get it to work. Listening to this, Aisha felt at a loss for words. How was this so different from her imagination? It's really clever. After a brief silence, Aisha finally blurted this out. Sorry. Sorry. Before Yifan could speak, the translator's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. In the next second, this guy quickly fell from the top of the chimney. Then, he flew over Yifan's head, flapping his wings, sending dust flying toward Yifan. Yifan immediately reached out to grab. Goodness. They say crows are vengeful. He really agrees with that now. Seeing Yifan's hand almost reaching, the translator hurriedly shouted. Ka. Sun. Bright. Sun. Bright. The sun? Yifan's eyes brightened, the snow stopped. As long as the snow stopped, there was hope. Ka. It stopped. It stopped. Listening to the translator's words, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, they weren't about to lose their lives right away. But, how do we get out? The viewers in the live broadcast room were just about to cheer, as if they had survived the snowstorm brought by the Arctic vortex. But before they could type anything, Aisha had already raised such a question. Looking at the surrounding sealed walls. Then looking at the only exit, that narrow chimney which could only fit a bird. Everyone's expressions grew serious once again. Yes. How do we get out? The Arctic vortex has ended, so what now? It's over, no more snow. Indeed, there won't be issues with gas chambers, but how long can the food and other supplies in this little cabin last? Can they hold on until the snow outside melts? The regular temperature is around -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. At such temperatures, waiting for the snow to melt away might just mean waiting until winter ends. Can we wait? Even if there is enough food, enough water, and enough fuel, before winter ends there will still be 2 or 3 rounds of rankings at the end of the month. We will still perish. Not to mention that there isn't enough food, water, or fuel here. What do we do? Almost everyone fell into silence. The door can't be opened, are we not going to break down the walls or the roof? Yifan, hearing Aisha's words, felt optimistic, just open a hole big enough for us to get out. If we break the roof or the walls, won't the snow outside collapse in? If that happens, even if we won't be directly crushed, we might be squeezed somewhere we don't even know. Just wait and see how I operate. Yifan quickly focused on the red pine in the corner. Soon, Yifan began to work. In a little while, a simple triangular protective shelter was built, just right under the chimney near the roof. In the official livestream of Long Country, Shu Weiqiang spoke to the viewers in the livestream. This structure can bear great pressure, and Yifan should want to not only climb up but also prevent a large-scale collapse of snow when they open the roof. Of course, this is just one of my guesses. But it must be said, this is a very good choice. The roof, especially near the chimney, should be the area where the snow is the thinnest they might encounter. Listening to Zhu Weiqiang's continuous speech, slowly, a familiar feeling returned. The viewers in the livestream felt a bit of relief from their tense emotions. However, they still stared intently at the livestream. But reducing risks, does that mean such a situation could still occur? If tons of snow came crashing down, who could withstand it? As they anxiously watched, Yefan slowly climbed the rack and then started to work around the chimney with a saw. As the wood chips kept falling, Yefan instinctively moved a bit farther away. Crack! As he sawed to about 2/3, a sudden crack sounded. Yefan quickly dodged. In the next second, a large piece of wood fell directly to the ground, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. Some snow instantly fell down. Fortunately, it was firmly blocked by the protective shelter. Seeing a beam of light shining through the opening, Yefan showed a smile. Ha, it seems my choice was right. The snow here is less, it's about enough for a person to pass through. Looking at the beam of light coming in, Yefan's face was filled with excitement. I'll go out and take a look. As Yefan said this, he reached out towards the outside. The viewers in the livestream were increasingly excited. We made it through. Ha ha. It really cleared up. This damned game, how come it never lets us switch to the outside view? Otherwise I could get a good night's sleep, honestly. No matter what, Yefan is awesome. To think of such a method. Wow. Haha, it's really a fight for survival. This wave of my ability towards Yishin. What the hell? Is it really that ridiculous? In the beginning, the audience in the livestream was excited about Yifan's performance. But when Yifan's body leaned out, with the camera shift, the initial excitement immediately felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over it. Whether it was Yifan or the viewers in the livestream, they were truly stunned. Everyone's face showed disbelief. Chapter 62 must get in quickly. Aisha, come up and check the situation. After a moment of daze, Yifan quickly flipped out, standing on the roof, calling out. Hearing Yifan, Aisha scrambled up the framework. The moment her body peeked out, she froze completely. Is this still the forest? Everything in front of her looked completely different from the world before they entered the wooden house. The whole world seemed to be left with only one color. White. Everywhere was crystal clear. The once lush red pine forest now mostly only revealed the tips of tree crowns, like clusters of low bushes growing in the snow. The rolling hills were flattened, and the ravines erased. Under the refracted sunlight, the entire world sparkled with a dazzling diamond-like brilliance. From the perspective of enjoying the scenery, this place was breathtakingly beautiful. The northern country's landscape is exactly this. But what if we think from the perspective of survival? Yifan stood on the roof, took a deep breath. Even though his resistance to the cold had been strengthened twice, it still stimulated his lungs significantly. He felt instantly more awake. The thickness of the snow is at least over 3 meters. Yifan murmured his analysis. In other words, the roof we are standing on is actually just a small mound on top of this new land. How are we supposed to move? No matter who it is, seeing Yifan's expression at this moment, one would find him extremely grave. Because of this, within the live stream that was previously marveling over the beautiful scenery, there began to appear some other types of voices. It really is beautiful, but it's also truly terrifying. I really don't know how we could survive without this little wooden house. Yishin is truly too lucky this time. Why do I feel like the real test is just beginning? This deep snow makes it extremely difficult to gather resources next. The key is, where's the hot spring? Such a big hot spring? Will the hot spring be buried under such a snowstorm? Isn't that too exaggerated? How long do you think it will take for the hot spring to be revealed? While most people in the livestream were still immersed in the beauty of the scene, with only a few discussing these matters, suddenly, Yifan's roar pulled everyone's thoughts back. Don't move! Are you looking for death? While speaking, Yifan was quick and grabbed Aisha by the back of her collar, pulling her back clumsily. What's wrong? Aisha was shocked. You almost left the roof area just now. Yifan paused. Even on the roof, you can't step on this snow, it's a trap. Without waiting for Aisha to speak, Yifan casually picked up a stone used to weight the roof and let it drop. The stone fell straight down. Thud. With this slight sound, the stone instantly smashed through the somewhat hard shell of snow and then sank into the powdery snow, disappearing without a trace. Only a small black hole was left. The snow isn't as solid as we imagined. Yifan looked ahead, his tone serious. This snow's scientific name should be wind-packed snow. The surface is hardened by violent winds, it looks passable, but underneath, it is all soft powdery snow. Here, the snow is at least more than 3 meters deep, all composed of this loose structure. When we step into this, our whole body instantly sinks down, just like falling into a swamp. Without special equipment like skis, falling in basically means a dead end. The snow will quickly compress inward and wrap you tightly. You won't even have a chance to struggle. In just a few minutes, you'll suffocate from the pressure on your chest. Even if there's a tiny bit of space, in just a dozen minutes, you will die from loss of body heat. Anyway, there's definitely no chance of rescuing anyone in that time. This thing is more terrifying than quicksand. Aisha had heard of this situation before, but seeing the stone being swallowed by snow in an instant still turned her face pale. Cold sweat started pouring from her back. This is not a fairy tale world? It is clearly the Grim Reaper dressed in a white wedding dress. If you accidentally fall down, wouldn't you really become a specimen? Wait. Aisha quickly realized a more serious problem. Doesn't that mean we are trapped in this palm-sized place? We can't go anywhere? I remember you said before that there's a hot spring here? When do you think the hot spring can break through this snow and melt the snow around? Aisha glanced around with a hint of despair, trying to find the hot spring, but all she saw was a snow-covered depression not far away. It looked like there had originally been a deeper valley there, now covered by snow. That's all. The hot spring can't even melt the snow on its own body, how can it melt the snow around it? Wait, what are those traces? Yifan wanted to say that he had some ideas, but was distracted by Aisha's words. Looking in the direction she pointed, he found several strip-like traces from beyond the camp extending dozens of meters away. They looked a bit like heavy sleds had passed through. Other humans have been here before? How is that possible? What human can move in that snowstorm? If they came after the snowstorm, they should have already discovered them. Why is there no sign of them? Countless pieces of information flashed through Yifan's mind in an instant. That is... Soon, he noticed that at the end of these traces, there were some irregular black holes. Excavate down? That position is? Yifan had a bold idea and his eyes lit up instantly. Indeed, that area is not a normal collapse. Something had been digging there. And that place was where the first wave of beasts fell into traps before. It seems something has been to that place, possibly digging up something. Aisha also voiced her speculation. That's right. Yifan took a deep breath. I don't know if you remember, but when the snowstorm arrived, many animals were fleeing. That place had numerous traps I set up, injuring dozens of various animals. I was just thinking we might be able to dig them out, but now it seems that the beasts discovered the end of the snowstorm before us and left. Under normal circumstances, the temperature of a refrigerator is only about -18 degrees. Under the snowstorm, the temperature here is probably around -80 degrees. The animals that fell into the traps back then must be edible. At worst, they might not be that tasty. Collecting these guys completely can be their reserve food, perhaps they could also trigger a few returns, and they can even reclaim the traps. But now, it seems, all of them have been dragged away by those cave hyenas. The key is, will these cave hyenas come back again? If they come back, how will he defend himself? Yifan's mind instantly filled with a flurry of thoughts. The audience in the livestream felt their scalps tingle upon hearing this. Damn! Are these hyenas really this outrageous? They even know how to dig up previous prey. Thinking about it sends chills down my spine. If they can find these bodies, can't they also find Ye God? Damn it! What if they come back to kill again? Ye God and the others can't leave this wooden house, it's like they're trapped. If those things come over, hell, I can't even think about it. I thought we would be safe after surviving the snowstorm, but now it feels like there's even more danger. The excitement of the viewers in the live stream, at this moment, truly vanished into thin air. Each of their faces was filled with anxiety. What should we do about this? Take a step and you might drown immediately. Stay put, but those hyenas can actually move in the snow. The key is, they've already come over, who knows when a hunt and counter-hunt will happen. And Yifan's weapons are nearly used up. Really, they are almost gone. This situation feels even more like a deadlock than facing the snowstorm? Let's go back. Be careful of snow blindness if we stay out too long. We'll go back and figure out what to do next. Yifan took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his mindset, and said to Aisha beside him, then walked towards the cabin. Chapter 63, Are you sure this will be enough? Why are you still dazed? If you look any longer, you'll go blind. When Yifan was about to get all the way in, he called out to Aisha again. The weather had cleared up. In this strong light, looking without protection for too long would lead to snow blindness. At that point, everything would be dark, and in this wilderness, even the gods would find it hard to save you. After saying this, he stopped talking and directly climbed down. The sod opening on the roof was still emitting steam. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, once the wind and snow returned, or a small animal got in, it would be a hassle. No. Just the loss of heat would not let them be comfortable. Even though the snowstorm had passed, the outside temperature was probably still around -60 degrees. This was a natural temperature that could not exist in the Dragon Kingdom in reality. To experience it, one would basically have to go to the North or South Pole. What are you doing? When Aisha came down from above and saw Yifan had taken out the toolbox, she couldn't help but ask. Pass me those wooden boards over there. While selecting tools, Yifan told Aisha, let's turn that hole above into a door. For a while, we will probably have to enter and exit from up there. Aisha hurriedly brought the boards over and helped hold them down. Can't we walk on the snow? Fool, we can't walk directly on it, but we can use some tools to manage it. Looking at the snow outside without protection can cause snow blindness. Once we have some stuff, it'll be fine. While talking, Yifan quickly cut and prepared a board. Then, using a few leather strips as hinges, he soon made a movable hatch door with a sealed frame. Before long, there was a lid in the middle of the roof that could open and close. Watching Yifan's smooth operation, even under great pressure, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This operation was truly miraculous. Without much measuring, he effortlessly opened a door up there. The key was that it looked pretty perfect. After resolving this lingering worry, Yifan sat in a chair, took some red pine branches and animal tendons, and got straight to work. Weren't you just asking how to walk on the snow? Once this is done, forget about 3 meters high snow. It's the same at 30 meters high. Use these things? How? Aisha squatted beside, her face full of curiosity. The viewers in the live broadcast room had similar expressions to hers. Branches, beast tendons, what can this do? Shouldn't we be making something like skis? In the official live broadcast room, Sabaining also threw this question to Zhu Weiqiang, but Zhu Weiqiang was truly dumbfounded this time. He completely didn't understand. Fortunately, Aisha voiced his confusion. So, he immediately showed a listening expression. I say, little Sa, don't be in such a hurry, just look at Gadya's operation, trust me, when I hear it, I will definitely be shocked. Almost the moment his voice fell, Yifan's voice rang out. Make shoes. Yifan's hands moved swiftly, not looking back. Make shoes? Make shoes? At the moment they heard this name, almost everyone was stunned. Use these moves to make shoes? Shoes? You can walk on such terrifying snow by making a pair of shoes? Sabaining asked Zhu Weiqiang beside him in amazement. Of course, just look at Gadya's operation. After a moment of shock, Zhu Weiqiang suddenly understood, especially when he saw Yifan softening the red pine branches over the fire, his confidence surged. The principle is just like a sled, but it will be more convenient than a sled. Next, Gadyu will shape this branch into a huge oval, and then weave a dense grid in the middle with beast tendons. As Zhu Weiqiang spoke, his eyes were filled with admiration. Is survival most about knowledge? Yes and no. People with knowledge are definitely more likely to survive than those without any knowledge. For example, that contestant from South Bang country casually ate unfamiliar mushrooms and gotten himself killed, then returned to Earth 100-fold. But to say that knowledge is the most important thing, Zhu Weiqiang didn't think so. After seeing Yifan's operation, he indeed instantly understood what Yifan intended to do. But if thrown into the scene, could he think of it? He believed he couldn't. At the very least, he couldn't think of it that quickly. Applying knowledge and practice is not something that can be easily done. We must find a way to deal with those hyenas. The traces they left dragging the frozen meat are the best guide to their lair. While seriously making shoes, Yifan suddenly came out with this statement. The snow outside is so deep, can we really chase after them? It seems they are not very affected. Aisha was obviously taken aback upon hearing Yifan's words, then said in astonishment. That's why we need this. Yifan lifted the half-made shoes in his hand. When I first dealt with those hyenas, there seemed to be only a dozen of them, but when I was saving you, there were about 20 to 30 hyenas. I don't know if I miscounted because I was nervous, but I can be sure that there are a lot of them. How long can the frozen meat keep them? We don't know. We also don't know if these guys will suddenly want to change their taste and come after us. So, we must take precautions, if possible, then, strike first. Aisha felt a bit of a chill down her spine. A dozen or even dozens of cave hyenas could attack them at any moment. That's a lot of pressure. Will this wooden house hold up? What can they do to fend off these cave hyenas' attacks? If we can find these hyenas, we can get some explosives or something, blow these guys to the sky, or even blow up their lair. I didn't bring a lot of saltpeter. But I found that the nitrate mine is only 10 to 20 kilometers away. Aisha paused for a moment and continued, my mineral extraction device is also not far from here. I just took a quick look, and it's probably 2 or 3 kilometers away, but I wonder if we can find it smoothly under this heavy snow. 10 to 20 kilometers? Yifan raised his head in surprise upon hearing this. Yes, 10 to 20 kilometers. Aisha said very confidently. After saying that, she hesitated a bit, but finally said, still, there's this problem, with more than 3 meters of snow, it might not be so easy. Not a big problem. While speaking, Yifan had already raised the object he had just completed. With this, moving on top of the snow won't be much of an issue. We'll dig out the blast furnace and materials, and get some tools. It's better than wandering around aimlessly. As Yifan said this, everyone's attention was drawn to the object in his hand. It looked very strange. If you had to say, it was very similar to an oversized tennis racket. Scary in its large length and width. Hearing about this, the foreign onlookers who had gathered to watch didn't catch Xu Weiqiang's analysis and immediately laughed. Ha ha ha. Is this the wisdom of the Dragon Kingdom? Is he making a tennis racket? Laugh out loud, does he want to play badminton here? Stop struggling, with this level of snow, unless there's a helicopter, you can't get out. Just wait to die. I think he's scared silly and is starting to do handicrafts to relieve stress. With such a broken thing, can they really walk on snow like quicksand? What a joke. Yifan, of course, didn't know any of this. He didn't stop moving. He quickly made several similar items in one breath. Once everything was done, he made some smaller things. It was roughly 2 pieces of wood, with a thin slit carved in the middle, painted black with charcoal ash. Let's go outside, wearing this will help prevent snow blindness. As for the shoes, we'll put them on after we go out. Yifan casually tossed the 2 small wooden pieces to Aisha, called out, and then carried the items up towards the roof. Chapter 64, Stop digging, hurry up and go. Wearing this will prevent snow blindness? Aisha was clearly stunned for a moment. But seeing that Yifan was already climbing to the roof with that super tennis racket, she immediately put it on her face. This scene was naturally showcased live by Guiyun. Countless people couldn't help but chuckle, and the laughing comments almost covered the entire live stream room. Sabineng couldn't help but laugh as well, then turned his gaze to Xu Weiqiang. Mr. Zhu, can this really avoid snow blindness? What's the principle behind it? Of course, it can. Although it's not absolute protection, it can effectively reduce the risk. In wilderness survival, this is a very effective method. Xu Weiqiang said very confidently. Not one bit hesitating. Oh? You mean this is the best option? Sabineng showed a somewhat surprised expression. The effect may not be the best, but it's definitely the best among the fastest methods. Xu Weiqiang emphasized again, the thin slit between the 2 wooden pieces only allows narrow beams of light to enter the eyes, which can effectively reduce the total light intensity from the snow surface, avoiding excessive stimulation to the retina. Then the layer of charcoal ash can absorb some visible light and shortwave ultraviolet rays. I don't know if you know, but the main cause of snow blindness is the damage caused by ultraviolet rays to the cornea and conjunctiva. Besides, the layer of charcoal ash can also reduce the reflection on the surface of the wood pieces, avoiding secondary strong light stimulation. Listening to Xu Weiqiang's explanation, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also amazed. So, does this mean that no matter if it's making super large shoes or these wooden glasses, Yi God's choices are the best based on these conditions? Sabineng had a similar expression while listening. He really didn't expect that such a simple little thing could have so many wonderful aspects. Of course. Xu Weiqiang was very certain. Just during their brief chat, Yifan had already strapped the giant tennis racket to his feet. Is this really going to work? Aisha looked at Yifan with some worry. She still felt that this thing was a bit too crude. It felt a bit unreliable. What if Yifan started to sink? She felt that with her strength, it would be very difficult to pull Yifan back. Watch closely. Yifan didn't say much, not even a word to comfort her, and just stood up and walked out. The foreign audience trembled with excitement at Yifan's movements. They all kept praying to God. They hoped Yifan would sink. But in the end, reality made them a bit disappointed. As Yifan took a step out, he stepped directly onto the soft snow. No sinking. No engulfing. Those giant snowshoes perfectly distributed his weight over a larger area. With this move, he stood steadily on the snow like a legendary martial arts master, leaving only shallow imprints. Not bad. Yifan's smile grew a bit wider as he quickened his pace, even ran a few steps, becoming more confident and unable to resist jumping a few times. In the official live broadcast room of Dragon Nation, the viewers who had been holding back suddenly burst into laughter. Dumbfounded, right? Don't you foreigners study physics? Do you understand pressure? Pressure. A little bit of snow can't bear Yi God's weight, but if a large area of snow bears it? I almost couldn't help but tell these people what the principle was, but thinking about their expressions when they see it, I held back. Don't say it all so quickly. I was planning to tell them this is Dragon Nation's Kung Fu. Even facing a pile of dangers, so what? Yi God is invincible. Didn't he make it through that severe snowstorm before? So many people's admiration for Yifan had reached a deep level. After seeing Yifan testing this new way of moving, how could they possibly hold back? The atmosphere of the entire live room suddenly became much more relaxed. Aisha watched Yifan's movements and gradually felt relieved. Carefully, she put on the snowshoes Yifan had made for her and tentatively stepped on it. A wonderful feeling came. She really didn't sink. Oh my God. This is amazing. She excitedly ran 2 laps in the snow. Although her movements were a bit clumsy, she would still sink a little with each step, which felt strange. But this feeling of regaining freedom was still very comfortable. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At some point, Baimawan came out of the house with a few little brothers. Seeing Yifan and Aisha had already walked a distance, they squeaked and hurried to catch up. Hey, you can't. Aisha instinctively wanted to stop them, but quickly discovered that the situation of these monkeys seemed to be different from theirs. They didn't sink. They are very light, plus their limbs touch the ground, distributing the pressure, so naturally, they won't sink. It's different from us humans. Yifan seemed to worry that Aisha might think too much and quickly reminded her. But well. Looking at these monkeys jumping around in the snow, even starting a snowball fight. Yifan grinned, since you are so full of energy, don't just stand around. Baimawan. Stop playing. Bring your monkeys and come over here. GG? Baimawan froze for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Yifan with a confused expression. What are you looking at? Get to work. Yifan pointed to the slightly raised snow pile not far away. Do you want to eat meat? Do you want to eat barbecue? If you want to eat, then get to work and dig it out. As Yifan said this, he walked towards the raised spot. Although Baimawan might not understand all of Yifan's words, he could still relate to the basic terms like work and barbecue. With Yifan's actions, he quickly figured it out. With a lot of chattering, he called over his little brothers, and they all followed. What is this all about? Aisha asked, somewhat puzzled. The furnace, no matter where we go, we need to forge weapons, many weapons, otherwise, if we encounter something, we're done for. Yifan knew better than anyone that almost all of his weapons were destroyed. After this wave of snowstorm, most herbivores had either frozen to death, starved, or migrated away. Carnivores without enough food would definitely come after them, and it was completely normal. Yifan was sure that there were probably only a few cave hyenas around here. Without weapons, it was really. Upon hearing Yifan's explanation, Aisha immediately understood and started helping. But it wasn't long before Aisha gave up helping, standing aside. It wasn't that she couldn't do the work, but these monkeys were just too crazy. They had no tools and were only digging with their paws, but they moved like little electric motors, snow flying everywhere. Their efficiency was astonishingly fast. She felt that she would only be in the way standing on the side. Move that snow that might collapse further away. Yifan said, taking out the birch bark scoops and encouraging Aisha to work. These monkeys don't know this place is prone to collapse, they can't move it far. Aisha nodded and got to work. Before long, the chimney at the top of the furnace was revealed. Looking at that familiar black iron pipe, Yifan felt a lot more at ease. Thankfully, the furnace didn't collapse. As long as we clear the area and rekindle the fire, we should be able to forge weapons directly. However, just as the digging work was about to be completed, Yifan's body suddenly stiffened. He listened closely. He could clearly hear a cracking sound. Though very faint, it was such a crisp sound, it was hard for Yifan not to notice. This sound, something was off. It wasn't the sound of a shovel hitting a stone, it sounded more like the cracking of some thin shell? Before he could think more, the room. A powerful intuition instantly struck him. Below, is it empty? Yifan thought of this and quickly called out, stop digging, get out of here. Chapter 65, Surprise? Return. Awesome. Run. Scatter quickly. With Yifan's shout, the monkeys who were still digging immediately scattered in all directions. Aisha was also standing at a safe distance, not daring to approach any closer. Boom. Almost at the moment they jumped away, the snow layer around the chimney of the furnace collapsed in an instant. The cave they were trying so hard to dig suddenly became more than a meter or two deep. How can there be such a hollow below? Seeing the depth clearly, Aisha felt a lot more relieved and curiously approached to take a look. This depth was actually not too bad. As long as one was not particularly unlucky after falling, they shouldn't be seriously injured. Of course, if they went outside, they had to be cautious of such situations. No one knew if there was something beneath the snow or if it was empty. And also, they only planned to dig a pit of about 3 to 5 meters. How did it suddenly collapse more than 10 meters? Perhaps it was because the blast furnace still had some temperature at that time, combined with the underground geothermal heat, which accumulated a lot of energy here, creating a cavity similar to a greenhouse under the snow? Yifan's mastery of physics instantly analyzed the situation. As he casually answered this question, his gaze was examining the blast furnace in the middle of the cavity. It seemed that aside from the part of the snow that had just collapsed, there was nothing else. It also looked quite dry. The blast furnace itself seemed to have no problems, appearing ready for use at any moment. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but appear on Yifan's face. This saves us a lot of trouble, we don't need any cleaning. To be honest, even the snow around the collapsed area had formed a natural snow slope. What more could be said? The further away from the blast furnace, the smaller the impact, hence the snow was naturally thicker. Isn't this just a snow slope? It surprisingly felt a bit lucky. Hey, is that a roe deer? Just as Yifan was preparing to exclaim, Aisha pointed in surprise at a direction. It seems so. Speaking, Yifan quickly walked down from the snow slope. Sure enough. In the direction where the blast furnace met the hot spring, a fragrant roe deer lay still. It seemed it had briefly warmed up from the blast furnace and hot spring, but unfortunately, under the snowstorm, it couldn't escape the fate of freezing to death. It seems this pack of hyenas doesn't have an infallible sense of smell. There are still stragglers. Yifan could roughly guess the reason. The sulfur smell here and the scent from burning coal for iron smelting were too strong. For humans, it was somewhat unpleasant. Let alone for the cave hyenas. Yifan didn't know much about ancient creatures, but their descendants, ordinary hyenas, could easily trace a scent from 4 kilometers away an hour ago. Humans couldn't do such things. Muttering, Yifan kicked the fragrant roe deer with his foot. In the next second, a grand voice suddenly rang out. Global announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Yifan, Winged Horse Kingdom contestant Aisha, successfully obtained the fragrant roe deer, triggering a 9,527 times return reward. Reward: all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom get +1 physique. The Dragon Kingdom gains rare medicinal meat resource, fragrant roe deer, 13 kilograms, * 9,527. Reward: all citizens of the Winged Horse Kingdom get +1 physique. The Winged Horse Kingdom gains rare medicinal meat resource, fragrant roe deer, 13 kilograms, * 9,527. Boom! At the moment the announcement fell, a peculiar energy wave suddenly erupted, directly covering the entire Dragon Kingdom and Winged Horse Kingdom. Everyone seemed to be enveloped by this energy. For the people of the Dragon Kingdom, such rewards were not unfamiliar. Previously, Yifan had received them once. But so what? It was precisely because he had experienced it that he understood the impact of this increase in physique. For ordinary people, it might just mean their bodies suddenly became a bit stronger, but what about those who were ill? What about children and the elderly? What about those with disabilities? That could be a miraculous medicine that extends life. Moreover, is the impact on ordinary people really small? Let alone the various disasters and shortages of food and water resources that have constantly appeared since the National Fortune game arrived, leading to countless people suffering from malnutrition. Just think about it, how many people who had to go to work every day were healthy? In just a moment, almost all the people of the Dragon Kingdom began to celebrate wildly, especially feeling the changes in their bodies. As for the Winged Horse Kingdom, they were experiencing something like this for the first time. Watching countless patients who were barely hanging on just seconds ago begin to recover rapidly, seeing some elderly people who could no longer move start to walk again, seeing those who were transporting supplies suddenly grow lighter. The impact on everyone is truly enormous. A miracle. It's simply a miracle. I feel more comfortable than ever before. I never expected that joining the Dragon Country competitor would bring such good fortune. I thought just surviving was good enough. I apologize for my previous comments, this truly was a very correct choice. The condition of Yima country is not very good, actually. There are only a few competitors left. The whole country is experiencing a cold wave disaster. The food shortage has reached a very serious level. Adding to this, Aisha has been avoiding threats almost every day recently, which has made some people question whether joining the Dragon Country is really a good idea. But at this moment, all doubts vanished into thin air. At least, hasn't this brought benefits already? In the Yima Country White Palace building. In the leader's office. Feeling the changes in his body, the head of Yima Country couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good. A great start. Just stepping out of the predicament, and such benefits come immediately. The national fortune ranking has directly risen by 12 places. Not bad. Very good. He doesn't know why the musk deer is a medicinal meat resource, but he knows the ranking absolutely does not lie. This wave, huge profits. Compared to the nationwide celebration in the Dragon Country and Yima Country, the people of other countries do not look so good. Especially those who hoped that Yifan would die in the snowstorm. Just coming out, and already obtaining such great benefits, what will happen in the next few days? Who knows how much more will be feedbacked? The previous mockery and expectation, at this moment, seemed like something of a clown. Is this the feeling of Constitution +1? It feels like my body has become a lot stronger, and those frostbite spots seem to have healed quite a bit. In the wilderness. Feeling the changes in her body, Aisha couldn't help but clench her fist. Does it feel good? Yifan smiled. Even he, who has been getting used to adding points, felt very good after receiving the Constitution bonus. Not to mention Aisha, who hasn't really experienced it much. Yes, it's so comfortable, I feel like my body has suddenly become much stronger. Aisha nodded uncontrollably, then curiously looked at the musk deer on the ground. Does this deer have something special? How could it return such good rewards? Musk, have you heard of it? It comes from this kind of deer. Yifan said with a smile while arranging the situation. Anyway, we've made a huge profit this time. Musk deer. Musk. No wonder. Aisha had not yet reacted, but the audience watching the live broadcast suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Ha, awesome. This wave of luck for Yi-God is really good. A great start. This wave of luck is indeed not bad. Hope everything goes smoothly next. Not just not bad, it's simply amazing. Looking globally, how many countries have received such returns? Yi-God has done it twice. Haha, what about those who were mocking just now? Why aren't they speaking? Are they hiding under the covers crying? The viewers in the live broadcast room seemed to be ignited once again. By the time they realized it, Yifan had already figured out the basic situation here. After confirming that the blast furnace had no issues and could be used directly, he quickly threw in the wood and anthracite coal. Light the fire. Warm the furnace. With baskets of anthracite coal being poured into the furnace, the temperature around quickly began to rise. The surrounding chill seemed to have been largely dispelled. Taking advantage of the rapid temperature rise in the blast furnace, Yifan began to smash the red iron ore piled aside bit by bit, then mixed it with limestone, layer by layer filling it into the furnace. After this wave, he had very few weapons left that were usable, and they were not suitable for confronting large beasts at all. No matter what, he had to quickly create a batch of weapons to increase his chances of survival. Fortunately, with the support of his blacksmith skills, the entire process went quite smoothly. Bang! 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 As the dull sound of hammering echoed continuously in the snowy pit. An iron bar cast from molten iron was being folded and hammered by Yifan over and over again, gradually removing impurities. Time passed little by little. By the time the viewers in the live stream fully recovered from their excitement, Yifan was already in the final stage of quenching. Sizzle! With a sharp sizzling sound and white mist spreading, a fierce-looking weapon appeared in Yifan's hand. The blade was 1.5 meters long. The handle was also about 30 to 40 centimeters, allowing for a two-handed grip. The blade was long and slightly curved, thick at the back but thin at the edge, wide and heavy at the front, entirely black, weighing around 20-odd pounds. Good knife! Yifan swung it a few times experimentally, feeling that the weighty handle had a very nice feel, which should bring considerable destruction. This was modified from an unfamiliar knife using his blacksmith skills. The reason for this choice was simple: it was powerful enough. After all, this thing also had another name, the horse-slaying knife. Thinking of this, Yifan followed the path dug by Aisha, arriving next to a large tree. Without gathering strength, just using the twist of his waist and the inertia of the blade itself, he swung it fiercely. Whoosh! A low rumble of the air being torn apart sounded. The thick tree, even thicker than a bowl, was instantly cut in half along with the ice covering it. The live stream room erupted instantly. Wow! Is this really a knife? Damn! So violent! So cool! For a moment, I couldn't tell if it was Yi-God's strength that was too great or if this knife was too sharp. That tree at my door was this thick, and they took a minute with a chainsaw to cut it. How does this compare to those people in the knife forging competition who can cut half a pig in two? It feels like this is better. Anyway, we all know Yi-God is invincible, no need to say anything else. Even if he encounters a hyena or an American lion, he'll be fine. Don't say that. Didn't you notice that ancient creatures have been popping up more and more these past few days? One player from the Sun Never Sets Empire got eaten by a serrated tiger, and one from the Prairie Kingdom encountered a woolly rhinoceros and got injured. Who knows when he'll die? It seems like there are more natural disasters too. Sigh, could it be that this national luck game wants to exterminate us humans? Stop thinking so much. Anyway, Yi-God is awesome, he can handle natural disasters, and those ancient creatures can't do anything to him, and now he's made weapons too. In the livestream, the viewers from Long Country were excitedly watching everything, their faces full of excitement. Even seeing others talking about ancient creatures, the overall atmosphere was not too affected. Because Yifan had already successfully gone through it once. As for the foreigners in the live stream, most of them really had nothing to say at this moment. Every time they swore with determination, Yifan mercilessly shattered it with facts. What happened? Perhaps the noise was too loud. Aisha rushed over immediately, but her gaze quickly fell on the weapon in Yifan's hand. The weapon has been forged? I made an unfamiliar knife, but it's not enough, I need to make some more things. Yifan raised the knife in his hand, smiling as he asked, "What kind of weapon do you need?" "I can help you make one. If possible, just help me make a modern military dagger." Aisha was taken aback for a moment, then she also smiled and said, naked with more blood slots, my strength isn't enough, I need some skills to hunt beasts. The dagger I used before was actually quite good, but unfortunately, I don't know where I lost it that day. Everyone has to survive together in this wilderness, so she naturally cannot think that she doesn't need to fight with Yifan around. Okay. Caw. Almost at the same time as Yifan spoke, a sudden cry echoed from the sky. The two quickly turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Upon confirming what made the noise, Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly. It was a golden eagle. He didn't know whether the unusual situation here had attracted this guy's attention, or if it was just passing by. Let's go back first. The snowstorm just passed, this golden eagle will find it hard to get food, it may attack us. At this moment, Aisha also reacted, looking at the golden eagle in the sky, her brows couldn't help but frown slightly. She had seen these fierce birds attack people when they were starving. A casual swipe of its claws could leave a bloody wound. Maybe. Yifan immediately nodded. The two quickly walked towards the rooftop passage. The viewers in the live stream froze for a moment when they saw this scene. Do they really need to be this cowardly? In the previous second, they could chop down a tree with one knife, and in the next second, it was like this? It's just a bird? Looking at the comments in the live stream, Zhu Weiqiang couldn't help but frown slightly. Yifan's choice is absolutely correct. His thoughts turned quickly. Zhu Weiqiang said seriously, under normal circumstances, golden eagles do not attack humans, but don't forget what the situation is now. The snowstorm just passed, and these golden eagles can't find food at all. If they suddenly see two people, they will certainly have thoughts. This is about survival. A golden eagle might indeed find it hard to take down a human, but what if it scratches you? What if it breaks a bone? What if it accidentally injures an artery, skull, or eye? All these are possibilities. Yifan's ranged weapons are almost all broken. Facing the diving golden eagle that can exceed speeds of 280 km per hour, is it really suitable to fight with melee weapons? In this situation, avoiding confrontation is the best choice. Listening to Zhu Weiqiang's words, many people were stunned for a moment. It seems like it really is the case. But those foreign divers continue to stir the pot after seeing this. As if you're saying something real. Can you find me a case of someone severely injured by a golden eagle? It's all nonsense. What I say is, if you want to rest, just rest. If you don't want to work, don't want to explore, and think the outside environment is bad, that's normal. Why do you need such a lame excuse? However, at that moment, suddenly, a sharp cry rang out. Caw. Not good. This beast is about to attack. Before they could take two steps, Yifan's expression changed. If the previous sound was just a normal patrol call, then this sharp and piercing cry was definitely a charge signal to attack. In the next second, he saw the creature suddenly fold its wings and dive down like a black meteor. The speed was astonishing. Damn it, my crossbow is broken. Yifan instinctively reached behind him but found nothing. The bullets for his pistol were also used up. A rough glance revealed that the golden eagle was enormous, with a wingspan close to 3 meters. If it grabbed his head, it would likely tear his skull off. Fighting this bird in close combat with a knife? Isn't that just asking for trouble? It could fly in the sky and snatch him whenever it wanted. Would he just be swinging at the air? Damn. Wait until I get a ranged weapon, I'll shoot you down and roast you for dinner. Yifan cursed as he quickened his pace. However, compared to the golden eagle's diving speed, he was simply too slow. Whoosh! They had just reached the rooftop when a bloody wind mixed with tremendous wind pressure instantly enveloped them from above. That feeling was like something flew past the scalp. Be careful! The golden eagle's target was clearly the smaller Aisha. Its huge claws were instantly less than 2 meters away from Aisha's back. Aisha gasped and quickly dodged to the side. But it seemed like it was way too late. Damn it! Are you asking for trouble? Yifan was furious. Run? Run my ass. This guy wasn't even going to give them a chance to retreat. And now was the perfect time to attack. Are you starving? Then don't complain later. Yifan suddenly stopped, his body steady, feet firmly planted in the snow on the roof. Come down for me. When he reached the best position, Yifan roared and swung his hands fiercely. Chapter 67, After days of holding back, a lottery. With this slash, Yifan used almost all his strength. This slash carried Yifan's fury towards the golden eagle. The mysterious knife cut through the air, its blade trembling. The golden eagle, which could catch its prey with just a glance, was filled with excitement, but in that instant, was overwhelmed by pure fear. It sensed everything, wanted to rise up, wanted to dodge, but couldn't at all. The speed of the mysterious knife was just too fast. Put! Before Yifan's voice even fell, a dull thud of flesh hitting flesh exploded on the empty rooftop. Whether it was flesh or bone, it was easily sliced open by the mysterious knife. Aisha hadn't even reacted when she felt a few drops of warm blood splatter on her face. When she came back to her senses, blood had already dyed a lot of the surrounding area red. The aerial overlord, who had wanted to attack her just a second ago, didn't even have time to let out a scream before being cut in half. Then, plop! Plop! The two halves of the mutilated corpse fell on either side of Aisha. The cut was smooth and neat, and the internal organs and muscles were still faintly trembling. Cut in two. A true aerial ambush. Aisha looked at Yifan in disbelief, staring at the black long knife in his hand, her eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Is this the power of the mysterious knife? Is this Yifan's true strength? In such a short time, with the weapon crafted and his own power combined, he could unleash such might. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. In the live room, there was a dead silence. After a long while, a shocked voice broke the silence. Then it erupted into total frenzy. Holy shit! Is this really happening? Aerial beheading? What kind of godly maneuver is this? Wow, 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 wow. I thought ye god would hide inside like teachers you said, but I never expected this result. So cool. It's just too cool. That golden eagle with such terrifying speed was instantly locked on and killed. That golden eagle was clearly asking for it. Ye god intended to avoid the spotlight, yet it still charged in, right into ye god's attack range, and now look, it's dead. Ha ha ha. Is this the mysterious knife? I love it. Ye god is awesome. Global announcement: Long Kingdom contestant Yifan has successfully killed the mutated Golden Eagle King, triggering a 1,000-fold return reward. Reward: Long Kingdom receives quality poultry resources Golden Eagle *1000. Allocated to major city material warehouses. As the audience in the live room was still in awe of Yifan's performance, they suddenly heard such a prompt, making them even more joyful. 2 consecutive explosions. Even though the drop rate this time seemed a bit low, it was still another return. It returned twice in one breath. How long had it been already? Countless people excitedly rushed to other countries' live rooms to celebrate. Haha, didn't you all say ye god couldn't survive that snowstorm? Now not only did he survive, but he also returned so many things. Who was the one who came to our live room to mock ye god before? Does your country's contestant really get back so much meat? What happened to that so-called expert earlier? Why is he silent now? Did he get slapped in the face and feel unhappy? At that moment, the live broadcasts from Lighthouse, Cherry Blossom, and other countries were in complete chaos. But some people noticed that in this second return, there were no participants from Winged Horse Country. After some analysis, many believed that the first return was possible because 2 people found it together, while the reason for the second return was hunting. Only Yifan completed the hunt. That's why it happened this way. It seems we can have extra tonight, some fresh meat. Yifan smiled and pulled Aisha up. These legs and wings would be great roasted, and the other parts can be used for soup. What do you think? At this moment, Aisha finally came to her senses. Looking at Yifan, her eyes were sparkling. Yifan, you are amazing. That last slash was just divine. Basic skills, no need for nonsense. Yifan cleaned the blood off the knife. I said, these legs and wings can be roasted, and the other parts for soup. How do you feel about that? That's right, when it comes to food, no one can compare to you people from Dragon Country. Aisha smiled and said, first let it bleed, then soak it in cold water, finally use plant ash to remove the smell, and then cook it, right? In these days, Aisha had learned quite a lot from Yifan, and she turned her gaze to the snow nearby, contemplating using it to clean the meat. But just as she shifted her attention, she froze. The hot spring is coming out. Huh? Yifan instinctively asked, and when he turned to look, he discovered that the hot spring, previously buried in the snow, had actually revealed itself. To be precise, it was the red pine tree that Yifan had just cut to try the knife, which had fallen right onto the hot spring. It was unclear whether it was the weight of the tree or some other reason, but it had directly smashed the snow on top of the hot spring. The originally sealed warmth seemed to have found an outlet, and countless steam erupted from the gaps in the tree trunk. The hot spring water also seemed to overflow a little, slowly eating away at the surrounding snow. Right. The furnace beneath is empty, and it seems normal that the hot spring beneath is empty too. Aisha's eyes brightened as she excitedly pointed at the puddle of water. It looks like it won't take long for the hot spring to melt the surrounding snow. Yeah. Yifan couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it's geothermal. During the snowstorm, not a hint of warmth could be seen. As soon as the snowstorm ended, everything erupted forth. Aisha, you take care of this golden eagle, I will go inside and grab a few buckets. Let's try to get some hot spring water. Yifan called out and walked towards the small cabin. The two of them hadn't gone to the hot spring side because they were worried about encountering unknown situations, but now that the hot spring had come out itself, they could naturally operate. Okay. Aisha excitedly went to handle the golden eagle. Just as the audience in the livestream was discussing what Yifan was going to do, Yifan, who had just closed the storage door, directly shut down the live broadcast. What the heck? Why is it black again? Don't tell me this wooden house can block signals. It was broadcasting normally for several days. The national fortune system isn't lagging, right? Is Ye God too awesome that the live broadcast froze? Everyone looked completely bewildered. Many went to check Winged Horse Country's livestream, discovering everything was normal on Aisha's side, which left them even more confused. Unfortunately, they couldn't communicate through bullet comments, otherwise, they truly wanted to ask what Yifan was up to. It has been 2 or 3 days without a lottery, let's quickly use up our points while there are no outsiders. What we need now is strength. 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 Feeling the joy of hunting and the crushing power, Yifan craved strength even more. If he had stronger power, he wouldn't be so passive now. Thinking of this, he had already opened the system panel. In the last few days, although he had been stuck in the house, a few things had happened, so there should be quite a bit of shock value, right? Enough for 2 intermediate draws. As Yifan thought this, the moment he opened the system panel, he was stunned. Current shock value, 632,733 points. Chapter 68, Goodness. This is too terrifying. 632,000. Yifan looked at the number on the panel, feeling as if his breathing had turned a bit hot. Although it had accumulated over several days, it was still a large sum. After all, he had been stuck in the house these days. I've never fought such a rich battle in my life. Should I wait a few more days for a high-level draw? If the intermediate draw is like this, wouldn't the high-level draw take off? This thought just flashed in Yifan's mind and was quickly dismissed by him. No, the most important thing now is still strength. Just now that golden eagle, if it wasn't for good luck, getting into the attack range and showing its back, I would have probably been done for. Thinking of this, Yifan took a deep breath to calm himself. 6 times intermediate draw, 3 times primary draw. Ding! Consuming 630,000 shock value, the draw begins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Kevlar Anti-Stab Fiber Cloth *1. As the first sound fell, a roll of very peculiar material appeared beside Yifan. Along with it was an explanation of the material. Lightweight and tough, resistant to cuts and stabs, and even able to withstand stray bullets? In other words, the top material for stab-proof clothing? Can it prevent being grabbed or bitten by wild beasts? It should be possible, right? Just as Yifan was thinking about this, suddenly a bag of potatoes appeared beside him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained high-yield cold-resistant potatoes, 5 pounds. Potatoes? 5 pounds? That's not enough for 2 meals. Wait, can these potatoes be planted? Before Yifan could react, a wealth of knowledge about using cold weapons flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, Cold Weapon Master. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Super Adrenaline Injection *3. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the blueprint, a Juga Crossbow Production Blueprint, improved version. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Special Alloy Arrows *100. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Free Attribute Point +1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Agility +3. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the blueprint, Simple Landmine/Trigger Mine Production Blueprint. Hiss. After digesting the knowledge related to cold weapons and the blueprints for the Juga crossbow and landmines, Yifan couldn't help but gasp. He felt as if his ability to use cold weapons had reached a qualitative leap. How did he use them before? It was nothing more than hunting skills, and a few days ago he had obtained a fighting skill. Although these two skills both included combat elements, using weapons felt completely different. Especially since these skills were perfectly blended together, including a bit of culinary skill. By the time Yifan fully reacted, he felt as if the knife in his hand had become an extension of his arm, able to wield it however he wished. As if using his fingers. As if using his fingers. Yifan felt an overwhelming excitement. He thought that if he had mastered this skill earlier, weapons like the military shovel and fire axe wouldn't have caused him to die so miserably. And these? Yifan picked up the roll of grey Kevlar cloth, took out the previously confiscated dagger, and suddenly scratched it on the cloth, only to find actually not a trace on it. Ha, if this is sewn into clothing, the protective ability would increase exponentially. After a brainstorming session, Yifan looked at the large bag of alloy arrows, momentarily not knowing how to evaluate it. Why does it feel like it's being sold alongside a crossbow? Forget it, this thing is really sharp, and I can't produce such good materials right now. Instead of complaining about this, I should think about how to get the improved Juga crossbow out. And that adrenaline, I hope I never need to use it. Though he said this, Yifan tucked the adrenaline into his clothes after organizing everything else. In a critical moment, this thing could really save a life. As for the last free attribute point, it went directly into agility. This was currently the only value that hadn't broken 20. Once everything was done and he confirmed there were no issues, Yifan casually picked up a wooden bucket and then started the livestream. Seeing Yifan holding 2 wooden buckets without any other items, the viewers in the live room couldn't help but start complaining. Is it really necessary to be so outrageous, suddenly stopping the live stream for a few minutes? I thought something happened. It hasn't been like this in the last few days. I thought you God finally realized this is unethical and worries us. But I didn't expect today to start doing it again. If he went into a room with that Aisha and they both stopped it together, I could understand, but he just opened for her, went to the little cabin himself, and then shut down the live stream. What is that? Can someone remind you God next time they message him not to do this? It's really easy to make people lose their cool. The discussions in the live room were truly invisible to Yifan. Even if he saw them, he probably wouldn't care. After leaving the house, Yifan walked straight to the place where the tree had fallen before, then followed the tree towards the hot springs. As he went deeper, he began to cautiously probe ahead with his unfamiliar knife, planting it in the ground each time he took a step. Even with his heat sense on, he wasn't sure if this changed color area had entered the hot spring region. Perhaps the lack of color was due to the thick snow. He finally confirmed he had entered the hot spring area and then stopped. It looks like the hot springs have started to counterattack, and soon it will melt the entire area. Looking at the hot spring less than a meter away, Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Although the heat seems a bit insufficient, every time there's a drop in temperature, it gets frozen again. But after each cooling period, it quickly fights back. Estimating that by tomorrow, the entire hot spring will be fully exposed. But, will the hot spring's revival attract some creatures over? Yifan filled a wooden bucket with hot spring water, murmuring to himself as he walked back. After the snowstorm, any bit of warmth could probably attract a lot of survivors' attention. Squeak squeak. Baimawan was playing in the snow with 2 little brothers by the pit, and as soon as he saw Yifan coming, he rushed over eager to help carry the bucket. Go away, you guys can't do this work. After driving Baimawan away, Yifan placed the wooden bucket of hot spring water next to Aisha. If you want to get hot spring water, just follow the route I took, don't step out that last meter, it's hollow. Oh, got it. Aisha immediately nodded and looked excitedly at the hot spring water. Alright, then you get busy. Make sure to handle the fishy smell well, just like I said before. Yifan confirmed the basic situation of the hot spring and planned to continue making weapons and tools. He simply instructed her and then got busy again. The body of the Zhuge crossbow was made of wood, combined with some metal components. This was naturally no challenge for Yifan, who was skilled in carpentry and blacksmithing. As for the military dagger for Aisha, it was just a high imitation 3-edged military dagger. This thing has a strong bleeding effect. In no time at all. The spring plates, triggers, and arrow slots made from various discarded materials and iron ore are already completed. Under the confused gaze of the audience in the live streaming room, he started working on the wood again. Sa Bening naturally saw all of this and immediately turned to focus on Zhu Weicheng. Teacher Zhu, do you know what Jishin is doing? Why do I feel like those metal parts look like triggers? He can't be making some kind of homemade gun, right? And this would feels a bit strange. If I'm not mistaken, Yishin is trying to create a crossbow. Zhu Weicheng had no hesitation this time, directly expressing his thoughts, just using wood to make the body of the crossbow. I don't know if it will be as powerful as the previous compound bow. Also, since the materials are limited, I really don't know what kind of effect it can produce. Sigh, that previous compound bow was really good. It should have been a reward given to some player in the national game, but unfortunately, it's already broken. As he spoke, Zhu Weicheng couldn't help but sigh again. If that compound bow were still around, there wouldn't be so much hassle, right? Chapter 69, look at what I found. Click. With the final crisp sound, Yifan's hands finally stopped moving. A crossbow mainly made of pine wood was officially formed. Before anyone could react, he quickly rubbed out 10 arrows, fitted them with alloy tips, and filled them directly into the quiver as he completed each one. Although it's a bit heavy, it should still be quite useful. Yifan murmured, casually pulling it. Very light. He didn't even need to exert force, and he had already completed the stringing. The whole process was quite smooth. Seems pretty good, should I test the power? The bowstring of the crossbow was directly taken from the compound bow, and so far, everything felt pretty good. With this thought, Yifan's gaze began to search his surroundings. Before the snowstorm, even in winter, it wasn't hard to find some animals, but after the snowstorm, it seemed that any animals had become scarce. Looking around, Yifan could only set his sights on a white birch tree 50 meters away. You're the one. He quickly took aim. His eyes became incredibly sharp in an instant. Pull the trigger. Whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! No extra operations were needed, just pull and shoot, similar to a traditional rifle. In just over a second, 3 silver streaks shot out. Thud! 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 The next second, the 3 arrows almost simultaneously pierced the trunk. Inch deep into the wood. The arrow tails were still violently trembling. Goodness! Excitement flashed in Yifan's eyes. Not bad, the speed is great too. With this thing, to take down an eagle, I can shoot it into a strainer right from below. In the live streaming room, there was a deathly silence. Just now, Zhu Weiqiang was still lamenting the damage to the compound bow, and now his mouth was wide open enough to fit a duck egg, his astonishment clear to anyone looking. Ha, Teacher Zhu, it seems Yishin's made this crossbow pretty effective. It definitely won't be worse than the compound bow. This, yes, and the speed seems even faster. After a brief moment of shock, Zhu Weiqiang's eyes filled with even more astonishment. If all the arrows can be shot like this, then, maybe in just 7 or 8 seconds, all 10 arrows could be fired. This attack speed is insane. Even if brought to earth, this is a very powerful crossbow. No, not only that, you all look closely at the depth. Based on my observation, these arrows have at least sunk into the trunk by 10 centimeters, maybe even more. The birch tree just went through a snowstorm. I don't know how hard it can be, but it's for sure a lot harder than human flesh, right? If it doesn't hit bone. This crossbow arrow should easily pierce through a person. Incredible, it's truly unbelievable. Zhu Weiqiang's words finally made the livestream audience react. Awesome. Ha ha ha. So awesome. As expected of Lord Yi, he is truly all-powerful. The key point is that it can shoot continuously. Amazing, a repeating crossbow. The legendary Zhuge repeating crossbow must be like this, right? Who cares what it's called, as long as we know it's impressive, that's all that matters. Those cave hyenas, if they have the guts, come and see if Lord Yi can deal with you. Who just said this was futile? Step out, let me see what your expression looks like now. Also those who wanted to get free food earlier. Remember to video record when you are upside down with diarrhea. Seeing Yifan move quickly, Aisha hurriedly chased after him, fearing that something might happen. But when she rushed to the birch tree, she saw Yifan struggling to pull out an arrow. My god! This must have penetrated at least 15 centimeters. Aisha couldn't help but exclaim, if this shot were to hit a wild boar, it would probably take half its life. If shot through the eye or something, it should be able to kill it instantly. Yifan's face was full of admiration. Isn't this weapon I made pretty good? Very good, awesome, really awesome. Aisha didn't quite understand the repeating crossbow in Yifan's hands, but looking at the 3 holes in the birch tree, there was no need to hesitate on that question. This is definitely something that can greatly increase the chances of survival. I'll make one for you later. Yifan casually said, by the way, how's your aim? I used to be a traditional archery athlete from our Yima kingdom. I won a national first-class award and represented the country in the Olympics. When Aisha got to this point, she awkwardly added, but I didn't win any awards in the Olympics. It doesn't matter, that's still very impressive, you have a good foundation. Actually, the population of Yima kingdom isn't small, around 7 to 8 million. To stand out among so many people is already quite remarkable. Yifan felt that she definitely had basic aim skills. This upgraded Zhuge repeating crossbow, after all, is easier to aim than a traditional bow, and it can be quickly picked up. Making one for her should be a useful aid. By the way, Yifan, look what I found. On their way back, Aisha seemed to think of something and quickly called Yifan to the side of the furnace. There were 2 animal traps, a dozen iron spikes, and several wolf corpses frozen stiff and half a wild boar. Those hyenas seem to not have been able to dig everything away. I think I only dug up about 1/3 of the area you mentioned, and I found so many things. Aisha's face showed a hint of disappointment, but unfortunately, no return was triggered. As long as we can survive, a return is just a matter of time. Yifan waved his hand indifferently, his gaze heated as he looked at the prey. Do you think those cave hyenas will come back? Well, they should, right? The snowstorm just ended, and they hurried over to drag away so many prey, which proves they are actually lacking food. Aisha said without any hesitation, if that's the case, knowing that there are still so many prey here, they should still come back. At this moment, Aisha still didn't realize, but the live stream audience seemed to have awakened one by one. Is Lord Yi worried that those cave hyenas will come back? Why does his expression seem a bit off? Of course, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that Lord Yi is excited. He's probably thinking of using these things as bait to take down a few cave hyenas. It really seems possible. Lord Yi holds grudges. How could we possibly let those cave hyenas go? Unfortunately, we only found a few traps, and not many iron spikes either. Facing a dozen or even dozens of cave hyenas, it feels like it's just not enough. The furnace has already been started, can't we just make a few more? After this period of getting familiar, most of the viewers from Dragon Country have gained an understanding of Yifan's style of doing things. He instantly thought of Yifan's excited point. Sure enough, the next second, Yifan exclaimed in delight, "Can we use these guys as bait and try to take down the cave hyenas? We can set traps below, and shoot at the cave hyenas from the rooftop. We will kill as many as we can, and when we see them getting close, we will just close the door. I don't believe they can get into our wooden house. If it could really be that way, we wouldn't even need to search for their den. We can slow down the search for saltpeter. Given the current environment, it's best not to travel far. If we can wait for the environment to stabilize. This actually seems doable." Aisha paused for a moment, thought carefully, and felt that it could indeed be worth a try. After all, staying on one's own territory is much better than hunting in the enemy's territory, isn't it? Chapter 70, Gambler's Psychology? I must win. In the Dragon Country livestream, the bullet comments were in a frenzy. Not just in Dragon Country. Many countries were paying attention to what was happening here. Regarding Yifan's decision to lay in wait and confront the cave hyenas head-on, survival experts naturally divided into two camps. Jones from Lighthouse Country, though late, finally arrived. Foolish. This is typical gambler's psychology. With a mocking smile on his face, Jones said, "Those are dozens of prehistoric bone crushers. What if he has a repeating crossbow? If the first wave doesn't intimidate them, the pack of hyenas will rush in, and that little wooden house will instantly become a slaughterhouse. Everyone, think about how many contestants have recently died at the hands of ancient creatures? This is something that humans cannot counter, at least not a single person. The best option before him should be to use a sled and take advantage of the decent weather to move immediately. Not to play tower defense here." Soon, Jones's words reached the Dragon Country livestream. Zhu Weiqiang burst out laughing, "Ridiculous. How did someone like Jones become a survival expert? Is he just a commercial product made by the media? Move? Where to? With the snow so deep, can we outrun four-legged wild beasts? Good weather? The weather is indeed clear, but don't forget, the temperature is below -60 degrees. What is the temperature of the Arctic? It's just about this level. How could humans possibly survive for long without shelter in such an environment? Alright, let's take a step back. Even if we have to leave, what about food? The meat stored here in the shelter should still last for some time, but how much food can we take if we leave? Even eagles, which almost never attack humans, have started to attack humans. Anyone with a brain knows how severe the food shortage must be for such a situation to arise. Yishan is utilizing the advantage of the terrain. The rooftop is high, plus a sturdy wooden house as backup. As long as the firepower is enough, they will die no matter how many come. What about the cave hyenas? Even if cave lions come, it's the same. It's not like a mammoth is coming. Compared to taking the initiative, this is much safer. As time went on, more and more survival experts from various countries joined the debate. While they were discussing, suddenly an announcement rang out. Global announcement: Strange Country contestant, Jason Wilson, encountered an assault from a pack of terror wolves, leaving no bones behind. Punishment executed: the entire territory of Strange Country is suffering from drought. The livestock reproduction rate has dropped by 30%. Silence. A dead silence. Every day, dozens or even hundreds of people die. The announcements just keep coming. Sometimes it's normal to have several death announcements at the same time. But these people have died from thirst, hunger, freezing, illness, or being bitten to death by wild beasts. This is not hard to imagine. But what the hell is a terror wolf? That was an animal from 300,000 years ago. Compared to modern gray wolves, it had an even stronger bite force and a more robust physique. Where did this thing come from? After a brief shock, the broadcast rooms of various countries exploded. Terror wolf? Another prehistoric creature? Damn it, what's going on these days? Is this the third or fourth one after the leaf god? It's terrifying when you think about it, brothers. Has the difficulty of this dog country's game increased? Why are there so many ridiculous disasters and creatures lately? I've been saying, I feel like this game gets harder every month, so a revival match like Leaf Gods is at epic difficulty, starting off with a more dangerous situation, but hardly anyone believes it. It's over, it's over. Regular beasts can still be fought, but these prehistoric creatures are like they have cheats. How are we supposed to live? Believe in Leaf God. Their deaths are their business. Our Leaf God is still lurking, ready to make a move. But that's a prehistoric creature. Everyone who has encountered it has died. Panic spread globally in an instant. But on Leaf fans' side, many viewers were firm. At least more steadfast than most people. Yet, there were still some who began to waver in the live chat. Especially after seeing the death footage of Jason Wilson from the Weird Country, more and more people wavered. Not surprisingly, it's a prehistoric creature. It was terrifying beyond belief. That physique was simply monstrous. The competitor from the weird country had a shotgun, but in the end, not even a whole corpse was left behind. They couldn't even gather in the stomach. They were devoured by dozens of terror wolves. Can Leaf Fan really do it? However, in the warm spring camp, Leaf Fan felt almost nothing towards those announcements. He didn't even pause for a moment, completely immersed in the joy of crafting weapons. Got it! With a crisp sound, another brand new Juga crossbow was assembled. Leaf Fan tested the string, it let out a satisfying snap, the strength perfect. Aisha, here. Leaf Fan casually tossed the crossbow to Aisha, who was roasting meat not far away. Give it a try, shoot that tree over there. Try this crossbow, and get familiar with its feel. I'll just keep roasting the meat. Aisha hurriedly caught it, her hands trembling as she felt the smooth bow body and the glimmering mechanism, excited. Okay. I'll give it a try. She had been surviving in this wilderness world for almost a year, and during that time she had made some bows and arrows, but compared to this, the gap was enormous. At most, she could shoot some rabbits. But this crossbow in her hands? She could hunt wild boars. And this. As Leaf Fan walked towards Aisha, he casually picked up something freshly polished. This military dagger should be good, try it later and get a feel for it. If it doesn't work, I can get you another one, but right now, the most important thing is to get familiar with this bow and crossbow. Aisha nodded repeatedly. But her eyes were already fixed on the military dagger in Leaf Fan's hand. It wasn't too long. In fact, it might not even be as long as the handle of Leaf Fan's knife. Completely black, that was about right. But what really attracted her was its strange shape. It had no blade, only 3 sharp corners. Each face had a deep blood groove. Anyone with even a bit of fighting experience can see the terrifying power of this thing in close combat. No matter what animal it is, if it gets hit, blood will surely flow like a river, and it won't stop at all. You have small strength, you can't chop through bones. Yi Fan thought she didn't understand the shape of the trident military dagger, so he explained, but this thing is different. It doesn't require strength, as long as you poke it in, air will flow into the blood channel, instantly causing massive bleeding, and the wound is extremely hard to heal. If any enemy approaches, just use this knife to poke, and then run. They won't die, they'll be severely injured. I know, the trident military dagger from Long Country, one of the strongest cold weapons. Aisha quickly took the military dagger and nodded heavily. There is long-range attack and close defense. She felt her sense of security was about to explode. No wonder this man entered this world during the revival match and turned the tide. He is truly amazing. In such a short time, he has upgraded their weapons and equipment. Alright, you should try it now. Yi Fan said with a smile, then took over the 2 golden eagle wings that were roasting and the pot of soup simmering nearby. The golden eagle is quite big, just this part, they might not even be able to finish. But to be honest, the golden eagle is really not tasty. It's tough. The texture is almost like an old yellow cow. But even so, many people in the live broadcast room couldn't help but shed tears of envy from the corner of their mouths. After finishing the meal, Yi Fan made some shovels and other tools along with a lot of iron caltrops. Then he took Aisha to put back the bodies that had been dug up. He densely arranged a circle of traps. The animal traps were buried on the essential paths and covered with a thin layer of snow. The iron caltrops were strewn everywhere like they were free. Finally, Yi Fan used a roll of fine rope to set up a tripline half a meter off the ground around the roof. The rope was tied with some items that, if touched, would make noise to warn them. After doing all this, the sky had completely darkened. Take out the thermal imaging, we will take turns keeping watch and be ready to attack. Yi Fan sat by the fire, sharpening new arrows while speaking. Only then did people notice that beside Yi Fan, a large bag of metal arrowheads had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 71, I sense it might be a Far East leopard or something. Night. There is no wind. The moonlight is bright. It's a rare good weather. Yi Fan sat by the fire, continuously sharpening arrows. Each cut sent wood shavings flying into the fire, brightening it momentarily. Aisha was not far away, carefully watching the thermal imaging device. 2 Juga crossbows were placed on the rack, ready for them to attack from the roof at any time. Although many people were surprised by the sudden appearance of a pile of arrowheads next to Yi Fan, they quickly moved past the source discussion and began talking about how many arrows would affect Yi Fan's chances of survival. There is no doubt. This is very good news. The capability of these arrowheads is evident to all. With so many arrowheads made into arrows, combined with the power of the crossbow. If you're tired, go rest. I'll keep an eye out, and you can take over in the later part of the night. Yi Fan sensed Aisha seemed a bit tired and suggested. After all, he has super intuition and danger perception, plus thermal vision to observe the outside situation. It can be said, it's easy for him. Aisha thought about her condition and nodded in agreement. Time passed slowly. In the small wooden house, it seemed that only the sound of Yifan sharpening arrows remained. Ding! The midnight bell rang, breaking the silence exactly at 12 o'clock. Today's settlement moment. Today's number of deaths, 118 people. Number of remaining survivors, 6,482 people. Evaluation: it seems the harsh environment has not defeated you lucky ones, but don't celebrate too soon. Hunger will drive beasts to madness and reveal the fangs of humanity. The long-sleeping beasts have begun to awaken, awaiting your performance. Long-sleeping beasts? Yifan originally listened carelessly, but upon hearing these words, he noticeably paused. Recently, he had naturally heard the announcements. More and more ancient creatures are appearing. It looks like this is exactly what the announcement was talking about. Combining this with earlier announcements. Humph. With a cold snort, Yifan continued his work. The viewers in the live broadcast room seemed to have picked up on this point as well. Even though it was still late at night, many were still discussing. My god. It really seems like the version has been updated. Damn it. Ancient creatures. How many humans can face this thing? This stupid game wants to wipe out all humanity. Just the terror wolves and hyenas are already so powerful. What will happen when lions and elephants come out? What if dinosaurs also show up? How are we supposed to play? Damn. What kind of stupid game design is this? It's disgusting. Close to 3/4 of the contestants have died. What will happen next? I believe in Ye God. Ye God will definitely bring us a brighter future. As time slowly passed, more and more live broadcast rooms began to discuss this matter. Before they knew it, it was already 2 in the morning. This was the time when humanity felt the most exhausted, and Yifan gradually slowed down his movements, worried that a moment of carelessness would cause his arrows to be subpar. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, a series of collision sounds came from above without warning. Yifan's spirit lifted, looking up at the roof with his thermal vision. This sound was definitely his warning system going off. But why was it coming from the roof? There were no signs around? Why did his super intuition and danger sense not react? Squeak! 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 Almost simultaneously, the monkey group sleeping on the beams and would seem to explode in chaos. The horse guardian watched the ceiling warily. What's wrong? Are the hyenas coming? Aisha was also awakened, hurriedly reaching for her weapon. Don't panic, it's not the hyenas, it seems something just passed over our roof and has already left. Yifan had just scanned with his thermal vision and confirmed that there were no animals on the roof, just a line of faint glowing points in the shape of footprints. It looked like footprints. Seeing that Yifan didn't have the thermal imager, Aisha quickly picked it up to check the roof. Sure enough, she saw nothing at all. This thermal imager is not as sensitive as Yifan's thermal vision. Could it be that the warning device was too sensitive, triggered by the wind or something? Aisha couldn't help but guess. I clearly saw the footprints just now, the temperature was too low and has dissipated. Yifan knew the situation with the thermal imager and said confidently, it seems it has left. I'll go check what it was, how could it be so fast? Since there's no movement, isn't it safer to stay inside the house? Aisha was a little worried. At the very least, I need to know what it was. Yifan shook his head. The super intuition and danger sense did not raise alarms, which proved that it was almost impossible to be in danger. However, even so, Yifan still took up the Zhuge crossbow, loaded all the crossbow arrows, and grabbed his foreign blade before he opened the hatch to the roof. As soon as he pushed the door open, a blast of cold air hit him. Although the snowstorm had stopped, the temperature that night was still quite unpleasant. Yifan did not completely crawl out, but leaned out halfway, starting to vigilantly survey his surroundings. Confirming that there were no excess heat sources within 100 meters around him. He finally set his gaze on that line of footprints. These footprints are very clear. They stretch from one side of the eaves to the other, then disappear into the treetops beside them. This is... Yifan turned on the light to observe closely. In a plum blossom shape. The paw pads are thick. Feline. Yifan's pupils suddenly constricted. Only felines would leave such footprints. Felines. Felines. Damn, the hyena situation isn't resolved, and now another feline has shown up. In nature, felines are absolutely among the top in combat power. In the case of equal size, they are simply invincible. The size and span of these footprints in front of me absolutely won't be left by anything small. Northeast tiger? No. The weight of a northeast tiger is too heavy. Stepping here, the depth would definitely be greater. Also not right, the snow is loose. After the claw leaves, it may gather back to the center. Normally, the northeast tiger wouldn't run onto the roof, but now the house is surrounded by snow. Far East leopard? Seems possible too. Yi Fan's mind was racing with this information. He felt a headache coming on. Please, let it not be some ancient creature jumping out again. An invisible, untouchable enemy, with traces left behind but impossible to judge, really makes one's head hurt. Dragon Country's official live broadcast room. Teacher Zhu, I'm really sorry to wake you up at this time, but there's an emergency here with God Yi. Could you help us see what kind of animal left these traces? The reporter responsible for the shift with Sabaining, after seeing these footprints, immediately contacted Zhu Weiqiang. After all, he is an authority in this field. The survival expert who was on shift with him also couldn't determine what type these footprints belonged to. Basically, his confusion was the same as Yi Fan's. Animal? Zhu Weiqiang, after a brief moment of shock, finally reacted and focused his gaze on the screen. Plum blossom? Feline? Without a reference scale, it looks somewhat smaller than normal tiger footprints. I feel the possibility of it being a leopard or lynx is greater. Zhu Weiqiang immediately made a basic judgment. I think the likelihood is that it is a Far East leopard or a female Northeast tiger, because if it were a lynx or some medium-sized feline, it would probably approach near the chimney. Wait. We'll discuss this later. Look at the distance. Damn. Those guys really came. At the same time Zhu Weiqiang said this, Yi Fan smelled a familiar smell of blood and decay. Chapter 72, These guys are really too smart. Here they come. Yi Fan whispered sharply, the Zhuge crossbow in his hand already raised. Aisha heard this and quickly came up, poking her head out, also holding a Zhuge crossbow. Outside the camp. In the darkness. Suddenly, over 20 pairs of eerie green eyes appeared. Oh. Whether it was the social behavior of hyenas during action or due to the chaotic scent of humans, the hyena king didn't approach but stopped at a distance instead. As it howled, 3 to 5 smaller or older hyenas crawled up from the side, tentatively moving closer. Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. Rumor has it that wolf packs have such habits too. The wolves at the front are often the most experienced or weakest in the pack. Crack. Just did not walk far, a hyena accurately stepped into Yi Fan's animal trap. The next second, a scream of "oh" rang out. The huge serrated teeth instantly closed, crushing its front leg bone to pieces. It rolled on the ground screaming, blood instantly staining the snow red. The rest of the few cannon fodder were startled and wanted to retreat. But at this moment, the hyena king let out a fierce roar. In the next second, the cannon fodder continued. Take down the little brother Lei? Damn. Are these guys really that smart? Yi Fan's face turned a bit gloomy. What to do? Fight? Aisha's expression was also not good. They were standing on a trap, and with their Zhuge crossbow, they could definitely hit them. But in the distance, where the hyena king was, it absolutely exceeded the limit. If they attacked the vanguard in front, the ones in the back would probably not come over. But if they didn't attack? Wait, if they step on all the traps without taking away the prey, and the ones behind can't come over, then these few guys are doomed. If the ones behind come up, that's just right. As long as they entered the effective range, none would escape. The audience in the live stream watched the scene, all feeling very tense. Damn, these guys are really coming. Just now it was a feline, and now it's a pack of hyenas. Yishan really has it rough here. Who isn't having a rough time? So many people have died today. No matter what, the initiative is in Yishan's hands now. Damn, why are these hyenas so smart? Didn't they say ancient creatures had low intelligence and were just tough? What's going on? Actually, that's pretty good, at least we don't have to face so many hyenas all at once. While the audience in the livestream was discussing, one hyena had already reached the prey. It seemed that so many traps couldn't stop it. Yi Fan frowned when he saw this. Looks like we can only fight. Since this guy could find the prey, the others probably wouldn't come up. Just as Yi Fan was ready to pull the trigger, suddenly, the hyenas in the distance moved. Wait a bit longer. Seeing that this vanguard could reach meat, the hyena king seemed to relax significantly. Immediately, it shouted. In the next second, 7 or 8 hyenas rushed towards the core area. Although there were still some traps on the ground, it was barely enough to deal with so many hyenas. Even more outrageous was that the hyenas coming from behind directly stepped on the bodies of the fallen hyenas to get closer to the core area. Yi Fan and the others were dumbfounded. Do they have to be so ruthless? Shoot! Seeing the second wave of hyenas about to bite the prey, Yi Fan immediately made a decision. Whoosh! 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 As he continuously pulled the trigger, arrow after arrow flew out. Thud! 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 The sharp arrows struck the flesh. The leading hyena was directly pierced through the neck by an arrow, falling to the ground without a sound. 2 others were hit in the abdomen and thigh, letting out a wretched howl. So fierce! Aisha and the audience in the livestream almost exclaimed at the same time, their faces filled with surprise and disbelief. With this firing speed and penetrating power, it could easily be called a harvester. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the livestream's audience flooded the screen with comments. Awesome! I'd believe you if you said this was a semi-automatic rifle. Great shooting! These beasts deserved to die long ago. Haha, Yishin is amazing. Come on, take them down. What are you doing? Hurry and attack. Yifan's hands didn't stop. Reminded by Yifan, Aisha quickly reacted and raised the Zhuge crossbow to attack. But before she could pull the trigger, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A white figure jumped down from the tree without warning and almost without hesitation charged directly to a hyena. Crack! The sound of broken neck bones rang out. That hyena was directly bitten through the neck. Then, this white creature seemed to have no intention of fighting, it just dashed past the neck and rushed out. Even while biting on such a hyena, this guy was still able to leap directly onto a big tree beside him. Just a few ups and downs, and he vanished into the vast night. The whole process took less than a breath or two. A nearly perfect assassination. Awoo! The Hyena King seemed furious at this scene, letting out a roar followed by a series of urgent growl sounds. From the originally ordinary snow, suddenly emerged a pack of hyenas. The hyenas that had already rushed into the trap zone and could still move immediately turned around, crazily chasing after the direction the snow leopard had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the camp became deserted, leaving only a few corpses that were not yet cold. They just left? Went to chase that leopard? Aisha was somewhat dumbfounded. Just now, there were so many hyenas? Perhaps this is the wilderness. Yifan put down the crossbow, slowly exhaled a puff of white breath, and said somewhat helplessly, from my observation, a total of 32 hyenas came this time, and only a few of them rushed out. They should be the weak and old in the pack. Looking at the direction the hyena pack disappeared, Yifan's expression was actually a little unhappy. Aisha, it seems we still need to stick to the original plan, find your equipment, and get the saltpeter. Just relying on traps to catch them, I'm afraid it will be difficult to wipe them all out. The social nature of these cave hyenas is just too good. Moreover, they are smart enough. It's probably hard to use traps to kill them all. Given the situation, as long as they are alive, they will not let us go, right? Chapter 73, What kind of fate is this? After confirming that the hyenas wouldn't come back, Yifan finally called Aisha back to the house. After such a whole ordeal, both of them were completely awake. Aisha, are you tired now? Yifan poured himself a cup of water with a little kidney tonic tea, then asked Aisha. Not tired. Aisha replied, what's up? Then let's first determine the route. While the weather is good these 2 days, let's quickly get some saltpeter back, to avoid dragging it out. As Yifan spoke, he took down the individual combat tactical environment recorder that had been hanging on him. Turning on the power, the screen instantly lit up. This thing is different from thermal imaging, it can use solar power, so it has always been on and hasn't been affected by battery life. Soon, a map was displayed in front of the two. Hey! Before Yifan could speak, Aisha unexpectedly pointed with her slightly reddened finger on the map screen at a location with surprise. My mineral refining equipment is hidden in this cave. How come you have a mark here? Have you been here? To be honest, the location of this cave is great, sheltered from the wind and sunny, and very concealed. If it weren't for the possibility of not being able to withstand such cold weather, I might have hidden there. Yifan's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard her mention the marked place. When he saw the place she was pointing at, his expression suddenly became particularly strange. Not waiting for Aisha to finish, Yifan said, isn't there a red pine tree at the entrance of that cave, and is there still a trace of a bonfire burning inside? And also, are there some meat? Of course, the meat may be gone, but there should still be some bones. Huh? How do you know? Aisha was stunned for a moment, her big eyes blinking rapidly, quickly realizing, could this place be your shelter? Of course, can't you tell from the icon of the cave? Yifan said with a bit of a laugh and cry, the first shelter I found in this game is there. But during the last cold snap, that cave couldn't hold up at all. I urgently moved here. This bear fur coat was still from the foreign bear that I killed there. I thought you were going to say that this bear fur coat belongs to the cave master, that you could take down a bear as soon as you arrived in this world. Aisha joked to ease the awkwardness. But to my surprise, Yifan said, almost, anyway, it was either my first day or second day, but it was really tough, I almost didn't make it there. The audience in the livestream was jolted back to reality after hearing these words from the earlier disappointment. One by one, they couldn't help but laugh. The bullet screen was instantly filled with comments. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect such a fate. I have to say, Yi God is quite lucky this time, familiar with the area. This is really stable, just head to the old place. I remember it's only about 2 or 3 kilometers from here to the hot springs, right? This is quite good. After learning this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Yifan quickly planned a route, so we can easily get these tools, just follow this route. Even if these things are a bit heavy, it's not a big problem. What about the saltpeter mine? Is it also in this direction? Yes, the saltpeter mine is in this direction, about 15 or 16 more bear caves away. Aisha nodded, but this part is not on your map. After a brief contemplation, Aisha pointed to a mountain. We need to cross over here. There's a large meadow on the other side, but there's not much danger in this season. After crossing the meadow, we can walk another 5 or 6 kilometers to reach the place. After a series of exchanges, they pretty much confirmed the location. Yifan thought for a moment and then said, in that case, let's rush over to the saltpeter mine first, and when we come back, we can bring the equipment with us. What do you think? Or should we first check the bear cave to make sure everything's okay before going? No need, let's go directly to the saltpeter mine. Aisha replied without any hesitation, we can't be pulling back the equipment first, right? That's a waste of time and energy. Even if there are issues with the equipment, with your skills in ironworking and pottery, we can easily refine pure saltpeter powder. Seeing Aisha so confident, Yifan didn't say much and immediately agreed. But the viewers in the live stream were frowning at what they heard. The risk is a bit high. There's no choice. If we don't go, it's impossible to deal with the cave hyenas in their lair. If we don't get rid of them, there can be no peace. We can't be on guard against these creatures every day, right? Zhu Weiqiang, who was connected remotely, looked at the discussions in the livestream, feeling quite helpless as he said. Yi God's choice is correct. Only with enough gunpowder can they be safe and have time to develop. Think about that guy from Olive Country who landed on the deserted island. Although he faced crises like high temperatures, high humidity, strong convection, and typhoons, he managed to harvest over 2,000 pounds of cassava, returning to Earth with 15 million pounds. Don't forget that Yi God has some seeds. Originally hesitant about Yifan going out again, after hearing the latter part, people completely didn't know what to say. Indeed. If a planting base could be established, it would be absolutely invincible. But given the current situation on Yifan's side, can they really grow something? After discussing the plan, Yifan and the others went to sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Although they only slept for a few hours, both of them looked quite spirited. After breakfast, they filled their thermos with boiling water, packed their gear, weapons, medical kits, rations, and some simple tools, then took out the lighter sled. It's quite a distance to go, so normally, they would want to carry as much as possible. You can learn from your mistakes. Several times before, Yifan had faced situations where he loaded too much and couldn't move. He certainly didn't want to experience that again with the snow this deep. Moreover, what if he overloaded and sank? The nitrate was mainly used to make bombs, and there wasn't a huge demand for it. By Ma 1. Let's get to work. With Yifan's command, 3 strong male monkeys were strapped with ropes to act as snow dogs, and they set off directly. Seeing this scene, Aisha was completely stunned. Wow! This is truly amazing. Is it really possible to do this? The viewers in the live stream watched the scene and couldn't help but smile. Ha, this foreign beauty is dumbfounded. This move, who wouldn't be amazed? I guess only Yi God could think of this method in the world. But with so many people on the sled, will there really be no issues? Won't it sink? It has already gone a distance, there should be no problems. Actually, monkeys are light, so they are suitable for this job. If you switch to sled dogs, it might not work. While the audience discussed passionately, Aisha couldn't help but ask, Is it really okay? What problem? Yifan's attention was focused on the snow outside, more specifically, the footprints on the snow, and he casually replied. It's having the monkeys pull the sled. Aren't we moving forward? Yifan said nonchalantly, his gaze still on those footprints. It seemed that these footprints wouldn't disappear in a short time. Great. This way, they could find their den. Aisha was clearly taken aback by Yifan's words. Indeed. Isn't this just normal progress? More than 3 meters of snow was a nightmare for anyone, stepping in, not to mention sinking, it could go deep to the thigh, making it impossible to walk. But them? Such a big load. So many things, yet they were running wildly on top. The key point is that they were really being pulled by these monkeys, and it looked like they were not exerting much effort. The audience in the live stream, even those who didn't support Yifan, couldn't help but shout how impressive it was. The first few kilometers of the journey went very smoothly. Although the world after the snowstorm was cold, the snow filled in most of the ditches, making the path much easier. In no time, they arrived at the meadow that Aisha mentioned. It was truly a vast white expanse. Even the small trees that should have been visible were completely covered, as if in a prairie, extending to the horizon. Perhaps because it was too flat. Gradually, both Yifan and the monkeys seemed to relax their vigilance. However, about halfway through, when a protest from his stomach arose, suddenly, Yifan's super perception started to warn him. In the next second, a strange noise rang in his ears. Crack. This sound, it was as if there was only a thin layer beneath. How is that possible? Could it be that underneath is a chasm? Is the snow above all fake? Yifan's mind flashed through these thoughts for an instant, then he cast them all aside. In the next second, he leaped into the air, jumped out, and snatched the rope from a monkey's hands, charging forward. Boom! Almost at the same time, the snowfield behind him collapsed instantly. And this collapse continued to spread towards the spot where he was standing. The warning from the super intuition persisted. Yifan had no choice but to quicken his pace. He dashed toward the distance. In his mind, the super intuition kept sending warnings. Until he dashed out a distance of several dozen meters, the warnings gradually ceased. At this time, even those monkeys had been left behind. Fortunately, the speed of these monkeys is also pretty good. At the last moment of the fall, they managed to run to safety. The snow dust settled. Only then did Yifan and the others see clearly that this was not an endless plain. It was obviously a pit covered in heavy snow. The several hundred square meter pit had, due to the snowstorm, formed a natural snow bridge above it. The lightweight monkeys seemed to have no problem running across. But with two people and some things sitting on the sled, it immediately collapsed under the weight. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream finally reacted. One by one, they looked at each other, surprised. Wow! Leaf God's reaction is amazing. If he had been even a second late, it would have been over. Damn, there are actually traps in this place. If Leaf God had reacted a bit slower, wouldn't he have fallen? This is ridiculous. An empty space of over 100 square meters, how did it form? It's too abnormal. I thought we would have a smooth journey next, but I didn't expect it to be like this. If there are so many traps on the way to get saltpeter, then what a disaster. When will we get through? Even Leaf God can't handle such pressure, right? Bah! Can you hope for something good? This must be a small problem that happened unexpectedly. Leaf God has already passed it. This area, which originally appeared unremarkable, turned out to be fraught with dangers. It instantly made everyone alert. While the viewers in the live stream marveled at Yifan's performance, they couldn't help but feel anxious inside. Can this trip really go smoothly? What will they encounter next? After the snowstorm, the world seemed to have become much more dangerous. How are you? Is everything okay? Are the things still there? Controlling the sled to stop, Yifan asked Aisha behind him. Phew. I'm fine. Aisha waved her hand, the things are still here. Sigh, this meadow, in other seasons, although there are some swamps, there are a lot of wild ducks and geese. As long as you're careful not to get swallowed by the swamp, you can find food easily. I didn't expect that in winter, there would be so many man-eating traps. No, at the beginning of winter, these swamps freeze over and are actually very safe, it's this snowstorm. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's be careful from here on, Yifan sighed helplessly. By Mawan, let your monkeys come to the sled, I'll pull the next stretch myself. With his super intuition, he should be able to avoid these traps more easily. It might just take a little detour. That's much better than encountering some sudden danger. Chirp chirp. Aisha wanted to say something, but Baimawan's voice came first, and in the next second, the monkeys chirped and ran to the sled. For a long stretch of road after that, Yifan took many twists and turns, leaving many people a bit confused. Why are we taking such a long route? Damn it, it actually feels like dancing in a minefield. Leaf God must have his reasons for taking a detour. Is this meadow that dangerous? I thought this area was just like a grassland. This wild desolation really is full of traps everywhere. The viewers in the livestream looked at Yifan's actions, with frowns, fearing they'd encounter something again. Zhu Wei Chang also began to explain the situation of the meadow in the livestream. To put it simply, it's just a grassland with a lot of water. Everywhere are rivers covered by grass. Then, there are areas like swamps. If you're not careful, you'll be swallowed. As the temperature changed, those waters and such froze over and turned out to be much safer. In this atmosphere, time passed little by little. When they finally crossed this meadow, the sun has already tilted to the west. At some unknown time, the wind has also picked up. The temperature has suddenly dropped. No, we have to find a place to rest and eat something. Yifan touched his shriveled belly. Aisha, you must have been active in this area before, do you know a place to take shelter? Let's rest a bit and then continue. That meadow is definitely not a place to stay. The wind is blowing from all directions. He had been trudging for more than 10 kilometers. I know, let me take this section. Aisha said and got off the sled, gesturing for Yifan to get on. Yifan was not polite. After sitting down, he took out a thermos to get some hot water. But before he could finish drinking the water, a muffled low roar suddenly came from the depths of the distant jungle. Immediately after, the snow began to surge. A pair of huge antlers came running over the snow. What the hell? Yifan and the others were all dumbfounded by the sudden situation. But soon they realized. This was a moose. Its shoulder height was estimated to exceed 2 meters, an extraordinarily large moose. This guy was probably digging the ground for grass. And because of its height, the antlers were exposed above the snow. What to do? Should we go around? Aisha also didn't know what to do for a moment. Let's go around, I'll take the lead. Yifan had already gotten off the sled. Looking at those huge antlers not far away, he made a quick decision. This thing was just too big. It seemed to be very agile even in the deep snow. There was no need to stir up trouble at this time. However, they thought that way, but the moose did not share this thought. It's unclear whether it got separated from its herd or if the snowstorm left only this guy behind. Anyway, this creature was extremely aggressive. Before Yifan and the others could take any action, this beast actually charged at them. Its massive body kept rising higher on the snow. Its 4 long legs seemed designed to face such terrain. What the hell? What is this? Why are its eyes all red? How can it run on snow with that size? Moose should be herbivores, right? Why is it attacking people? But no matter what the confused audience said, this moose seemed determined to attack. Perhaps hunger had made this guy irritable. This is a snow bulldozer. Yifan swallowed hard and instinctively tightened his grip on the strange knife in his hand. Moo! The moose saw the intruders and let out a roar like a cow. It showed no concern at all, not even needing a running start. Its speed was already increasing. Lowering its head, it aimed its massive antlers at Yifan and the others, and with a powerful push from its 4 hooves. Boom! 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 The ground seemed to tremble. It charged like an uncontrollable giant truck, with an incredibly terrifying momentum, directly rushing forward. Get out of the way! Yifan shouted and pushed Aisha away. If this thing collided with them, it wouldn't just be people, even his wooden house here would probably be smashed to pieces.